Li Qing traverses through the early Ming Dynasty, serendipitously becoming a disciple of the slovenly Zhang Lata, and has been living a leisurely life. However, as Empress Ma falls gravely ill and the imperial physicians find themselves at a loss, Zhu Yuanzhang, in a desperate bid to save her, dispatches the Jinyiwei to locate the immortal Zhang Lata. The unscrupulous master absconds ahead of time, leaving Li Qing to be apprehended by the Jinyiwei, forcing him to enter the palace to treat the Empress of the Ming Dynasty, thus commencing his illustrious journey through this era. He has weathered the sanguine storms of the Hongwu reign and has been embroiled in the brutal conflicts of the Jingnan Campaign. He has witnessed the splendor of the Yongle era as nations paid tribute, as well as the prosperity during the reign of Renxuan. He has served as a member of the Jinyiwei and has even ascended to the cabinet as a minister. He has fought against the Tatars and the Walla, as well as battled the Japanese pirates. He counts Wang Yangming as a dear friend and has roamed the pleasure quarters with Tang Bohu, indulging in the charms of courtesans. He is a man forgotten by the river of time. Chapter 1. The variable forgotten by time in the 15th year of Hongwu, at the end of summer. Empress Ma lay critically ill, and the imperial physicians were helpless. In pursuit of her recovery, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the search for the immortal Zhang Lata, only to find that Zhang had already fled, leaving the unfortunate disciple to take the fall. A luxurious carriage traversed the dirt road, leaving behind faint tracks in the earth. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the interior of the carriage remained cool, stocked with ice, watermelon, and sour plum soup, with soft and comfortable cushions. Li Qing sat within, devoid of any sense of enjoyment, his face adorned with a frown. Indeed, he was the unfortunate one. At this moment, his mind raced with turmoil. The old man had abandoned him without a word, leaving him in despair. In the vast imperial hospital, no one could cure the empress. How could he? Li Qing felt a profound uncertainty, fearing that his venture into the palace might lead to dire consequences. As he lifted the curtain to peer outside, he saw over 100 armed guards on horseback, their gazes menacing, extinguishing any last thoughts of escape. "Mr. Li, do you require anything?" inquired a Jinyiwei officer, turning his horse parallel to the carriage, a facade of cordiality on his face. Li Qing, expressionless, shook his head, his heart heavy with trepidation. The more courteous they appeared now, the more ruthless they would likely be later. Though his knowledge of Ming history was scant, he was aware that the Jinyiwei were not benevolent, having perpetrated countless injustices. Bearing this in mind, he could not help but curse his unscrupulous master, questioning the morality of such actions. After a period of frustration, Li Qing gradually regained his composure and began to contemplate how to save himself. The method was rather straightforward. He needed to cure the empress's ailment. However, such a task was easier said than done. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang would not be scouring the land in search of an immortal. Reflecting on this historically bloodthirsty emperor sent a chill down his spine as he envisioned a grim fate awaiting him. Li Qing ran his fingers through his hair, and suddenly, his stomach grumbled audibly. He seized the chilled watermelon, smashing it open with a fist, the cool, sweet, and juicy flesh proving to be quite refreshing. As he ate, he pondered his strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the words his unscrupulous master had whispered to him before fleeing. "Disciple, I have calculated your fate and arrived at a 12-character prophecy, beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. You are a person filled with uncertainties, as well as one forgotten by time. I am not a monkey king, am I?" Li Qing bit into a large slice of watermelon with frustration, pondering the notion of being filled with uncertainties and forgotten by time. He paused, wiping the juice from the corner of his mouth, secretly wondering, could it be that the old man knows of my identity as a time traveler? Is it the very act of traversing time that renders me filled with uncertainties, making it impossible for time to leave its mark upon me? Upon reflection, it has been a decade since his journey began, and throughout these 10 years, his body and appearance have remained unchanged. He has never even fallen ill. He recalls the early days of his arrival, when he went without food for 5 or 6 days, yet remained vigorous and lively. Hunger did not impair his bodily functions. Could this be the advantage bestowed upon me? Li Qing mused silently, internally lamenting. Yet this advantage seems of little use. I lack the prowess of Sun Wukong, who can regrow his head after being decapitated. Over the years of training under his master, his greatest achievement has been the cultivation of true energy. Yet this energy does not grant him the ability to single-handedly defeat hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of foes as depicted in the tales of immortal heroes. Relying on brute strength is utterly futile. How then does one unravel the uncertainty spoken of by the old man? Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment struck him, and he finally comprehended what uncertainties truly are. The act of time traveling itself is the very embodiment of uncertainty. While his understanding of the Ming Dynasty's history is limited, he is nonetheless aware of its significant events and corrupt governance. When faced with dire straits, he could potentially leverage this knowledge for survival. With this thought, Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief and seized the fruit platter to indulge. No matter how dire the circumstances, he vowed not to become a ghost of starvation. His companion, Mr. Li, had quite the appetite and was rather particular about his food, to the dismay of the group as their funds dwindled. A Jinyi guard, feeling exasperated, watched as a higher-ranking officer prepared to speak, only to hear the voice from within the sedan declare, 1 roast chicken, 2 pounds of pig's head meat, and a jug of wine. Thank you. Head out to purchase. The officer gritted his teeth, with a day and a half's journey remaining. He urged his comrades to pool their resources, declaring that they would not stop for the night, but press on to reach the capital by the following afternoon. He truly could not bear the burden any longer, as half of the funds provided by the emperor had already gone into this gentleman's mouth. Not only had they failed to profit from their official duties, but they were also compelled to contribute their own money as the personal guards of the emperor, which official would not treat them with utmost caution. Especially after the reformation of the Jinyi guards, they had enjoyed unparalleled glory. Never before had they faced such losses. Yet this individual was a direct disciple of the immortal Zhang Lata, and they were counting on his skills to treat the empress, leaving them no room for negligence. The group of Jinyi guards tightened their belts, gathering a few coins to cover Li Qing's expenses for the day ahead. Li Qing, having come to terms with his situation, thought that since he did not know whether he would survive or how long he would last, he would savor each day as it came. After years of hardship at the Taoist temple, where even meat was a rarity, he was determined to make up for lost time whenever the opportunity arose. Accepting the offerings of food and drink, Li Qing expressed his gratitude and began to feast heartily. In no time at all, he had finished his meal. The Jinyi officer looked on in disbelief. The portion was clearly enough for 2 meals, yet he consumed it all in one sitting. Did he not fear bursting? Li Qing patted his belly, reclining in the sedan chair, finding the meal satisfactory. Dinner and supper should follow this standard. I shall take a brief rest. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. With that, he disregarded any reaction from the others and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The Jinyi households paused for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Accelerate our journey. We must arrive in the capital by noon tomorrow. The carriage immediately sped up, causing it to jolt unsteadily. Li Qing, displeased, pulled back the curtain, slowed down. The Jinyi households clenched his fist and forced a smile. Mr. Li, please bear with us. The empress is unwell, and time waits for no one. After saying this, he refrained from glancing at Li Qing again, fearing he might lose composure. The following day, at noon, in front of the Vermilion Palace gate, despite having some inkling of the situation, Li Qing felt an overwhelming anxiety. Isn't it mealtime? Perhaps we should eat before entering the palace? Mr. Li is requested to meet the emperor immediately, replied the Jinyi households, his expression stern, leaving no room for negotiation. Lead the way. Please follow me, sir. The 100 households instructed, do not look around. Focus on the path ahead. Understood, Li Qing nodded gently. He was on the verge of meeting the legendary Zhu Yuanzhang, and his curiosity was piqued. He wondered if the emperor truly had a long, narrow face, yet trepidation lingered more prominently. Lost in his thoughts, Li Qing was jolted back to reality when the person ahead came to a stop. The Jinyi households bowed at the door, announcing, Minister Lu Chang has come to report. The door creaked open, revealing a young eunuch with a pale complexion, holding a whisk and speaking in a slightly sharp voice. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing stepped into the grand hall with heavy footsteps. The hall was resplendent and spacious, but his attention was instantly captured by the middle-aged man seated on a gilded jade platform. The man had a robust figure, not the long-faced type he had imagined. With a square face, large eyes, and distinct features, he appeared dignified and imposing even with age. A soft whisper from the eunuch broke his reverie. Hurry and pay your respects. Startled, Li Qing quickly mimicked the gestures he had seen on television, lifting his robe in salute. Commoner pays respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Rise, came the deep, authoritative voice of Zhu Yuanzhang as he stood from his chair. "Where has your master gone?" "Your Majesty, I am uncertain," Li Qing replied, his voice strained. Truly, he did not know, but upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure, he hastily added, "Perhaps he has gone to Jiangxi." Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the eunuch, who understood the cue, bowed deeply, and retreated from the hall. "I'm sorry, master, but I am at a loss," Li Qing silently prayed. "Please arrive soon. I cannot endure this." Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the young eunuch who had exited in haste rushed back into the hall, kneeling on the ground with a look of despair. "Your Majesty, the Empress's condition has worsened." The eunuch's voice trembled with emotion after taking her medicine. She vomited her food and then lost consciousness. Chapter 2. The irritable Zhu Yuanzhang. Li Qing's heart sank. He was aware of Empress Ma's grave illness, but had not anticipated it would reach such a critical state. This was clearly a sign that the end was near. Not only would his arrival be futile, but even his disheveled master would be of no help. What is there to speak of immortals? They are merely an old man who possesses remarkable vitality. Li Qing has a profound understanding of his master. Indeed, he is formidable, yet far from the exaggerated tales that circulate. Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily stood in shock, his composure shattered, the regal aura dissipating entirely from his countenance, replaced by a mixture of anger and fear. Incompetence. All of them are utterly useless, he bellowed. If anything happens to the Empress, none shall escape punishment. With fervor, he strode towards Li Qing, grasping his hand firmly. "Come with me. If you heal the Empress, I shall confer upon you a noble title and reward you with a fortune." The unspoken threat lingered in the air, as Zhu Yuanzhang's chilling gaze conveyed a dire message. Li Qing felt himself being pulled forward, sensing the tremor in Zhu's grip, his own legs betraying a slight quiver. Heal her for riches, or face dire consequences. In the Qianqing Palace, the imperial physician and palace maids knelt in reverence as Zhu Yuanzhang entered. Li Qing hesitated to participate in the formalities, attempting to withdraw his hand. But finding it futile, he resigned himself to the situation. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Zhu Yuanzhang led Li Qing directly inside. The spacious hall was enveloped in silence, save for the echo of their footsteps, a rhythmic reminder of the tension in the air. Soon, Li Qing, heart pounding, stepped into the Empress's chamber. There, the woman reclined against the headboard, her eyes fluttering open, as a young maid gently wiped her face with a damp cloth. Observing this, Li Qing felt a wave of relief. Her awakening suggested the situation was not as dire as it could be. The maid, upon noticing the Emperor's arrival, hastily bowed. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Zhu Yuanzhang waved dismissively and rushed to embrace the woman, prompting the maid to tactfully step aside. Li Qing contemplated retreating, yet heard Zhu Yuanzhang's voice, "Sister, you shall recover. I have summoned the disciple of Zhang Lata." Scratching his head, Li Qing bowed. "I, Li Qing, pay my respects to Her Majesty." "Do not bow," the Empress replied weakly, then turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. "A physician can cure ailments, but not fate. Do not burden him. Let him return." "Such foolishness. You are ill, yet you shall recover." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice trembled with emotion. "You cannot leave this world. We have many good days ahead." The Empress smiled bitterly. "Who among us can escape death?" "I refuse to accept that," Zhu Yuanzhang declared, his demeanor resembling that of a petulant child. "I am the Emperor. I will not allow you to perish." Li Qing, having missed lunch, found himself less hungry amidst this emotional turmoil. "Li Qing, why yes, your humble servant is here. Why are you dawdling? Attend to the Empress at once." "Of course, I shall obey." Li Qing stepped forward, placing his fingers on the Empress's wrist, breathing deeply as he analyzed her condition. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled slowly. "Well?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired anxiously. Li Qing nodded. "It is treatable." "Excellent." Zhu Yuanzhang's face brightened with hope. "I assure you, should you succeed in healing the Empress, a substantial reward awaits you. I merely stated that it can be treated, not that it can be completely cured," Li Qing lamented, concealing his true feelings beneath a mask of composure. "One must first comprehend the previous treatments administered by the imperial physicians before one can prescribe the appropriate remedy." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently, inquiring, "When can it be treated?" "Tomorrow," Li Qing elucidated. "Today, Her Majesty has consumed the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician, and there remain residual effects within her system. If she were to take the remedy I provide now, it could yield adverse effects." After a brief pause, he continued, "Given Her Majesty's condition, it is unwise to partake in overly nourishing foods, A simple rice porridge or rice soup would suffice. Although Zhu Yuanzhang lacked medical expertise, he felt reassured by Li Qing's articulate explanation. Very well, let us hasten to arrange this, he declared, briskly heading toward the exit. After a few steps, he turned back to Empress Ma, saying, Sister, you may rest. You have heard that your ailment can be treated, so do not fret. Indeed, Empress Ma nodded softly, responding, Your Majesty, do not let my condition hinder state affairs. Rest assured, it shall not be a delay. Focus on your recovery, he assured her. A nearby maid hurried to assist the Empress in lying down. Once she was settled, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped outside the grand hall. Upon exiting, a young eunuch approached with a bow. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, Inform the imperial kitchen to prepare rice porridge and rice soup, and also retrieve the prescription from the previous imperial physician. As you command, the eunuch replied, scurrying off with quick, light steps. Meanwhile, the sound of a grumbling stomach emerged from Li Qing, who had not partaken of lunch. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at him. Come along. Ah, Li Qing responded. Following as they made their way to the study, Zhu Yuanzhang seated himself at the desk piled high with memorials, stating to Li Qing, the meal can wait a moment. Without pausing for Li Qing's reaction, he began to review the documents. Feeling disinclined to take a seat without an imperial order, Li Qing stood idly, occasionally glancing at Zhu Yuanzhang. He found the legendary figure of this commoner emperor fascinating. This was not mere ink on a page, but a living person who had transformed a humble bowl into a nation, an unparalleled phenomenon throughout history. However, the Zhu Yuanzhang before him diverged significantly from the Emperor Hongwu depicted in history books. Instead of being calm and collected while reviewing memorials, he was vociferous and profane, expressing exasperation. What is this nonsense? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, tossing a memorial aside in frustration. It is all flattery. What use is there for such officials? Convey my edict. Let the author of this memorial return to farming. A nearby attendant hastily retrieved the discarded document, bowing before departing in haste. Zhu Yuanzhang continued his tirade for a while, cursing as he reviewed more memorials. Li Qing mused to himself, recalling that history books suggested that serving in the Hongwu court was no easy task, and it seemed that sentiment was indeed accurate. Nonetheless, it must be said that Zhu Yuanzhang's efficiency in reviewing documents was impressive. It was no wonder, with the chancellor absent, who else would fulfill the duty? After a quarter of an hour, two young attendants entered, carrying a food box. They softly announced, Your Majesty, it is time for your meal. Place it there. Zhu Yuanzhang replied without raising his head, continuing his review. It was only after another quarter of an hour that he finally lifted his gaze and approached the dining table to sit down. As he savored the dish, it seemed to suit his palate perfectly. He then indulged heartily, feeling sufficiently satiated, and turned to Li Qing, saying, You, come and eat. The humble subject expresses gratitude for your Majesty's grace. Leftover food is still better than having none. Li Qing, not one to be polite, seized his chopsticks and joined in. Truly, the cuisine from the imperial kitchen surpasses that of any tavern. Burp. With 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and 2 soups, Zhu Yuanzhang consumed nearly half, leaving the rest to Li Qing. The young eunuchs gazed at Li Qing in astonishment. They had never witnessed such audacity. Even the esteemed dukes had never been so impudent. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, remained indifferent. After seeing Li Qing had eaten his fill, he set aside the memorials and inquired, When will you be able to cure the Empress's ailment? The humble subject dared not make any presumptuous conclusions. Li Qing mustered his courage and responded, This subject will spare no effort. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at him and replied coolly, As I have said before, a substantial reward awaits if the Empress is cured. If not, you must understand the consequences. Understood, understood. At that moment, the young eunuch from earlier entered to report, Your Majesty, the imperial physician has brought the prescription. Hand it over. The young eunuch complied, presenting a thick stack of prescriptions to Li Qing. Li Qing received the prescriptions and examined them one by one, gaining insight into the treatment process for Empress Ma. The prescriptions predominantly prescribed gentle remedies, which, frankly, was not inappropriate. However, Empress Ma's condition left no time for such gradual adjustments. It was likely that the imperial physicians were aware of this dilemma. Yet they had no alternative. Gentle remedies would not heal her, while potent ones could prove fatal. Li Qing empathized with the physician's helplessness and couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, his medical skills were not superior to those of the imperial physicians, and in many respects, he was inferior. Nevertheless, he had a promising treatment plan tailored for Empress Ma's condition. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was preoccupied with reviewing memorials, he occasionally glanced at Li Qing. Upon seeing that he had finished perusing the prescriptions, he asked, "Do you have a treatment strategy?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed with a nod. "May I inquire, Your Majesty, is there a 5-string guqin within the palace?" Chapter 3. Medicine through Music. Astonishing, all a 5-string guqin? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Aren't guqins typically 7-stringed?" Li Qing clarified, "Originally, the guqin had 5 strings. Later, King Wen of Zhou added a literary string, and King Wu of Zhou added a martial string, resulting in the 7-stringed instrument." "I see." Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his head in confusion. "Are you suggesting that a 5-string guqin can cure the Empress's illness?" "Yes," Li Qing affirmed. "The character for medicine contains the character for music. Humans possess 5 organs, and music has 5 tones. Music was initially invented for healing purposes. The combination of herbal medicine and music is the true remedy. Together, they yield remarkable results." Zhu Yuanzhang listened in astonishment, stammering, "Such discourse is something I have never encountered before. Shao Gizi, send people to the inner palace to the Bureau of Music to search for a 5-string guqin. If none can be found, immediately instruct the finest instrument craftsmen in the capital to create one. We cannot delay tomorrow's consultation with the Empress by Mr. Li." This servant obeys. Zhu Yuanzhang rarely employed respectful language towards others. In the past, only a select few literati, like Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen, had received such treatment. His courtesy stemmed primarily from Li Qing's discourse reigniting his hope. Li Qing meticulously elucidated the principles, intending to ensure that Zhu Yuanzhang comprehended their significance. This approach served 2 purposes: to capture his attention and to avoid any misconceptions of being a celestial being. Although the emperor desired the populace to believe in deities and Buddhism for the sake of governance, should a true immortal appear before him, he would undoubtedly harbor murderous intent. In the past, his mentor, Zhang Lata, had advised him that if one were to sell oneself to the imperial family, it was prudent to conceal one's true capabilities. Pretending was inconsequential. Even if discovered, it merely risked losing one's position. However, revealing genuine talents would inevitably incite the emperor's suspicion, inviting calamity. Yet, given Li Qing's current predicament, it was imperative to demonstrate his true abilities, necessitating a precautionary measure for Zhu Yuanzhang. If the immediate crisis was not addressed, there would be no future to consider. Zhu Yuanzhang grew increasingly satisfied with Li Qing, his previously tense demeanor relaxing into a smile. "Mr. Li, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to speak. I shall grant it." Li Qing pondered momentarily before tentatively inquiring, "Your Majesty, may I be permitted to wander the capital during my leisure time?" "Very well," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "but only once the Empress's condition stabilizes." "Of course," Li Qing assented. Zhu Yuanzhang then resumed reviewing documents, and after completing the petitions at hand, he raised his gaze and asked, "What herbs do you require, Mr. Li?" "I shall have them prepared. 2 tails of cabbage blue, boiled with 3 bowls of water down to 1, Li Qing specified. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, awaiting further instructions. But noticing Li Qing's silence, he expressed surprise. "Is that all?" "Indeed," Li Qing clarified. "The Empress is in a fragile state. Excessive medication would only burden her body. The most prudent course is to first restore her constitution, after which I would dare to employ alternative treatment methods." Observing Li Qing's well-reasoned approach, Zhu Yuanzhang felt reassured and smiled warmly. "Very well, Mr. Li. You must be fatigued from your journey. Rest early." He then turned to the attendant, instructing, "Find Mr. Li a suitable accommodation within the palace and inform the kitchen that his meals should be plentiful." "As you command," the attendant acknowledged. Without delay, the attendant approached Li Qing. Bowing slightly, "Please, sir, follow me." Li Qing addressed Zhu Yuanzhang, "I take my leave." "MHM," Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, returning his focus to the documents. "Sir, you shall reside here from now on," the attendant declared. Upon seeing the rows of large sleeping quarters, Li Qing was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such lodgings. The eunuch's quarters were permeated with an unpleasant odor, which was far from ideal. Noticing Li Qing's evident distaste, the attendant blushed and explained, "Sir, please forgive us. Many of those who have been castrated have suffered injuries to their urethra, leading to such conditions." Seeing the attendant's sorrowful expression, which was almost tearful, and the other eunuch's self-pitying demeanor, Li Qing reassured, It is quite all right. This place is acceptable. The attendant sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Li Qing. Then instructed the other eunuchs, quickly, clear a clean area for the sir. The young eunuchs complied, immediately getting to work. Before long, they had prepared a tidy sleeping space. After spending over 10 days in the carriage, Li Qing was utterly exhausted and, without further thought, lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already evening. Li Qing stretched his limbs, his joints cracking, as the fatigue of the past days melted away. The venerable elder inquired about the dinner's readiness, as hunger began to gnaw at him. The young eunuch, evidently aware of his significance, hastily bowed and said, "Please do not worry, esteemed sir. I shall report this immediately." "Thank you for your trouble," came the elder's polite response. "Not at all," the eunuch replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Having always been summoned and commanded, he felt an unexpected warmth from being treated with respect for the first time. A quarter of an hour later, 2 young eunuchs entered, carrying a food box, and set a lavish table before him. While lunch had consisted of merely 8 dishes, this feast boasted 16, a testament to Zhu Yuanzhang's regard for him. After satisfying his appetite and noticing the abundance that remained, Li Qing felt regretful about the leftovers and asked, "Would you care for some?" A dozen eunuchs swallowed hard but ultimately declined. Aware of the palace's strict customs, Li Qing refrained from pressing the matter further and returned to his bed for more rest. The following day, at the first light of dawn, Li Qing was roused by the rustling sounds of the eunuchs donning their uniforms and commencing their daily duties. He stretched languidly, turned over, and was on the verge of drifting back to sleep when he heard a voice from outside. "The servant pays her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Understanding that Zhu Biao had come to see him, he reluctantly rose from his bed and stepped outside. Commoner Li Qing pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Although he did not personally know the Crown Prince, it was evident from the attendants who held that distinction. "There is no need for excessive formality," Zhu Biao said kindly. "It is already quite late. Please attend to the Empress's ailment as soon as possible." "Quite late indeed," Li Qing thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. "I have yet to have my breakfast." The ancient customs left little room for leisure. With darkness came sleep, and with dawn came rising. A routine he was still acclimatizing to after his arrival. In the Empress's palace, the atmosphere was notably lively compared to the previous day's quietude. With over 30 princes and grandsons offering their greetings in succession, Li Qing couldn't help but marvel at the prolific nature of the Zhu family, which was indeed formidable. After the princes and grandsons had completed their formalities, they bowed to Zhu Biao, and it took a while for the court to settle into silence. Li Qing performed a deep bow, then approached the table to sit, gently caressing the guqin, which immediately resonated with soothing notes. A magnificent instrument, he silently praised. Glancing at the princes and grandsons, who showed no inclination to depart, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized him intently. Embarrassed, Li Qing offered, "I must attend to the Empress's treatment, so I kindly ask your highnesses to step aside for a moment." "Can the guqin cure ailments?" one of them queried. "You play, and we shall not disturb," another added. "I have never heard of such a thing. If you fail to heal the Empress, I shall take your head." The hall erupted into a cacophony of skepticism, curiosity, and threats, igniting Li Qing's ire. Zhu Biao furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the room fell quiet. Only then did Zhu Biao address Li Qing. "Mr. Li, may I listen to the guqin?" Li Qing nodded. "Certainly, but this music is intended for those who are unwell. The healthy may find it disconcerting. Play on. If it fails, I shall consider it my loss." One prince boldly declared, while another urged, "Hurry, do not dawdle." Li Qing, no longer inclined to persuade, declared, "Once the music begins, no one shall speak." With that, he adjusted the strings of the guqin, and an unmistakable shift in his aura enveloped the space. The princes were struck by the sensation that this commoner seemed transformed, and before they could express their astonishment, the first note suddenly rang out. Clang. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated deeply within them, causing their hearts to skip a beat and invoking a profound sense of discomfort. Before they could adjust, the second note resounded, altering their breathing rhythm. They felt a tremor in their lungs, followed by a tightening in their abdomens, akin to a stitch in their sides. With each subsequent note, the third, the fourth, each organ within them vibrated, creating an extreme unease. The princes and grandsons gaped in disbelief, astonished that a mere piece of music could wield such power. It was indeed unsettling. Li Qing played with increasing speed, the notes cascading like a tempest, as their internal organs seemed to resonate with the melody, producing corresponding frequencies of vibration. Harmonics, undertones, and overtones enveloped him. He and the instrument became one, transcending the realm of time and space. Were Zhang Lata present, he would surely exclaim, "Impressive, impressive. He has entered the state of oneness with the heavens." Li Qing's fingers danced with remarkable agility, each note flowing into the next, weaving a chaotic yet harmonious composition that echoed from the Qinqing palace, reaching far and wide. Who could be playing the zither? Zhu Yuanzhang had just concluded his morning audience, and, upon stepping out of the Fengtiang Hall, was momentarily taken aback by the distinctive melody. The tune was not particularly pleasing, yet it evoked a curious sensation, as if someone were performing right before him. "Your Majesty, could it be that Mr. Li is the one?" Young Gizi ventured hesitantly. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow and commanded, "Let us go and see." Chapter 4. The life-saving talisman inside the Grand Hall. The princes were increasingly overwhelmed, feeling an acute discomfort bordering on torment. Their blood surged, faces flushed, and they sensed their internal organs shifting as if they might dislocate. Nevertheless, none chose to depart. Although the crown prince had been determined and was beyond contestation, a competitive spirit still simmered among the princes, each yearning for a favorable fief. Leaving now could easily earn them the label of disloyalty from their rivals, jeopardizing their futures. The prince nearest to Li Qing, who had boldly made a declaration, was at the forefront of this ordeal, visibly struggling. Even his hands trembled against the chair, a shadow of regret crossing his features. The other princes fared little better. Those behind discreetly covered their ears, yet to no avail, for the penetrating notes resonated fiercely, shaking them to their cores. What a torment! Ironically, they dared not voice their desire for it to cease, as the music appeared genuinely beneficial. Remarkably, Empress Ma had risen with the assistance of the palace maids. Her complexion visibly improved. Li Qing, too, was suffering, having skipped breakfast, and with his vital energy waning, his visage grew increasingly pale. A bead of sweat trickled from his forehead to his eyelid, yet he had no time to wipe it away. For a moment's lapse could render all his efforts futile. Clang! The 5 distinct notes of gong, shang, ju, ji, and yu reverberated throughout the hall. Each note sprang from Li Qing's fingertips, resounding through the chamber and striking the hearts of all present. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's imminent arrival, Li Qing did not pause, continuing to pluck the strings with fervor. The footsteps drew nearer, and before long, Zhu Yuanzhang entered the grand hall. The numerous princes, upon seeing their savior, hurriedly intended to bow in reverence, only to be halted by Zhu Biao's gesture. Zhu Yuanzhang was astonished to discover that it was indeed Li Qing playing the guqin. The sound within the hall was not significantly louder than when they had just exited the Fengtian Hall, leaving him puzzled as to how the music could carry so far. However, witnessing his sister now able to sit up and her complexion markedly improved filled him with immense joy. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Li Qing, who was engrossed in his performance, and took a step aside, disregarding the breach of etiquette. Gradually, he began to sense something amiss. Previously, his focus had been solely on his wife, and he had paid little attention to the music. Now, as he listened intently, he felt a surge of emotions rising within him. Observing his sons and grandsons, each straining to endure, many with contorted expressions, he waved his hand in exasperation. The princes, as if granted a reprieve, silently bowed and tiptoed away from this realm of contention. The hall instantly felt more spacious, leaving only Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and 2 palace maids. The music continued, but Li Qing was nearing exhaustion. Hunger combined with the rapid depletion of his vital energy left him utterly fatigued. The rhythm quickened abruptly, akin to rain upon banana leaves, resonating through the very depths of their being, almost unbearable to endure. Just as the 2 palace maids were about to cry out, the melody suddenly ceased, plunging the hall into silence, save for the sound of their hurried breaths. Li Qing's chest heaved violently, beads of sweat rolling down his face, pallid and breathless, feeling as though his essence had been drained. "Sister, mother, how do you feel?" The father and son stepped forward, yet no one inquired about Li Qing's condition. "There is still someone here," Li Qing weakly lamented. "This piece is truly extraordinary," remarked Empress Ma with a gentle nod. "I feel somewhat better." At that moment, a palace maid entered with a medicinal concoction. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," The medicine is ready. Zhu Yuanzhang rose to receive the bowl, then turned his gaze to Li Qing. Is this truly the only medicine you require? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Suddenly feeling something amiss, he noticed the two palace maids staring at him curiously, prompting him to realize and hastily rise. Commoner need not bow. Empress Ma interjected. You must be exhausted. Please, sit and rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing, not one to be overly formal, gratefully sat down to recuperate. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded Li Qing with satisfaction. Join us for lunch. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am overwhelmed. Truth be told, he had no desire to dine with Zhu Yuanzhang. For others, feasting with the sovereign was a great honor, yet he cared little for such trivialities, preferring the comfort of solitude. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, turning to blow on the medicinal soup before his lips. Bitter medicine, my sister, you must finish it. Empress Ma nodded, lowering the bowl to her lips, only to pause in surprise. This medicine is not bitter, it has a hint of sweetness. Is that so? Zhu Yuanzhang replied with delight. Then I shall have a taste as well. Can medicine be sampled so casually? Empress Ma playfully chastised him. Look at you, I was merely jesting. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, continuing to tenderly feed her the medicine. Zhu Biao smacked his lips, feeling somewhat superfluous, and stood. Father, mother, I have some affairs to attend to. I shall take my leave. Go, go, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. Attend to our matters in the study as well. I obey. As Zhu Biao departed, Li Qing found no reason to linger any longer and hastily rose to take his leave. However, he heard Empress Ma call out, please wait a moment. She then turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, Your Majesty, matters of state are pressing. Do not burden Biao with everything. I shall inquire about the illness from the gentleman and retire for the night. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, setting down the empty medicine bowl and casting a glance at Li Qing. Come find me in the study later. The commoner shall comply. Li Qing nodded. Once Zhu Yuanzhang had exited the grand hall, Empress Ma straightened in her seat and instructed, You may withdraw. Yes, Your Highness. The two young palace maids bowed slightly, retreated a few steps, and turned to leave. With only himself remaining in the hall, Li Qing felt a twinge of apprehension. Your Highness, please come closer. Ah, yes. Li Qing stammered, forcing himself to step forward. Empress Ma spoke candidly. How much longer can I expect to live? Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to answer your questions. Li Qing feared this inquiry. He had yet to gain Zhu Yuanzhang's esteem. And should the emperor learn of his inability to cure the empress, the consequences would be dire. Noticing his silence, Empress Ma continued, Will I live past the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yes, Li Qing almost blurted out, pausing for a moment before affirming, The Mid-Autumn Festival is certainly not an issue. Empress Ma smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. This is already quite reassuring. As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of half-foot yellow silk from her pillow. Take this. It is a document for leaving the city, bearing my seal. If ever you feel that my time is drawing near, take it and flee under the cover of night. With this, no one within the palace or outside will dare to impede you. Remember to find a secluded forest and do not venture out easily. Li Qing stared at the finely penned characters, inhaling sharply, deeply moved. I shall keep it safe. This could save your life. Empress Ma urged. Yes, I thank you. Your Highness, Li Qing replied earnestly. I will certainly do my utmost. Empress Ma forced a bittersweet smile. I am well aware of my own condition. Alas, I have endured much suffering in this life, and have also enjoyed my share of blessings, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Heaven has been gracious to me. Even if I were to die now, it would matter little. Yet, I dread the thought of leaving him to become a tyrant in the eyes of future generations. Perhaps sensing her health improving, or perhaps due to the rarity of finding someone with whom to share her heart, Empress Ma divulged much. And Li Qing remained a silent listener, gaining a deeper understanding of Zhu Yuanzhang in the process. He absorbed her words, committing them to memory as preparation for the future. After a lengthy pause, Empress Ma sighed and chuckled lightly. After listening to me ramble on for so long, you must be weary. Not at all, Li Qing replied. Empress Ma sighed softly. I am fatigued. You may go and see the emperor now. Yes, I shall comply. Li Qing bowed and exited the grand hall. In the study, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son were reviewing memorials when they noticed Li Qing enter. They simultaneously paused their work. How is the empress's health? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Li Qing clasped his hands and responded, Your Majesty, the crown prince. With proper care, there is hope for recovery. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance brightened. Excellent. And what of the sound of the qin? What is its significance? He fixed his gaze on Li Qing, adding, if it involves supernatural, means that must not be divulged. Feel free to remain silent. We hold no grievance. I find your words hard to believe. Your concealed hostility is barely hidden, Li Qing promptly flattered, knowing full well that one cannot deceive the emperor. Though Zhu Yuanzhang was aware of the flattery, his demeanor softened considerably. What he sought was merely an expression of attitude. Now, pray tell, what is the matter? Chapter 5. The Emperor's personal attendant. After a brief contemplation, Li Qing replied, Your Majesty, this is not a matter of celestial beings. As I previously mentioned, the essence of music's invention was initially for healing purposes. However, following the additions of strings by King Wen and King Wu of Zhou, the 5-string zither evolved into a 7-stringed instrument, significantly diminishing its medicinal efficacy, leading to its eventual decline and relegation to mere entertainment. Yet, Your Majesty, even the 7-stringed zither, aside from cultivating one's character, can indeed soothe the spirit. Listening to a melody during times of agitation can alleviate feelings of melancholy to a degree. This in itself constitutes a form of healing, does it not? Should Your Majesty harbor doubts, you need only to investigate. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slowly and inquired, Could you demonstrate your celestial abilities? Li Qing shook his head in resignation. Cannot. No, I mean there are none. He forced a smile and continued, Your Majesty, where in this world can one find immortal beings? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow slightly. You are not being truthful. It is said that your master, Zhang Lata, was born in the 8th year of the Chunyu era of the Southern Song Dynasty, making him 134 years old. How could he, if not an immortal, live for so long? That is a falsehood, Li Qing asserted. Falsehood, Your Majesty. How can such a long-standing tale be untrue? Zhu Yuanzhang's disbelief was evident. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, you know as well as I do that the common folk thrive on exaggeration. A mere sesame seed can become a watermelon in their tales. Nevertheless, my master is indeed advanced in years, having reached 73 this year. He is both a martial and medicinal master, thus maintaining robust health. In his youth, he was rather unkempt, earning him this moniker. One can imagine, a man of dark complexion and a scruffy beard at 20 could easily be mistaken for 50. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head in amusement, realizing the truth of it. Observing this, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. Although his master may not embody loyalty, he himself must not falter in that regard. After 10 years of companionship and the impartation of knowledge, he could not act ungratefully. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, So, it follows that no one can attain eternal life. Li Qing clasped his fists together, exclaiming, Long live Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. You, my friend, flatter me without causing annoyance. We have spoken of a substantial reward for healing the Empress. Given your education, I shall grant you a significant position, not a noble title. Li Qing responded, somewhat speechless. It was not that he coveted wealth, for such aspirations had never crossed his mind. However, the rapid change in Zhu Yuanzhang's disposition made him wary. He felt it wise not to place too much faith in the emperor's words. He soon accepted this reality. Even those granted a life-saving decree by Zhu Yuanzhang could meet their end at his word. Trusting in his promises felt as futile as believing a pig could climb a tree. Zhu Biao inquired, I have heard from father that your music can be heard outside the Fengtian Hall. What is the principle behind this? Li Qing maintained his composure, replying, It is merely a technique, not worthy of high regard. Should your highness be interested, I would dare not hold back any details. Zhu Biao glanced at the documents on the imperial desk, shaking his head with a wry smile. He simply had no time for such matters. Since the abolition of the chancellorship, my father has found no respite, and consequently, neither have I. It seems that opportunities for leisurely pursuits will be scarce in the future. After the previous musical performance, Mr. Guguan appeared rather fatigued. I suggested he take a moment to rest. With a gentle smile, Zhu Biao remarked that lunch would be served shortly and encouraged him to enjoy some snacks from the table to stave off hunger. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Qing took a seat nearby, genuinely famished. He seized a pastry from the fruit platter and took a bite. It was exquisitely crisp and delightful. The sound of his munching was incessant, akin to a mouse pilfering food, prompting the duo to cast him a glance. Li Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered the volume of his consumption. Before long, he had devoured both platters of delicacies. Sighing with satisfaction, he patted his belly and mused, the palace fare is truly delectable. With Zhu Yuanzhang and his son engrossed in state affairs, they paid him little mind, allowing him the opportunity to quietly restore his internal energy. By the time lunch arrived, he had fully recuperated. Unlike before, he was not served leftovers. The three of them dined together. The meal was not overly lavish, merely a few more dishes than yesterday. Yet the flavors were exceptional. Li Qing felt no trepidation in the presence of the emperor. He freely indulged in the food and soup without constraint. Having satiated his hunger, he deemed it unnecessary to linger further and stood to take his leave. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now." Zhu Yuanzhang, surprised, inquired, "Will you not play the lute this afternoon? Once a day suffices." Li Qing nodded but insisted on the necessity of taking the medicinal soup thrice daily. At that moment, a young eunuch quietly reported, "Your Majesty, the esteemed Lu Chang of the Jinyiwei requests an audience." "Let him enter," Zhu Yuanzhang commanded. Li Qing quietly remarked, "Then I shall take my leave." "No hurry," Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. "Why rush back to the chamber of the eunuchs, which reeks so?" Li Qing remained silent, pondering. "Do you truly expect me to rest in the eunuch's quarters?" Unbeknownst to him, the palace had no other accommodations for men aside from the emperor, princes, and grandsons. Although the Imperial Medical Institute was located in the royal city, it was not within the palace, and only the attending eunuchs resided there. Zhu Yuanzhang's insistence on his presence thwarted Li Qing's attempts to distance himself from any suspicion. Upon Lu Chang's entrance, he was taken aback to find Li Qing dining with the emperor and the crown prince, yet he quickly composed himself and stepped forward. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the crown prince." "Rise," Zhu Yuanzhang gestured, setting down his utensils. "Do you bring urgent matters?" "Your Majesty is wise," Lu Chang acknowledged, glancing at Li Qing. "Indeed, I have pressing matters to discuss." Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly unperturbed, urged him to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chang reported, "This morning, we discovered that the censor Wang Hai, along with Sun Qinglin and the Ministry of Rights official Li Wenlu, conspired with Hu Weiyong. They have been apprehended along with their families and are currently detained. I humbly seek your Majesty's decree." As he spoke, he handed over a list, which the young eunuch promptly received and presented to Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon glancing through it, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered, "Keep them in custody for now. Do not declare any sentences yet." "Yes, your Majesty," Lu Chang bowed and took his leave. Li Qing felt a surge of alarm. It had been over 2 years since Hu Weiyong's demise. And with the abolition of the chancellorship, why were they still investigating? "What occupies your thoughts?" Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly inquired. Startled, Li Qing replied earnestly, "I was contemplating a remedy for the empress." He became secretly vigilant, as his intuition suggested that Zhu Yuanzhang had a specific purpose in allowing a mere commoner like him to attend such matters. However, he was unable to fathom the intentions behind it, and had no choice but to find an excuse to deflect. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. "Do you not wish to explore the capital? Allow us to take you around." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, with your countless affairs. How could a humble commoner like me presume to?" Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. It happens that I have little to attend to today." Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao immediately objected. "You consider this pile of memorials to be inconsequential? Father, you will soon entrust the kingdom to me. What harm is there in reviewing a few memorials?" Zhu Biao, resigned, acknowledged, "Your teachings are wise, I shall comply." Zhu Yuanzhang then displayed a satisfied smile and stepped toward the palace exit. Li Qing internally lamented, clasped his hands toward Zhu Biao, and reluctantly followed. As the imperial carriage departed from the palace and passed through the royal city, they caught sight of the Jinyiwei conducting an investigation from afar. It was unclear what offenses these officials had committed, but each wore a kang and was shackled, moving with faces ashen. Li Qing sighed inwardly. It is indeed difficult to hold an official position during the Hongwu era. Had they not violated the laws of the Ming, how could they have ended up in such a predicament? Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. Li Qing nodded in agreement, then asked with curiosity, "Your Majesty, if a criminal were to escape, how difficult would it be to apprehend them?" "Escape?" Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with curiosity. "In this realm under heaven, does not all land belong to the king? Where could they possibly flee?" He continued, "Moreover, fleeing would implicate their families. Even if one were to face the execution of their entire clan, few would manage to escape. Even if they did manage to flee, the odds of survival are exceedingly slim." "Why is that?" Li Qing inquired, appearing like a curious child. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a sidelong glance. "What? Do you wish to escape?" "No. Li Qing hastily shook his head, chuckling nervously. I still wish to cure the empress and attain wealth and honor. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and suddenly asked, would you like to be part of the Jinyiwei? I would rather not. Think again. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile began to fade. Actually, I would, Li Qing thought, his mind racing. He was astounded by this sixth prince's swift changes of heart, shifting from titles of nobility to high officials, and now to the Jinyiwei, his position seemingly diminishing with each turn. Yet without any opportunity for refusal. Was there still a law to speak of? It seemed that he was indeed the law. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with a smile. Then from this day forth, you shall be my personal guard. Not even 100 households. And you excel at this, he remarked, but I suppose it matters little, as I shall not remain here for long. With the talisman granted by Empress Ma, escaping should not be difficult. At worst, I can simply change my appearance. Li Qing quietly plotted. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Chapter 6. The flying fish attire, embroidered spring blade you cannot escape. Zhu Yuanzhang stated inexplicably. Li Qing was startled. Could it be that his private calculations had been overheard? But Zhu Yuanzhang continued. In truth, fleeing is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in obtaining prior information from the authorities, which is not an easy feat even if one manages to escape, with a wanted notice in place. Evasion remains a daunting task. Even if you possess the skill of disguise to evade capture, what comes next? To elude the pursuit of the authorities, one must travel far. Ideally across several provinces, otherwise, capture is inevitable. But do you possess the necessary travel documents? If one were to possess the necessary skills and successfully navigate the challenges, would they truly master the local dialect? For an outsider, seamlessly blending into the local culture is nearly impossible. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at him thoughtfully, then continued. Even if you are exceptionally clever and manage to learn the regional language before arousing suspicion, your situation remains dire. Should you flee, you would lose your registered status. Even with wealth, acquiring land or property becomes unattainable, let alone establishing a home. Furthermore, the plight of itinerants is not protected by the laws of the Ming Dynasty, and bandits often target them, as their actions go unchecked. Attempting to bribe local officials for registration is futile, as exploiting itinerants is not considered a crime. Officials may accept money without delivering results, and taking action could contravene Ming law. Thus, the repercussions of fleeing likely culminate in two grim outcomes. One could become a bandit, opposing the imperial authority with scant hope for survival, or one might seek refuge in desolate mountains, living in isolation as a wild man. Even if you were to abduct a bride, your offspring would share your fate, condemned to a life as an itinerant or a savage. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled softly and inquired with a smile. So, will you still attempt to flee? No, I shall not, Li Qing replied, sheepishly acknowledging that he had never contemplated escape. He finally understood why his master, despite possessing formidable skills, rarely descended from the mountains and forbade him from doing so casually. Yet, despite this, the presence of the Jinyiwei at his doorstep illustrated that fleeing was indeed a last resort. He grasped the wisdom behind Empress Ma's counsel to seek refuge in the depths of the mountains and avoid venturing out unnecessarily. It became evident that lacking a household registration in ancient times was far more severe than in later eras. In contemporary times, those without registration at least have the means to survive, whereas in this era, the absence of registration stripped one of even basic human rights. Alas, he realized that his previous thoughts had been overly simplistic. Careful deliberation was necessary. Li Qing felt a wave of sorrow. Although Empress Ma's talisman for protection was of some use, its efficacy was ultimately limited. Previously, while residing in the remote wilderness, he at least had a mercurial master to converse with, but the thought of living alone in the mountains was enough to drive him to madness. He could not heal Empress Ma's ailment. Even if his master were to arrive, the possibility of a cure was bleak, and survival would require a different approach, perhaps through political acumen. From Empress Ma, he learned that while Zhu Yuanzhang's methods were indeed brutal, he was, in truth, a commendable emperor. A sentiment echoed in historical records. As long as he demonstrated exceptional capabilities, survival should not pose a significant challenge. What was he pondering? Li Qing refocused, offering a nervous chuckle. I confess, I am perplexed as to why your majesty would promote me to be your personal attendant. Because your background is untainted, with no entanglements among court officials, Zhu Yuanzhang replied. Is that reason sufficient? Your majesty, I too am an itinerant. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze toward the scenery outside, stating, that will no longer be the case. You need not refer to yourself as an itinerant. Call yourself a subject. Moreover, while we have taken many lives, those we have slain were deserving of their fate. There is no need for you to live in fear. As long as you remain loyal, you shall be safe. Yes, I shall obey, Li Qing responded, inwardly lamenting that he had indeed become entangled in this affair, and it would be difficult to extricate himself unscathed. Zhu Yuanzhang genuinely honored his promise, taking him on a leisurely tour of the capital for half a day, during which he purchased numerous toys for children, musing about who would receive each one. Li Qing was uncertain about the identities of those around him, yet the visage of Zhu Yuanzhang genuinely astonished him, leading him to even suspect that the old emperor might be suffering from a form of schizophrenia. Upon returning to the palace, he found Zhu Biao in the imperial study, poring over memorials, his eyes vacant and his face haggard. "Father, you have played with this long enough. I shall leave the remaining matters to you," Zhu Biao said, rubbing his brow, fatigue evident in his voice. "We are both weary," Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a stern gaze, instructing him to take the memorials back and review them thoroughly. "As you command," Zhu Biao conceded, reluctantly gathering the remaining documents before taking his leave. Noticing that time was slipping away, Li Qing addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Receive your rewards before departing." "Yes," Li Qing nodded, his impression of Zhu Yuanzhang slightly improved. Before long, Xiao Gizi entered with a tray, presenting the flying fish attire and the embroidered spring blade. It turned out to be merely the standard uniform of the Jinyiwei. Leaving Li Qing somewhat disappointed after his initial anticipation, he expressed his gratitude for the favor and exited the imperial study. In the eunuch's quarters, a throng of eunuchs approached, showering him with flattery and congratulating him on his promotion, their sycophancy giving him goosebumps. While the Jinyiwei held a certain prestige in terms of rank, they were essentially akin to bodyguards. Was such adulation truly warranted? One eunuch, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, explained, "Do not underestimate the flying fish attire, for it is not something just anyone can don." "Isn't it a standard uniform for the Jinyiwei?" Li Qing inquired, noticing the curious gazes directed at him. He quickly amended, "I have merely heard it mentioned." The eunuch smirked, "Many serve in the Jinyiwei, yet few are privileged to wear the flying fish attire. Only those responsible for the emperor's ceremonial duties, the commanding officers, and a select few others are entitled to it." Li Qing was taken aback. The Jinyiwei who had apprehended him had all been in civilian clothing, and he had assumed they were merely being discreet. Little did he know that the flying fish attire was not the standard issue for all. Gazing down at the exquisite fabric of the attire, adorned with intricate designs that resembled serpentine dragons rather than fish, he estimated that this outfit alone must cost no less than 10 taels of silver. It appeared that Zhu Yuanzhang had intentions of employing him. Li Qing breathed a silent sigh of relief. If he was to be utilized, his life would not be easily forfeit. With an added layer of security for his head, he felt in good spirits. Turning to the fawning eunuchs, he offered a warm smile. "As I am new to the palace, I am unfamiliar with many of its customs. Might you enlighten me on a few matters?" He understood that, despite their lowly status, these eunuchs possessed extensive knowledge of the palace's affairs and were well informed. Cultivating a good rapport with them could yield numerous benefits, potentially proving invaluable in critical moments. The eunuchs, eager to ingratiate themselves, noted his consistent demeanor of respect, never displaying disdain or contempt, treating them as equals. This greatly assuaged their dwindling self-esteem. Thus, they spoke freely, sharing a wealth of information. By the end of their extensive conversation, Li Qing had gained a comprehensive understanding of the palace and a general insight into the workings of the Jinyiwei. The highest authority among the Jinyiwei was the commanding officer, who oversaw 2 deputy commanders, 2 assistant commanders, and 2 regional governors, followed by the ranks of 1,000 household and 100 household leaders. The following day, Li Qing shed his patched blue robe and donned a suit of flying fish attire, which accentuated his already elongated and upright figure. With a black cap atop his head, he appeared even more like a jade statue, strikingly handsome. As dawn broke, Li Qing made his way to the Qianqing Palace. The princes and grandsons were paying their respects to Empress Ma, and upon seeing him, they initially froze, only to later display expressions of sheer terror as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. Concerned for her offspring, Empress Ma waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw. The princes and grandsons, as if granted a reprieve, performed a respectful bow and promptly exited the chamber. Once they had departed, Empress Ma dismissed the attending maidens and turned her gaze towards Li Qing. "You, young man, are quite the handsome one. Your Majesty flatters me, Li Qing replied, slightly embarrassed. Empress Ma sighed gently, remarking, once this attire is worn, it becomes quite difficult to remove. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he softly inquired, Your Majesty, may the treatment commence? Yes, let us begin. Li Qing took a deep breath and began to pluck the strings of the qin. Half an hour later, as the final note resonated, Li Qing, exhausted, rose to take his leave, only to be met by Zhu Yuanzhang. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, hastily waving his hand as he approached the couch. Sister, how do you feel? Much improved. Empress Ma responded with a light laugh. Li Qing possesses exceptional skill on the qin. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to glance at Li Qing and nodded, saying, This attire suits you well. Return and rest for a while. In an hour, report to the imperial study, as I have matters for you to attend to. Your servant takes his leave. Chapter 7. Zhu Yuanzhang's test at the hour of the snake. Li Qing entered the imperial study as promised. Your servant Li Qing pays respects to your Majesty and His Royal Highness. Zhu Yuanzhang set aside the memorial he had been reviewing. Tell me, the Empress's condition is temporarily stable, is it not? Indeed. Very well, take this. Zhu Yuanzhang produced a piece of stationery, stating, arrest the individuals listed here, interrogate them, and execute them by the afternoon of the hour of the monkey. Li Qing was taken aback. He never expected Zhu Yuanzhang would task him with capturing and executing individuals. What is this? An initiation? Steeling himself, he stepped forward to accept the order, hesitantly saying, Your Majesty, I am not yet familiar with the capital. I have made arrangements. Liu Baihu will assist you in the investigation. Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his head to continue reviewing the memorials, adding, If there is anything you do not understand, you may consult him. Zhu Biao frowned slightly and spoke, Father him? Zhu Biao sighed and refrained from saying more. Upon exiting the hall, Li Qing was approached by the esteemed Liu Chong, who greeted him with utmost respect. Lordly, please accompany me. I apologize for the trouble, Li Qing replied, bowing his hands in acknowledgement, mindful that Liu's rank was superior to his own, and he was merely a subordinate in this instance. No trouble at all, Your Excellency. You are a special envoy now, Liu Chong remarked, even more courteous than when he initially invited Li Qing. As the saying goes, a minister of state stands before a seventh-rank official, and with Li Qing being the emperor's personal guard and the physician treating the empress, his prospects were indeed bright. Setting aside his special envoy status, Liu Chong, as a mere Jinyiwei, was not to be underestimated. Outside the palace gates, a contingent of over 100 Jinyiwei awaited orders. Liu Chong declared with authority, Li Qing, as the emperor's envoy, is to apprehend the criminals. You are to carry out your duties with utmost diligence. Having said that, he handed the list of names to his subordinates, instructing them to incarcerate all those mentioned in the Zhao prison. Understood. The men glanced at the list, and with a fierce determination, they departed in pursuit of their targets. After you, Lordly, Liu Chong donned a renewed smile, stating that matters of capturing wrongdoers were best left to others, while they proceeded directly to the prison of Zhao. Li Qing nodded gently, relishing the respite. As they journeyed, curiosity got the better of Li Qing, who inquired, What crimes have those individuals committed, my lord? Facilitating local officials in endorsing blank documents, Liu Chong whispered, explaining that this phenomenon had been discovered 2 months prior. The emperor had kept it under wraps until now. And finally, the Jinyiwei could make their presence known. A phenomenon? Li Qing exclaimed, astonished. Are there many individuals involved in endorsing blank documents? Not many, but nearly all, Liu Chong replied. Please lower your voice, Lordly, Li Qing urged. Of course, Liu Chong acknowledged, suppressing a smile. Are we to arrest and execute all officials across the vast Ming Empire? Not to that extent, Liu Chong gently shook his head. But those responsible for the endorsements will certainly face consequences. How many are we talking about? The Ming Empire comprises 13 provinces, over 150 prefectures, and more than 1,100 counties, Liu Chong elaborated. It amounts to approximately 1,300 individuals. Just 1,300? Li Qing was left speechless. Suddenly recalling Liu Chong's mention of officials colluding with Hu Weiyong, Li Qing inquired, how many perished in the Hu Weiyong case? As a member of the Jinyiwei and the emperor's close guard, Liu Chong saw no reason to conceal the truth. I haven't calculated precisely, but I estimate it must be nearing 20,000. The investigation is still ongoing, and in the end, No one knows how many will be executed. Li Qing was astounded. His knowledge of Ming history was limited, knowing only that Zhu Yuanzhang had executed many, and that Hu Weiyong and Lan Yu's treason had implicated numerous officials. He had not anticipated such a staggering number. How few officials are there in the Ming? If this continues, won't we be left without anyone to manage state affairs? As they entered Zhao prison, the atmosphere was dark and damp, poorly lit, with each cell featuring merely a small window at the top, allowing shafts of sunlight to illuminate the swirling dust. The air was thick with the stench of filth, a pungent odor far worse than that of the eunuch's quarters. Li Qing walked through what seemed an endless corridor, hearing the anguished cries, pleas for mercy, shouts of innocence, and curses echoing from the cells, sending chills down his spine. It is far too grim. Lu Chang remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such sights, engaging in light-hearted conversation while introducing him to Zhao prison. Li Qing, however, felt his heart grow cold as he beheld the horrific conditions of the prisoners. This is no prison. It is a veritable hell. Shall we take a moment's respite? Li Qing could bear it no longer. The two found a relatively clean corner, where a prison guard dutifully served tea before discreetly departing. In such a place, Li Qing found little inclination to enjoy tea. He couldn't help but ask, "My lord, I heard someone proclaim their innocence earlier. Should such cases be re-examined?" "There's no need." Lu Chang chuckled. "They have all confessed and signed their confessions. It is unnecessary. But what if there are wrongful convictions? Would that not unjustly condemn innocent lives?" Lu Chang turned to Li Qing, speaking deliberately. "Zhao prison does not harbor the innocent." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the underlying message. The Jinyiwei was merely a blade, and the direction in which it struck was determined solely by the wielder. Seeing his silence, Lu Chang added, "Although the Jinyiwei wield immense power, capable of apprehending royal relatives, nobles, and officials alike, and despite the fact that the Zhao prison does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, they do not act capriciously. In time, Master Li will come to understand this." Li Qing nodded, choosing not to respond further. Faced with his own precarious situation, he had little inclination to empathize with others. The lunch consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, not lavish, yet infinitely superior to the swine fare of prison food. Li Qing had little appetite and merely picked at his meal, while Lu Chang enjoyed it heartily. After a brief interval, a Jinyiwei approached to report, "Your Excellency, Master Lu, the accused has been brought forth." Lu Chang wiped his mouth and gestured for Li Qing to lead the way. With a quiet sigh, Li Qing followed Lu Chang to the location where the accused were detained. "I am wronged. Wronged." The cries of despair echoed from afar, soon accompanied by the crack of whips, transforming the lamentations into anguished screams. By the time Li Qing arrived, over 10 individuals had been brutally lashed, their thin summer garments soaked in a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh, a harrowing sight. Lu Chang smiled and said, "Master Li, the Emperor has appointed you as the chief interrogator. I shall merely serve as an observer." "Very well," Li Qing replied, taking a seat at the long table before the prison door. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "Why do you claim to be wronged?" Lu Chang furrowed his brow, taken aback by Li Qing's inquiry. Indeed, as soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the cries of the accused resounded once more. Lu Chang sighed inwardly and signaled to a group of imposing Jinyiwei, who promptly entered and unleashed a flurry of blows, silencing the officials in short order. This turn of events left Li Qing at a loss for how to proceed with the interrogation. He had intended to grant these individuals the opportunity to defend themselves. Yet the Jinyiwei showed no inclination to allow it, leaving him powerless. Moreover, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He sensed that this case was a test set forth by Zhu Yuanzhang. After much contemplation, he resorted to a tone of condemnation to address them, stating, "You have enabled local officials to forge documents and deceive the Emperor. What face do you have to claim innocence?" Although he posed his questions in a manner suggestive of a verdict, he still afforded them a chance to defend themselves. Few of those who had risen to the ranks of court officials were inept. They quickly seized upon the opportunity to articulate their justifications. "Master, the mountains are high and the roads long. Local officials require considerable time to reach the capital. If an account does not align perfectly, they must return to rectify it. Given the inevitable loss of grain and silver, how can it be expected to be flawless? Indeed, Master, it takes at least a month and a half for northern officials to travel to the capital. Account books cannot be altered, and official seals cannot leave the office. Otherwise, local officials would run themselves ragged and still struggle to reconcile their accounts. Master, This has been the practice since the previous dynasty. It is not that we, your humble servants, seek to deceive the emperor. This is an unwritten rule." Upon hearing these defenses, Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the state of transportation in this era, he began to grasp why they had permitted local officials to forge documents. This was an act of necessity. Otherwise, the accounts for this year would likely remain unresolved next year, leaving both them and local officials unable to fulfill their duties. Beside him, Lu Chang could no longer remain silent. If the interrogation continued in this manner, these individuals might indeed be the wrong party, placing the Jinyiwei in a precarious position and tarnishing the emperor's authority. The royal decree had explicitly stated that both trial and execution must occur before the afternoon hour of Shun, without delay. Yet this masterly seemed to be complicating matters to an unmanageable extent. What is the matter with this young fellow? Chapter 8. The Interrogation Methods of the Jinyiwei. With a resounding clap, Lu Chang abruptly rose, forcefully interrupting Li Qing's interrogation. This session could not proceed any longer under the scrutiny of the imperial envoy. And disregarding the potential offense to this esteemed figure, Lu Chang took control. Li Qing, disrupted by this sudden intervention, found his line of questioning thrown into disarray. Although he felt a sense of helplessness, he recognized that Lu Chang, as a member of the court, had the right to question the accused, and thus refrained from protest. Lu Chang declared, "You have committed the heinous crime of deceiving the emperor. Not only do you show no remorse, but you also engage in deceitful arguments, compounding your guilt. How dare you compare the great Ming Dynasty with the tyrannical Yuan? Do you seek rebellion?" The accused immediately displayed signs of panic. The label of rebellion was a grave accusation that extended beyond their personal fate, threatening the safety of their families and potentially leading to the annihilation of their clans. "Injustice. We are wronged," they protested. "My lord, we spoke without thinking and did not intend to equate the Yuan with the Ming." Admitting your guilt is a start." Lu Chang regained the upper hand. "If you answer truthfully, your family shall remain unharmed." Hearing this blatant threat, Li Qing could only smile wryly. It was indeed a rarity for any case to be resolved without injustice under such circumstances. However, he also understood that Lu Chang's interruption stemmed from dissatisfaction with his interrogation. To contest him further would only breed resentment with the Jinyiwei. He lacked the noble spirit to pursue such matters. Recognizing the clear stakes involved, he chose to remain silent. Lu Chang continued, "I ask you, is it true that you have allowed local officials to stamp documents on blank papers?" A chorus of silence ensued as they exchanged glances. "Record this. The accused admits to enabling local officials to use blank papers." Lu Chang glanced at Li Qing, seemingly conveying, "Take notes, young fellow. I will ask again. Is it true that you have deceived the emperor?" Another round of silence followed. "Record this. The accused admits to deceiving the emperor." Lu Chang scoffed. "Two crimes warrant the death penalty. Can this be deemed just? Injustice. We are wronged." Lu Chang's expression remained impassive. "Record this. The accused, in fear of death, cries out injustice but dares not deny their crimes." Li Qing, though speechless, felt a twinge of admiration. This methodically crafted procedure indeed justified the verdict, leaving the guilty officials with no recourse. Lu Chang inspected the confessions, a satisfied smile gracing his face, instructing them to affix their seals. "We are wronged. I am innocent." With a flurry of lashes, the cries of injustice ceased, and the accused obediently signed their confessions. Lu Chang handed the document, now marked with their fingerprints, to Li Qing. "My lord, time is of the essence. We must hasten to the execution site." Li Qing exhaled, giving a slight nod. At the execution platform, the officials were bound and kneeling, their faces ashen. The executioner stood ready, while the Jinyiwei approached to verify their identities, the atmosphere thick with formality. Shortly thereafter, the Jinyiwei reported, "Your Excellency, the identities of the accused have been confirmed without error." Li Qing cast a glance at the fire sticks in the bamboo tube. Witnessing a scene that felt more at home on a screen than in reality, this was no mere performance. Lives would be lost should the execution proceed. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew an execution order, stating weakly, "Execute." With swift precision, the executioner removed the placards from the heads of the condemned, and with a decisive stroke, blood spurted forth as heads rolled to the ground. The audience erupted into a chorus of lamentations as family members ascended the stage to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones, tears streaming down their faces. Li Qing stood in a daze, fully empathizing with the anguish of these mourners. Just that morning, everything seemed well, and in the blink of an eye, they were forever separated. The execution platform was drenched in crimson, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Overwhelmed by the assault on his senses, he nearly succumbed to nausea. Li Qing could not recall how he descended from the platform. It was only when a gust of wind swept by that he truly returned to his senses. Despite the sweltering summer heat, a chill enveloped him. At the entrance to the imperial study stood 2 guards clad in splendid robes, their attire adorned with intricate designs, exuding an air of formidable authority. Li Qing had learned from a eunuch that those permitted to wear such garments were not ordinary members of the Jinyiwei. Realizing they were blocking the entrance, he understood that confidential matters were undoubtedly being discussed within. Hesitant to enter directly, he clasped his hands and respectfully requested, "I implore you to relay that Li Qing has come to report back." The guards, upon recognizing his own attire, responded with amiable smiles, and one of them soon turned to enter the study. Moments later, he returned with the message that the emperor beckoned him inside. Nodding, Li Qing stepped into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the criminals have been executed," he announced. "Mao Chong, you may proceed," Zhu Yuanzhang replied without even glancing at him. Addressing the middle-aged man, "No official implicated in the crimes shall escape punishment. I obey your command." Li Qing's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang truly intended to annihilate them all? "Rise," Mao Chong commanded. Li Qing found himself uncertain whether Zhu Yuanzhang's instruction included him, remaining kneeling as he was not accustomed to such displays of submission. "Were you not told to rise?" My thanks to your Majesty." Exasperated, Li Qing stood, producing his confession notes. "Your Majesty, these are the confessions of the criminals." A young eunuch stepped forward to accept them, relaying them to Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperor perused the documents hastily, nodding in acknowledgement. "No errors can be permitted. By the way, this gentleman here is the commander of the Jinyiwei, your superior." Li Qing bowed respectfully. This subordinate, Li Qing, pays his respects to the esteemed commander. Mao Chong scrutinized Li Qing, commending. "He possesses the qualities befitting a member of the Jinyiwei. The emperor has a keen eye." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head with a chuckle, directing Li Qing. "You may return for now. Your Majesty, 1,300 lives equate to 1,300 families." Li Qing finally felt a pang of compassion. He spoke gently. "Your Majesty, while interrogating those criminals, I inadvertently uncovered some peculiarities that I cannot conceal." "Oh," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, intrigued. "Pray, continue." Taking a breath, Li Qing delicately articulated the difficulties faced by the officials involved, noting the deepening furrow in the emperor's brow. He promptly clarified his stance. "Those criminals have transgressed against the sovereign and should face the death penalty. Yet, those who merely stamped empty papers are also culpable, though their actions can be understood." Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold laugh. "Mao Chong, take him to the woman." Lifting the lid of his teacup, he took a sip, declaring, 20 strokes of the court cane." Li Qing sighed in relief as the turmoil within him began to settle. Internally, he cursed, "Could you not speak so breathlessly?" Mao Chong remained composed until Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, then respectfully replied, "I obey your command." With that, he escorted Li Qing out of the grand hall. Zhu Biao glanced at Li Qing's retreating figure and frowned. "Father, he still needs to treat mother's illness. After 20 lashes, what if? Do not worry. Mao Xiang is well aware of the situation," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, his tone resolute. Zhu Biao nodded helplessly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Father, I believe that Li Qing's words about unforgivable crimes and understandable motives hold some truth. With so many capable officials executed, the affairs of state will surely be delayed. Perhaps it would be wise to mete out a lighter punishment. Do you think that Li Qing is ignorant of the consequences, or that you are?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was stern. "Do you not comprehend the peril of a blank document bearing an official seal? Once sealed, it represents government approval. Whatever is inscribed becomes reality. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, countless innocents would suffer. Indeed, we know many officials act out of convenience without malicious intent toward the people. Yet they must still face the consequences. Only then can subsequent officials be deterred from acting recklessly." Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on Zhu Biao. "Remember, my son, aspiring to be a good emperor often means sacrificing the role of a good person. As an emperor, one cannot afford to be reasonable, especially not with civil officials." "What is the point of disregarding reason?" Zhu Biao retorted, unconvinced. "One must consider the underlying political implications. Zhu Yuanzhang patiently elaborated, an emperor's decisions to execute, employ, reward, or punish must be based on necessity rather than morality. Take your uncle, Lan Yu, for example. He is arrogant and has committed numerous transgressions. Yet we have not even reprimanded him. Do you truly believe this is out of respect for you? Zhu Biao felt a flush of embarrassment and was rendered speechless. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, as long as the northern Yuan remains, military generals hold significant value. Lan Yu excels in battle, reminiscent of your father-in-law. This is the true reason for his leniency. Zhu Biao nodded gently, grateful for his father's guidance, and made a mental note. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his confusion. But father, do you not think you are being overly harsh with civil officials? Am I? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze turned sharp, prompting Zhu Biao to amend his statement. Perhaps just a little. With a sigh, Zhu Yuanzhang, frustrated yet patient, explained, my son, if we examine the history of unified dynasties, most have fallen due to the actions of civil officials. Their threat far exceeds that of military leaders. Thus we must suppress their arrogance. These scholars speak of benevolence and righteousness openly, yet do not be deceived. Their hearts do not necessarily reflect their words. Their outward expressions of virtue are mere facades to protect their interests and enhance their influence. Zhu Yuanzhang cautioned, remember this well. Civil officials can be useful, but they are not to be trusted, nor should they be treated with familiarity. Chapter 9. Where does it hurt the most? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his designated heir, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. This son, kind-hearted and wise, adept in governance, nevertheless possessed a softness that rendered him indecisive and lacking in resolve, an aspect that concerned him greatly. For an emperor, every word and action bears tremendous weight on the nation's welfare. One cannot afford to be overly compassionate. Let the villains be the ones to act ruthlessly. Allow him to be a benevolent sovereign, Zhu Yuanzhang thought, refraining from pursuing the topic further. Instead, he inquired, Biao, what are your thoughts on Li Qing? Zhu Biao pondered for a moment. Despite the young man's tender years, he exhibited remarkable composure in his endeavors and possessed a commendable temperament, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance in the presence of the emperor and empress. Is there more? Inquired Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, he is quite astute, Zhu Biao elaborated. Noting that from the counsel he had just offered, it was evident that the young man did not wholly concur with the emperor's actions. Yet he articulated his advice in a most tactful manner, demonstrating a profound understanding of adaptability. He displayed admiration for the young man's integrity and rationality, devoid of impulsive recklessness. His character and disposition were exceptional. However, he wondered about the young man's literary prowess. If he were to succeed in the imperial examinations and receive proper guidance, he might not only become a pillar of the nation, but also bring prosperity to his community. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted. So you imply that I have erred in my judgments? Zhu Biao paused thoughtfully before responding earnestly. Father, forgive my impertinence, but I believe there are indeed shortcomings in your approach regarding this matter. So you concur that we are tyrannical? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, angered by his son's apparent discontent. We have executed many officials. Yet would we have done so had they not violated the laws of the Ming? Zhu Biao countered. If a sovereign were as virtuous as Yao, Shun, Yu, or Tang, would there be such a multitude of corrupt officials? Preposterous. Zhu Yuanzhang fumed, raising his hand to strike, only to halt just before making contact, calming himself before huffing. We may have eliminated numerous officials, yet the lives of the common people have improved, indicating that our actions were justified. Zhu Biao found himself at a loss for words. The ideological rift between father and son was not a new development, and he could neither persuade nor agree with him. The grand hall fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Noticing his father's growing ire, Zhu Biao sighed inwardly and bowed deeply, declaring, I am an unfilial son. Enough, rise. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a weary smile, feeling a pang of sorrow at his son's lack of understanding. After a moment's contemplation, he reflected on the dynasties of the past. The Tang shared power with the literati, the Song with the bureaucrats, and the Yuan held absolute dominion. Treating the populace as mere livestock, all ultimately met their demise. In contrast, the Ming was to govern alongside the people. The imperial examination system, established since the Sui and Tang dynasties, had produced only a scant number of successful candidates each year, and among them, how many hailed from impoverished backgrounds? Zhu Yuanzhang continued. We have democratized the imperial examination, offering opportunities to the children of humble origins. Regardless of their lineage, those who pass the exams are exempt from kneeling before local officials. Our support is intended to empower these underprivileged individuals to ascend to positions of authority, thereby liberating more people from poverty. Yet, what do we see in return? They are ungrateful, engaging in corruption and exploiting the populace. None of them are virtuous. Father, please temper your anger, Zhu Biao interjected, stepping forward to soothe his father's chest. I acknowledge my errors. Your understanding is all I ask, Zhu Yuanzhang responded, brushing aside his son's hand. Biao, remember, the disdain among civil officials has been a constant throughout history. Never allow yourself to be swayed by their opinions. Zhu Biao contemplated for a moment and nodded earnestly. I understand, father. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression softened. Earlier, when I asked for your assessment of Li Qing, your arguments were commendable, yet they failed to capture the essence of what I value most about him. What is that? Zhu Biao inquired. His sincerity and courage. Zhu Yuanzhang replied. He is not a censor, nor even an official, yet he dares to offer counsel, not for the sake of acclaim, but to save others. This is truly commendable. Your keen insight is admirable, father, Zhu Biao acknowledged. Well, when did you learn to flatter? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Zhu Biao chuckled, stating that his words were nothing but the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Little Gui, go fetch those trinkets we purchased. He then addressed Zhu Biao. Yesterday, we acquired numerous toys for children. You shall distribute them to Yunwen, Yintong, and your younger siblings shortly. I shall obey, Zhu Biao replied with a smile and a nod. A sharp crack echoed as the rod landed upon Li Qing's backside, eliciting a pained yelp from him, leaving Mao Shang beside him speechless. He had already signaled for a light punishment. The blows were notably gentle, so how could they cause such agony? Soon, after receiving 20 strikes, Li Qing appeared utterly drained, as if he had lost half of his vitality. Enraged, Mao Shang thought that bringing such a report back would surely bring down the emperor's wrath upon him. Stop feigning. Gather your wits. Li Qing, grimacing, replied, My lord, I am not feigning. It truly hurts. Mao Shang was incensed. Had it been any other subordinate, he would have retaliated with harsh words. Yet Li Qing was different. He was the empress's physician, and he dared not raise his hand against him. However, Li Qing's pitiful state left him in a bind. He had to convey the message that the emperor had no intention of severely punishing him. There is no need to appear so woeful. If you are incapacitated, who will attend to the empress? Upon reflection, Li Qing realized the truth in this and regained some of his composure. Mao Shang glared at him before departing. Very well, Li Qing muttered, rubbing his backside. With his vital energy shielding him, the earlier strikes felt merely like a tickling sensation. Yet, he understood the necessity of maintaining a facade. If he did not allow the emperor to vent his frustrations, he would suffer as well. Thus, he feigned a mix of pain and fear, trailing behind Mao Shang. In the imperial study, the two received permission to enter the grand hall, where they bowed and paid their respects. Zhu Yuanzhang looked up at Li Qing, inquiring, Do you know why you were punished? Li Qing cautiously ventured, Was it for discussing matters of state? Good, you understand. Zhu Yuanzhang set down the memorial in his hands. Tomorrow, after treating the empress, report to the Zhenfu division to perform the duties expected of the Jinyiwei. Keep this token. It serves as your pass into the palace. Yes, I shall obey, Li Qing said, stepping forward to accept it with both hands, bowing deeply before departing the grand hall with difficulty. The following day, Li Qing arrived at Qinqing Palace to play the guqin, as usual. His vital energy had been called upon frequently over the past few days, nearly depleted each time. While it was exhausting, it had also made him considerably more solidified. The Empress, Lady Ma, appeared to be in better spirits, managing to sit up unaided. After half an hour, as the final note faded into silence, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Li Qing, Lady Ma began, Are your parents still alive? My parents perished amidst the chaos. I have wandered since childhood until I found stability with my master, Li Qing replied, not batting an eyelid. He had prepared these excuses well in advance. And where is your home? Due to the oppressive policies of the previous dynasty, my family could not pay taxes. And since my grandfather's generation, we have been wanderers. I no longer recall the specifics of my hometown, he answered, flawlessly evading any pitfalls. A pitiable soul indeed. Lady Ma sighed. Do you wish to escape this vortex before I depart this world? Li Qing glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then cautiously asked, How could one escape? The princess of the Ming Dynasty seeks a husband of upright character and noble lineage. All are welcome to vie for her hand, be they scholar, farmer, or artisan. The sixth princess has also reached the age of marriage, and next month will commence the selection of suitors. Should you be chosen, your troubles will vanish. The Empress, with a smile, remarked, I find you quite commendable. Would you care to participate? Your Majesty's kindness overwhelms me, he replied. But it would be folly to consider taking on such a burden of multiple wives. Who would wish to bring an ancestor home? Moreover, time leaves no marks upon him. To marry and bear children would mean witnessing loved ones depart. Indeed, establishing a family may be set aside. Enjoying leisurely entertainment is far more delightful. What? Is my daughter so unappealing to you? Zhu Yuanzhang approached, his face a mask of displeasure. I would not dare, Li Qing quickly bowed, explaining. I am but a humble scholar, unworthy of the princess's hand. Even if I were to enter the competition, I fear I would only meet with failure. Zhu Yuanzhang, irritated by his obsequious demeanor, dismissed him with a wave, begone. Li Qing retorted, when you seek my counsel, I am Li. When you are done, I am but a nuisance. Ah, but one cannot enjoy the pleasures of entertainment without coin. Li Qing, with a sheepish grin, added, Your Majesty, my garments have worn thin. And in this sweltering summer, I lack a change of attire. I fear I might offend the Empress. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, astonished that someone would so boldly request funds from him. Chapter 10. The treasure of the Ming Dynasty. This was the first time Zhu Yuanzhang encountered someone like Li Qing. Unaware that it was also Li Qing's first experience with a sovereign such as him, Li Qing felt quite vexed. In days past, while training under his master, villagers would offer food in exchange for medicine. Yet here was the illustrious emperor of the Ming Dynasty, utterly stingy. Zhu Yuanzhang, finding Li Qing lingering, could not scold him in front of his ailing wife, so he maintained a stern countenance while rummaging through his sleeves. After an extended search, he found not a single coin, leaving him in an awkward silence. Li Qing, equally unprepared for this turn of events, found the atmosphere in the hall unbearably tense. Trained to maintain composure, he stifled a laugh, though his lips twitched in amusement. How dare he mock me? Zhu Yuanzhang thought, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. As he prepared to unleash his fury, Li Qing, with a resigned sigh, clasped his hands and said, That garment can be mended. I shall take my leave. Wait. I have no need for your money. What more do you desire? If you do not let me go, I shall not be able to contain my laughter. What are your commands, Your Majesty? I merely lack the habit of carrying coin. Zhu Yuanzhang, attempting to maintain his dignity, retorted, If you seek funds, go to the crown prince. Understood. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow. What is your tone? You show me a lack of respect. Li Qing, feeling utterly defeated, found the emperor exceedingly difficult to please. He hastily bowed, exclaiming his innocence. What is the reason for such a commotion? You disturb the peace. Do you not realize the empress requires tranquility? Zhu Yuanzhang snapped, Now depart. I take my leave. Once outside the Qinxing palace, Li Qing exhaled a long breath, internally lamenting. Interacting with the old Zhu is far more exhausting than playing the zither for the empress's recovery. Yet, amid the jesting and chaos, I must still claim my due. In the imperial study, Li Qing subtly articulated his financial constraints, to which Zhu Biao responded with an amused nod, instructing the loyal eunuch to retrieve 500 taels from the eastern palace. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Qing replied with modesty. I truly do not require such a sum. One can spend it gradually, Zhu Biao remarked. How is the empress's health? Your Highness, she is indeed improving, Li Qing answered honestly. For it was the truth at that moment. That is splendid, Zhu Biao said, his demeanor warm and inviting. Please, do sit down and take a moment to rest. There is no need for formalities. Li Qing expressed his gratitude and moved aside to sit, secretly replenishing his inner energy, pondering the weight of those 500 taels. Given that one tael could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, this amount equated to approximately 600 pieces in contemporary terms. 500 taels amounted to an astounding 300,000. Li Qing's spirits soared. It felt as though he had struck gold. After a quarter of an hour, the young eunuch returned, carrying a wooden tray. Your Highness, the funds have been procured. Please, hand them to Mr. Li. Zhu Biao continued reviewing memorials without lifting his gaze. Li Qing was astounded. Could such a small tray possibly hold 500 taels? Observing the eunuch's ease in carrying it, he surmised it must contain banknotes. He was indifferent. Whether silver or notes, As long as it was currency that could be spent, he was content. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness," he expressed his gratitude, lifting the yellow silk covering from the tray, only to be taken aback once more. Indeed, the tray held banknotes. Yet they were unlike those he had seen on television, large enough to rival an A4 sheet. The inscription bore the words De Ming Tong Xing, Bao Chao prominently displayed. Below this, 2 boxes contained inscriptions. The upper box read 1 guan accompanied by an illustration of 10 strings of copper coins, while the lower box bore the Ministry of Revenue's certification, date, and seal. Li Qing found himself questioning the value of such currency. 1 guan equated to 1 tael, and 10 strings of coins represented 1,000 won. At that moment, Zhu Biao approached. Li Qing, regaining his composure, chuckled nervously. "Your servant has been residing in the mountains and has not encountered such currency. I mistakenly thought it was silver." Zhu Biao explained with a smile. Since the 8th year of Hongwu, the Deming banknotes have been officially issued and have swiftly become the prevailing currency. Henceforth, private transactions involving gold and silver are prohibited. Li Qing, intrigued, inquired, "But what of the gold and silver in the hands of the common folk?" "No need for concern." Zhu Biao waved his hand dismissively and clarified. "The gold and silver held by the populace remain valid. They may exchange them for equivalent amounts of Deming banknotes at any time. If the banknotes become worn, they can also be exchanged for new notes of the same denomination." "Is that so? The emperor is indeed wise. Thank you for enlightening me, Your Highness." Li Qing felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He perceived Zhu Biao's approach as somewhat unfair, compelling the commoners to trade their precious silver for government-issued banknotes, which seemed to disadvantage the people. If the banknotes were issued based on silver reserves, it would be acceptable. But he feared that unchecked printing by the court could lead to inflation. He wondered whether Zhu Biao had ever studied finance. Gazing at the 500 Deming banknotes in the tray, Li Qing resolved to spend them wisely and procure valuable items to hedge against inflation. After all, his future stretched ahead, and he needed to budget carefully. After much contemplation, "I firmly believe that purchasing a residence is the most reliable course of action." Li Qing assessed the risks and felt that he had successfully pulled Empress Ma back from the brink of death, extending her life force. Even if the Empress were to pass away eventually, the likelihood of him being implicated seemed minimal. Moreover, the Empress had bestowed upon him a talisman for protection. Old Zhu was a devoted husband and would surely not wish to contravene his wife's final wishes. By skillfully showcasing the advanced ideologies of future generations, he could undoubtedly affirm his own significance. Upon departing from the imperial study, Li Qing sought a discreet corner to meticulously stash the treasure notes within his garments, his bosom, sleeves, leg bindings, and even his footwear. It was prudent to remain inconspicuous regarding wealth. Having accomplished this, he returned to the eunuch's duty quarters to inquire about the location of the Jinyiwei's town suppression office, after which he brandished his embroidered spring blade and exited the palace. At the town suppression office, Li Qing paused momentarily at the entrance before stepping inside. Although the guards in their embroidered uniforms regarded him with curiosity, his attire and blade were sufficient to verify his identity. Thus, they did not impede his entry. Upon crossing the threshold, he encountered a familiar face and promptly greeted Lu Chang, who was in the midst of training new recruits. Lu Chang, upon noticing him, quickly extended a polite salute, to which Li Qing responded, "No need for such formality, my subordinate." "Subordinate?" Li Qing was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you implying that I am now a Qianhu?" Lu Chang nodded with a smile and turned to the recruits, instructing them to pay their respects to the newly appointed master. The newly inducted Jinyiwei members promptly knelt, clasping their fists in salute. "We greet you, Qianhu sir." "Ah, no need for such reverence. Rise," Li Qing replied, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound status. Lu Chang remarked, "Qianhu Li, please follow me. The master wishes to see you." "Very well," Li Qing nodded. After traversing 2 courtyards, they arrived at the inner hall where Li Qing once again encountered Commander Mao Xiang. Subordinate Li Qing, Lu Chang, pays respects to the town suppression lord. Mao Xiang set down his teacup and rose to proclaim the imperial edict of appointment, subsequently presenting him with a waist token. "As a Jin Yi Qianhu, you currently oversee 150 men, though recruitment is ongoing. Lu Chang will serve as your deputy. May the Qianhu take good care of the affairs." Lu Chang clasped his fists in salute. Li Qing smiled and inquired of Mao Xiang, "Town suppression lord, do we have any tasks today?" Mao Xiang rolled his eyes. You have just joined the Jinyiwei and are unfamiliar with your own department and subordinates. What can you possibly accomplish? Lu Chang, ensure that your superior gains a thorough understanding of our Jinyiwei, he instructed before departing. Lu Chang chuckled and gestured for Li Qing to take a seat. Please, let us converse at leisure. The Jinyiwei primarily engages in intelligence gathering and the apprehension of corrupt officials, operating independently of any department and answering solely to the emperor. Once criminals are captured, their interrogation and execution fall under our jurisdiction, with no other departments having the authority to interfere. As Lu Chang expounded on the Jinyiwei's autonomy, a sense of pride illuminated his countenance. To speak candidly, even nobles are not exempt from our grasp. We have executed several ministers and officials. Li Qing interjected, curious, why are there so few personnel within the office? How many members comprise the Jinyiwei in total? Counting you, there are 10 Qianhu in total, Lu Chang explained. Due to the emperor's strict orders regarding cases involving empty documents and seals, local manpower is insufficient, leading our office's brothers to assist elsewhere. Now please follow me. Lu Chang chuckled, eager to showcase the intriguing artifacts of our Jinyiwei. Chapter 11. The Nuances of Human Relationships. The iron clamps, brain cages, horse-stopping rods, and nail brushes sent a shiver down Li Qing's spine as he listened to Lu Chang's descriptions. How brutal. He picked up a brush studded with iron nails and inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, you're discerning, I serves you well," Lu Chang replied with a grin. "This brush is a unique instrument of torture employed by our Jinyiwei. Scalding hot water is poured over the victim, and while the skin is still tender, we vigorously scrub the burned areas with this nail-laden brush until the bones are exposed." "All right, I understand," Li Qing quickly interrupted. "Can a prisoner withstand such a torment?" "Of course not," Lu Chang said with a sense of pride. "Therefore, to this day, there remains no mouth that the Jinyiwei cannot pry open." Li Qing was left speechless. Under such torture, even a man of iron would yield, leading to countless injustices. Fortunately, the current Jinyiwei only targets officials and does not meddle in civilian affairs, for otherwise, the repercussions would be even more severe. After more than an hour, Li Qing gained a deeper understanding of the Jinyiwei, including the basic information regarding the other 9 captains, the deputy, and the local magistrates. As noon approached, Li Qing's stomach grumbled audibly. "Lu Baihu, please call upon some familiar brothers for a meal." The intricacies of human relationships are ever present. As a newly appointed captain, it was essential for him to garner the goodwill of those around him. Otherwise, should his subordinates feign loyalty while harboring discontent, he would merely be a figurehead. Having already been drawn into the whirlpool, he could only survive by adhering to the rules of this era. He harbored no grand ambitions, nor did he aspire to be a sage. He simply wished to live well in this world dominated by royal authority. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, he would still endeavor to do good deeds, but if not, he would not hesitate to blend in with the crowd. Lu Chang nodded with a smile. His promotion to deputy captain was entirely due to Li Qing's influence. Had he relied solely on his own merit, it might have taken him another decade to attain such a position. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing and a group of over 10 emerged from the local magistrate's office. "Lu Chang, which tavern is the most renowned nearby?" "It must be the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, one of the top establishments in the capital," Lu Chang replied, rubbing his hands together. "However, the food there is quite pricey. For us, a single meal would not come without 10 taels. Lead the way." Li Qing, with 500 taels in hand, felt no need for pretense. "You are quite extravagant." "My lord," Lu Chang chuckled, turning to his companions, "the captain is treating us. You are in for a treat." "Thank you, Captain," the group exclaimed, their faces bright with joy. Their monthly salary was merely 2 taels, and with the occasional extra earnings, they could scarcely afford such a feast. Li Qing observed their expressions with a subtle smile. Indeed, the power of wealth is universally effective across all ages. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, located adjacent to the imperial city, was reached in less than half an hour's walk. The tavern was expansive, adorned with opulent decorations, comprising 2 stories. The lower level was for dining, while the upper level was reserved for music, with private rooms available as well. The clientele was predominantly composed of nobles and wealthy merchants. As soon as Li Qing took his seat, a smiling waiter approached, first presenting him with a cup of tea before serving Lu Chang and the others. "Sir, here is our menu," he announced. The attentive waiter smiled warmly, clearly a man of experience, both obsequious and unperturbed. Li Qing perused the menu briefly before setting it aside. instructing to serve a portion of each signature dish. Money was no object. He intended for his companions to dine heartily. Very well, the waiter nodded respectfully. Your Excellency. Please wait a moment while I inform the kitchen. The members of the Jinyiwei could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie towards their commander, especially since their contingent numbered only a little over 100, and with Liu Baihu's promotion to Deputy Qianhu, 10 positions had opened up for Baihu. This was a significant opportunity. As the Jinyiwei operated on a hierarchical basis, their prospects for advancement hinged upon Li Qing, and they dared not show any signs of negligence. Listening to their flattery, Li Qing felt a surge of delight, finally grasping why the ancients were so enamored with power. The restaurant operated with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, the dishes began to arrive, accompanied by 2 small jars of wine. This was the establishment's famed mung bean wine. Not only exquisite in taste, but also refreshing for the summer heat. As it was Li Qing's first visit, the waiter encouraged him to sample it, suggesting that if he enjoyed it, he might consider returning, a gesture of goodwill from the establishment. The waiter skillfully implied a complimentary offering, thus honoring Li Qing's status. How thoughtful, Li Qing nodded, addressing the group. You all have duties this afternoon. Drunkenness leads to negligence. Once these 2 jars are finished, we shall refrain from further servings. So please, indulge in the dishes. Indeed, sir, the others concurred, nodding in agreement. Liu Chong uncorked the wine, pouring a glass for Li Qing before serving himself, declaring, To the esteemed lord. To the esteemed Qianhu, Li Qing replied with a smile, downing his drink in one go, exchanging pleasantries before urging everyone to enjoy their meal. The feast included roast goose, braised pigeon, beggar-esque chicken, sweet and sour fish, and an array of over 30 dishes. Li Qing relished the meal, while the Jinyiwei delighted in the culinary bounty. Once satiated, noticing that everyone was still devouring the food, he took his time before departing. Glancing around at the opulent surroundings, he inquired, Liu Chong, who owns this establishment? Liu Chong shook his head slightly. I am not entirely sure, but it is rumored that the backing of the royal family supports this restaurant. No wonder, Li Qing mused, casting a glance at the second floor. Is the upper level truly just for listening to music? What kind of gaze is that? I am merely curious, he retorted. Liu Chong scratched his nose, responding, During the day, it is for music, but as night falls, haha. Li Qing understood. In this era, frequenting such establishments was not against the law. Is it expensive? He asked. I cannot say for certain, Liu Chong replied sheepishly, but it's certainly 1 TB cheap. This is a first-rate brothel. Those who frequent it are of a lesser caliber. After a pause, he attempted to salvage his dignity. Even in lowly places, there are true beauties. It's all the same in the realm of pleasure. I was just inquiring, Li Qing feigned innocence. Seeing that everyone was sufficiently fed, Li Qing called out, Waiter, bring the bill. The waiter hurried over, grinning, Your Excellency, the total is 15 taels and 501, but we can round it down to 15 taels. Li Qing settled the payment and, with his entourage, exited the restaurant, casting a final glance at the gilded characters of drunken immortal pavilion, pondering. Is it the old Zhu or the crown prince behind this? He shook his head, realizing that one was the emperor and the other the heir apparent. It was unlikely they would be involved in such matters. It is unlikely to be the young princes, as they lack the capability. The adult princes have been assigned to various territories and probably do not dare to extend their reach into the capital. Who could it be? Never mind. It matters not who it is. Others may come, and so shall I. After all, I am not taking advantage of the situation without consequence. Upon returning to the town protectorate, Li Qing observed the training routines of the newly inducted imperial guards for a while and took a leisurely stroll around the office before heading back to the palace. The eunuchs on duty were nowhere to be seen. At this hour, they were all engaged in their respective tasks, serving the needs of others or attending to menial duties, each fulfilling their roles. Through his interactions over the past few days, Li Qing had come to understand these eunuchs somewhat. They too were unfortunate souls, having chosen this path due to dire circumstances. Of course, they were among the fortunate ones. The most pitiable were those who underwent castration to enter the palace but were never selected. In comparison to the infamous eunuchs of Ming history, such as Lu Jin and Wei Zhongxian, the eunuchs of this time were considerably more principled, merely servants of the royal family. Li Qing lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting that these few days had been more profound than 10 years spent in the mountains. He had to remain vigilant constantly. Although his material conditions had improved, He preferred the tranquil and leisurely life in the mountains. Suddenly, he missed his master. He wondered where the old man was now and how he was faring. With a deep sigh, Li Qing took out his master Zhang Lata's writings from his bundle to pass the time. The following morning, Li Qing arrived at the Qianqing palace as usual. The princes and grandsons saw him as a harbinger of misfortune, quickly vanishing from sight. Empress Ma reclined on her bed, eyes half closed, listening to the sounds of the Qing. Her expression relaxed and somewhat content. After a piece concluded, Li Qing found his internal energy nearly depleted. He took a breath and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to take your pulse." Empress Ma nodded gently, rolling up her sleeves. "Are we about to enter the next phase of treatment?" "Your Majesty is astute," Li Qing affirmed, placing his fingers on her wrist, focusing intently on the pulse's rhythm. "Li Qing, there are no outsiders present. Could you speak frankly with me?" After a moment of silence, he asked, "What would you like to know, Your Majesty? How much longer can I live?" Chapter 12. Entering a new phase of treatment, Li Qing fell silent once more, and after a long pause, he replied honestly, "In an ideal scenario, you could see the end of this year. In a less favorable outcome, perhaps 2 to 3 months. In truth, Empress Ma's illness was not severe. It resembled a severe cold by future standards. However, her frail constitution rendered her condition irreparable, even with advanced medical care in later times. There would be little to be done in such a situation. It is worth noting that Empress Ma was not particularly old, only 50, but she had endured too much hardship and exhaustion in her early years, which had taken a toll on her health. In a few days, autumn will arrive. Does that mean I will surely survive the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yes, but Your Majesty must take your medicine regularly and limit your intake of rich foods. Li Qing nodded. Starting tomorrow, I will prepare a new prescription for you, and it will be quite bitter. Ha ha, Empress Ma chuckled lightly. The hardships I have endured far surpass any bitterness of medicine. As long as I can see my children and grandchildren more often, what fear do I have of mere bitter medicine? Thank you, Li Qing. Your Majesty is too kind. It is my duty, he replied modestly. Empress Ma, resembling a benevolent matron, gently inquired, "Now that you have become a member of the Jinyiwei, are you aware of its duties?" "I have a general understanding," he replied. "What are your sentiments?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing spoke candidly. "It is quite imposing, yet I do not take pleasure in it. For reasons unknown." He found it difficult to conceal his little schemes in the presence of her kind visage. Empress Ma sighed softly. "Were it not for me, you would not find yourself ensnared in this predicament. I cannot interfere with state affairs. The political realm is akin to a battlefield, where one must always remain vigilant." "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. I shall remember it," Li Qing responded earnestly. Before Empress Ma could impart further counsel, the entrance of Zhu Yuanzhang caused her to halt the conversation. Li Qing rose to pay his respects. "Your humble servant greets Your Majesty." "Rise," the emperor commanded. In just a few days, his sister's condition had greatly improved, and Zhu Yuanzhang found it unnecessary to dwell on Li Qing's previous indiscretion. Understanding the situation, Li Qing suggested, "Your Majesty, the weather is splendid today. It would be beneficial for Her Majesty to take a stroll within the palace to aid in her recovery." Time was of the essence for Empress Ma, and Li Qing wished to contribute, allowing her to share more warm moments with her husband and create cherished memories for the old Emperor Zhu. Simultaneously, he sought to enhance his own standing for future endeavors. "Excellent," Zhu Yuanzhang responded with delight. "Sister, let us assist you in putting on your shoes. We shall take a turn in the imperial garden, where the flowers are splendid." Li Qing quietly exited, raising his gaze to the azure sky and taking a deep breath as he made his way beyond the palace walls. At the Jinfu office, he summoned Lu Chang. "What is the price of a residence in the vicinity? Do you wish to purchase property, my lord?" Lu Chang responded, filled with admiration. "Look at you, having just arrived in the capital and already in a position of prominence, contemplating a purchase. Which area do you suggest for the residence?" Li Qing pondered. "It should ideally be close to the office and the palace, perhaps a smaller dwelling, as my funds are limited. Can I secure a house in the capital for 400 taels? I must also reserve some for entertainment." Uncertain of the current real estate prices, he could not help but compare them to those of the future, which left him apprehensive. "Certainly, it is absolutely feasible," Lu Chang assured, thumping his chest. "This afternoon, I will gather a few associates to investigate. By tomorrow at the latest, I shall find you a satisfactory residence." Li Qing cautioned, "Ensure that we do not coerce anyone or engage in malicious price manipulation. Let us adhere to market rates." "Rest assured, my lord," Lu Chang replied with a smile. Under the emperor's reign, even we Jinyiwei must abide by the law. Any transgression will be met with severe punishment. With that assurance, Li Qing felt at ease. Then I shall trouble you with this. It is but a trifling matter. Your courtesy is unwarranted. Lu Chang feigned displeasure. Ha. As a subordinate extending goodwill. It is only fitting that I reciprocate, Li Qing laughed. Please fetch the texts on Jinyiwei investigations and case examinations for my review. Yes, my lord, at once. Lu Chang responded, bowing before departing. Before long, he returned with a stack of books. My lord, here they are. Very well. You may now attend to the training of the new recruits. I shall manage on my own. Understood. I take my leave. Lu Chang said as he clasped his hands and exited to the front yard. Stretching, Li Qing delved into his studies. It must be said that the Jinyiwei was not merely a name of renown. Its formidable reputation was well-deserved. The processes of apprehension, investigation, interrogation, and execution were all meticulously orchestrated. To address individuals of varying ranks, different methods are employed. Moreover, there exists a tome dedicated to recording the secret terminologies of execution. Li Qing marveled at the wisdom of the ancients. For instance, the term to strike with inquiry implies a light punishment, primarily directed at nobles. Conversely, to strike with earnest inquiry denotes a severe beating, mainly targeting civil officials. Furthermore, when administering the court's punishment, one must accurately discern the emperor's intent, which is also encoded in subtle phrases. To strike indicates that the emperor has merely imposed a slight reprimand. To strike with great severity signifies the emperor's considerable anger, necessitating that the punished individual suffers significant injury, rendering them bedridden for at least 10 days. To strike with intent implies that the emperor intends to execute, requiring the individual to be struck to death within the designated bounds. This is the most challenging task. One must ensure the individual dies without excessive suffering, achieving the pinnacle of skill wherein no blood remains, yet the individual still perishes. Only then can it be asserted that the emperor is not to blame for the death, but rather that the individual was of weak constitution and unable to endure, thus absolving others of culpability. Li Qing was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the profundity of such knowledge. He lamented, "It seems that aspiring to become a competent member of the Jinyiwei is not an easy feat. The recruitment criteria for the Jinyiwei are exceedingly stringent. Those of dubious lineage need not apply. Individuals of short stature are excluded, and the unattractive are also dismissed." Regarding the latter criterion, Li Qing found himself somewhat perplexed. Was it true that even in ancient times, appearances held such significance? Fortunately, he considered himself quite handsome, enough to scrape by. With a sigh, he resumed his studies. In the afternoon, during the hour of shun, Li Qing returned to the imperial palace, heading directly to the imperial study. In the grand hall, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son had just finished reviewing memorials and were engaged in light conversation over tea, appearing to be in excellent spirits. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty and his highness the crown prince." "No need for formalities," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, his mood buoyant, exhibiting a softened demeanor towards Li Qing. "As for the matter concerning the empress, your majesty, may your wisdom shine," Li Qing interjected, nodding as he produced the previously prepared prescription, a new remedy. Zhu Yuanzhang extended his hand to take the prescription presented by Shao Gizi. Although he could not comprehend it, he scrutinized it carefully before instructing, "Shao Gizi, send someone to prepare the medicine according to this formula." "As you command," Shao Gizi responded dutifully, swiftly departing with the prescription in hand. Li Qing added, "The empress's condition has improved somewhat. I shall employ acupuncture to treat her tomorrow." Pausing for emphasis, he continued, "To ensure success, it would be prudent for the empress to don appropriate attire." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently and inquired, "Will the empress be well after the acupuncture?" Li Qing offered a wry smile. "Your majesty, recovery is akin to unraveling silk. The effects are not immediate. However, acupuncture can indeed facilitate a swifter recovery." "Very well," Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, then declared, "Once the empress's ailment is cured, there shall be ample rewards." Li Qing, now immune to the promises of the old emperor, remained skeptical in his heart while outwardly expressing gratitude. "I am grateful for your majesty's generous favor." Zhu Yuanzhang then asked, "What have you learned about the Jinyiwei?" "Your majesty, I have perused the relevant regulations and have a general understanding of the procedures for handling cases and conducting interrogations," Li Qing responded. Noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's good mood, Li Qing seized the opportunity to press further, "Your majesty, I find it somewhat challenging to adapt to the shared quarters with the eunuchs at the duty room. I am accustomed to tranquility on the mountain. Being surrounded by so many individuals makes it difficult to sleep at night. Might it be possible for me to reside outside the palace? He Chun is a man, and it is rather inappropriate for him to stay overnight in the palace. Wouldn't you agree? This young lad. Yesterday he asked us for money, and today he seeks a residence. It seems unending, doesn't it? Zhu Yuanzhang remarked mildly, acknowledging the inappropriateness of a man residing in the palace. Before Li Qing could display any signs of joy, Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Why not abandon your post in the Jinyiwei and instead become the grand steward of the inner court? Li Qing, with a hint of trepidation, replied, Your Majesty, I am merely striving to provide the best care for Her Majesty. Very well, we shall grant you this, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a hint of annoyance. Did the funds the Crown Prince provided you yesterday suffice to acquire a residence? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Zhu Yuanzhang misconstrued his intentions as a request for reward, he hastily clarified, It is sufficient. I only seek a place to reside. My requests are modest. Very well, you may depart, Zhu Yuanzhang concluded. Li Qing bowed and took his leave, expressing his gratitude. Zhu Biao, slightly aggrieved, remarked, Father, it is only fitting to reward someone who has restored the Empress's health. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. A monarch who lavishes rewards indiscriminately fosters ingratitude. He continued, We may offer rewards, but he must not be so audacious as to demand them. This Li Qing is a valuable asset. Our strictness serves to hone his abilities. Father, you are indeed stingy. No need for further explanations. Zhu Biao replied insincerely, Father is wise. Li Qing felt a sense of relief, finally having the opportunity to reside alone, allowing him to focus on cultivating his inner energy. Chapter 13. The 9 Needles of Reversal. Early in the morning, in the Qinqing Palace. The atmosphere was as bustling as ever. The princes and grandsons regarded him with the same trepidation as a plague, yet this time, none retreated. This was due to the presence of both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Enough, Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted his formalities. Do not indulge in such pretenses. Hasten to treat the Empress. As you command, Li Qing responded. Rising and addressing Zhu Yuanzhang, Your Majesty, acupuncture allows for no errors. Zhu Yuanzhang understood, waving his hand dismissively, Everyone leave. The princes, grandsons, and the young palace maids attending to the Empress's needs exited, leaving only Zhu Yuanzhang and his son in the palace. Li Qing retrieved various finely crafted silver needles of differing lengths from a wooden box, then produced a small jade vial, placing the needles within. Zhu Biao inquired, Is this for sterilization? Indeed, Li Qing replied. Isn't all sterilization done through roasting? Zhu Biao responded, astonished, while he lacked medical knowledge. Such common wisdom was not lost on him. Li Qing explained, Fire does sterilize, yet the smoke is too pungent. Its efficacy does not compare to my method. He then revealed a high-proof liquor he repeatedly distilled, its potency rivaling that of alcohol. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Li Qing extracted the silver needles, laying them upon a clean cotton cloth, and proceeded with a tray to the bedside of Empress Ma. He cautioned, Your Majesty, the initial needles may cause discomfort. Very well. Empress Ma nodded, calm and composed, offering reassurance. There is no need for you to be anxious. Li Qing nodded, inhaling deeply. Your Majesty, I shall begin. With that, he activated his inner energy, achieving an optimal state of focus, and with a swift motion, the half-foot-long silver needle was thrust down with precision. Zhu Yuanzhang and his son felt their hearts leap into their throats as they witnessed the needle penetrate a third of its length, truly a startling sight. Li Qing swiftly and decisively inserted the needle into the Guan Yuan acupoint, located 4 finger breadths below the navel. This acupoint, a crucial point on the Ren meridian, is renowned for its ability to enhance the body's strength and vitality through acupuncture, thereby improving the function of the internal organs and bolstering immunity. However, such an undertaking carries inherent risks. Precision in both location and depth is paramount, for even the slightest miscalculation could yield dire consequences. It is precisely for this reason that imperial physicians hesitate to administer acupuncture lightly. A mere tremor of the hand could cost the Empress her life. Additionally, as a woman, the Empress could not easily disrobe, further complicating the procedure. Even the most skilled acupuncturists might falter under the psychological pressure. A hint of pain flickered across Empress Ma's face. Yet her body remained still as she encouraged Li Qing with a reassuring glance, urging him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing grasped the silver needle once more and made another swift insertion, this time targeting the Qi-Hai acupoint, situated just below the navel and known as the reservoir of vital energy. Stimulating this point enhances the body's life force and significantly improves blood circulation in the pelvic region. With unwavering focus, Li Qing's fingers danced deftly as he swiftly transitioned from the second to the third needle, targeting the Zhongwan acupoint, located 4 inches above the navel, which serves to warm the stomach, strengthen the spleen, and replenish energy. Li Qing's expression was grave as he continued his work, proceeding to the Chu Qi acupoint to invigorate the meridians and harmonize the flow of qi and blood. Next came the Zhu Yuanzhang acupoint, promoting digestive health and alleviating nervous fatigue, followed by the Nei Guan acupoint, which regulates qi and calms the spirit. After 9 needles had been expertly administered, Li Qing exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax. Although his vital energy had not been significantly depleted, his mental stamina had been severely taxed. "Your Highness, please check on the medicinal brew," Li Qing requested. "The Empress must take her medicine in half an hour." "I shall attend to it," Zhu Biao replied, nodding before hastily departing. Zhu Yuanzhang approached swiftly, inquiring, "Sister, how do you feel?" "I feel warm and quite at ease," she replied. Zhu Yuanzhang's face lit up with joy. But just as he was about to ask further, Li Qing interjected, "Your Majesty, please remain calm. It is not advisable for the Empress to speak at this moment." Zhu Yuanzhang sheepishly touched his nose and fell silent. Li Qing adjusted his breath and gently manipulated the silver needles to stimulate the acupoints. Half an hour later, the needles were carefully withdrawn and the medicinal concoction was promptly presented. After consuming the medicine, Empress Ma's vitality visibly improved, almost returning to her usual self, which left Zhu Yuanzhang and his son in a state of astonishment as they witnessed her rapid recovery. Just days prior, they had braced themselves for the worst, fearing that all hope was lost, but they were taken aback by Li Qing's remarkable medical prowess that had miraculously restored her health. This turn of events brought immense joy to the father and son. Zhu Biao was about to offer a reward when Zhu Yuanzhang's glance halted him, whispering, "His rewards will not be overlooked, but only once your mother has fully recovered. Premature rewards may diminish his motivation. That which is unattainable is often deemed most desirable." Clearing his throat, Zhu Yuanzhang began to weave his promises. "Li Qing, once the Empress is well, we shall bestow upon you a title of nobility. Such is the duty of a loyal minister." Li Qing modestly replied, his face alight with surprise. "I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Biao, as if to impart a lesson. "My son, take heed. This is the way to manage people." If this advice were directed at others, it would undoubtedly prove effective. However, Li Qing merely seeks to live joyfully, showing little interest in wealth and prestige. After addressing Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Qing turned and inquired, "Your Majesty, do you feel any discomfort?" Empress Ma gently shook her head, sensing a warm sensation enveloping her, a soothing current coursing through her. The palpitations she frequently experienced had significantly diminished. "That's good to hear." Li Qing's taut nerves relaxed, relieved that no complications had arisen. With a smile, he advised, "Your Majesty, please refrain from getting out of bed this morning. For lunch, consume some rice porridge and vegetables. Avoid spicy and rich foods. In the afternoon, you may step outside for some fresh air. And do keep the doors and windows open for ventilation. Refrain from burning incense in the palace, as it is not beneficial for your health." Zhu Yuanzhang immediately commanded, "Bring forth the attendants, remove the incense burner, and open the windows." The waiting maids and eunuchs promptly entered to comply, opening the windows and relocating the incense burner. Li Qing carefully stored the silver needles, cleaned them, and placed them in a wooden box before bowing and exiting the Empress's chamber. Watching Li Qing's retreating figure, Empress Ma softly remarked, "Zhongba, were it not for him, you and I might have already been separated by the veil of death. My health is indeed poor. Should any unfortunate event occur, do not blame him. Let us not speak of such ominous matters. Your health is on the mend, and you will surely recover." Zhu Yuanzhang reassured as he tended to her hair. "You must not leave us before I do." Empress Ma nodded with a smile. "Then you must promise me." "Very well, I promise," Zhu Yuanzhang vowed. "Regardless of what may come, we shall not harm him. A royal decree must not be taken lightly. Your word must hold true. Rest assured." Hearing her husband's dismissive tone, Empress Ma could not help but sigh inwardly. She understood his character all too well. If he truly wished to take a life, not even a decree of immunity could deter him, let alone a verbal agreement. At the town pacification office, upon Li Qing's arrival, Lu Chang greeted him with promising news. "My lord, we have found a residence that will undoubtedly satisfy you." "Oh, where is it?" "In the northern part of the city, less than 5 miles from the magistrate's office and approximately 7 miles from the palace gate." Lu Chang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "It's only 2 miles from the Zuixian Tower, and even better, it is adjacent to the Jiaofeng Sea, a mere 300 meters away." "Excellent," Li Qing exclaimed with delight, adding, "It is conveniently located near both the palace and the magistrate's office. You have done well." Lu Chang, smiling in acknowledgement, did not press the matter further. "My lord, would you like to visit the site?" "Indeed." Li Qing gathered 3 or 5 subordinates and headed northward. The residence occupied approximately half an acre, which, compared to the sprawling estates in the capital, was rather modest. However, the house appeared quite new, seemingly constructed only 2 or 3 years prior. Though small, the location is commendable, and the building is in excellent condition. The former owner moved to a new home and is asking for 280 taels, Lu Chang remarked. Not insignificant, Li Qing mused, feeling quite satisfied. In comparison to residences in later times, this independent abode occupying half an acre was indeed spacious. "Where is the former owner?" "Nearby," Lu Chang replied. "Please wait a moment. I will summon him." Li Qing nodded, surveying his prospective new home, which comprised 4 rooms and a reasonably sized courtyard, featuring a 1-meter-wide stone pathway and fruit trees lining the walls. Pomegranates and persimmons hung heavily, still unripe. He wondered how they would taste, but their appearance was certainly pleasing. Li Qing beamed with delight. After a decade, he had finally purchased a residence, and in the capital no less. What was even more advantageous was that the property included the land rights, making it an exceptionally good deal. He wondered where the old man had wandered off to. Otherwise, he could have invited him over to enjoy a life of leisure. Li Qing couldn't help but grumble internally. At over 100 years old, he still had a penchant for roaming about. Chapter 14. Moving and listening to melodies. Li Qing was not particularly worried about the old fellow. Having been a vagabond for over a century, he was a seasoned veteran, a true fighter among drifters, and with his remarkable skills, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. Yet, after a decade of companionship, the sudden separation left him feeling somewhat disoriented. In this era devoid of mobile phones, locating the old man, who relished wandering, seemed an insurmountable challenge. He could only hope the old man would seek him out. After a while, Lu Chang entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Sir, the former owner of the house has arrived." I bowed to the official. The middle-aged man, dressed in a dark blue long robe, was plump and prosperous-looking, with narrow eyes that habitually squinted, occasionally revealing a glimmer of shrewdness. "Rise." The middle-aged man stood, brushed off his robe, and produced the prepared documents. "Here are the property deed, land lease, and transfer document for your review, sir." Li Qing took a glance, confirmed everything was in order, and promptly paid the sum. 280 taels, count them. The middle-aged man grinned as he accepted the money. "No need to count. I can tell by the feel how much it is. You won't be mistaken." Pausing for effect, he added, "If it were anyone else, they would have charged at least 350 taels." Li Qing nodded, retrieved 70 banknotes from his pocket, and stated, "Let's go by the market price. I need you to draft a new transfer document." Sir, that's not what I meant. Go write it." Li Qing replied coolly. "I am the official. You are the merchant. There is no personal connection between us." The middle-aged man seemed poised to argue further, but Lu Chang's stern expression interrupted him. "Did you not hear the words of the gentleman?" Yes. I will go write it now," he stammered, taking the banknotes and hastily retreating. "That scoundrel wanted to curry favor with our Jinji. How dare he?" Lu Chang cursed. While he didn't quite understand Li Qing's reasoning, he was aware that in the world of officials, one must align with their superiors without question. No superior enjoyed having their subordinates challenge them. Li Qing's actions stemmed from prudence. Collusion between officials and merchants was a grave offense. Though the transaction was consensual, and the other party had not solicited his assistance, it still seemed illogical. By accepting the discount of 70 taels today, he might find himself facing a demand for 700 taels in the future. One mustn't be complacent. The cunning old Zhu could not tolerate any discrepancies, and such a bargain was best avoided. The middle-aged man soon returned with a newly drafted transfer document. "Sir, here you are." Li Qing glanced at it, tucked it away, and said, "Take care, no need to see me off." The middle-aged man awkwardly clasped his hands in a bow and departed, turning his attention to Lu Chang, who was directing several Jinyiwei guards to clean the courtyard in the interior. Li Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment but did not intervene. After a while, 5 or 6 members of the Jinyiwei entered, pushing 2 wooden carts laden with iron pots, water jars, wooden buckets, rice bags, bedding, and brooms, all commonplace items. "What is the purpose of this?" Li Qing inquired, furrowing his brow, aware that these individuals were not affluent. Such an assortment of goods could easily consume a month's salary. Lu Chang chuckled, replying, "My lord, as you have moved to a new residence, we are here to celebrate with you." Li Qing paused, suddenly recalling tales from his childhood about this custom. To celebrate the bottom of the pot refers to the practice of cooking a meal in a new house, inviting neighbors, colleagues, and friends to partake in a feast. They would bring rice, flour, and everyday necessities, sharing drinks and stories to infuse the new home with warmth and liveliness, preventing it from feeling desolate. With this thought, he decided not to be overly formal. As they moved the wooden tub inside, it was filled to 8/10 with rice, while about 10 Jinyiwei placed prepared red envelopes atop it. The water jar was filled to 9/10, and a new pot was set on the stove. Observing these diligent individuals, Li Qing felt a surge of warmth. His preconceived notions about the Jinyiwei began to shift. They were human, possessing flesh and blood, warmth, while the brutality lay with the institution itself. After a flurry of activity, noon approached. Li Qing withdrew several pieces of currency and handed them to a Jinyiwei to procure ingredients for a hearty lunch. "My lord, this is more than sufficient." The Jinyiwei waved his hand, saying that a single unit of currency would be ample, and it might not even be fully utilized. "Very well, then just a single unit." Li Qing conceded, reclaiming the excess currency to ensure it was spent wisely. "Your command is my duty," the Jinyiwei responded with a smile and departed. In the kitchen, a few burly men were busy igniting the fire to cook rice. As Li Qing stepped in, they urged him back out, and finding himself with little to do, he wandered into the main hall. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chang entered, clearing his throat and sheepishly remarking, "I never imagined cooking would be more laborious than apprehending criminals. It seems only Xiao Wang and his companions are adept at it." Li Qing chuckled, handing him a document. "Here, please go to the government office this afternoon to complete the registration." "Certainly," Lu Chang replied, grinning as he accepted the document. "My lord, there is a curfew in the capital at 3 o'clock. After that time, one cannot wander the streets without facing punishment. However, as members of the Jinyiwei, we are exempt from this rule. Returning home late poses no issue." Feeling a flush on his cheeks, Li Qing changed the subject. "How many of us are there now?" Transitioning to serious matters, Lu Chang responded earnestly, "Currently, we have a total of 132 members, with 32 being recent recruits still in training." Pausing, he added, "The recruitment criteria for the Jinyiwei are exceedingly strict, making it challenging to fill positions swiftly." Li Qing nodded slightly, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Chang's shoulder. "I need to attend to the Empress's health. I cannot devote much energy to recruitment matters. Please keep a close eye on this, so that I can truly be a captain and you, my vice-captain." "Your command is my duty," Lu Chang replied, his expression brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. Influenced by Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Qing had also learned to paint a vision of grandeur, yet he was far more sincere than the former. He envisioned a tangible and attainable future. After a considerable time, his subordinates began to present the dishes. They were all grown men, and the ability to cook was indeed a rare skill. The meal was not extravagant in presentation, merely 3 hearty dishes, but they were substantial, filling 3 large bowls to the brim. A pot of braised pork, a pot of stewed lamb, and a pot of stir-fried chicken, all steaming and fragrant. Li Qing raised his wine cup and remarked with a smile, "Our esteemed Jinyiwei is still rather weak, and as a Qianhu, I cannot remain in the yamen for long. I appreciate your hard work. You flatter us, my lord. It is our duty." The others quickly raised their cups in return. Li Qing drained his cup and picked up a lamb chop, tender and flavorful. "Gentlemen, do not hold back. Eat and drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, my lord." They responded, indulging heartily. They were robust men, and their appetites were astonishing. Together, the 12 of them polished off an entire barrel of rice and 3 large bowls of meat. Once they were satiated, they tidied up and took their leave. Li Qing returned to his private quarters to rest for a moment before heading to the palace to retrieve personal items from the eunuch's duty room. Following that, he visited a tailor to have 2 robes made. After a busy day, the sky had darkened. Li Qing took a bath, donned a clean robe, and gazed at the dim sky, murmuring to himself, "There's still time. I might as well go for a stroll." Clad in a dark robe, Li Qing's ruby lips and pearly white stood out strikingly, his extraordinary elegance accentuated by his long, flowing hair, simply tied back. With a folding fan in hand, he could easily rival the beauty of Pan and or Songyu. Li Qing purchased a folding fan and meandered through the bustling streets, relishing the sights and enjoying his freedom. As he wandered, he found himself at the Zui Xianlu. Since he was already there, he decided to step inside, driven by nothing more than curiosity. The Zui Xianlu at night was a stark contrast to its daytime demeanor. The tables on the first floor had been cleared, filled instead with beautiful and flirtatious women. Ah, what a charming young gentleman! A voluptuous woman with a touch of beauty approached, taking hold of Li Qing without releasing her grip, her flirtatious glances seemingly yearning to close the distance between them. Her voice dripped with sweetness. "I have fallen for you at first sight, my lord. Shall we retire to the back courtyard for an intimate conversation and pass this long night together?" Feeling the soft touch of her arm, Li Qing's handsome face flushed slightly. After all, it was his first encounter, and he was still unaccustomed to such advances. Sensing his bashfulness, the woman concluded he was inexperienced, and her attentions grew more fervent, drawing ever closer. The woman, in her early 20s, was well-proportioned and not unattractive. Li Qing felt an undeniable rush of desire, exclaiming inwardly that he was overwhelmed. Suppressing his rising emotions, Li Qing chastised himself for his lack of composure. This was just the beginning, and he nearly succumbed to temptation, despite a decade of cultivation in the mountains. Surely, there were more alluring options inside. He had money in his pocket. Not that he sought a courtesan, but at the very least, he desired a top-tier beauty. Without hesitation, he pushed the woman away, apologizing. "You are lovely, but I am in search of someone even more exceptional." The woman's ample bosom heaved violently, her silver teeth clenched. Her earlier allure now replaced by disdain. "I see you lack funds. I'm not so desperate to serve you," she retorted, glaring at him with resentment before turning on her heel and leaving. Li Qing rubbed his nose, bemused by the encounter. Truly, it seemed that the heartless and the ungrateful were all too common. The drunken immortal tower at night is a stark contrast to its daytime demeanor. The grand hall's doors stand wide open, and the long courtyard is lined with tables, each adorned with hanging lanterns. Well-dressed patrons gather in groups, flirtatiously sipping their drinks, enveloped in a haze of indulgence. Wealthy individuals sit at their own tables, often accompanied by multiple charming companions, reveling in the pleasures of life. This, one might say, is the essence of flower wine drinking. As Li Qing strolled through, he couldn't help but marvel at the ancient ways of enjoyment. While the common folk endure hardship, those in power seem utterly untroubled. Li Qing, with a visage like polished jade and an elegant demeanor, encountered numerous women attempting to engage him along the way, all of whom he graciously declined. He firmly believed that even greater treasures awaited him within. The drunken immortal tower, renowned as one of the finest establishments in the capital, had yet to reveal an unattractive soul. Even those of mediocre looks were compensated by their figures, a rarity indeed. "Please wait, young master." At the far end of the inner courtyard, before an exquisitely decorated 2-story building, Li Qing was halted. A young servant politely requested his admission ticket. Taken aback, Li Qing had anticipated the existence of a membership system in this era. He gazed at the small building, occupying about an acre, significantly smaller than the drunken immortal tower, yet resplendent in its elegance. The pillars were crafted from solid, fine mahogany, the windows and doors exquisitely detailed, and the roof adorned with high-quality glazed tiles, all draped in vibrant red lanterns, exuding opulence. Li Qing understood that the finest experiences lay within. Having come this far, he could hardly turn back. Feeling in his pocket, he straightened with determination and inquired about the entry fee. The servant replied, "Entry is free, but one must spend 500 taels within the establishment." Li Qing cursed under his breath, contemplating a return visit. However, upon hearing the servant's next words, "If you wish to enter, a one-time pass is available," he turned back. "How much?" 3 taels. Without hesitation, Li Qing paid and took the temporary membership card, entering with anticipation. Inside, the building radiated brightness, with private rooms on both levels surrounding a spacious area in the center, where a stage was set, draped in sheer fabric. And a delicate woman sat, playing the guqin. Her visage remained obscured, shrouded in mystery, enhancing her allure and sparking a desire to unveil her beauty. The melodious strains of her music flowed like a gentle stream, captivating his heart. Finding an empty seat, he settled down, absorbing the enchanting tunes while surveying the surroundings. The room was not crowded, with only about 50 well-dressed individuals quietly listening to the performance, creating a serene atmosphere. Li Qing scratched his head, perplexed. This was not what he had envisioned. With so many present, there was hardly enough to go around. Had he truly spent 3 taels merely to listen to music? Feeling a sense of loss, he lamented that while he claimed to seek the music, he secretly yearned for a taste of worldly pleasures. Noticing fruits, pastries, and fine wine laid out on the table, he disregarded the decorum and began to indulge. The neighboring table shot him disapproving glances, akin to the discomfort of encountering an ill-mannered individual at a concert. Li Qing shot a glare back at them, determined to savor his late-night feast. A quarter of an hour later, the music ceased, and the woman gracefully rose, bowing elegantly to the crowd before donning her delicate veil and ascending to the second floor. Subsequently, a woman in her 30s approached the stage, her expression reflecting a shrewdness typical of the marketplace. "Gentlemen, if you wish to become the honored guests of Miss Wanling, now is your chance." The bidding commences, the madam announced with a cheerful demeanor. Instantly, the serene hall erupted into a cacophony as one man raised his numbered plaque, declaring, "I bid 50 taels." No sooner had he spoken than another chimed in, 60 taels. 80 taels. Li Qing observed the large numerals on the plaque before him and realized the nature of the proceedings, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are they actually conducting an auction? Lost in thought, he was startled to discover that the price had already escalated to 150 taels. He could not help but gasp, his previously rigid posture gradually yielding. "This is beyond my means, truly beyond my means." 300 taels. A neighbor at the left table raised his plaque, doubling the price, and the bustling hall fell silent. Li Qing glanced sideways to see a foolish scion of a wealthy family, half his face concealed by a gilded fan, revealing only his shifty eyes gleaming with mischief. Although his visage remained hidden, the pitch of his voice suggested he could not be older than 15, still in the throes of adolescence. Li Qing silently cursed. What a child, making such a ruckus. Inflating prices, may the heavens strike you down. A fair-faced young man beside him implored, "My lord, we should return. The curfew approaches." "Spare me your words. I am determined to see her face." The young lord retorted haughtily. Those who frequented such places were hardly impoverished. They merely found the situation unworthy of their funds, as the usual price hovered around 100 taels. Yet, this audacious young boy, naturally, provoked some ire. "Just because you possess wealth does not mean you are the only one," a man scoffed. 350 taels. 500 taels. The young lord epitomized foolishness with wealth, leaving the bidding man rolling his eyes in exasperation. Though his heart seethed with discontent, he refrained from further bids. How could a mere child possess such wealth? "Surely you jest." Another added, "This is not your household where you can speak freely. Return to your play in the mud." Others echoed in agreement, exchanging barbs. "Inflating prices deserves punishment." "You speak nonsense." The young lord, flustered, turned to his companion. "Shaolin, go pay the price." "My lord, we should leave. If the emperor learns of this, I fear for my life," the attendant cautioned. "If you do not go, I shall strike you down." The young lord, unable to withstand provocation, snapped his fan shut and began striking his companion. Li Qing, upon catching sight of the young lord's face, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. "It's you?" He truly did not anticipate that the one inciting the price inflation was the son of the foremost landlord, the favored son of Zhu Yuanzhang. Li Qing could not recall the young lord's name, only that Zhu Biao had referred to him as Old Eight. The 8th prince then turned his gaze, and upon recognizing Li Qing, he grew flustered, hastily unfurling his fan to shield his face. It's not me. Mr. Li, you must have mistaken me." Li Qing was rendered speechless. At that moment, the madam upon the stage could no longer contain her impatience, her tone tinged with irritation. "Young lord, it is time to settle the payment." "Ah, does he even possess any funds? How can one flaunt such arrogance without the means to support it? Look, he is so terrified that he dares not show his face. It is truly laughable." The eighth prince, having inflated prices, has incurred the wrath of the masses. And now that an opportunity for mockery presents itself, the crowd is not inclined to miss it, each person adopting a tone of sardonic irony. A prince of his stature, unaccustomed to such humiliation, finds himself unable to reveal his identity. Unlike Zhu Biao, should the old emperor discover that he slipped out of the palace to visit a brothel, he would surely suffer 10 days of confinement to his bed. Yet, at the tender age of 13, which is rife with rebellion, he cannot swallow this indignity. And he grumbles, "Let us pay then, Shaolin. Hurry and settle the bill, and we shall take our leave." Pausing, he turns to Li Qing, saying, "Mr. Li, today I shall treat you. You must help me keep this secret." Li Qing, seeing no response from him, feels a surge of irritation from the eighth prince, who adds, "If I face punishment, you shall not fare well either." Li Qing, feeling increasingly speechless, can only assure him, "The news shall not escape my lips." That is well. The eighth prince breathes a sigh of relief, then turns to the hostess, saying, "I have settled the payment, so ensure Mr. Li is well taken care of." "Oh, rest assured, young master," the hostess responds with a sycophantic smile. She has encountered many wealthy patrons, but one as foolishly extravagant as he is a rarity. To toss aside 500 taels only to hand it over to another is all too easy to exploit. Having regained his composure, the eighth prince hastens to depart. Once the palace gates are locked, even he, a prince, cannot gain entry. The hostess, with eager attentiveness, approaches Li Qing, knowing that a wealthy patron's friends are often of the same ilk, and she cannot afford to show any disrespect. "Young master, please, upstairs." Chapter 16. Unexpected gains. Li Qing rubbed his nose, thinking, "The eighth prince's visit to the brothel was not orchestrated by me. Even if the old emperor finds out, I cannot be blamed. After all, the money was willingly provided by his son. I merely made his expenditure more meaningful." With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitates and leads the way. Upon reaching the second floor, he notices over 20 women, each more beautiful than the last, emerging from below, their elegance far surpassing that of those outside. These must be the top courtesans, he muses, observing as a new round of bidding commences, starting at 5 taels, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 tael. Compared to the courtesans who command hundreds, even thousands of taels, this seems rather meager. Nonetheless, with many vying for attention, the bids quickly escalate to over 20 taels. Li Qing is taken aback. He knows not what the future of the great Ming currency holds, but as it stands, its purchasing power is quite considerable. A consistent amount of currency could buy 10 pounds of mutton, 15 pounds of pork, 3 chickens, and 2 jars of wine. The earnings of these top courtesans in a single night would amount to no less than 10,000 in future terms. Moreover, there are earnings from the front hall, courtyard, and daytime operations. Just how much does the drunken immortal pavilion earn in a day? It is said that brothels are treasure troves, and today, he has witnessed this truth firsthand. "Young master, Miss Wanling is inside," the hostess informs him. "Ah," Li Qing snaps back to attention, asking, "How many courtesans does your drunken immortal pavilion have?" 12, she replies. "Such a number?" Li Qing exclaims, further astonished by the revenue-generating prowess of the drunken immortal pavilion. The hostess beams with pride, then suddenly recalls something and tentatively asks, "Could it be that you think Miss Wanling is a courtesan?" Li Qing pauses, then counters, "Is she not?" "Oh, certainly not." The brothel keeper grew anxious. Wanling, being a courtesan, was only responsible for indulging in wine, engaging in conversation, playing music, and dancing. But she did not offer her body. Li Qing was taken aback, having spent 500 taels only to find that he could merely gaze without tasting. It felt exceedingly unfair. Although it was not his own money, he still felt a pang of sorrow, as if he had been duped to the utmost. Seeing his silence, the brothel keeper hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, sir, you have paid a handsome sum, and you shall not be left with mere appetizers. In addition to Miss Wanling, 2 other renowned courtesans will attend to your desires, ensuring your satisfaction." After a brief pause, she added, "The courtesans do not entertain clients individually. You must be a distinguished guest of the courtesans to partake in their company." Li Qing suddenly understood. It was a bundled offer. Just as he was about to step into the room, a young servant rushed over, leaning in to whisper to the brothel keeper, "Madam, that scoundrel Wang Hai has returned and specifically requested to sleep with the courtesan Xiuxian." The brothel keeper's anger flared upon hearing this, muttering under her breath, "How audacious! That rascal truly believes that his tenuous connections grant him the privilege to act as he pleases." Do they not realize the immense effort and resources required to cultivate a courtesan? I just provided him with 1,000 taels for property acquisition, and now he seeks to jeopardize our business. We must see him thrown out. Though their voices were hushed, Li Qing overheard their conversation clearly. The brothel keeper, still fuming, suddenly noticed Li Qing's presence and forced a smile, saying, "Please, sir, do come in. The tavern is bustling with matters to attend to, and I must take my leave." "Very well, carry on," Li Qing nodded, stepping into the room. The chamber was imbued with an antique charm. An iron chest contained large blocks of ice, upon which rested watermelons and sour plum soup. The incense curled gracefully in the air, creating a cool and fragrant atmosphere. Just a step away from the bustling street, it felt worlds apart. On a rosewood table lay 4 small dishes alongside 2 pots of fine wine. Suddenly, Li Qing felt that his expenditure was not in vain. The service was indeed commendable. "Welcome, sir," a woman's voice emerged from behind a gauzy curtain, sweet and melodious. "Please, allow us a moment. We shall be ready shortly." Li Qing glanced at the hazy silhouettes of 3 figures and replied with a gentle smile, "No rush, take your time. Good meals are worth the wait. The night is just beginning." He took a seat at the table, reflecting on the conversation he had overheard between the servant and the brothel keeper. He did not discern any significant information, yet the name Wang Hai seemed familiar, though he could not place it at that moment. Pouring himself a cup of wine, he took a sip and suddenly paused, murmuring, "Ah, it is that rotund fellow who sold me the house." Li Qing fell into deep contemplation. The mention of that person engaged in remarkable affairs in Bashu piqued his interest immensely. As the Jinyiwei were responsible for intelligence gathering, he knew he must pay attention, if only to secure his own safety. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, pondering. According to Lu Chang, it is rumored that this tavern is owned by someone of royal descent. The individual mentioned by the brothel keeper is likely a prince dispatched to Bashu, engaged in significant undertakings. Li Qing's expression shifted abruptly, only to be followed by a shake of his head. Although old Zhu has aged, his physique remains robust. The idea of rebellion is one that the royal princes would hardly dare to entertain, let alone act upon. Thus, it is evident that the individual in question is not a prince. Instead, this person is closely associated with the royal establishment, particularly the tavern rumored to be linked to the royal family. Who could it be but the esteemed princess? Li Qing's eyes sparkled with realization. If it is indeed the princess, then her consort must be involved in significant matters, most likely of a dubious nature. While the title of prince consort holds a prestigious rank, it is merely a nominal position, devoid of any real authority or political power. Although marrying a princess elevates one's status, it simultaneously severs one's political career. Men typically pursue a trifecta of desires: wealth, power, and women. As a prince consort, he is stripped of the ability to wield power, and as for infidelity, the matter rests in the hands of the emperor, particularly one as formidable as Zhu Yuanzhang, who would not hesitate to take drastic measures against an unfaithful son-in-law. With the avenues of power and women closed off, the only pursuit left is that of wealth. Li Qing meticulously untangled the threads of the situation, arriving at 2 conclusions. Firstly, the individual behind the tavern is indeed the princess. Secondly, her consort is engaged in nefarious activities in Bashu. Investigating the princess may prove challenging, but tracing the consort is a far simpler task, especially with the clear leads available. By identifying which consort is in Bashu, he would inevitably uncover the whereabouts of the princess. Though he had clarified his thoughts, he grappled with the decision to investigate further, recognizing the sensitivity of royal affairs. Unveiling such matters could bring embarrassment to old Zhu, yet presenting undeniable evidence might ultimately ensure his own safety. The emperor values political correctness, especially one like Zhu Yuanzhang, who prioritizes the stability of the realm above all else. The status of a son-in-law is inconsequential. In a decisive moment, Li Qing drained his cup and slammed it down upon the table. Done. At that moment, a woman hastily lifted the curtain and approached him, her voice soothing yet playful. "Oh, my lord, you seem to be in a hurry. It is all my fault. If you wish to vent your frustrations upon me, I welcome it." The woman, in her 20s, possessed almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and fair skin, her figure alluring and adorned with a captivating smile, spoke in the soft dialect of Wu, capable of softening even the fiercest anger. Shortly thereafter, another woman emerged from behind the curtain, her beauty striking, her curves enchanting. embodying the unique grace of Jiangnan women. Before Li Qing could fully absorb the scene, a third young girl, no older than 15 or 16, gracefully approached. Her oval face framed by a delicate nose and eyes as dark and bright as mountain grapes, devoid of any trace of bloodshot veins, exuding the purity of youth. Clad in a black silk dress that accentuated her fair complexion, she presented a scholarly aura distinct from the previous two, resembling a refined young lady nurtured in a family of letters. Li Qing couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder that some would lavish hundreds of taels on such company. This experience profoundly altered his preconceived notions about the women of the brothel, revealing that they are not merely a collection of frivolous temptresses. In this place, beauty is abundant, and not all women are frivolous or superficial. At least the three before him exude no hint of frivolity. He even found himself partially convinced by Lu Chang's remark that even a humble nest can harbor true beauty. It is no wonder that literary scholars and affluent gentlemen are enamored with the pleasures of such establishments. There exists a reason for this allure. The young lady humbly acknowledged his presence, and the three women gracefully bowed. Li Qing smiled, knowing that the evening was destined for delightful companionship. Chapter 17. The graceful Yanji, age 15, 3 women and 1 man, with the man handsome and the women charming, indulged in wine and conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. Dressed in an ink-colored robe, with a nose like a suspended gallbladder and eyes resembling bright stars, Li Qing, though only in his youth, radiated a mature aura typically associated with those in their 30s. His demeanor was elegant, and his speech remarkable. Such a guest was a rarity for the three women, who could not help but develop a fondness for him. Truly, you are a remarkable person, said the enchanting Lianxiang. Having spent so long in the drunken immortal pavilion and met countless individuals, none could compare to you. Oh, Li Qing replied with a smile. Lianxiang, do enlighten me as to what makes me so exceptional. Lianxiang was taken aback by his inquiry and found herself at a loss for words, while the other two women stifled their laughter, causing Lianxiang's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The gentleman is quite charming, Lianxiang playfully chided Li Qing, but I seem to be at a loss for words. I see that you have developed a fondness, teased Hongxiu. Usually, you are quite eloquent. Red sleeves. What nonsense you speak, Lianxiang exclaimed, her shyness evident as she playfully nudged Red Sleeves, prompting a flurry of soft laughter within the chamber. After a brief moment, Lianxiang regained her composure and apologized. I have been discourteous. Please do not take offense, my lord. To act with spontaneity is nothing to be reproached, Li Qing said, raising his cup and finishing the fruit wine within. In life, misfortunes abound, and those who can share their burdens are few. Let us not be constrained by formalities, for pleasing others and oneself is the true art of living. The three women were momentarily taken aback, and the usually reticent Wanling softly remarked, You are indeed a gentleman. How many patrons come here merely to please themselves? Indeed, Hongxiu nodded, her smile blooming. But if you claim that misfortunes plague 9 out of 10 lives, does someone like you have any worries? Li Qing laughed heartily. Everyone carries their own troubles. The common folk worry for their livelihoods. Merchants fret over profits. Scholars are anxious about the imperial examinations, and even emperors are troubled by the state of their realms. Among the myriad of beings, how many are truly carefree? Hearing his words brought some solace to Lianxiang, who chuckled lightly. With the autumn examinations approaching, I suspect you are troubled by your own academic pursuits? Li Qing shook his head. I lack the capability for such endeavors. There is no need for modesty, sir. A talent such as yours is bound to be recognized. Lianxiang insisted. Li Qing smiled silently, for he was already an official in the court and had long since abandoned the idea of participating in the examinations. In truth, should he attempt it, he would likely fail. As their conversation deepened, the four of them found joy in each other's company, unaware of how late the hour had grown. Suddenly, Wanling realized they had yet to attend to their main purpose. She quickly stood, bowing gracefully, my lord. I have been remiss and have kept you for far too long. With that, she elegantly returned to the silk curtain, and moments later emerged holding a pair of red water sleeves. Seizing the opportunity, Hongxiu remarked, My lord, though Wanling hails from the north, her graceful movements rival those of any southern belle. Li Qing nodded gently, reclining casually against the chair, his expression one of admiration. The young woman presented herself somewhat awkwardly. Wanling bowed once more, then gracefully moved forward, her sleeves flowing like water. She danced like a startled swan, as ethereal as a wandering dragon. Those long crimson sleeves, whether thrown, tossed, waved, or fluttered, were indeed a sight to behold. An occasional glance over her shoulder was utterly breathtaking. Yet, at merely 15 or 16, her strength was somewhat lacking. Despite the beauty of her movements, the delicate maiden appeared a tad fatigued. Li Qing raised his cup to his lips, taking a sip of wine, and slowly recited, "Fair and graceful, the swallow maiden aged 15, accustomed to trailing long skirts, not taking delicate steps." Amidst the crowd, a single glance reveals beauty. In the world, colors are but dust. A tree stands tall, flowers suddenly bloom. Except for nature, words of gift are left unspoken. Before me, Wu Nyang praises her dance. Alas, her waist is often mistaken. Clatter. The wine cup in Lian Xiang's hand fell onto the table, her crimson sleeves wide-eyed in astonishment. Her fair face filled with shock. Such individuals as they typically encountered only the scions of the officialdom. How could they not comprehend poetry? Indeed, even among the literati, few could rival such artistry in verse. The beauty of the words and the elegance of the imagery in this poem were on par with the great masters of song poetry. They understood poetry well, and in this context, they could appreciate the poem's profound meaning even more. Wan Ling's graceful dance came to an abrupt halt, her crimson sleeves slowly descending. Her gaze fixed on Li Qing, her eyes glistening with tears like mountain grapes. Li Qing had never anticipated that a single poem could wield such power, evoking tears from a maiden, leaving him both amused and perplexed. "Young master, did you compose this poem?" Wan Ling's voice trembled lightly, filled with anticipation and a hint of shyness, questioning if it was truly meant for a humble girl like herself. Li Qing rubbed his nose, recalling the time he had read some time travel novels, and with a bold face, he admitted it. Lian Xiang and Hong Xiu gazed at him with envy, wishing fervently that Li Qing would recite a poem for them as well, yet sensibility ultimately prevailed, preventing any impolite act. Hong Xiu asked, "Young master, what is the title of this poem?" Li Qing smiled lightly, "Since it is a gift to Miss Wan Ling, how about we name it to Wan Ling?" Both Hong Xiu and Lian Xiang's mouths fell agape in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Although they were often referred to as maidens and still retained their purity, entering a brothel branded them as courtesans, an indelible mark that accompanied them for life. They never imagined that such a timeless work would be named after her, a courtesan. "Young master, please allow me to pay my respects," Wan Ling said timidly, performing a deep bow that rendered Li Qing even more bashful. Hong Xiu eagerly produced paper and pen, transcribing Li Qing's recitation of to Wan Ling. "Young master, do you see any mistakes?" Li Qing took it, noting the beautifully neat and meticulous script, praising, "Miss Hong Xiu has exquisite handwriting, not a word amiss." Lian Xiang leaned in closer and read it again, her fair face expressing further astonishment. Then, with a playful pout, she teased, "Young master, you truly lack conscience. You could have praised Wan Ling without comparing us to mere green leaves. How vexing." "Ah, but that is not the case," Hong Xiu added with a hint of melancholy. Amidst the crowd, a single glance reveals beauty. In the world, colors are but dust. Is not the color of our world merely dust? "Ah, I seem to have misspoken." Li Qing, after downing another cup of wine, chuckled lightly. "Ladies, please do not be offended. I accept my punishment." Lian Xiang feigned a delicate huff, turning her head in a petulant manner, only to quickly glance back with a charming smile. "It is getting late, sir. You must be weary, no?" Wan Ling, wishing to continue the conversation, found herself compelled to rise and bow as Lian Xiang issued a gentle dismissal. She sighed, "I shall not intrude upon your delightful evening any longer. However, I have inadvertently disrupted your enjoyment today and have yet to fulfill my obligations. Might I hope for a chance to make amends when you visit again tomorrow?" Li Qing replied, "I apologize, but I cannot afford such indulgences." Yet, Wan Ling continued, "In the coming days, I shall refrain from making appearances. If you do not mind, sir, you may visit the inner chamber, and I shall have someone escort you." Li Qing was taken aback. This meant that merely a few coins would suffice, a discount so steep it felt like a giveaway. Lian Xiang and Hong Xiu quickly chimed in, expressing their availability for the next day. Li Qing, intrigued, hesitated, but would the host be agreeable to this? What could possibly be disagreeable? Lian Xiang replied with a cheerful grin, "If you do not come, we shall have little to occupy our time. In our establishment, with 4 pure attendants and 12 courtesans, only 1 pure attendant and 2 courtesans serve clients each day. The rest of the time, we are idly waiting." Li Qing was astonished, exclaiming, "This host truly possesses a sense of conscience." "Not entirely," Wanling clarified. "As the saying goes, rarity breeds value. Though there are few clients, the prices remain high. If we were to deploy all our staff daily, it would not yield significantly more profit. For the wealthy clientele is limited. Frequent engagements would not only diminish our worth, but also devalue the top-tier courtesans, forcing them to compete for business with those in the back rooms, who in turn would encroach upon the front." Li Qing realized that the business acumen of the ancients was not inferior to that of modernity. Membership systems, hype, scarcity marketing, bundled sales. Perhaps the merchants of later times merely drew inspiration from these ancient practices. With a smile, Li Qing consented. While 3 coins were not inexpensive, they were undoubtedly worth far more than their cost. Seeing his agreement, Wanling's face lit up with joy as she picked up a poem from the table, flashed a sweet smile at Li Qing, and gracefully exited the room. Lianxiang and Hongxiu, one on each arm, accompanied him towards the gauzy curtains. Chapter 18. The fearless calf. The water sparkles with clarity. The flowers and moon stand out distinctly. In a moment of enchanting allure, dreams linger after the wine. The flirtation is subtle, emotions conveyed through glances, leaving traces of tears from longing. Charming yet unpretentious. The unique grace of Jiangnan women is as sweet as honey and as gentle as water. Li Qing, embraced by warmth, reveled in the tender softness. As the 4th watch approached, Li Qing gently rose, tucking the silk quilt around the 2 women before drifting away. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, the full moon hung in the sky, stars twinkling brilliantly. Li Qing inhaled the cool night air, returning from the realm of softness to the reality of life. In just a short distance, he reached home in less than a quarter of an hour. With little time before his entry into the palace, he decided to meditate and cultivate his true energy. His master, Zhang Lata, practiced both martial arts and spiritual cultivation, subsisting on grains and experiencing the myriad complexities of the mortal world, imposing no ascetic demands on the path of cultivation. The notion of losing one's resolve over female beauty is utterly unfounded. Marrying and having children is perfectly acceptable, as one must always adhere to their true inclinations. After 2 incense sticks had burned, Li Qing slowly opened his eyes, feeling unprecedentedly revitalized. Clad in his flying fish attire, he pushed open the door and exited the courtyard. At the Jinyiwei Palace, Empress Ma appeared significantly improved today. After 9 needles administered by Li Qing, her spirit was exceptionally high. "I never anticipated there would come a day of recovery," she remarked, sitting upright and smiling lightly. "This sense of lightness is truly delightful. You are indeed remarkable." Li Qing humbly responded, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is your abundant fortune that has brought this about." Empress Ma shook her head in amusement, then, sniffing the air suspiciously, inquired, "Where did you go last night?" "To a brothel," Li Qing answered candidly. He felt no need to deceive this benevolent empress, as visiting a brothel was not against the law and thus warranted no secrecy. Empress Ma frowned slightly, admonishing him, "At such a young age, you should not linger in such establishments. Be wary of depleting your vitality and refrain from frequenting those places in the future." "Your Majesty, your words are wise," Li Qing replied sheepishly. With a disapproving glare, Empress Ma remarked, "I intended to facilitate a match between you and the 6th princess, but with your behavior. Your servant is undeserving and dares not aspire to such heights." Li Qing interjected hurriedly, his expression one of trepidation. "What is so appealing about marrying a princess? Does she possess the charm of a delicate flower? Can she understand your unspoken thoughts with just a gentle pat?" He continued, "Moreover, the requirement for the prince consort to bow before the princess is simply unacceptable. The title of prince consort may be coveted by others, but I find it rather pitiable." "Very well," Empress Ma sighed. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, it would be wise to limit your visits in the future." "Understood." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "I shall remember your counsel." At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from the morning court session, prompting Li Qing to rise and pay his respects before seizing the opportunity to take his leave. As he exited the Jinyiwei Palace, he was intercepted by the 8th prince, who inquired, "You didn't let anything slip about yesterday, did you? While you sought my assistance, I was Li Qing. Now you refer to me as He, just like old Zhu's son." Li Qing replied, cupping his hands in greeting. "I have not." "That's good to hear." The 8th prince sighed in relief. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "Was the girl named Wanling beautiful?" "Indeed, She was, Li Qing affirmed. How beautiful. The 8th prince's interest was clearly ignited. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, countered. Why does a young lad like you care for such details? The reason is simple. Your Highness, you spent a fortune last night. What was your purpose? To impress, of course. The 8th prince responded matter-of-factly. Did you not see the astonished expressions of those around me when I paid? And what else? Li Qing pressed. To see what the woman looked like, of course. And what more? The 8th prince scratched his head in confusion. Li Qing chuckled, pondering the evident lack of sexual education in the royal household, unlike his own era, where one was introduced to such matters at the tender age of 13. Nothing of consequence. I have official duties to attend to and must take my leave. Go on then. Just remember not to speak of this outside. The 8th prince waved dismissively, looking visibly relieved. As Li Qing departed the palace, the sun still hung low in the sky, its hue a vibrant red. At this hour, the ministers who had attended the morning court had already concluded their duties, a testament to the early rising habits of ancient peoples. Li Qing pondered the conversation between the courtesan and the servant from the previous night. Upon arriving at the town protector's office, he summoned Lu Chong. Take a few brothers and investigate the overweight man who sold me the estate yesterday. Lu Chong inquired, My lord, is there an issue with the estate? It is not about the estate, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. It's not a significant matter. I need you to look into his family relations without alarming him. Given the involvement of royal relatives, Li Qing was cautious not to disclose the reasons for his request. By the way, are there any feudal lords currently establishing their fiefdoms in Bashu? None, Lu Chong responded, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt even more certain of his suspicions. Proceed with the investigation and inform me immediately of any findings. Understood, Lu Chong said, bowing slightly before departing. Li Qing observed the training of the newly appointed imperial guards for a while before heading to the inner hall. Inside, Mao Chong lounged with his legs crossed, enjoying a chilled watermelon. When he saw Li Qing enter, he smiled and said, It's better to arrive fortuitously than early. Sit down and have some watermelon. Thank you, my lord. Li Qing chuckled and, feeling at ease, took a piece of watermelon and began to eat without any hesitation. My lord, if a royal relative commits a crime, do we, the imperial guards, have the authority to apprehend them? Of course. Mao Chong replied tersely. Hasn't Lu Chong informed you? Li Qing mumbled, I just wanted to confirm. He set down the watermelon rind and reached for another piece. You're quite rude. If there's nothing else, be on your way. Mao Chong waved his hand impatiently. After finishing the watermelon, Li Qing wiped his mouth and became serious. My lord, if a prince consort commits an offense, he should be treated the same way, correct? Hasn't it been made clear to you? Mao Chong suddenly stood up, leaning over the desk, almost hovering above it. What have you discovered? Li Qing was uncomfortable with such proximity and leaned back slightly, nodding. I'm not certain, but then ascertain the facts. Mao Chong interrupted, fixing Li Qing with a meaningful gaze. Only report to me once you have conclusive evidence. Until then, maintain strict confidentiality. Li Qing was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Remember, until there's irrefutable evidence, not a whisper should escape. Mao Chong turned his back. You may leave. Your subordinate takes his leave. As Mao Chong listened to the retreating footsteps, his discerning eyes narrowed. The audacity of a novice to challenge a prince consort was bold, if the evidence was solid. It would be commendable for the imperial guards, but if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, the entire guard would be implicated. If it involved the maternal family of a consort, it would not be a grave concern, but the prince consort was different due to the blood ties with the princess, making any action precarious. To take on the prince consort is a thankless task. What is he thinking? Mao Chong muttered. Let him stir the pot. If it succeeds, the imperial guards will gain credit. If it fails, he deserves the misfortune. A smirk crept across his face as he turned back to continue his watermelon, only to find there was not a single piece left. This damned fellow. Li Qing cursed as he tossed aside the watermelon rind, realizing that if he succeeded, Mao Chong would claim half the credit, and if he failed, all the blame would fall on him. Li Qing bought a pound of peach blossom pastry on the street, munching on it as he made his way home. Training newcomers does not necessitate his personal involvement. Remaining in the yamen is equally unproductive, and it would be more advantageous to recline at home, as the salary remains unaffected. With the esteemed title of the Empress's physician, he can afford to be indolent without fear of reproach. Should he exert himself too much and inadvertently harm the Empress, who would bear the responsibility? Upon arriving home, he consumed a pound of peach blossom cake, then lay back on his bed to peruse the scriptures authored by his master. He soon succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in the afternoon during the Shin hour. After refreshing himself with a bath and donning a dark robe, he prepared to explore the capital. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered his subordinate from the Jinyiwei. Subordinate Li Yu pays respects to Lord Qianhu. Li Qing nodded, inquiring about the matter at hand. Lord Lu Baihu, no, Lu Deputy Qianhu and several of his brethren have been assaulted. Li Qing was taken aback, incredulous that anyone would dare to assault the Jinyiwei. The assailant is a former superior of ours, also a Deputy Qianhu, Li Yu explained. Lu Deputy Qianhu was once under his command, and the incident arose due to a failure to pay proper respects. Li Qing mused. Indeed, only the Jinyiwei would dare to confront the Jinyiwei. How audacious to strike my man. If he cannot protect his own subordinates, he should not hold the title of Qianhu. Li Yu hastily followed, providing further details. Have you reported this to Commander Mao? I have, and the commander instructed you to handle it personally. Me handle it? Li Qing chuckled. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 19. Establishing authority and unifying hearts. Upon entering the Zhenfu Division's Yamen, Li Qing immediately discerned the two opposing factions. Lu Chang bore 5 distinct fingerprints on his left cheek, slightly swollen, glaring furiously at a burly man across from him, who displayed an air of arrogance with a disdainful expression. The opposing party clearly outnumbered them and possessed greater presence. Having already grasped the situation on his way, Li Qing approached directly, pointing at the haughty man. Lu Chang, is this the one who struck you? Lu Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. Yes, I have brought shame upon myself in front of you, my lord. Li Qing waved dismissively and stepped up to confront the man. What is your name? Wang Yao. Oh, quite arrogant indeed. Li Qing nodded and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. The crack of the slap was both sudden and forceful, catching Wang Yao entirely off guard. He staggered, his head instinctively twisting to the side, which in turn caused his body to crash heavily to the ground. When he lifted his head again, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. A gaggle of useless fools. After delivering the blow, Li Qing did not even glance back at Wang Yao but turned to scold his subordinates. Your Deputy Qianhu was assaulted, and what were you all doing? A collective shame washed over the group as they lowered their heads. Yet, this incident could not solely be blamed on them. Wang Yao had been their superior for some time, his influence lingering, and as they had recently switched allegiances, their ingrained habits were difficult to shake off. Moreover, they were within the Zhenfu Division's Yamen, with the commander present, which made them wary of escalating the situation. Li Qing, however, paid no heed to their concerns. Reprimanding them harshly, the group stood with bowed heads, yet warmth filled their hearts. As he raged vehemently, Wang Yao could no longer endure the tirade and approached to confront him. With a swift motion, Li Qing delivered another resounding slap, without even lifting his gaze. Continuing to chastise his subordinates, Li Yu and the others buried their heads deeper, a wave of emotion swelling within them, accompanied by a profound sense of belonging and collective honor. While Li Qing's words were laced with sharpness, Wang Yao perceived them as veiled insults. Feeling a profound humiliation that ignited his fury, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, but as he drew closer, he was once again sent sprawling. As the saying goes, once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action. After enduring 3 resounding slaps, Wang Yao completely lost his composure and bellowed. To hell with you. I'm going to fight you. Enough. Li Qing shot him an impatient glare over his shoulder. I shall deal with you shortly. Wang Yao was momentarily taken aback, before succumbing to a frenzy, shouting, Everyone, attack. Beat this bastard to death. Cease at once. A calm voice interjected as Commander Mao Chang stepped forward, accompanied by a brocade-clad guard, the insignia of his authority gently swaying with his movements. Assessing the situation, Mao Chang turned to Zhang Jing and stated, Your men have clashed with Li Qing's. You 2 commanders shall resolve this matter amongst yourselves. Understood. Zhang Jing replied with a respectful gesture, his subordinates complying. Li Qing mirrored the gesture. In that moment, Wang Yao regained his composure, and the once tumultuous courtyard fell silent as everyone hastily offered their respects. Mao Chang cast a glance at Li Qing, brushed off his robes, and elegantly walked away from the fray. Zhang Jing scrutinized Lu Chang and then Wang Yao, his expression darkening. How many slaps did you give? Suppressing his anger, Wang Yao replied quietly, 1 slap, my lord. And how many did you receive? 3 slaps. Zhang Jing nodded and approached Li Qing. Your Excellency, as a newly appointed brocade-clad commander, I can understand your desire to establish authority, but is it not excessive to assert dominance over my men? I had no intention of asserting authority, nor of using your men to do so, Li Qing replied calmly. It was your men who initiated the provocation. Zhang Jing chuckled. It seems Wang Yao was unaware of Liu Baihu's current rank, which is now Deputy Commander Liu. Turning to Liu Chang, he continued with a light-hearted tone. You have made commendable contributions in the past while serving under me, and it is only fitting that you have been promoted to Deputy Commander. As your former superior, I have yet to extend my congratulations. Liu Chang, I offer you my heartfelt congratulations. Liu Chang paused, knowing he should respond with humility, yet given the tense atmosphere, he could not afford to greet with a smile. However, to respond coldly would cast him as ungrateful, leaving him in a precarious position. Indeed, the rank of commander was evidently a cut above that of Wang Yao. Li Qing, with a smile, interjected, it appears that Deputy Commander Liu once served under Commander Zhang. Thus I must express my gratitude to Commander Zhang for cultivating such a capable subordinate for me. Seeing Li Qing refer to himself as a younger brother, Zhang Jing's expression softened slightly, and just as he was about to press his advantage, he was met with Li Qing's continued remarks. My young brother's brocade guard is in need of personnel at this moment, Commander Zhang. Would you be so kind as to lend me 300 to 500 men? They would be serving under Commander Mao, alleviating the Emperor's concerns. Why must we divide ourselves? In conclusion, he added, what do you think, Brother Zhang? Zhang Jing found himself repulsed by Li Qing's audacity, yet he was at a loss for words to counter such shamelessness. Li Qing initially employed the highest-ranking officer of the Jinyiwei as a shield and subsequently invoked the Emperor's concerns to justify his actions. What more could he possibly assert? Moreover, under the pretense of the Jinyiwei being akin to a close-knit family, Li Qing sought to nitpick, though he found it unattainable. Zhang Jing, left with no choice, refrained from responding directly and redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Vice Captain Wang was unaware of Vice Captain Liu's promotion and his subsequent subordination under Captain Li, mistakenly believing that his subordinate had acted with insolence, prompting him to deliver a minor reprimand, which turned out to be a misunderstanding. Realizing this, Li Qing chuckled lightly, admitting his own misapprehension, as he had thought Vice Captain Wang was deliberately seeking trouble. Zhang Jing, taken aback, suddenly recognized that in terms of unreasonable behavior, he was no match for the young man before him. Reluctantly, he feigned impartiality, stating that Liu Chang had received 1 slap while Wang Yao had endured 3. How should the additional 2 slaps be accounted for? Perhaps it would be more equitable for Wang Yao to return 2 slaps to Liu Chang, thus evening the score. Finally, echoing Li Qing's earlier words, he inquired whether his brother Li found this arrangement acceptable. Unacceptable. Li Qing shook his head, asserting that the extra 2 slaps were a consequence of Vice Captain Wang's own actions. The first slap was for insulting a superior, and the second for disrespecting authority. If one were to truly assess guilt, it would likely require more than just 2 slaps to resolve. He then spoke candidly, advising Zhang Jing to discipline his subordinate properly, lest he ultimately face ruin at his hands. Unable to reason with Li Qing and finding himself outmatched, Zhang Jing's frustration boiled over. He declared, since neither of us can convince the other, shall we adhere to the traditional practices of the Jinyiwei? He had already heard of the earlier altercation in the courtyard. His reluctance to intervene was merely a test of the capabilities of this new genie captain, especially since Liu Chang had previously been one of his subordinates, and he was understandably displeased about the arbitrary reassignment of 100 men. Although he could recruit anew, the efficacy of newcomers could never rival that of seasoned veterans. The matter had been handled by Mao Chang, leaving Zhang Jing with little to say. Thus he vented his ire towards Li Qing. However, he did not expect Li Qing to be such a formidable opponent. In light of the current situation, if Zhang Jing chose to back down, how could he maintain his authority in the future? What regulations are we following? Li Qing inquired. Combat. Zhang Jing elaborated. The victor dictates the terms. Li Qing's expression turned quizzical. Are you suggesting we engage in a fight? Are you prepared for such a contest? Zhang Jing replied proudly. I shall not take advantage of you. I will only use 1 hand. If you can endure for a quarter of an hour, you shall be deemed the winner. Liu Chang quickly leaned towards Li Qing, whispering, my lord, his martial skills rank among the top 3 of all the captains. Li Qing responded softly, stepping forward, Captain Zhang. Let us begin. Very well. Zhang Jing positioned himself, forcefully stepping forward, and launching a punch aimed at Li Qing's upper left abdomen. He understood the nuances of combat. This area housed vital organs, and while it wouldn't incapacitate someone, it would certainly inflict considerable pain. Most individuals would take hours to recover from such a blow. Li Qing, unwilling to linger, saw Zhang Jing's attack and chose not to evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Just as their fists were about to collide, Zhang Jing altered his approach, targeting Li Qing's abdomen once more. However, Li Qing was quicker. With fingers spread wide, he struck first, landing a palm on Zhang Jing's elbow before the latter's fist could make contact. With a seemingly effortless punch, Zhang Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. His body spun uncontrollably, and despite his fervent resistance, he found himself turning a full 180 degrees, now facing away from Li Qing. The sensation rendered half of his body numb, and in that singular strike, he comprehended that he was far from being a match for his opponent. Although he had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, it was evident that his adversary had shown restraint as well. Words failed him, and he could not contend physically. Today, he had indeed met his match. Though he was unwilling to lose face, as a 1,000 household commander with 1,000 subordinates under his command, it was imperative to maintain his dignity. After a brief moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. With his left hand resting behind his back, he stood with an air of composure. Turning his back to Li Qing, he suddenly recalled that Lord Li was to attend to the Queen's ailment, and it would be inappropriate to engage in a display of martial prowess. The unpredictability of combat could lead to unintended injuries, and should Lord Li be harmed, it would be a grave misstep, one for which he could never atone, even if he faced 1,000 deaths. The events of today were born from a misunderstanding, and since it was indeed a misunderstanding, there was no need to delve into the minutiae. In a calm tone, Zhang Jing inquired, "Does Lord Li concur?" The shift from addressing Li as a mere commander to calling him Lord Li signified Zhang Jing's capitulation. Li Qing, having defended his subordinate and seized the opportunity to unify his followers, had no desire to pursue the matter further. He graciously offered Zhang Jing an avenue for retreat, acknowledging, "What you say, Lord Zhang, is quite reasonable." He then turned to Lu Chang, asking, "How is the matter I tasked you with progressing?" Lu Chang respectfully replied, "Your Excellency, I have made some headway." Li Qing nodded, indicating they should proceed to the inner hall. As the group walked past Zhang Jing, he remained unmoved, still standing with his hands behind his back. Wang Yangming, having emerged from his fury, realized that his outburst had been in vain. Yet he found it difficult to swallow his indignation. Covering his face, he asked, "Chief, are we just going to let this go?" Chapter 20. The nature of humanity. Zhang Jing's body was only partially incapacitated. Had he been fully capable, he would have certainly retaliated with several decisive blows. However, upon witnessing Wang Yangming's swollen visage, his heart softened somewhat. He retorted, "What more do you wish to achieve?" To engage in unprovoked violence was one matter, but to openly disrespect a superior and incite subordinates against a commander was entirely another. If this were to escalate, the consequences could be severe, with the lightest punishment being a public flogging. Even demotion or dismissal would not be out of the question, and henceforth, one must exercise restraint in their actions. Upon hearing the final remark, the last vestiges of Wang Yangming's arrogance dissipated. Zhang Jing's words were not an exaggeration. Had they pursued this matter further, Wang Yangming would undoubtedly face dire repercussions for his insubordination. In the heat of the moment, he had acted recklessly, but now, reflecting calmly on the situation, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, leaving him too intimidated to consider retaliation any longer. On the other side, Li Qing meticulously reviewed the household registration documents that Lu Chang had unearthed, only to find, regrettably, that they contained none of the information he sought. "Is there anything else beyond this?" he inquired. Lu Chang gently shook his head. "The identity information of Wang Hai's immediate family is all present here. To investigate further would require delving into collateral relatives, which would be a time-consuming endeavor. By the way, my lord," Lu Chang continued, "could you specify the details of what you wish to investigate? Having a clear direction would greatly assist me in my efforts." Li Qing pondered for a moment and expressed his desire for them to investigate any significant background he might possess. Lu Yu suddenly interjected, "My lord, a neighbor of Wang Hai mentioned that his cousin seems to have married a person of considerable stature. Wang Hai has likely benefited from her connections, which is how he presents himself so impressively." "Cousin?" Li Qing's spirits lifted, prompting him to instruct, Look into this cousin and ascertain the prominence of her husband. Understood, Lu Chang replied, bowing slightly before leading the others away. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, contemplating. It is best to establish a target first, allowing them a psychological buffer. To directly instruct them to investigate the prince in Bashu may be too much for them to grasp at once. After a moment of quiet reflection in the yamen, noticing that dusk was approaching, Li Qing rose and made his way outside. Upon seeing Zhang Jing standing with his back turned, hands clasped behind him, Li Qing approached with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Zhang Jing felt a sudden relief from the discomfort in his body. Turning to face Li Qing, he expressed a mix of irritation and resignation, finally remarking, Li Qianhu, you possess quite the skill. I seem to have offended you in many ways. Li Qing chuckled lightly and departed. At the drunken immortal pavilion, the lively chatter of young women had yet to commence as they were still engaged in casual banter. The back courtyard was similarly quiet, with only a handful of patrons present. Li Qing proceeded to the end of the hall and paid 3 taels to enter the inner chamber. He had indeed arrived rather early. The courtesans had not yet taken to the stage, and a few leading ladies were busy assisting the matron in arranging the silk curtains on the tables. Being the sole guest in the entire inner hall, he immediately became the center of attention. The matron, upon spotting Li Qing, initially hesitated before approaching him with a shrewd expression. Ah, if it isn't Mr. Li. Today, several of the ladies have been speaking of you so much that my ears are nearly calloused from listening. Li Qing offered a perfunctory smile, assuming the matron sought to extract money from him. To his surprise, she did not mention any financial matters. Instead, she warmly ushered him to the second floor and produced a membership card from her sleeve. Mr. Li, from now on, your visits here will be complimentary. Ah? Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. One does not accept rewards without merit. Surely, the matron has her reasons. The matron replied, I simply admire men of your forthright nature. Wait, how am I forthright? Li Qing quickly interjected, seeking clarification. There's nothing of great concern, she explained. Last night, you composed a poem for Miss Wanling, and I thought to promote it, thereby enhancing her reputation. Is that so? Li Qing was taken aback. Is poetry truly so valuable? He overlooked the concept of celebrity influence. A masterpiece coupled with a charming courtesan like Wanling could generate significant attention. The drunken immortal pavilion was indeed among the finest in the capital, yet it was not without competitors. In this echelon of establishments, the differences were marginal. After all, which establishment did not boast maidens of exquisite beauty? To maintain a leading position, it was essential to have a headliner of undeniable charisma. Mere looks were insufficient. Talent and renown were paramount. In terms of appearance and talent, Wanling excelled, yet she lacked the recognition. Fortuitously, the recent poem to Wanling was a perfect match for her potential. Based on this, the courtesan's enthusiasm became evident. Certainly, she could have stirred the situation without seeking Li Qing's consent, yet a sense of trepidation lingered within her. This was primarily due to Li Qing's surname, Li. Among the 6 dukes of the Ming Dynasty, 2 bore the same surname, one being Li Shanchong, the only civil minister to ascend to the duke's rank, who was also related to the emperor through marriage, as his son was the emperor's eldest daughter. The other was even more remarkable, with a mother who was the emperor's own sister, making him the emperor's direct nephew. The status and position of these 2 dukes were such that the Xian Lu could not afford to offend them, regardless of any financial backing, for it remained a matter shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, the extravagant behavior of the 8th prince yesterday, coupled with his attitude towards Li Qing, further convinced her that his identity was far from ordinary. The act of casually tossing out 500 taels seemed foolish. Yet it also indicated an abundance of wealth and a nonchalant disregard for money, spent merely for amusement. Additionally, the 8th prince had kept his face concealed throughout, and his attendants warned that if they did not return before curfew, they risked being killed. With such stringent family rules, one could only imagine the extent of their power. Furthermore, no wealthy landlord would dare to commit such a heinous act against a servant. Thus, the adage birds of a feather flock together led the courtesan to conclude that this Mr. Li was indeed of considerable significance. Had Li Qing been privy to the courtesan's reasoning, he would surely have been amused, thinking of Sherlock Holmes. Observing that Li Qing remained unyielding, the courtesan speculated that her offer might have been too modest. After all, what value did a membership card hold? Hence, she proposed, Mr. Li, might I suggest this? Whenever Wanling and the others find themselves free and willing, You may visit any time without charge. Li Qing, having just emerged from his bewilderment, was utterly astonished by her words. Although he could not fully grasp the underlying reasoning, the prospect of receiving such an opportunity for free was too tempting to ignore. It was not that he was stingy. Rather, it is human nature to seize a chance to gain something for nothing. Very well, he replied with a modicum of restraint, careful not to display excessive joy, lest the courtesan perceive his offer as too generous and reconsider. Seeing his reaction, the courtesan became even more convinced of her deductions. She smiled and remarked, "Though that poem was gifted to Wan Ling by you, it should certainly bear your name, Mr. Li." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, "Let it be signed as Mr. Li." After all, now that he had registered his household, it would be prudent to utilize a pseudonym while navigating the world. The courtesan nodded in understanding and flattered him. "Please, Mr. Li, do come inside." With a smile, Li Qing stepped into the room. Inside, only Lianxiang was present, idly perusing a comic book. Upon noticing his entrance, she hurriedly tucked the book away into a drawer. "You have arrived, sir," Lianxiang exclaimed joyfully. "You truly are trustworthy. I thought that after our night together, you might forget about me." "How could I?" Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. "Miss Lianxiang, your tenderness lingers in my thoughts. Since last night, I have scarcely been able to eat or drink." Lianxiang shot him a playful glance, her cheeks flushed with delight. "You certainly know how to flatter, sir. A gentleman like you would never lack for beautiful women," she teased, guiding him to sit down. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon Sister Hongxiu and Sister Wanling." With that, she gracefully departed. After a quarter of an hour, the three women entered together, with Hongxiu carrying a food box. With lovely companions and fine wine at hand, the joy was boundless. After an engaging conversation, Lianxiang and Hongxiu went to freshen up, leaving only Wanling in the room. "Young master, allow me to perform a dance for you, to repay the debt from last night." "No need. This casual chat is quite delightful," Li Qing replied with a smile. "You are so delicate, I could never bear to impose such a thing." Wanling's cheeks flushed suddenly. Her head bowed, cascading black hair veiling her exquisite face, revealing only her tender neck, which was both alluring and graceful. Soon, she concealed her shyness, lifting her head to continue chatting with Li Qing, though her demeanor had shifted slightly from gentle to more childlike. "Wanling, you may simply call me that," she said. Li Qing readily complied. "Wanling, a beauty such as yourself must have encountered some rascals? Do not misunderstand. I merely worry for your safety," he added. Upon hearing the latter half of his statement, Wanling's smile blossomed like a flower, and she lifted her fair chin. "I need only to raise my voice, and immediately someone would rush in," she remarked, casting a glance at Li Qing. "You mustn't harbor any improper thoughts." "Not at all." Li Qing shook his hand, feigning concern. "But what if they possess wealth and power?" "Fear not. There are those in the establishment who will protect me." "Who might that be?" Wanling opened her mouth, but quickly withheld her words. Li Qing felt a twinge of curiosity, yet maintained an understanding demeanor, deciding that if it was something difficult to articulate, it was better left unsaid. Despite his words, disappointment flickered across his face. After a moment of contemplation, Wanling softly confessed, "I only learned of these matters by chance." "Please do not speak of it." Li Qing hurriedly lowered his voice. Of course. The princess," Li Qing nodded gently, internally acknowledging that his suspicions were confirmed. However, he heard Wanling quietly add, "Onqing princess." Chapter 21. The princess's sorrow. Li Qing's gaze sharpened. "Does this princess have many suitors?" "She likely has quite a few," Wanling replied. Li Qing chose not to press further, chuckling lightly. "With the princess backing you, I can rest easy." "Indeed," Wanling slyly glanced at him, testing the waters. "The words you composed have already been conveyed to me by Bayer." Li Qing smiled. "They were inspired by you. If they can assist you, I am more than willing." "Thank you, young master, for your kind gift," Wanling said, gracefully rising to bow, only to be gently caught by Li Qing. "Please, do not be so formal." Their skin brushed together. Her ivory, tender arm felt soft against his. From his elevated position, he could vaguely discern a delicate curve. Her long, curled eyelashes framed her lively, grape-like eyes. Her nose was elegantly high, and her cheeks were charmingly rosy, her flawless, oval face radiating beauty. The distance between them was barely a foot, and Wanling's enchanting visage was unveiled before him without restraint. Gulp! Li Qing involuntarily swallowed, a wave of desire washing over him. Immediately, He chastised himself for his impudence. After all, she was merely 15. The brief contact left both feeling a tad awkward, creating a moment of tension in the atmosphere. Just then, Lianxiang and Hongxiu returned, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Upon noticing their expressions, Hongxiu giggled. It seems we have come at an inopportune time. Indeed, Lianxiang grinned mischievously. What have you done to our sister Wanling, young master? You two have misunderstood, Wanling explained, her face flushed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The young master is not that kind of person. Ah, are you already yearning for conversation? Lianxiang teased. It seems my dear sister has awakened to romantic feelings. Why not stay the night? Hongxiu playfully smacked her, replying with mock annoyance. Mind your words. If someone overhears and informs the matron, my sister could find herself in dire straits. The courtesans seek only a spectacle. Once a body is surrendered, its worth diminishes. At that point, Wanling would surely face a severe beating and would be ruthlessly discarded by the matron, relegated to being a mere red courtesan. At her age, she cannot endure such a fate. Just a jest. Lianxiang quickly realized her misstep and swiftly changed the subject. My dear young master, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The night is still young. Wanling cast her a reproachful glance. Why the haste, sister? Eventually, Wanling, feeling somewhat bashful, took her leave after a short while. Once she departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lianxiang, with a graceful twist of her slender waist, seated herself beside Li Qing, pouring wine with an elegant flourish. Please, young master, indulge in this cup. Li Qing lowered his gaze and drained the cup, exclaiming, what fine wine. Lianxiang smiled sweetly, rising to fetch a guqing. As she plucked the strings, Hongxiu began to dance gracefully to the melody. Li Qing savored his drink, relishing the music and the dance, lost in delight. As the fourth watch approached, the two women fell into a deep slumber, and Li Qing quietly departed. After practicing for a couple of incense sticks at home, he made his way to the imperial palace. In the Qianqing palace, the princes and grandsons paid their daily respects. Despite Empress Ma's improving health, the customary etiquette remained essential. Once they concluded their duties, Li Qing approached to administer acupuncture to Empress Ma. Off to the pleasure quarters again, she chided, you must learn to take care of yourself. Even a body forged of iron cannot withstand such excess. Do not think that youth grants you the liberty to indulge without consequence. There will come a time for regret. Your Highness speaks wisely, Li Qing replied with a sheepish smile. As a physician, I naturally understand this principle and will exercise caution moving forward. After completing the acupuncture, Empress Ma propped herself up and inquired, will this treatment be necessary every day? 7 days should suffice, Li Qing responded. However, moderation is key. This acupuncture is merely a means to rejuvenate your Highness. Your own well-being is paramount. Maintaining a relaxed spirit, ensuring happiness, and adhering to a balanced diet with smaller, more frequent meals are crucial for your recovery. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort without the slightest negligence, he added. Empress Ma nodded slightly, expressing, I feel much improved now. May I venture out of the palace? Where does your Highness wish to go? To the princess's residence. Certainly, Li Qing affirmed. Empress Ma beamed. You may withdraw. I wish to change. Yes, I take my leave, he replied, bowing before exiting the main hall. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Zhu Yuanzhang. I bow before your majesty. At ease, Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, pausing. How fares the Empress? She is currently in the recovery phase. When can we expect a full recovery? Li Qing, steeling himself, replied, that depends on her condition. I dare not presume. Noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure, he quickly added, Your Majesty, the timeline for the Empress's complete recovery does not solely rest with me. Her own factors weigh even more heavily. Zhu Yuanzhang, clearly displeased with this answer, did not pursue the matter further, for he understood this truth and proceeded to offer Li Qing grand promises. Li Qing felt a sense of disbelief, yet had to feign an appearance of boundless energy, truly weary at heart. As the two conversed, Empress Ma, adorned in her formal attire, emerged from the great hall, surrounded by a throng of palace maids. Zhu Yuanzhang, leaving Li Qing behind, stepped forward and inquired, Sister, where are you headed? The Empress replied with a smile, I am going to visit Chongning and Chang'an. Simply summon them here, Zhu Yuanzhang suggested. You are not yet fully recovered. Do not wander about unnecessarily. The Empress retorted, Why should I not visit my daughters? Li Qing interjected gently, Your Majesty. It is not far, and the Empress is not walking. A brief outing may aid her recovery. Pausing, he added softly, Your Majesty. The Empress is in a delicate stage of recovery. It would be wise to indulge her wishes. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed in resignation. Very well, you may accompany her. Just in case. It would be inappropriate for me to follow the Empress to visit the princesses, Li Qing acknowledged respectfully. Zhu Yuanzhang's icy gaze softened slightly as he addressed the Empress. Do not overexert yourself. Return early. This servant obeys, she replied. Zhu Yuanzhang was a devoted father, concerned that his daughter might feel out of place after her marriage. Thus he constructed a princess mansion, complete with palace maids and eunuchs to attend to her. After marriage, the princesses resided there, while the prince's consort were denied such privileges, although Zhu Yuanzhang provided them with residences in the capital. The Ming Dynasty was profoundly influenced by the teachings of Chengzhu Confucianism, which held that relationships between men and women should be strictly monitored. Royal women, in particular, were expected to serve as paragons for the populace. Thus, contact between a princess and her prince consort required the approval of female officials. The frequency of their meetings was pitifully sparse, occurring only a few times each month. Their relationship resembled that of a widow, and there was little distinction from being single. Ironically, while these scholars insisted on the preservation of women's chastity, they regarded men's indulgences with courtesans as a mark of sophistication, even discussing such matters openly, which was deemed a display of gallantry worthy of boasting. At the princess mansion, news of the Empress's arrival spread rapidly, prompting several princesses to rush to pay their respects. Princess Linen, Princess Ninghua, Princess Anqing, and Princess Runing, greeting Mother Empress. Rise, all of you, Empress Ma cheerfully responded. Why haven't you brought my grandchildren? The princesses replied with forced smiles. The children have moved to live with the prince consort. Despite their smiles, there was a bitter undertone. Empress Ma frowned slightly. When did this happen? Princess Linen replied, 2 months ago, by father's decree. It must have been those conservative scholars' petitions, Princess Ninghua exclaimed indignantly, claiming that the children of the princess are outsiders and cannot reside in the princess mansion. It is truly infuriating. Mother, you must advocate for us. As the eldest daughter of Empress Ma, she spoke without hesitation, unlike her sisters who dared not voice such sentiments. Upon hearing Princess Ninghua's words, the other princesses immediately chimed in. What our sister said is true. I shall discuss this with your father upon my return. Empress Ma felt a surge of anger. It was one thing for her husband to be absent, but to deny their children the comfort of being by her side was utterly unreasonable. Thank you, Mother Empress, the princesses rejoiced. Princess Anqing noticed a pair of eyes frequently glancing her way and, upon looking up, was startled to find a handsome young man standing beside her mother. Chapter 22. The choice. Though Li Qing did not sport a beard, as a seasoned individual, he could easily distinguish between a eunuch and a man, as well as the Princess Anqing. At that moment, the other princesses also recognized Li Qing's uniqueness, their faces reflecting astonishment. Li Qing performed a respectful bow, addressing, Your Highness. I am but a humble minister. Minister? Queried the others. He is the royal physician, explained Empress Ma. Just days ago, the Queen Mother's condition worsened. Were it not for him, she might have already departed this world. The princesses quickly expressed, Long live the Queen Mother. They nodded towards Li Qing, a gesture of gratitude. What followed was a casual exchange among the mother and daughters, while Li Qing found the domestic banter rather tedious. Chang'an, last month, your father praised Ouyang Luan for his diligent work. It seems your situation is quite unfortunate, Empress Ma sighed. Just after marrying, he took on the task of inspecting the tea horse trade. Over the past 2 years, he has scarcely been home, and you still bear no child. It is all for the court. My daughter does not suffer in vain, replied Princess Anqing, in a notably formal manner. Empress Ma shook her head with a wry smile. I shall speak to your father, requesting he take a break and allow someone else to take over. That is unacceptable. Princess Anqing abruptly rose from her seat, only to realize her loss of composure and quickly amended, as a royal lady, how can I allow personal matters to impede state affairs? The consort has become quite adept at supervising the tea horse trade. To replace him carelessly would require a new official a considerable time to acclimatize. If I were to disregard national matters for the sake of my own desires, how would the world perceive me? Li Qing could not help but smirk inwardly. Women ought to be educated. Just listen to her articulate speech, fervently devoted to the nation. As noon approached, Empress Ma departed from the princess's residence in her palanquin, with Li Qing in tow. Li Qing, Empress Ma called, lifting the curtain of the sedan chair and beckoning him forward. What is your command, your grace? He inquired. Aren't you in charge of the Jinyiwei? She whispered. Send someone to Bashu to find Yangluan, and make sure to give him a thorough admonition. Quiet. Empress Ma shot him a glare. Understood. Li Qing lowered his voice, cautiously probing. Your Grace, is this regarding his conduct in life? Or is it necessary for me to spell it out? Empress Ma replied, slightly displeased. The tea-horse trade is immensely profitable. Although Yangluan hails from a scholarly background, he is not immune to lapses in judgment. What would you have me do, Your Grace? Li Qing continued to feign ignorance, silently admiring. Though Empress Ma is advanced in years, she remains astute, far beyond the capabilities of Princess Anqing. Ensure he performs his duties diligently and does not succumb to greed. Is that not clear enough? Empress Ma retorted sharply. Li Qing sighed inwardly and asked, but what if he has already committed a grave transgression? The matter of great consequence was no mere trifling. Empress Ma's expression turned frosty. Without evidence, to falsely accuse a high-ranking official, do you comprehend the gravity of such an offense? The consort is a first-rank officer. Li Qing acknowledged his error. Empress Ma inhaled deeply, opting not to address his inquiry, instead stating, Anqing is my youngest daughter. Understood. Li Qing nodded slightly. He did not accompany her into the palace nor visit the pacification office, but rather made his way directly home. He finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. From a rational standpoint, he ought to heed the Queen's decree and send Lu Chang and his companions to confront Yangluan. After all, how Yangluan exploits the common people is of little concern to him. Yet, he cannot reconcile the notion of allowing Yangluan to persist in his malevolence when he possesses the means to intervene. Despite spending a decade in seclusion, he remains acutely aware of the plight of the populace in this era. Life is exceedingly arduous, with an annual yield of merely 23 stones of rice per mu, and after deducting rent, taxes, seeds, and tools, a double harvest barely yields one. Following threshing, the output is around 260 jin. A young couple, under normal circumstances, can cultivate 56 mu, meaning that after a year of relentless toil, they can expect to harvest only about 500 jin. This scant amount must suffice for the entire family's sustenance, resulting in an average per capita yield of only around 200 jin. When averaged out daily, this translates to merely 3 liang of rice per meal. The children and the elderly barely manage to survive, while the young must work tirelessly to make ends meet. Whether planting mulberry trees, wheat, or other crops, the returns in terms of grain are similarly meager. Of course, those who own land or reside in coastal areas may still manage a decent living, at least ensuring their hunger is abated. However, nearly half of the arable land in the Ming Dynasty remains firmly in the hands of landlords. The young men, aptly referred to as the pillars of their households, embody this reality, for should these pillars falter, the family's livelihood would be jeopardized. Given the already dire circumstances of the common folk, the emergence of rampant corruption could spell disaster for countless lives. One should cultivate oneself in poverty and seek to benefit the world in prosperity, a saying often uttered by his master, Zhang Lata. Though the master and disciple reside in the mountains, they are not entirely isolated from the world. Villagers frequently ascend the mountains seeking medicine. Zhang Lata has never charged a fee, occasionally accepting a small amount of grain from those who can afford it, while offering free treatment to those in need, regardless of the education he received in later years or the teachings of his master. Li Qing finds it impossible to persuade himself to embrace a purely self-serving existence. Moreover, as a captain of the Jinyiwei, it is his duty to investigate whether Ming officials have transgressed the law, a responsibility that does not overstep boundaries. The imperial son-in-law is also an official. Even if one were to classify him as a royal relative, the Jinyiwei possesses the authority to conduct inquiries. It is merely that most of them are reluctant to do so. After considerable contemplation, Li Qing finally declared, the edict cannot be defied, but an investigation must be conducted. He is acutely aware that mere admonishment is futile. Once greed takes root in a person, it is nearly impossible to restrain. Resolute in his decision, Li Qing rose and ventured out, enjoying a bowl of cold noodles on the street before proceeding to the yamen. Upon his arrival at the town protector's office, Lu Chang promptly presented the intelligence he had gathered. Sir, we have uncovered the details. Wang Hai's cousin is married to the cousin of the imperial son-in-law, Yangluan. Li Qing was rendered speechless, reflecting on how Wang Hai had skillfully navigated connections that seemed tenuous at best, yet managed to thrive. However, it was not entirely unfounded. As his cousin had been orphaned at a young age and raised by Wang Hai's family, Lu Chang added, a hint of suspicion in his voice, "Sir, the matter you wish to investigate, it wouldn't happen to involve the imperial son-in-law, would it?" Li Qing mused to himself. The privileged treatment of a cousin's brother-in-law clearly indicates the wealth of this prince. He inquired, "Are you afraid? Is it really a matter of concern?" Lu Chang smacked his lips, responding that he wasn't particularly fearful. After all, royal relatives could be dealt with in the same manner as anyone else. However, there were certain reservations, weren't there? Li Qing articulated that sentiment for him. Lu Chang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, admitting that it was indeed the case. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing spoke solemnly. "There is an edict. You shall take 50 astute and capable brothers to Bashu and inform that Yongle to apply himself diligently and refrain from greed." Pausing for a moment, he added, "After conveying the message, disperse and conduct a thorough investigation into Yongle's actions over the past 2 years. Remember, it must remain confidential. Report any findings directly back to me without disseminating them, not even to the commandant." With Li Qing's guidance, Lu Chang misinterpreted the subsequent orders, believing they also stemmed from the imperial edict. His courage swelled at once. "Yes, this subordinate will obey. Proceed swiftly. Regardless of what you uncover, do not alert him. Simply relay the information accurately." "Understood." Lu Chang bowed respectfully and set off to fulfill his task. Li Qing sat in contemplation for a while before heading to the back hall to request a copy of the Great Ming Code from Mao Chang, then returned. The Great Ming Code, established by Zhu Yuanzhang, contains regulations that, in a sense, serve as imperial decrees. It is imperative to memorize them, as they may prove invaluable in the future. That evening, Li Qing did not visit the drunken immortal pavilion. However, the back hall of the pavilion was more vibrant than ever before, with guest spirits soaring higher than at any previous time. Chapter 23. The literary world of the Great Ming in turmoil amongst the crowd. A single glance from Yanran renders the world's hues as mere dust. A young gentleman murmured, "Marvelous, simply marvelous." His eyes sparkled as he appreciated the verse, which bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ji's song of everlasting regret. Its essence equally profound. With a smile that beckons, 100 charms arise. The beauties of the harem pale in comparison. As individuals recited the two poems, comparing them, they found it difficult to discern which was superior in terms of diction or sentiment, leading to further astonishment. Tang poetry, song lyricism, Yuan drama. 15 years since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty had yet to witness such high-caliber, representative poetry. Those present, well-versed in literature, sparkled with excitement as if witnessing the imminent revival of the Ming literary scene. A tree of flowers blooms forth, devoid of artifice, longing to convey unspoken words. Before her, Wu Nyang is praised for her graceful dance, yet alas, she is often misjudged for her slender waist. The crowd recited the verses repeatedly, savoring their depth, and their fascination with the enchanting Miss Wan Ling only grew. What manner of woman could inspire Mr. Li to express such ineffable thoughts? Esteemed guests, a remarkable young man in his 20s rose to speak. "I believe that Mr. Li's verse, though it appears to extol Miss Wan Ling, is, in fact, a tribute to our great Ming." The audience fell silent, then pondered, reinterpreting the lines. The graceful Yanji, merely 15 years of age, this year marks the 15th year of Hongwu. Could this allude to the 15th year since the founding of the Ming? A tree of flowers blooms forth. Might this be an allegory for the Yuan's encroachment upon the central plains, now finally witnessing the revival of vitality after a century of suffering? Amidst the throng, a single glance from her captivates. The hues of the mortal realm seem as mere dust. Does this imply that throughout the ages, compared to the illustrious Ming Dynasty, all others fade into insignificance? In the presence of Miss Wu, who is praised for her graceful dancing, one cannot help but lament her delicate form, which, while enchanting, lacks substance. On a deeper level, this may subtly allude to the 15 years since the Ming Dynasty's establishment, indicating numerous shortcomings that still lie ahead. Such superficiality reflects a shallow perspective. A multitude begins to indulge in wild interpretations, excessively dissecting the text. It is no wonder, for the ancients, particularly the literati, reveled in metaphors and allusions. Insults often sounded like compliments. The brilliance lies in the fact that such interpretations evoke no sense of incongruity, aligning seamlessly with the text. This multitude becomes increasingly convinced of their correct reading. Mr. Li is indeed a remarkable talent. The courtesans on stage have been relegated to mere background figures, while the enchanting melodies of the Qing go unnoticed, as all are absorbed in the reading of the poem. Consequently, after the performance of Xiao, not a single bid was placed. The courtesan's performance going unsold is an unprecedented occurrence at the drunken immortal pavilion. The matron is somewhat perplexed, sensing that the script seems awry. After a moment's contemplation, she instructs her attendant to summon Wan Ling for a dance. Madam, today is not Wan Ling's designated day for receiving guests. If she is unwilling, I shall speak to her myself. The matron understands that the future of the drunken immortal pavilion hinges upon this evening. A quarter of an hour later, under the matron's persistent persuasion, Wan Ling graces the center of the grand stage. With steps as light as a breeze and a waist that seems ready to break, she is charming yet not seductive. Her allure heightened by the sheer veil, enhancing the atmosphere of the hall. With the poetic accompaniment, the experience transcends the ordinary. Once her dance concludes, bidders flood in, and the price swiftly escalates to 300 taels, far exceeding the usual. Typically, at this hour, bidding would have waned. Yet now there is a fervent desire to behold the beauty. Many of those present have seen Wan Ling before, yet all seek to outshine one another, vying for supremacy. The tales of romance and elegance are, after all, rich fodder for conversation. One must maintain their reputation in such circles. Wan Ling's value skyrockets, ultimately resting at 550 taels, 50 taels more than the inflated price set by the 8th prince just 2 days prior, nearly tripling her usual worth as a guest. The effect of her newfound fame begins to manifest. The matron beams with delight, envisioning streams of silver flowing in. Once her reputation is established, what need is there to fear a lack of patrons? Of course, she had never intended to rely solely on Wan Ling for profit. Rather, she aims to draw in more guests through Wan Ling's renown. Much like a supermarket promotion, customers attracted may not necessarily seek the discounted items. Yet their presence encourages additional purchases. Wan Ling's role is to elevate the brand's value, pursuing a high-end route, while the true volume of business relies on the leading courtesans of the front hall and the back courtyard. This is it. A turning point has arrived. The matron's eyes gleam with anticipation, for her extensive experience tells her that after this night, the drunken immortal pavilion's renown will eclipse that of its competitors, even rivaling the Imperial Music Bureau. Show air, relay the message. Preparations for Wan Ling's promotion will commence early tomorrow. The courtesan remarked, moreover. Replace the plaque in the rear hall with Waning Ling Pavilion and ensure the finest craftsmen in the capital undertake this task, so that it is hung by tomorrow evening. In just a day, fueled by the momentum at the drunken immortal tower and the encouragement of the evening's guests, the poem gifting Waning Ling spread throughout the capital. Scholars and refined gentlemen alike marveled, even capturing the attention of the Hanlin Academy. The literary world of the Ming Dynasty was set ablaze. A group of erudite scholars engaged in profound interpretations, exclaiming in admiration. The verses, having passed through various hands, were ultimately presented, along with translations, by several grand secretaries of the Hanlin Academy to the imperial desk of Zhu Yuanzhang. Graceful Yanji, aged 15, accustomed to trailing long sleeves, does not take delicate steps. Amidst the crowd, a single glance reveals beauty that renders the world as mere dust. A tree blooms with flowers, yet, devoid of nature's essence, wishes to gift without words. Before her, Madame Wu praises her dancing skills, yet sadly, her waist often misleads. As Zhu Yuanzhang read, he glanced at the annotations by the Hanlin scholars. The poem, though concise, was accompanied by a translation exceeding 3,000 characters, encapsulating even the poet's emotions during its composition. Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, "Is there such profundity in a mere poem dedicated to a courtesan?" He possessed some cultural knowledge, though limited. He could compose a couple of verses, yet he was not particularly adept. The true essence of this poem eluded him, and he hesitated to refute it outright. After all, both scholars and Hanlin academicians claimed it celebrated the Ming Dynasty. To contradict them would suggest his own ignorance. "Zhong, take a look at this poem," Zhu Yuanzhang instructed. Zhu Biao accepted it and read it through, expressing great astonishment. This talent is indeed rare in the world. There is no need to discuss their abilities. Simply observe the annotations from the Hanlin Academy. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "I find their interpretations somewhat excessive." After a lengthy pause, Zhu Biao revisited the translation and finally spoke. Perhaps the interpretations are somewhat exaggerated, but the direction is undoubtedly correct. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, surprised. You think so as well? Father, poetry thrives on subtlety. Every line resonates perfectly, indicating the poet's deliberate intention. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slowly, his expression stern. So, you mean to say this person truly utilized the praise of courtesans as a veiled critique of the Ming? Such audacity. Summon him. Father, please calm your anger. Zhu Biao quickly interjected. The author of this poem harbors no intention of disparaging the Ming. Rather, it conveys a sense of deep concern, suggesting they genuinely wish for the betterment of our dynasty. Where does this sense of concern arise from? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, perplexed. Zhu Biao handed the poem back to Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, observe the final line, sadly, often misled by the waste, in my view. The waste refers to corrupt officials or unreasonable policies of the court. If the author expresses such sentiments, there must be a sound strategy behind it, at the very least. One they perceive as reasonable. Perhaps you could summon this individual to the palace for an inquiry. Zhu Biao continued. If he possesses genuine governance strategies, it would be a tremendous fortune for the Ming Dynasty. Conversely, should he lack merit, a slight reprimand could humble him, allowing him to focus on his studies, thus serving the nation in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, you consider these matters thoughtfully. Let us proceed as you suggest. Shao Gizi, go to the town pacification office and convey our imperial decree, instructing Mao Chang to bring this person in by dawn tomorrow. Yes, your servant obeys. At the town pacification office, Mao Xiang received the imperial edict and immediately sprang into action. To demonstrate the gravity of the matter, he dispatched all the members of the Jinyiwei at his disposal. In an instant, the Jinyiwei spies flooded the city in search of Mr. Li. Chapter 24. Is it possible that I am Mr. Li? A knock echoed from outside the door. Li Qing set down the Ming legal code and rose to the courtyard, where he found Li Yu hastily approaching. As dusk approached, he queried, "What brings you here in such haste?" "My lord, the commander has issued an order for the Jinyiwei in the capital to seek out a certain Mr. Li." Li Yu replied eagerly. "This Mr. Li is someone whom the emperor specifically wishes to meet. My lord, this presents a splendid opportunity for our Jinyiwei to achieve merit. If we delay, others may seize it." "Very well." Li Qing, with little time for contemplation and disregarding his plans to revel at the drunken immortal pavilion that evening, hurriedly returned indoors to don the insignia of the Jinyiwei. "Let us go. Do we have any clues regarding this person's age, origin, or status?" "Rest assured, my lord. When the imperial decree was announced, I was present. I promptly dispatched a trusted brother to the drunken immortal pavilion." Li Yu chuckled. To the drunken immortal pavilion?" Li Qing halted. "Indeed, the poetry originated from there. It has spread throughout the capital. That poet Mr. Li has become renowned, and the emperor wishes to meet him." "What? Poetry?" Li Qing muttered, perplexed. Without mobile phones or the internet, how could the news travel so swiftly? Just this morning all was well, and yet within half a day, it has become common knowledge throughout the city? "My lord, what are you saying?" Li Yu scratched his head before hurriedly adding, "We must go now. Other members of the Jinyiwei will likely soon arrive at the drunken immortal pavilion. If we can ascertain the appearance of Mr. Li and sketch a likeness, we will gain a significant advantage." "What does the emperor want with this Mr. Li?" Li Qing inquired. "I do not know." Li Yu shook his head. "The edict merely states that we must bring Mr. Li into the palace by early morning." "Oh, my lord, let us hasten. There's no rush." Li Qing replied with a smile. "Do not worry. This achievement will not be taken from us. We shall head to the Jinfu office." "Are we not searching for him?" Li Qing asked. "What is this Mr. Li's surname?" Li Yu pondered briefly. "It should be Li." Li Qing chuckled. "I too bear the surname Li." "My lord, I share the same surname." Li Yu replied, bemused. "Silly. I am Mr. Li. That poem was penned by me." "What? What indeed?" Li Qing retorted impatiently. "Come, let us move quickly." In the back hall of the Jinfu office, Mao Xiang was leisurely enjoying a melon when he spotted Li Qing approaching. He promptly stowed the melon in an ice-filled box and placed the lid atop it. Wiping his hands, he leisurely remarked, "Did I not instruct the Jinyiwei in the capital to seek out that Mr. Li? What brings you here?" "To report to my lord. I have already located Mr. Li," Li Qing said, eyeing the box with a gulp. "Oh," Mao Xiang perked up, noticing Li Qing's fixation on the box. "Speak while you eat." "Thank you, my lord." Li Qing, unceremoniously lifting the lid, indulged in 2 pieces before cheerfully stating, "My lord, could it be that this Mr. Li is none other than myself?" "You?" Mao Chong chuckled disdainfully, then furrowed his brow in suspicion, inquiring, "Is it truly you?" Li Qing nodded. "I would not dare deceive my superior." Mao Chong paused. Though his rational mind suggested that Li Qing lacked the audacity to trick him, he still harbored doubts. "Did that poem genuinely originate from your hand?" Li Qing replied with a hint of amusement. "Boss, even if I dared to deceive you, I certainly wouldn't risk misleading His Majesty, would I?" "That is indeed a valid point." Mao Chong gradually nodded. "You have quite the talent, my friend. This time, you have truly stirred the winds of fate. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, we shall see how His Majesty reacts tomorrow, as well as how you respond. Surely it cannot be that severe?" Li Qing retorted, feeling exasperated. "Boss, I am timid. Please do not frighten me." "Who is frightening you?" Mao Chong rolled his eyes. "The matter has already reached the emperor. Do you genuinely believe it is merely due to a single poem? What is it then?" Mao Chong regarded him intently. "Do you truly not understand? Or are you feigning ignorance?" Li Qing scratched his head. "Pray enlighten me, sir. Until the emperor summons you, I shall not divulge any answers." Mao Chong reclined back in his chair. "Also, for heaven's sake, don't eat everything. Leave me a couple of pieces." Li Qing reluctantly withdrew his hand from the snacks. Chuckling awkwardly, "Boss, while I can comprehend your withholding of answers, as your subordinate, could you perhaps offer me a slight hint?" Mao Chong pondered for a moment. "Listen closely." "I am all ears." Li Qing sat up straight. Mao Chong slowly enunciated, "Politics. Is that all?" Li Qing blinked in confusion. "Nothing more?" Mao Chong nodded. "That is already quite sufficient." Li Qing, feeling resigned, stood up. "Then what of the merit in locating Mr. Li?" "Count that as yours," Mao Chong replied curtly. "The reward will be added to your salary next month. Additionally, have your men recall the Jinyiwei who have been searching for him." "Understood." "Wait." Li Qing turned back. "Sir, do you have any further instructions? You certainly have hidden depths." Mao Chong remarked. "Reveal any other skills you possess. Do not keep them concealed. The greater your abilities, the more I shall appreciate you." Li Qing contemplated. "Does fighting count? How many can I take on?" 20 should not pose a problem," he responded. 20 children, or Jinyiwei?" Mao Chong inquired. "Jinyiwei," Li Qing confirmed. Mao Chong nodded slightly. "You boast as if it were the truth. That could at least be considered a skill." "Boss." Li Qing rolled up his sleeves to display his biceps. "I truly am quite capable in combat." "Enough of that. With your physique, you would rank at the bottom among our Jinyiwei," Mao Chong retorted. "Come to the office tomorrow. Accompany me into the palace." Li Qing clasped his hands in salute. "I take my leave." Upon reaching the front courtyard, he informed Li Yu and the others about the rewards and instructed them to call back those searching for Mr. Li before he returned home. As dusk descended, he lost the desire to visit the drunken Immortal Tavern. Lying in bed, Li Qing found himself perplexed. How could a mere poem be entangled with politics? Unable to fathom the situation, he felt agitated, struggling to sleep or focus on his training. Previously, he had merely uttered that some crimes are unforgivable while others are understandable, which had resulted in 20 lashes. Now, having ventured into the realm of politics, what fate awaited him? Certainly, with the esteemed position of the Empress's physician, there should be no imminent threat to life. However, enduring corporal punishment while prostrate on the ground is undeniably a blow to one's dignity. Moreover, should the Empress meet her untimely demise, it is quite plausible that the old grievances may resurface, jeopardizing his very existence. Li Qing felt quite frustrated. At the break of dawn, he rose, attended to his ablutions, donned his flying fish attire, and made his way to the office of the town protector. "Commander," Li Qing called out as he stood before the back hall, to which Mao Chong promptly emerged. "Let us proceed." "Ah," Li Qing nodded in agreement. "Chief, shall we first see the emperor or attend to the Empress's ailment?" "Certainly. The Empress's health takes precedence," Mao Chong replied with a dismissive smirk. "Do not overestimate your importance. The emperor is unlikely to postpone morning court for a private audience with you." "Indeed, you speak wisely." Li Qing felt reassured by Mao Chong's words. In the palace of heavenly purity, the Empress had only just risen and was in the midst of her morning rituals. "Why are you here so early?" she inquired, surprised. "I had a restful night and arose early," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "Your humble servant pays his respects." "There's no need for formalities," the Empress said, taking a cotton handkerchief from a maid to dry her hands. "Was your sleep sound, or were you restless?" She cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed Mr. Li?" Yes," Li Qing stammered, feeling the pressure. "Your Highness is astute." The empress returned the handkerchief to the tray, waved her hand to dismiss the attending maids, and then turned to him. To allude to court affairs through poetry, Li Qing, you possess quite the audacity. Your Highness, I assure you, that was not my intention. Li Qing exclaimed, bewildered, realizing why Mao Chong had hinted at the political implications. He had merely copied a poem from a later era to impress, yet it had transformed into a veiled commentary on the court. This is truly unjust. Allow me to show you something, the Empress said, approaching the couch and picking up a letter from the headboard. This is an annotation from the Hanlin Academy. Li Qing hurried forward to receive it with both hands, and upon reading, he was rendered speechless. The elegant Yin Ji is 15 years old. Refers to the 15th year of Hongwu. A tree adorned with blossoms suddenly blooms, symbolizes the new vigor of the Ming Dynasty, alas, often mistaken for a slender waist. Critiques the corrupt practices of the court. Each line, each character meticulously annotated, elaborating on the author's sentiments and even detailing the psychological state during composition. Spanning over 500 words, more than the word count of a primary school essay. Li Qing was astounded, realizing the phrase "the beauty of an article is contingent upon the eloquence of the literati." The poem contained only 60 characters, yet the translation exceeded 3,000. This could hardly be termed an excessive interpretation. It was indeed a pathological dissection. Ironically, the explanations were coherent and substantiated, leaving him, the original author, utterly speechless. Truly, this was infuriating. Chapter 25. A preliminary discussion on governance. Li Qing finally comprehended why Zhu Yuanzhang wished to see him. It was all due to the excessive interpretations of this group of literati. One must admit, they possessed a remarkable aptitude for reading comprehension. Alas, I have been ensnared by these wretched scholars, Li Qing sighed, offering a rueful smile. Your Highness, do you believe any of this? The Empress chuckled lightly. Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. What matters is whether the Emperor believes it, and more importantly, whether the literati and Hanlin scholars of the capital hold such convictions. Li Qing fell silent. Please, Your Highness, enlighten me. I am unable to impart such wisdom. The Empress replied. Empress Ma shook her head, stating that the poem was your creation, and the ultimate authority for its interpretation rests with you. I present this to you merely to prepare your mind. How you choose to respond is entirely up to you. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the Empress's warning. Observing his swift return to composure, a glimmer of appreciation crossed Empress Ma's eyes as she playfully inquired, Is acupuncture permissible? Indeed, he replied. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing withdrew the silver needles and exited the palace of heavenly purity. You have finally emerged, Mao Chong remarked, seizing Li Qing's arm and steering him toward the imperial study. The emperor had concluded his court session some time ago, so be prudent in your responses and refrain from unnecessary entanglements. Understood. Li Qing responded helplessly, internally lamenting, and here we are, already casting blame before we've even begun. In the imperial study, having received permission, the two entered the grand hall in unison. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. And may the crown prince enjoy longevity. You may rise. Zhu Yuanzhang set aside the memorial and turned his gaze toward Mao Chong. Where is Mr. Li? Your majesty. I have brought Mr. Li. Mao Chong replied respectfully. The author of that poem is indeed Li Qing, my subordinate. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, and Crown Prince Zhu Biao expressed his astonishment as both turned their attention to Li Qing. Steeling himself, Li Qing stepped forward and clasped his hands, stating, In response to your majesty, the esteemed commander has spoken true. I am the creator of that poem. Li Qing, Crown Prince Zhu Biao interjected. Setting aside the merits of your poem, merely the insinuation against the court constitutes a grave offense. Are you aware of your transgression? Li Qing instinctively wanted to protest his innocence, but recalled the empress's words, swallowing back his retort. He knelt and proclaimed, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am filled with trepidation. He understood that Zhu Biao was offering him a lifeline, transforming a debate into a straightforward question. Simultaneously, he recognized that any further evasion would only serve to irritate Zhu Yuanzhang. As Empress Ma had indicated, the emperor's belief was secondary. What mattered was the perception of all present. Li Qing questioned whether, even with his eloquence, he could outwit the learned scholars surrounding him, and thus he chose to concede. Seeing him comply, Zhu Biao's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperor shot a disapproving look at his son before addressing Li Qing with an indifferent tone. Mr. Li, you spoke of poorly misjudged by the waist. Might you elucidate what this waist signifies? Trembling in trepidation, Li Qing replied, I am but a member of the Jinyiwei, lacking the authority to comment on state affairs. You have already commented. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone abruptly turned severe, his imperial presence booming forth, causing the young attendants and maids to kneel in trepidation. Mao Chong also knelt, pleading, Your servant admits to laxity in governance. I beseech your majesty to impose punishment. It does not concern you. Zhu Yuanzhang waved dismissively, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Li Qing, demanding a response. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing answered directly. I believe that when faced with a problem, the focus should be on addressing the issue itself rather than solely on those who are problematic. Just as a blank sheet can bear a seal, corrupt officials betray their sovereign and deserve punishment. Yet, executing them does not resolve the underlying issues. If reforms are not enacted, such occurrences will inevitably arise again. Li Qing, silence. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at his son before turning back to Li Qing, continuing his discourse. Seeing that the old Zhu did not display any anger, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was granted the opportunity to speak, it sufficed. Your Majesty, he ventured, in my humble opinion, the court should establish an additional institution dedicated to the meticulous management of accounts. This department would be responsible for reconciling local accounts with those of the Ministry of Revenue, thereby streamlining the collection process and ensuring accuracy. This would also alleviate the burden on local officials, allowing them to devote their time to more substantial matters. Li Qing elaborated. The introduction of a third-party agency would significantly mitigate the risk of corruption, fostering a more equitable system. The court is already undertaking such measures. You simply remain unaware. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked coolly, Do not presume yourself to be the sole possessor of wisdom. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then conceded with a sigh. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Avoid being evasive, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, showing no inclination to entertain such tactics. If you present your ideas well, you may escape unscathed, otherwise, humph. With a sense of resignation, Li Qing pondered and suggested, Might I propose that the tax system be adjusted? Collecting taxes in kind can be laborious. It would be far more efficient to accept monetary payments. This would not only facilitate the lives of the populace, but also significantly enhance the court's revenue. To abolish the tax on goods? Zhu Yuanzhang paused, his eyes brightening momentarily before he shook his head. No, the sustenance of the people is paramount. The court must maintain control over essential goods. Li Qing inwardly lamented. Ultimately, the lack of trust in the Ming currency was evident. Even the issuer held such doubts. Thus, he sought a compromise. Your Majesty, not all necessities are suited for taxation in kind. For instance, fruits incur substantial transportation costs. By the time they reach the capital, the expenses and losses can surpass half of their value. Would it not be more prudent to convert such perishable goods into cash at market rates? Indeed, that is a valid point. Zhu Yuanzhang responded approvingly. This proposal is commendable. Do you have any further suggestions? None for the moment, Li Qing replied. For now, I shall be cautious in my approach, as my understanding of court affairs is limited, and I cannot ascertain the feasibility of my ideas. Today was merely a preliminary exercise to garner your esteem. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang declared. Should this drag on, you shall receive 20 lashes. What? Li Qing was taken aback. Your Majesty, it was you who encouraged me to speak. Zhu Yuanzhang responded. Yes, we urged you to speak, but the punishment is not for that. It is for your veiled insinuations towards the court. 20 lashes are lenient. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. Father, this individual possesses extraordinary insight and unique perspectives. He could become a pillar of our state, Zhu Biao remarked, his brow furrowed. If we frighten him unduly, he may shy away from voicing his thoughts, which would be counterproductive. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. Ah, you still lack discernment in this regard. Do not be deceived by his seemingly submissive demeanor. He possesses a bold spirit, and such a minor reprimand will scarcely intimidate him. Zhu Biao hesitated to disagree, but merely chuckled nervously. Father, perhaps it would be best to entrust this individual to me? Look at your impatience. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with irritation. One day, the entirety of the Ming Dynasty will rest in your hands. What is the hurry? Ah, long live father. Zhu Biao laughed awkwardly. I merely believe that with his talents, relegating him to the role of a mere captain is a disservice. We should consider elevating him. That is not feasible. Zhu Yuanzhang firmly rejected the notion, saying, Do not assume. Dear child, that the words of Li Qing today go unnoticed by others. In truth, this principle is recognized by local officials and even those in the capital, yet none dare to voice their thoughts. Do you know why? Because of self-interest? Indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Once he is allowed into the civil service, there are but two outcomes. Either he blends into the corrupt milieu or finds himself marginalized, unable to achieve anything of significance. Only within the Jinyiwei can he maintain his original intentions. He asserted that not only must they prevent his entry into the civil service, but he should also be placed in opposition to it. Only by relying on imperial favor can he truly survive and be utilized effectively. As he spoke, he sighed, reflecting on the remnants of the Yuan dynasty that continued to threaten the Ming, alongside the internal instability caused by rebellions from various local chieftains. Our persistence in upholding the Yuan system in many regions is a means to stabilize the Ming swiftly. Indeed, we have long desired reform. Yet the current Ming lacks the conditions necessary for such change. Zhu Biao gazed at his father, who was now graying, filled with concern. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I shall remove all obstacles while I draw breath, ensuring that you can focus on reform once you ascend to power." Zhu Biao sniffed. His voice choked with emotion. "I am unworthy." "Nonsense. You have performed admirably, though at times your heart may be too tender," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, lifting Zhu Biao's spirits. He paused momentarily, adding, "However, Li Qing's minor reform, while not significantly impactful, can indeed be implemented. Return and prepare a memorial for the afternoon court session," Zhu Yuanzhang instructed. "Remember, subtly convey to the civil servants that it was Li Qing who proposed the strategy, allowing him to bear the brunt of any resentment." Zhu Biao felt somewhat burdened by this directive. When you rise to power and initiate reform, you must surround yourself with individuals who are both capable and utterly trustworthy. Zhu Yuanzhang admonished, displeased. "Just do as I say. Your son will comply," Zhu Biao responded. Chapter 26. The Jinyiwei Thousand Household. Irrelevant nonetheless, Li Qing endured a severe beating. Though the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Under the protection of his true energy and the restraint of the Jinyiwei, he was hardly injured, nor did he feel much pain. Yet he was enraged. "My proposed national policy is indeed beneficial, and even you, old Zhu, acknowledge it. Why then must you strike me? Is there no law? Is there no justice?" As he lay in bed, brooding, he contemplated that he would not offer any more ideas to them in the future. After 2 days without visiting, he found himself missing the company of Renxuan and Hongwu, and Wang Jing too. That little girl is quite charming, though perhaps a bit too young. He mused. "Oh dear, what am I thinking? Such sinful thoughts." After a restless night, Li Qing fell asleep almost immediately upon lying down, not awakening until the afternoon. He rose, washed up, donned a dark robe, and took the opportunity to clean his fish-scale uniform. Old Zhu is rather stingy, providing only this set, with no spare for changing. Although he had practiced for 10 years and was impervious to the elements, he could not escape the dust, while he might not sweat. His clothing still became soiled. Stepping outside, he enjoyed a bowl of cold noodles and purchased some snacks before arriving at the town pacification office to train new recruits alongside Li Yu. Of course, it was largely Li Yu who instructed them. He merely played a supporting role. At this moment, Mao Chang entered with a somber expression. "Li Qing, follow me to the back hall." Li Qing cupped his hands in acknowledgement, offered a few words of instruction to Li Yu, and proceeded into the back hall. "Elder brother, this is the snowflake cake I bought on my way here. Do give it a try." Li Qing produced a snack from his bosom and pushed it toward Mao Chang. Mao Chang, infuriated, slammed the table. "You still have the leisure to eat? Do you have any idea what transpired in the court this noon?" "I don't know." Li Qing unwrapped the oiled paper and pinched a piece. "Elder brother, please enlighten me. Your proposal was brought to the court. Isn't that a good thing?" Li Qing mumbled. "This is beneficial for both the people and the court." "What do you know?" Mao Chang was nearly driven to slap him. "The memorial is from the crown prince, yet it mentions you. Now, all 6 ministries, the censorate, and the Hanlin Academy are impeaching our Jinyiwei for misgovernance. Do you realize this? You've dragged our Jinyiwei into this mess." Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly. "Elder brother, you were present at the time. The emperor clearly agreed when I proposed it. His intent was so obvious. Why fear their impeachment?" "Humph," Mao Chang scoffed. "If the emperor's intent were truly evident, he wouldn't have given them the opportunity to impeach the Jinyiwei." Li Qing scratched his head. "Well then, elder brother, what do you think the emperor is thinking?" "If I knew, Would I be so anxious? Mao Chang replied helplessly. Regardless, you must be more cautious in the future. There are too many who harbor ill will towards our Jinyiwei, and many wish for our downfall. Do not presume that because we possess the authority to arrest and interrogate imperial kin and civil and military officials, we can act with impunity. In truth, we are merely a blade in the emperor's hand. When the time comes that we are no longer needed, it is not inconceivable that he might use us to vent his frustrations on those individuals, to placate the populace. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Li Qing, reaching the crown of his head. No, it can't be that extreme, can it? The will of heaven is unpredictable. Who can say what the future holds? Mao Chang sighed. In any case, this matter could escalate or diminish. I will lay it out for you. Should it show signs of escalation, I will not sacrifice the entire Jinyiwei for your sake. I understand. Li Qing nodded slowly. Elder brother, do try this snowflake cake. It's quite delightful. Mao Chang pinched off a piece and tasted it. Indeed, it was quite good, so he wrapped some up to take home for his children. After a moment of silence, Li Qing spoke again. The emperor is wise and without fault. The officials' vehement reactions stem fundamentally from their interests being jeopardized. After all, those perishable items offer too many opportunities for manipulation, and they surely have not refrained from reaping benefits. This is something the emperor must clearly understand. The crux of the matter is not this. The issue lies in why the emperor has implicated you and the Jinyiwei. Mao Chang shook his head slightly. If the emperor or the crown prince were to voice it directly, no matter how dissatisfied the ministers might be, they would not dare to express it. Li Qing fell into contemplation. After a while, he asked, Elder brother, when was the Jinyiwei established? It has existed for a long time, but it was only this year that it was formally organized. This year? Yes. Mao Chang nodded. Suddenly his eyes brightened. I understand now. What have you come to understand? Li Qing inquired, puzzled. Mao Chang gently patted him on the shoulder, his expression tinged with pity. The Ming Dynasty now faced internal turmoil from the local chieftains, while remnants of the Yuan Dynasty lurked menacingly outside. The Jinyiwei, aside from supervising officials, also bore the weighty responsibility of gathering military intelligence. Our blade still holds significance for the emperor. Suddenly, Li Qing was struck by realization. Are you suggesting that the emperor is targeting me alone? Heh, I never claimed such a thing. Mao Chang chuckled as he rose, taking the snowflake cake and humming a tune as he departed, leaving Li Qing in a state of exasperation. Li Qing found himself perplexed. Though he had not openly expressed his loyalty to the emperor, he had certainly alleviated the emperor's burdens, first by rescuing his wife, and then proposing a strategy to enhance the court's fiscal income. If he was to receive no reward, why then must he be thrust into the storm's eye? Damn it, I shall not serve any longer. Li Qing slammed his hand on the table and stormed out of the town protector's office, seeking solace in a drink. Being a commander of the Jinyiwei is no longer worth it. As dusk fell, Li Qing returned to the drunken immortal pavilion. Wanling Pavilion? He gazed at the gilded plaque and muttered, the name has changed. It seems Wanling has gained fame from that poem. Can I still enjoy the benefits for free? Having come this far, Li Qing resolved to take a look inside. Arriving early, he found only a few patrons in the hall, engaged in self-indulgent drinking and discussing the poem to Wanling, analyzing its meaning. Li Qing shook his head in disbelief and ascended to the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came the voice of the brothel keeper. It is Mr. Li, Wanling's delighted voice followed, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Oh, it truly is the young master. Please come in. Li Qing stepped into the room, and the brothel keeper, upon seeing him safe and sound, was astonished. Her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Then, her expression shifted to one of alarm as she pleaded, Mr. Li, how dare you show yourself? The Jinyiwei came in waves yesterday. The entire capital is hunting for you. Are you not leading the drunken immortal pavilion into a pit of fire? She was genuinely terrified. The notorious Jinyiwei, though newly established, had already made a name for themselves with their formidable achievements, having executed several high-ranking officials and countless ordinary ones. How could she possibly harbor someone on their wanted list? Not even with a powerful backing could she afford to do so. Young master, please show mercy. I visited the town protector's office yesterday. Li Qing replied with a smile. I am not wanted. After all, it was your old Zhu who acted first. Do not blame me if I am unsympathetic in leveraging your name for my benefit. Li Qing continued straightforwardly. The emperor wishes to see me. The emperor wishes to see Mr. Li? Li Qing nodded with a smile. Otherwise, why would the Jinyiwei not have come here today to inquire about me? Ah, indeed. The brothel keeper nodded. immediately altering her demeanor to one of flattery. How could I have doubted? It is a blessing for the drunken immortal pavilion to have such a distinguished figure as Mr. Li among us. Pausing, she hesitated, however. Today should be Wanling's turn. Brothel keeper, I have already entertained guests yesterday. It will be 3 days before it is my turn again, Wanling protested. Wanling, your reputation has already spread. Endure a little hardship these days. Without rules, there can be no order, Li Qing interjected. Brothel keeper, one must act with fairness. Please refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. The madam, wary of offending Li Qing, could only respond with a pained expression. You may not be aware, sir, but we have expended considerable resources to promote Wanling these past few days. The guests are here solely for her. In that case, how about Wanling performs a dance and then returns to accompany you? Li Qing, already feeling guilty about enjoying the fruits of another's labor, found it inappropriate to voice further objections. Wanling pouted. All right then. Very well, Wanling, prepare yourself. The guest will arrive in a quarter of an hour. So don't be careless, the madam advised with concern. I understand. Wanling replied with a slight nod of her head. Only then did the madam feel assured enough to leave. My lord, Wanling has gone to summon the 2 sisters. They will join you after the gathering downstairs. Wanling said softly. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Thank you, young lady. We should refer to her as Wanling, she playfully admonished before turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, Lian Xiang and Hong Shou arrived, their spirits lifted upon seeing Li Qing untroubled. The 3 engaged in lively conversation over drinks, reveling in the moment. The only lament was that both ladies had come together, leaving no room for evening pleasures. As their conversation reached a peak, the madam burst in, her brow glistening with sweat. Mr. Li, a grave matter has arisen. Someone wishes to redeem Wanling. Chapter 27. The headstrong youngster, Li Jinglong the madam, was genuinely frantic. Just as the drunken immortal tower was poised to ascend as the most renowned brothel in the capital, such a predicament had arisen at this crucial juncture. How could she not be anxious? The individual seeking to redeem Wanling had significant connections. He was the son of a duke, and she dared not refuse him. Although the noblewoman held a lofty status, she lacked real power and found herself in a precarious position. While she could intimidate lesser scions by invoking her royal connections, when faced with someone of the duke's caliber, who possessed both status and influence, even she would struggle to assert herself. At this moment, their only hope rested with the calm figure before her, Mr. Li, who had the emperor's backing and the authority of the imperial guards to scour the city. The madam was in a state of despair, yet Li Qing remained remarkably composed. The prospect of someone redeeming Wanling is not necessarily a misfortune, he remarked with a smile. It is certainly preferable to her selling her talents here. The madam was utterly taken aback by Li Qing's apparent indifference. It seemed he possessed a heart of stone. Miss Wanling has taken a liking to you. She resorted to an emotional appeal. Yesterday, the imperial guards visited, and she was quite distressed. Ah, but if you are unwilling, simply decline, Li Qing interjected. Under the emperor's gaze, who would dare to engage in such unscrupulous transactions? Understanding the brothel's connections, he was hesitant to become embroiled in the matter. The madam, her face marked by helplessness, explained that the visitor had made his identity clear. His father was a duke, and his uncle was the current emperor. Even if she had 1,000 lifetimes of courage, she could not refuse him. Madam, does Wanling wish for this? Hong Shou inquired. Of course not. The madam shook her head, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Wanling's affections lie solely with Mr. Li. She would never consent. It was regrettable, but since Mr. Li was reluctant to confront the situation, they would have to compromise Wanling's desires. Alas, as one born to a brothel, even if she were redeemed, what status could she attain? It was unlikely to be superior to her current situation. She might even find herself traded like an object, reduced to a mere plaything. Regrettably, she is merely 15 years old. Li Qing, initially reluctant to intervene, found himself stirred by a sense of compassion upon hearing the final words. Who is this individual? The courtesan, with a glimmer of delight in her heart, replied, I have heard that she seems to have some connection to a duke. Naturally, Li Qing was skeptical of her claims. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, go tell that person that she is not for sale. If they persist, I shall personally advocate for Wanling. Really? Of course. In the grand hall below, the 8th prince, concealing his face with a gilded fan, revealed only his anxious eyes. Jinglong, do you think we will succeed this time? What if our families find out? Do not fret, cousin, replied Li Jinglong. Who? despite being of similar age to the 8th prince, displayed remarkable maturity. I have only disclosed my identity to the courtesan. She would not dare to make it public. Rest assured, I have not revealed yours. If anything goes awry, I shall take full responsibility. The 8th prince, Zhu Zi, looked touched by his words. Li Jinglong, with a flourish of generosity, added, once we retrieve her, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity to gaze upon her. Together, then, replied Li Jinglong. What is the point of merely looking? His cousin was still too naive. The 8th prince's face lit up with joy. Having previously spent 500 taels without even knowing what the object of his desire looked like, he was determined to witness her true form this time. Upon seeing the courtesan descend the stairs, he exclaimed, Jinglong, the old madam is coming down. Just wait and see, Li Jinglong replied with a self-satisfied grin. Stepping forward confidently, Madam, have you reached a decision? He was certain that, having laid down the law, the courtesan would not dare to refuse him. The courtesan indeed harbored reservations, but considering Wan Ling's significance to the drunken immortal pavilion and Li Qing's promise, she summoned her courage and said, My lord, I am truly sorry, but Wan Ling is the pride of the drunken immortal pavilion. If she were to leave, the business would undoubtedly suffer. Might I suggest you consider other courtesans? Have you thought this through? Li Jinglong's expression darkened. Do you believe I could close the drunken immortal pavilion by tomorrow? This was nothing more than a threat. Not only did he lack the courage to follow through, but even if he did, his cautious father would not allow such recklessness and would surely punish him severely. After a moment of silence, the courtesan relented once more. My lord, how about this? Xiao Xiang is also a courtesan. I shall gift her to you. I am not short of money, Li Jinglong retorted angrily. Although he was more mature than the 8th prince in certain matters, in others he remained rather juvenile. At this moment, his spoiled temperament flared, and he began to act obstinately. I ask you again, will you release her? I apologize. The courtesan summoned her courage to respond. At this point, Li Jinglong was thoroughly incensed. As a duke, with an uncle who was favored by the emperor, he could hardly tolerate being repeatedly defied by a mere courtesan. Come here, he commanded, pointing to the stage. Bring her down. The hall fell silent. Despite their displeasure, none dared to speak. They were not foolish. Those who could act so audaciously beneath the emperor's gaze undoubtedly held significant power, far beyond their capacity to provoke. A few young men dressed as attendants hesitated, but ultimately steeled themselves and approached. Wan Ling's face turned pale, her eyes, resembling wild grapes, were filled with terror as she beheld the advancing figures. In the brothel, she could still protect herself, but once redeemed, she knew she would be utterly vulnerable. Born in a brothel, she found herself beneath the gaze of such esteemed nobles, destined to be no more than a concubine, and ultimately reduced to a mere plaything, inevitably to be traded like an object. Furthermore, with Li Jinglong's juvenile recklessness and the illustrious Li Qingzhu preceding her, she naturally held him in contempt. Yet, despite her mastery of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, what recourse did she have in such a predicament? In despair, Wan Ling glanced back at the second floor, only to lock eyes with Li Qing in the corridor. Mr. Li, she called softly, hoping he might advocate on her behalf, but the words caught in her throat. After all, his stature was immense. Could he afford to entangle himself in her plight? Even if he could, would he stand up for a mere courtesan? In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Stop! Li Qing's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the assembled crowd. Several servants of the Li family ceased their actions, not out of fear of Li Qing, but because they too were unwilling to proceed. Should word of this reach their master, they would surely face dire consequences. Now that someone had provided an escape route, they were all too happy to retreat. Li Jinglong, on the verge of exploding with rage, could no longer contain his temper. How dare a mere patron disrupt his affairs? Did they think him easily bullied? Damn it, everyone is against me. I made a promise before my uncle. How could I show my face again if I fail to retrieve her? Turning to reassure, he declared, Uncle, have no fear. No one shall keep her today, I assure you. Uncle. Li Jinglong scanned the crowd, perplexed at not seeing his uncle anywhere. Have any of you seen my uncle? Several shook their heads in response. Young master, we should return. If the master learns of this. Silence. Li Jinglong, interpreting his uncle's absence as disappointment, was further incensed. I am determined. Bring that woman down here. Quickly. The family servant, feeling reluctant, stepped forward nonetheless. I dare anyone to try? Li Qing's light yet commanding voice rang out as he leapt gracefully from the second floor, landing firmly on the platform. In the emperor's presence, who would dare to force a sale? Gasps filled the hall, some marveling at his martial prowess, others at his audaciousness, all displaying looks of admiration. They feared Li Jinglong, but upon witnessing someone daring to oppose him, they instinctively rallied in support. These individuals had come for Wanling, with Li Jinglong attempting to redeem her. They naturally shared a common enmity. Seeing the hostile gazes directed at him, and recognizing Li Qing's formidable skills, Li Jinglong felt a twinge of apprehension. However, with the situation escalated, he could not back down without losing face. Are you skilled in combat? What good is that? To survive in this world, one must possess influence and connections. Which faction do you belong to? Li Qing scoffed. Naturally, I belong to the path of the Ming Dynasty. And you? Which path do you follow? Li Jinglong hesitated, feeling stifled. Despite his fury, he dared not reveal his identity in such a public setting. This was, after all, a brothel. Li Qing smiled slightly, recognizing him as just an inexperienced youth. Given your tender age, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you return now, I will overlook this incident. You will overlook it? Li Jinglong chuckled, his heart settling as he perceived Li Qing's demeanor as a sign of trepidation. What if I choose not to return? Li Qing, without uttering another word, advanced directly towards Li Jinglong. Stop him, Li Jinglong commanded urgently. The household servants rushed forward to intercept Li Qing, yet in the next moment, they were sent flying. Grasping Li Jinglong firmly, Li Qing remarked coolly, a prince who breaks the law is as guilty as a commoner. I do not care about your status or connections. If you commit an offense, I shall apprehend you without hesitation. He had the audacity to act against the consort of Princess Anqing, so what difference did it make if he added another privileged scion to his list? Thus, in full view of the onlookers, the imperious Li Jinglong was unceremoniously dragged away as if he were a mere chick. The household servants of the Li Manor, struggling to rise from the ground, stared in disbelief for a moment before hastily pursuing, but they were already too late. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, twilight descended. Li Qing had long vanished from sight, and the remaining individuals exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale. One of them trembled and exclaimed, "Quick, summon the Duke." Chapter 28. A wave of shock. As soon as Li Qing departed, the previously silent hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. What sort of man is this Li? Exhibiting such bravery? Did you not hear? He is said to be from the Ming Dynasty's ranks. Surely, he is a government official. Let that arrogant fellow face the consequences. It serves him right. Laughter erupted from some, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, others voiced dissent, suggesting, not necessarily, that young man did not dare reveal his identity, which may not indicate fear. Perhaps he is merely cautious due to his significant background. That is a valid point. Nevertheless, one must admit, this Li is a man of principle. He seizes when action is required, a quality uncommon among the ordinary. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, someone gasped, Li? Could he possibly be the same Li who penned the poem for Wanling? Indeed, it is highly probable that the poet who wrote for Wanling is the very same individual who stood up for her. Hey, was that Li just now the same as the author of To Wanling? The gathering, momentarily forgetting their romantic musings, was now engrossed in the unfolding drama. The brothel keeper, with a pained expression, nodded, "Please, let us not dwell on this. We must attend to more pressing matters. Shower, go fetch the courtesans." With a dismissive smile, the brothel keeper excused herself, pushing through the throng and hastily ascending to the upper floor with Wanling in tow. At this juncture, Wanling, having regained her composure from her initial shock, grasped the brothel keeper's hand and anxiously inquired, "Mother, who is that man, and will he be implicated?" The brothel keeper's gaze shifted evasively, avoiding the question. Lianxiang and Hongxiu exchanged glances and urged, "Mother, Li acted for Wanling and the drunken immortal pavilion. Why should we not seek the truth?" With a sigh, the brothel keeper relented. That man's father is a current duke, and his uncle is the reigning emperor. What? The girls were taken aback, realizing they were dealing with someone of immense stature, far beyond their expectations. Wanling's mind raced, and she suddenly proposed, "Mother, given the gravity of this situation, should we not inform the powerful figures behind us?" Lianxiang and Hongxiu were unaware of who the significant figure was, yet they were well aware that behind the drunken immortal pavilion, a powerful individual existed. This was often echoed by Bar, who would frequently proclaim, "We have someone backing us." As Wanling remarked, Hongxiu insisted, "Madam, such a grave matter must not be concealed." Lianxiang joined in advising, "Madam, if you do not report this, you alone will bear the consequences should anything go awry. It is getting late. The curfew will soon be upon us." Influenced by the concerns of the women, Barter realized she could no longer keep this to herself. Such a significant matter was beyond her control, and she had to allow Jinji to decide. With this in mind, she took a deep breath and instructed, "You all stay put and secure the door. I will go report this immediately." A cold smile graced her lips as she acknowledged the formidable presence involved, yet she remained undaunted, stating, "If anything happens, just call out. If anyone dares to cause trouble, have the servant deal with it and say it was my instruction." With that, she hurriedly exited the room. Wanling and the other two exchanged worried glances. Their faces etched with concern, yet they felt powerless to assist and could only offer their prayers. In the palace, the 8th prince, Zhu Zi, knelt on the ground, his face ashen and trembling. He, Zhu Zi, had been reported by his brothers. Zhu Yuanzhang wielded a long whip, snapping it with a crack that sent a chill through Zhu Zi. Though it did not strike him, the fear it instilled was far greater. "Father, Father Emperor!" Crack! Another lash of the whip exploded mere inches from Zhu Zi's face, causing his complexion to turn green. Should it strike him, disfigurement would be inevitable. "Oh, what a promising young man you are!" Zhu Yuanzhang mocked with a grin. "At 13, I only worried about tending to the cattle and filling my belly. You are far more accomplished. Please forgive me, Father Emperor," Zhu Zi implored, repeatedly bowing. "It was Li Jinglong who incited me. It has nothing to do with me." To be fair, the 8th prince was indeed lacking in integrity. Although Li Jinglong's character was questionable, he had always been generous to his nephew. Alas, the nephew's loyalty was met with the uncle's cruelty. As expected, seeing his son so lacking in backbone only fueled Zhu Yuanzhang's fury, and he struck down with the whip once more. Crack! Ah! Zhu Zi's face turned pale from the pain as his thin robe was torn apart, instilling fear in the hearts of the other princes. "Father Emperor, please temper your anger," Zhu Biao interjected with compassion. "The 8th brother is young and inexperienced. This is his first offense. I implore you to be lenient. Please temper your anger." The other princes echoed, hastily kneeling in a plea, "Do not harm the 8th brother." Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and asked again, "Who incited you to visit the brothel?" Li Jinglong," Zhu Zi stammered. Crack! The whip came down again, and Zhu Zi's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he heard Zhu Yuanzhang continue, "Who incited you?" After enduring 2 lashes, even a fool would realize where the blame lay. It was his own fault, entirely. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression softened slightly. "Now tell me, was today truly your first visit to a brothel?" Trembling with fear, Zhu Zi decided to confess everything. Zhu Yuanzhang sheathed his whip and said coolly, "At least you are perceptive. Your personal eunuch has already confessed. Had you attempted to dodge the truth again, I would have ensured your demise." The son acknowledges his misdeed and vows never to repeat it. Zhu Zi is nearly terrified to death, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Zhu Yuanzhang, retracting his whip, muses softly, "Did Li Jinglong forcibly redeem someone?" The son admits his ignorance, stating that Mr. Li was present at the time, and upon witnessing Li Jinglong's coercive actions, intervened. When the son departed, the two were still in confrontation. "Li Qing?" Zhu Yuanzhang pauses, murmuring, "This fellow indeed," then chuckles, "Well, it's better to have some demands." In the residence of Duke Chao, chaos unfolds. What? That rascal actually took the 8th prince to a brothel, not only forcibly buying a courtesan, but also getting arrested by the authorities? Li Wenzhong's vision darkens, nearly causing him to faint. He has always been diligent and honest in his endeavors. Yet how could he have sired such a son? "Master, you must quickly find someone to rescue Jinglong." A woman exclaims in panic, "How can Jinglong spend the night in such a place?" "Damn your legs. I'll eventually be ruined by you too," Li Wenzhong retorts, his beard bristling with anger. After a moment to calm himself, he inquires, "Was that scoundrel truly taken by the authorities?" The servant timidly replies, "My lord, we do not know if they are indeed officials, but the young master once asked him which path he was from, and he claimed to be from the Ming Road." Li Wenzhong furrows his brow. Although he is furious, it is still his son. If the authorities have apprehended him, it may serve to temper his arrogance. But if he has been kidnapped by nefarious individuals, what was that person called, and what did he look like? The courtesan referred to him as Mr. Li, around 20 years old, with an appearance comparable to the young master, exuding an extraordinary air. 20 years old, Mr. Li? Li Wenzhong's gaze sharpens, muttering. Could it be the one who treated my sister-in-law? He commands, send the personal guards to the local pacification office to check the prison. If that scoundrel has indeed been captured by the Jinyiwei, let him remain there. Do not concern yourselves with him. Also, procure some brambles. The Jinyiwei? The woman gasps. My lord, if you do not hasten to rescue Jinglong, what need is there for brambles? Damn your legs. Li Wenzhong curses vehemently. Tomorrow, I shall go and bear the burden of my sins. In the princess's residence, you should not have come. Princess, there has been an incident at the tavern. The courtesan briefly explains the matters unfolding. Anqing furrows her brows. Li Jinglong? Mr. Li? What does he look like? The courtesan efficiently recounts Mr. Li's physical features in a few succinct words. Is it him? A flicker of surprise crosses Anqing's eyes. He has taken away Li Jinglong? Yes, your highness. How should this matter be resolved? Anqing ponders. I shall visit the palace tomorrow. The tavern will operate as usual. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Pausing, she adds, make sure to connect with that Mr. Li. The courtesan is taken aback. Your highness, you know him? Do not inquire about what you should not know. Princess Anqing replies coolly, focus on your duties, and you will reap your rewards. How is business at the tavern? It's thriving. The courtesan beams, your highness. Let me tell you. Anqing nods in agreement, her expression shifting from overcast to bright. Amidst the throngs, a single glance reveals the hues of the world to be as mundane as dust. Mr. Li, unexpectedly, possesses not only extraordinary medical skills, but also talents surpassing those of ordinary individuals. I shall endeavor to fulfill his needs. Yes, the maid noted this respectfully. In the prison, Li Jinglong was tightly bound and secured to a chair, yet his imposing demeanor remained undiminished. He proclaimed arrogantly, release me now, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, what is your name? Li Qing inquired. It seems you are Slap. Li Qing pressed on, what is your name? I shall fight you for this. Slap. What is your name? I am Li Jinglong. Chapter 29. Unyielding audacity. Li Jinglong? Li Qing paused momentarily, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. And then his pupils widened in shock as he exclaimed, the war god of the Ming Dynasty? Li Jinglong was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implications. A smile tugging at his swollen lips, recognizing that his military prowess had become common knowledge. He found himself harboring less animosity towards Li Qing, despite having received a few harsh slaps. Now that you know, will you not release me? Li Jinglong declared with pride. Li Qing, with an expression of intrigue, had not anticipated forging a connection with the war god of the Ming in such a manner. Enough of your prattle. The laws of the Ming state explicitly that those who use force to bind another shall receive 80 strokes of the rod. Preposterous. Li Jinglong roared. But he observed Li Qing raise his hand, causing his bravado to wane. When did I bind anyone? Li Qing shook his head, stating, it was my timely intervention that prevented you from succeeding, yet it was not you who chose to desist. Thus, punishment is warranted. Considering the lack of severe repercussions, I decree 20 strokes. Do you accept this? Huh? Do you dare strike me? Li Jinglong scoffed. Think carefully. My father is a duke, and the current emperor is my uncle. Go ahead, try it. Li Qing did not indulge him. He approached and untied the ropes binding him, seizing the rod to commence the punishment. Crack, crack. It was only when the fiery pain radiated from his backside that Li Jinglong finally comprehended that the man before him was impervious to threats, possessing an audacity beyond measure. He attempted to resist, but with a few jabs from Li Qing, he found himself utterly powerless, sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Do not lament your plight. Oh, how I curse you. Cry out. Scream until your throat is raw, yet no one will come to your aid. Li Qing chuckled wickedly, the rod never ceasing in its motion. Stop. A dozen robust men clad in armor approached, one of whom declared, I hail from the house of Chao. We shall discuss this later. Li Qing interrupted, continuing his task without pause. Li Hu, seize this scoundrel. Li Jinglong screamed. Li Hu cast a deep glance at Li Qing, a flicker of anger crossing his face. I command you to cease. Li Qing, while continuing to strike, warned. The laws of the Ming state that obstructing official duties and harboring criminals equates to collusion with the offenders. Li Hu hesitated, at a loss for words. Li Jinglong, both enraged and in pain, shouted curses. You scoundrel, dare to reveal your name. Jini Qianhu, Li Qing, he replied after finishing the punishment. Turning to the crowd outside the prison. Did you break into the prison under imperial orders? Another accusation fell upon them, causing the bravado of the group to significantly diminish. Li Hu clasped his hands, intending to convey the orders of Duke Chao. Does Duke Chao possess the authority to command the Jinyiwei? Li Qing retorted. Naturally not. Li Hu, aflame with anger, dared not display arrogance, for the genie Qianhu before him was no trifling adversary. With the laws of the Ming Dynasty on one side and the imperial edict on the other, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences, potentially drawing misfortune upon the Duke. The others, though seething with indignation, were rendered mute, merely awaiting Li Qing's next move. Li Qing, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, "If you are not acting under imperial command, then your intrusion into Zhao prison constitutes a grave offense. Li Yu, bind them." "My lord, bind them." "Indeed," Li Yu replied. Steeling himself, the guards proceeded to restrain the offenders and escort them to the dungeons. Who dares? Li Hu's fury ignited. Having once fought alongside the Duke during the Emperor's campaigns, he had never been subjected to such indignities. The 10 or so personal guards from the Duke's residence wore expressions of barely contained rage, their hands instinctively gripping their blades. Li Qing surveyed the group and remarked coolly, "Have you all considered your options? Once the blade is drawn, there shall be no turning back." He felt no fear of offending anyone. After all, the old Zhu had already positioned him against the officials. Even if he wished to coexist peacefully, the opportunity had vanished. Death itself posed no true threat. As long as Empress Ma remained, so would he. Should he be dismissed, the position of Genie Qianhu held little allure for him. Li Qing, devoid of desire, was resolute. Regardless of who you were, should you provoke his ire, you would not find respite. Moreover, he was executing the law of the Ming Dynasty. Even if these individuals were seething with rage, they dared not engage in open conflict with the Jinyiwei. Indeed, Li Hu and his entourage refrained from acting. Should they draw their weapons, the situation would escalate, and even the Duke would find it impossible to protect them. Li Jinglong watched helplessly as reinforcements were disarmed and led into confinement, feeling a mix of anger and trepidation. He realized that Li Qing appeared to be truly fearless. To provoke him was to invite calamity. Consequently, he abandoned any pretense of bravado, submissively prostrating himself on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Li Yu pulled Li Qing aside and whispered, "My lord, we have landed ourselves in grave trouble. Duke Chao is the Emperor's own nephew. It is not we, but I," Li Qing reassured him. The laws of the Ming Dynasty explicitly state that acting under orders constitutes a public offense, exempting one from liability. Li Yu felt warmth in his heart and chuckled awkwardly. "My lord's understanding of the Ming laws is indeed profound. Of course, how could one handle cases without knowledge of the Ming laws?" Li Qing replied with a light smile. "You all should return to rest. I shall keep watch here." "My lord," the group felt inexplicably moved. Li Yu cautioned, "My lord, your adherence to the law should shield you from repercussions. However, I advise you to avoid such actions in the future." Li Qing inquired, "Can the Jinyiwei apprehend both imperial relatives and civil and military officials?" "Indeed," Li Yu nodded. "But should you truly pursue this path?" Li Qing interjected, "Since we possess such authority, what is there to fear?" Unbeknownst to him, the current Jinyiwei was still far from the formidable entity it would become in history. Its notorious reputation truly flourished during the latter years of Hongwu, when Zhu Yuanzhang ruthlessly purged his loyal ministers, thus reaching the zenith of its power, unflinchingly targeting even the imperial family and high-ranking officials. The present-day Jinyiwei primarily serves to investigate official corruption and to gather military intelligence, having only recently made headlines with the Hu Weiyong case. However, as long as the nobles are not implicated in the Hu Weiyong affair, the Jinyiwei does not actively pursue inquiries. After all, the emperor's intentions remain ambiguous, and Mao Chong dares not act on mere whims. Without the emperor's explicit directive to investigate, any forceful inquiry could jeopardize his future. These nobles have rendered significant service to the Ming Dynasty, and probing into their affairs would be unwise. Everyone operates by gauging the emperor's will. Li Qing's unconventional approach, in the eyes of Li Yu, seemed a sure path to self-destruction. "You all may leave. I am well aware of the situation." Li Qing dismissed Li Yu and the others, leaning back in his chair to study the Great Ming Code. In the early morning, Li Wenzhong rose with bloodshot eyes. His loyal guards had not returned throughout the night, and he had already surmised the truth. Could it be that the emperor was preparing to take action against the nobles? Li Wenzhong's face reflected deep concern as he sighed heavily, fastening the bundled willow branches to his person before exiting the duke's residence. In Qinqing Palace, Li Qing arrived somewhat late and was surprised to find Princess Anqing present. This humble official pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress and Your Highness, the Princess. No need for formalities, replied Empress Ma, in a cheerful mood, addressing Anqing. We shall converse after the acupuncture session. Very well, Anqing replied with a smile. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Li. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, once your husband's transgressions are uncovered, I wonder if you will still be so courteous. 15 minutes later, as Li Qing was putting away his silver needles and preparing to offer a few words of advice to Empress Ma, he noticed a young eunuch hastily entering before Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Mr. Li, His Majesty commands you to finish treating the Empress and proceed immediately to the imperial study. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Qing's mind as he nodded. I shall go at once. Anqing, with a twinkle in her eye, tugged at Empress Ma's arm and playfully said, Mother, I haven't seen father in ages. Please accompany me. I fear he might scold me for wandering about alone. Very well. Thank you, Mother. In the imperial study, upon entering, Li Qing beheld a burly man bearing willow branches, reminiscent of Li Qing. This humble official pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor, and long live the Crown Prince. After a pause, he added, I have also met with the commander. Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent, while Zhu Biao spoke. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Qing stood upright, listening as Zhu Biao continued. Li Qing, this is Duke Chao. I pay my respects to Duke Chao. Li Qing clasped his fists, feeling a sense of understanding. Zhu Yuanzhang took a sip of tea and inquired, I have heard that you captured Li Jinglong? Just as Li Qing was about to respond, Princess Anqing entered alongside Empress Ma, cheerfully exclaiming, Father, I have missed you. What brings you here, my child? Zhu Yuanzhang replied, displeased. Is it wrong for a daughter to miss her father? Retorted Empress Ma, somewhat irked. Indeed, Anqing chimed in, I pay my respects to father and my elder brother. Zhu Biao stepped forward to assist her, kindly saying, We are family, no need for such formalities. We must uphold the decorum. Anqing laughed. Spotting Li Wenzhong, she feigned surprise. Cousin, you are here too. What brings you? Chapter 30, All High-Level Players. Li Wenzhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he stood and said, This humble official pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress and Your Highness, the Princess. No need for formalities. Empress Ma furrowed her brow and inquired, Wenzhong, what is the meaning of this? Li Wenzhong, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Your Majesty, I have failed in my duties as a father. Just yesterday, my son took the 8th prince to a brothel and engaged in despicable acts of coercion. Fortunately, Captain Li acted swiftly, preventing a catastrophe. I shall impose strict punishment upon him upon my return, the Empress responded with a slight nod. However, you must have disciplined him, otherwise, wouldn't that be quite alarming? Li Wenzhong cast a furtive glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, and upon noticing his silence, he hastily added, I am robust enough to withstand such matters. When he returns home, I will ensure he is properly corrected. Has he not yet returned home? Li Wenzhong nodded and turned to Li Qing. Li Qing clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, young Master Li is currently in the prison. You have sent him to the prison? Empress Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Anqing was equally taken aback, not anticipating Li Qing's decisive actions. That ungrateful child deserves it. Li Wenzhong quickly asserted. Captain Li acted with integrity, handling the situation appropriately. After a pause, he added, My personal guards must have erred as well. Upon their return, I shall ensure they are more strictly supervised. Empress Ma was even more astonished. Li Qing, did you also apprehend the guards of Duke Chao? They came to us voluntarily. Li Qing replied respectfully. They intruded upon the prison at night. Li Wenzhong silently cursed Li Qing for his lack of decorum, feeling he had already been exceedingly courteous. He had not expected that the other party would not only fail to appreciate it, but would also place such a heavy burden upon him. Mao Chong wore a peculiar expression, finding himself at a loss for words regarding his subordinate. Li Wenzhong hastily explained, Your Majesty, last night when Captain Li apprehended individuals, he was not in the official attire of the Jinyiwei. I feared my son might be taken advantage of by miscreants. Thus I sent my personal guards to the prison to check, with no ulterior motives. It is simply youthful folly. It is of little consequence, Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, establishing the tone of the conversation. Li Wenzhong exhaled deeply and quickly declared, I have failed in my guidance. I am at fault. Mao Chong immediately echoed the sentiment, willingly accepting blame. I have not been strict with my subordinates. The Jinyiwei has made a mountain out of a molehill and bears primary responsibility. Huh, Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled lightly. The Jinyiwei is diligent in their duties. What fault is there in that? Mao Chong was taken aback, while Li Wenzhong swiftly accepted the blame, declaring, Your Majesty is wise. It is all my son's fault. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. Children will be children. It is understandable. That rascal Zhu Zi has also gotten involved. Li Wenzhong once again took the initiative to accept responsibility. How could the emperor's son be at fault? It is all the fault of the ministers. Li Qing observed the scene before him, secretly thinking, such high-level dealings are indeed sophisticated. None are eager to shift blame. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. All right, let us turn the page on this matter. However, regarding that place of revelry, Father, enjoy your tea. Anqing cheerfully offered a cup, seizing the opportunity to casually mention, yesterday, I heard from a young eunuch purchasing fruits and vegetables at the princess's residence that a poem titled, A Gift to Wanling has emerged from the drunken immortal tower. Its artistry rivaling Bai Juyi's song of everlasting regret. Congratulations, Father. It seems the Ming Dynasty is witnessing the dawn of a prosperous era. Prosperous era? Zhu Yuanzhang was captivated by these words, but quickly shook his head and chuckled. How can a mere poem be linked to prosperity? My dear girl, your flattery could use some refinement. I am not flattering you. The daughter retorted. Anqing's sweet path, among the various dynasties, the Tang era flourished the most, with the peak of the Tang dynasty epitomized by the Kaiyuan period. This so-called prosperous age encompasses civil governance, martial prowess, and cultural brilliance, all of which are indispensable. The emperor, with martial skills that shook the world, expelled the nomads and restored the Chinese realm. In terms of civil governance, he brought peace to the people and revitalized production, leading to the nation's growing strength and the gradual prosperity of the populace. Although cultural achievements were somewhat lacking, the emergence of poetry such as Zhang Wanling heralds a revival in the literary circles of the Ming Dynasty, does it not? Anqing smiled and remarked, with civil governance, martial prowess, and cultural richness all present, how can this not be a golden age? Oh, haha. Despite knowing his daughter was flattering him, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but laugh heartily. Which emperor does not aspire to establish a golden age to be revered for generations? Your Highness speaks truly. We congratulate His Majesty. All right, everyone rise. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, acknowledging that the current Ming Dynasty was far from the grandeur of the Kaiyuan era. While Xuanzong's later years had their flaws, the splendor he initiated was indeed unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Yet Anqing retorted, Xuanzong's martial accomplishments cannot be compared to Father's. The Ming Dynasty has only been established for 15 years, give it another decade, and it may not fall short of his achievements. The only area where he surpasses Father is in the cultural brilliance during his reign, as exemplified by literary giants like Li Bai, Du Fu, and Bai Juyi, who all hailed from that era. But our Ming Dynasty has also produced a Mr. Li. So let us say it's a draw. As she spoke, Anqing glanced at Li Qing, and at that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, Zhu Biao, and Mao Chong all turned their attention to Li Qing. Only Li Wenzhong, who bore the burden of guilt, appeared somewhat out of place. Li Qing offered a reserved smile, realizing that the princess likely knew of his circumstances, yet their interactions had been minimal, with only a fleeting acquaintance prior. He wondered why Princess Anqing was so eager to defend him, but the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. Anqing continued, perhaps Jinglong was inspired by Mr. Li, seeking muse in the brothels to craft exquisite poetry. After all, even the poet immortal, Li Bai, frequented such places. What need is there to stifle a talented soul? It was entirely reasonable for Jinglong to entertain such thoughts. What a revelation! Anqing had skillfully circled around to arrive at this point. She not only flattered the emperor, but also extended a favor to him, while extricating Duke Chao from a predicament. How few could fathom her true intentions? Li Qing sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated this princess. She was indeed a shrewd player. Zhu Yuanzhang, as expected, did not broach the subject of dealing with the drunken, immortal pavilion again. Sipping his tea, he addressed Anqing. Your father and your elder brother have state affairs to attend to. Why not accompany your mother for a stroll? Anqing smiled and replied, Daughter obeys. Li Qing and the others quickly saluted, saying, We take our leave. In the prison, Li Jinglong lay sideways, his eyes bloodshot, the foul stench of the dungeon overwhelming, and the incessant biting of insects made for a torturous night. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of legs approaching the cell door and looked up eagerly. Father? Li Jinglong nearly wept with joy, struggling to stand. "Father, you've come. I have suffered greatly." Li Yuanzhang clenched his fists. His face darkened, remaining silent. As soon as the cell door opened, he stepped forward with a swift stride. Slap. Bang. First, a resounding slap echoed, followed by a fierce, heart-wrenching blow. The love of a father is as steadfast as a mountain. Li Jinglong could hardly endure it, hunched over and retching. Li Yuanzhang, still unsatisfied, delivered several kicks to his backside, causing Li Jinglong to cry out in agony. "I shall never dare again." Mao Chong gestured with his chin towards Li Qing, and the two entered the prison, persuading the indignant Duke of Chao to reconsider his stance, striving to rescue Li Jinglong from his dire predicament. Shortly thereafter, those loyal soldiers were also released. Li Yuanzhang clasped his fists in apology, admitting his failure to maintain discipline, while Mao Chong promptly acknowledged that the Jinyiwei had its shortcomings, and both sides exchanged courteous remarks. Once they departed, Mao Chong suggested, "Let us proceed to the back hall of the Yamen." "Ah, Li Qing, you have made a fortunate wager. The emperor is quite pleased with your actions," Mao Chong remarked, a smile returning to his face. "I did not wager. I merely found that scoundrel intolerable," Li Qing replied with restraint. "It is all thanks to the patronage of the commander." "Enough." Mao Chong shot him a reproachful glance before indicating significantly, "It seems the emperor desires the Jinyiwei to become a sharper blade. You may proceed with confidence." "Proceed with confidence?" Li Qing's eyes widened in realization. "Do you mean I can act openly against the prince consort?" "Ahem, I had some leftover pickled vegetables for breakfast this morning, and my stomach feels a bit unsettled," Mao Chong said, rising to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back to affirm, "Go ahead and do it." Watching Mao Chong's retreating figure, Li Qing smiled wryly. The implication was clear: pursue your course, and should you achieve merit, the rewards shall be substantial, simultaneously. I shall provide support. However, should things go awry, the consequences will be yours to bear. Li Qing did not perceive Mao Chong as unscrupulous. Today he had witnessed the intricacies of high-level affairs, gaining insight into the nature of officialdom. As a subordinate, one must be prepared to shoulder blame. Superiors will not provide explicit directives. Once opinions are clearly stated, any missteps become their responsibility. In essence, excel, and you shall reap the benefits. Falter, and the burden lies with you. In truth, even Mao Chong arrived at the conclusion that the emperor sought to sharpen the Jinyiwei by discerning the emperor's intentions. Thus, let us act. It would be a fitting use of the authority at hand. If all else fails, one might simply retreat to the depths of the mountains and forests, emerging only after the passing of the old Zhu. Li Qing inhaled deeply, a mischievous grin appearing. Then I shall truly unleash my full potential. Chapter 31. The feet of a young lady are not to be displayed casually in the front courtyard of the town protector's office. Li Qing summoned Li Yu, inquiring, "How many brothers do we have remaining?" "Reporting to you, my lord, apart from the 50 taken by Deputy Qianhu Lu, there are still 158. Li Yu replied, "Good, let us proceed with these for now," Li Qing stated. "You are to immediately take these men to Bashu and assist Lu Chong in investigating the prince consort's captain, Yongle." Li Yu was taken aback, "My lord." "Yes," Li Qing affirmed with a nod. "Investigate thoroughly, leaving no detail overlooked. I shall bear the responsibility should anything arise." "But my lord, he is the prince consort." Li Yu stammered. "Are we truly going to take action against him?" Li Qing said nothing further, merely gazing steadily at Li Yu, until the latter finally capitulated under his piercing gaze. "I shall obey," Li Yu declared. A smile broke across Li Qing's face as he instructed, "Prepare well. We shall depart early tomorrow. Investigate diligently and with purpose." "Yes," Li Yu responded, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, the gentleman inquired, "Your Majesty hasn't he reprimanded you regarding the matter of the Duke of Chao, has he?" The official replied, "I administer justice impartially. Why would the emperor impose punishment?" Li Qing chuckled. "Rest assured, the Jinyiwei possess this authority. As long as we adhere to the rules, there shall be no error." The subordinate understood. Upon exiting the town protector's office, Li Qing dined on a bowl of Yangchun noodles at a tavern and, after practicing for a while at home, retired for the night. When he awakened, it was already afternoon. After freshening up and donning a dark-hued robe, he picked up the medical texts left by his master to prepare for the next phase of Empress Ma's treatment. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had already descended. Stretching leisurely and feeling somewhat idle, he realized he had little entertainment aside from visiting the drunken immortal tower. The 10 noble pastimes include calligraphy, burning incense, savoring tea, listening to the rain, enjoying snow, awaiting the moon, drinking wine, cultivating flowers, playing the qin, and seeking tranquility. Li Qing held a particular fondness for exploration and introspection. The Wanling Pavilion was already bustling with patrons. Upon his arrival, the guests immediately acknowledged him, and some audacious individuals approached to inquire about the annotations of gift to Wanling. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. If he were to truly explain the annotations, the Hanlin academicians would score full marks, while these individuals would barely reach 80, and he, as the author, would barely pass. Reluctantly, he feigned profundity, stating it was merely a spontaneous expression. There are no annotations to speak of. At that moment, the courtesan approached him with keen attentiveness. Sir, you have arrived. Wanling and the others have been quite worried about you. Shall I take you to the second floor? Li Qing nodded and ascended to the second floor under the envious gazes of the crowd. In the private room, the ice, fine wine, and delicacies were more exquisite than before, reflecting great care. Please wait a moment. I shall summon Wanling and the others. The courtesan flattered him, adding, Hongxiu and Lianxiang have also come. Would you like me to invite 2 more courtesans to serve you? No need. Li Qing gently waved his hand. One need not seek pleasure solely in the company of others. Listening to the sound of the flute at night is equally a fine pastime. The courtesan smiled. You are indeed a man of deep sentiment. I shall take my leave. Deep sentiment? Li Qing mused with a smile as he poured himself another drink. Before long, the 3 ladies arrived together. Upon seeing Li Qing comfortably seated at the table with his drink, they were both surprised and delighted. Are you well, sir? One of them asked. What could possibly be amiss? He chuckled. Please, take a seat. The 3 ladies gracefully settled down. Lianxiang poured Li Qing another cup of wine. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sir, what transpired after you captured that man last night? Nothing much, just locked him up for a bit and released him this morning. Li Qing replied casually. I have no peculiar habits. What else could I do? Wanling's eyes sparkled even brighter as she inquired, given his stature. Are you not concerned about retaliation? A mere young lad. What is there to fear? Li Qing chuckled. Rest assured, he should think twice before causing trouble again. Upon hearing this, the ladies felt that Li Qing was indeed formidable. Wanling blinked her long, fluttering lashes and curtsied. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare. Lianxiang and Hongxiu exchanged glances, filled with admiration. Soon, Wanling returned, adorned in a dark pleated skirt, the hem slightly shorter than before, revealing her delicate, fair calves, further accentuating her graceful stature. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, she was truly a sight to behold. Li Qing was encountering this version of Wanling for the first time. Her attire had undergone a subtle transformation, yet her demeanor was strikingly different from before. Gone was the youthful innocence, replaced instead by a tender allure. Particularly captivating were her bare feet, delicate and charming, with toes resembling plump fruit, perfectly proportioned. Li Qing felt an inexplicable urge to cradle and admire them. Wanling's cheeks flushed slightly as she flashed a radiant smile at Li Qing and began to dance. Her fair, slender legs exuding a soft pink glow. Her graceful movements accentuated her slender waist, while her elegant nose and eyes, dark and gleaming, were utterly enchanting. Each time she glanced back with a smile, Li Qing's heart would flutter uncontrollably. It was simply irresistible. He could hardly believe that a girl of such tender age could possess such captivating charm. It was ineffable, truly beyond words. Li Qing, engrossed in Wanling's mesmerizing dance, momentarily forgot to engage in idle chit-chat with Lianxiang and Hongxiu. After a while, Wanling gradually came to a halt. Her face still flushed as she approached the doorway to slip on her embroidered shoes, sitting down shyly, her heart pounding in anticipation of Li Qing's reaction. Li Qing's response was exuberant, his hands clapping rhythmically. Excellent. You danced beautifully, Miss Wanling. Your grace is otherworldly, a rare beauty indeed. Such flattery, young master. Wanling replied, her shyness evident as she quickly stole a glance at him before casting her gaze downward, seemingly awaiting something. Li Qing paused, then suddenly realized that she likely wished for him to compose a poem in her honor. However, poetry demands a certain context. It cannot simply be conjured at will. It must resonate with the moment and, ideally, be reflective of the post-Ming era. At that moment, he struggled to conjure anything fitting. As Wanling remained silent for an extended period, the hopeful spark in her eyes gradually dimmed, giving way to disappointment, and a mist of tears began to form. Li Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as he resolved to muster a few lines, he heard Hongxiu interject. young master. A young lady's feet are not something to be displayed casually. Indeed, I was just pondering the words, Li Qing chuckled, nodding in amusement. Lianxiang teased. Then why not summon the matron and redeem Wanling? Redeem? Li Qing was taken aback. Isn't that the case? Hongxiu quipped. Do you wish to deny your feelings for Wanling? What? I have done nothing to her. Why would I deny anything? Li Qing felt an odd sense of being coerced. Merely admiring her feet seemed to imply a deeper obligation. Yet, to voice such sentiments could paint him as a cad. Thus, he countered, Miss Wanling is indeed adorable. How could I not be fond of her? Alas, my purse is rather light. This was the truth. Given Wanling's current worth, even if he served in the Jinyiwei until the fall of the Zhu Dynasty, he would never be able to afford her. Moreover, even if he possessed the means, he would not wish to redeem her. He would never engage in such acts as dragging virtuous women into a life of debauchery or persuading those of ill repute to reform. With your prestigious background, do you truly lack funds? Lianxiang questioned, skepticism evident in her gaze. Li Qing retorted, what do you take me for, a wealthy and handsome man? Hongxiu paused, then grasped the modern connotation of the term, countering, are you not? Certainly not, he replied. While he was tall and handsome, wealth was not a trait he possessed. The ever-silent Wanling suddenly lifted her head, summoning the courage to speak. She mentioned that she had a small amount of private funds. But how could one exploit the public authority of the young master for personal gain? Li Qing rationally declined, asserting that if it were so, he would be no different from that impetuous youth of the previous day. Wanling's body trembled, and she forced a smile, saying it was just her foolish longing, and asked the young master not to hold it against her. No, please don't cry. Li Qing felt quite frustrated. He had come to the brothel seeking a light-hearted and pleasurable experience, one based on mutual agreement, without psychological burdens. Yet this situation had altered the very nature of their encounter. I have matters to attend to this evening. I shall return another day, he said as he rose to leave. Wanling gently tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, her tearful eyes filled with sorrow. Li Qing smiled wryly. Dear Miss Wanling, it is not that I disdain you. Rather, I have my own burdens that are difficult to articulate. Difficult to articulate? Wanling blinked, wiping away her tears. Her expression one of astonishment as she looked towards Lianxiang and Hongxiu. The two women shook their heads, affirming, the young master is quite formidable. Li Qing knew that if he simply walked away today, it could lead to dire consequences. At the age of 15 or 16, impulsiveness reigned supreme. Should she succumb to despair, it would indeed transform him into a figure akin to a murderer of the innocent. Slowly, he resumed his seat, sipping a glass of wine, and remarked, beauty fades with the snap of a finger. Ephemeral is the splendor of youth. All exquisite things inevitably wither away with the passage of time until they vanish altogether. It is not that I find you lacking or seek to belittle your worth. I merely wish to avert unnecessary sorrow. Can you comprehend this? Wanling shook her head, while Lianxiang and Hongxiu wore equally perplexed expressions. Li Qing took another sip of wine, suddenly overwhelmed with melancholia, reflecting that eternal life may not be as desirable as it seems. Whether it be the three women before him or others, all would eventually age and pass away. He alone would linger in this world, witnessing those he knew grow old and depart. What joy could there be in that? Even his master, who possessed great abilities and longevity, would someday leave him. What then would become of him? In that moment, even the exquisite wine in his cup turned bitter. After a long silence, Li Qing sighed. Miss Wanling, there are matters I cannot disclose, but I can impart one truth. A person like me cannot settle down. If you truly seek an explanation, allow me to share a poem with you. He took a sip of wine and began to recite softly. Having witnessed the bitterness of parting across the world, not knowing the return, petals fall as such. Beneath the blossoms, we gaze in silence. Spring at the green window mingles with the heavens. When shall we express our longing under the lamp's glow? A thread of new affection entwined with countless old grievances. The most ephemeral beauty cannot be preserved, as rosy cheeks bid farewell to the mirror and flowers to the trees. With that, Li Qing rose and departed. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, he gazed at the vast array of brilliant stars, feeling a flicker of solace in his heart. For they remained his steadfast companions. The curfew had begun, the streets were quiet, and the silvery moonlight stretched his shadow long. For several consecutive days, Li Qing refrained from visiting the drunken immortal pavilion. Yet, even in his absence, legends of him thrived within its walls, for that poem had been extraordinarily captivating. Not only did the intoxicated fairy tower become a sensation, but it also stirred considerable excitement throughout the capital, leaving scholars and literati in awe, with the Hanlin Academy scholars generously offering their praises. Fortunately, this time no one attempted to overinterpret the events. Even the notoriously unsparing Zhu Yuanzhang bestowed accolades upon him. Culture is indispensable in any dynasty, particularly in the ritualistic realm of Huaxia, where it marks an era destined to be recorded by historians and passed down through generations. Serving as a symbol of the times, Zhu Yuanzhang was naturally pleased to witness such achievements, especially with several great poets emerging during the Hongwu reign, enhancing his own prestige. As the acupuncture treatment for Empress Ma reached a temporary conclusion, her condition stabilized over the past few days of care, ensuring that, with proper rest, no unforeseen complications would arise. On this day, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned Li Qing privately, cutting through any pretense. "You have performed admirably. What reward do you seek?" "Serving the ruler and alleviating his burdens is my duty," Li Qing replied modestly. "Spare me the insincere pleasantries. I detest such formalities," Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. "Setting aside everything else, merely curing the empress's ailment is a significant achievement in itself. Now speak plainly. What do you desire?" Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor was amiable, encouraging him to express his wishes freely. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing responded, "If your majesty insists on rewarding me, I would appreciate some monetary compensation." "Monetary compensation?" Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled heartily. "Is that all you aspire to?" "Indeed, I possess no grand ambitions," Li Qing admitted sheepishly. "You must not lack ambition," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, somewhat displeased. Observing Li Qing with growing satisfaction, he envisioned that, a century hence, with such talent as his assisting Zhu Biao, the Ming Dynasty could reach unprecedented heights. "The proposal you previously submitted has begun implementation, according to the Ministry of Revenue's estimates. Its full execution could yield an additional 2 million taels in annual tax revenue for the national treasury," Zhu Yuanzhang mused. "I am not a miser. I previously promised you a noble title for curing the empress. However, if you accept the title, you will no longer be able to oversee the Jinyiwei. Would you prefer to wait?" Li Qing bowed respectfully. "I shall abide by your majesty's arrangements." He sensed that Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely inclined to reward him and intended to utilize his talents further. Zhu Yuanzhang, noting Li Qing's lack of disappointment at missing the title, felt even more pleased. "Rest assured, what I have promised you will eventually be granted," he declared. "Aside from money, what else do you desire?" "Nothing more," Li Qing replied with a grin. "I simply wish to indulge in exquisite cuisine and fine wine. The rest is of little consequence." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled warmly, finding this fellow refreshingly sincere. He jested, "Is it merely gourmet food and fine wine that you covet? Are beautiful women of no interest to you?" Li Qing felt a flush rise to his cheeks and chuckled awkwardly. "I am but a carefree soul. I acknowledge my faults. Youthful exuberance is but a common human sentiment." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand lightly, advising, "Frequenting brothels can tarnish one's reputation. I suggest you refrain from visiting too often. If you have a fondness for that Wangling, you may redeem her. Paying once is far better than paying repeatedly." Zhu Yuanzhang, having experienced hardship, was quite adept at budgeting. However, he remained unaware that Li Qing had been enjoying the delights without spending a single coin. Nor did he comprehend that Wanling's price was several hundred taels for a single night. The paltry sum he had received would be wholly inadequate for her redemption. The emperor remarked that the minister should visit less in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, casting a glance at the young Guizi beside him, who promptly approached Li Qing, bearing a large wooden box. "This sum will suffice for quite some time," he declared. "I humbly thank your majesty for your generous gift," Li Qing said, bowing as he accepted the box. Noticing Zhu Yuanzhang was preoccupied with state affairs, he took his leave. Upon returning home, Li Qing opened the wooden box and began to count the coins within. Not a single piece more or less. It amounted to precisely 1,000 taels. At this juncture, the purchasing power of the great Ming banknotes remained remarkably stable, with 1 guan cash able to purchase a stone of rice, thus rendering this sum quite substantial. During noon, Li Qing indulged in a delightful meal at a tavern, purchasing some fruits and snacks before returning home to enjoy them while perusing the Great Ming Code. With no pressing matters at hand, the captain of the Jinyiwei was not required to remain at the office at all times. Li Qing preferred to avoid a mundane routine and typically clocked in only to return home shortly thereafter. However, his fellow captains did not enjoy the same ease. Although they too were not bound to the office constantly, They were tasked with managing various affairs in their jurisdictions that required prompt attention. Some were even away on business for months at a time, if not longer. Li Qing's relative leisure stemmed largely from his additional role as the personal physician to Empress Ma. After a day filled with feasting and merriment, the night descended. Having not visited the Zhuanzhang for several days, Li Qing felt a twinge of longing. Yet, considering his burgeoning reputation there, he decided against it and instead ventured to the nearest Jiafangxi. The Jiafangxi, under the Ministry of Rites, oversaw music, dance, and theatrical performances, and also operated as a state-run brothel. Its standards surpassed those of the Zhuanzhang, yet it was far more reasonable in terms of pricing. Li Qing spent merely 20 taels to secure the company of a top courtesan, who was both enchanting and skilled. Thus, for the next half-month, Li Qing resided at the Jiafangxi, indulging in nightly diversions. However, as time passed, he began to feel a pang of regret over his expenditures. After all, having previously enjoyed free company, he now lamented the cost akin to that of an entire residence. On the second evening, he returned to the Zhuanzhang, not out of a desire to save money, but simply to reconnect with Lianxiang and Hongwu. Despite his prolonged absence, his popularity remained undiminished. Upon entering, he was immediately accosted by a throng of admirers, their eyes gleaming with excitement, disregarding the courtesans on stage. "Mr. Li, what is the title of that poem? Mr. Li, what emotions inspired such a poignant piece? Mr. Li, do you sell your poetry? I will pay a handsome price." Surrounded by a fervent group of men, Li Qing felt quite discomfort. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he discreetly released his true energy to push through the crowd and ascended to the second floor. The group, reluctant to relent, only returned to their seats when a servant stood in their way, continuing to discuss Li Qing's poetry with fervor. Li Qing's renown at the Zhuanzhang now rivaled that of the courtesans, if not surpassing it. Yet, being the object of such fervent admiration from a group of men did little to uplift his spirits. In a private room, after more than 20 days apart, the three women were overjoyed to see Li Qing once more. Lianxiang chided, "Such a cruel heart, sir. We thought you had forgotten us completely." "Haha. I have been busy with state affairs," Li Qing replied with a smile, "but I have just finished and have come to visit." Wan Ling gracefully rose, apologetically stating, "I have been rather presumptuous these past few days. I hope you will not take offense, my lord." "It is all in the past," Li Qing replied with a smile. After more than 20 days apart, Wan Ling had undergone some changes. Her large, captivating eyes and delicate chin still held their stunning allure. Yet now there was a hint of fragility about her. Li Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that perhaps it would be best for him to visit less frequently in the future. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Wan Ling hastily reassured him, "I have merely caught a slight chill and am lacking appetite. It is of no concern to you. Your presence here brings me great joy. Is that so?" Li Qing nodded. "I too possess some knowledge of medicine." Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "My lord, are you inside?" came Lu Chang's voice. Li Qing was taken aback, but felt a surge of joy upon recognizing it. "Pardon me for a moment." He excused himself. "Business is pressing. Do not worry. I am quite well," Wan Ling said understandingly. Lianxiang and Hongwu also rose to express their agreement. Li Qing chuckled lightly and nodded, "I shall visit again another day." The three women nodded respectfully, bidding him a safe journey. As Li Qing stepped outside, he was greeted by the dark figure of Lu Chang, to whom he promptly said, "Let us speak at home." A quarter of an hour later, having secured the door, Li Qing led Lu Chang to the main hall before inquiring, "Have you uncovered the truth?" "Indeed," Lu Chang replied solemnly. "The prince's deputy Ouyang Luan has committed heinous crimes that are utterly appalling." Chapter 33. The Crimes of Ouyang Luan. Li Qing gestured for Lu Chang to sit and poured him a cup of water, speaking slowly. "Alas," Lu Chang said, draining his cup in one gulp and wiping his mouth, "the deputy prince exploits his royal connections, sending his subordinates and household servants to purchase tea at prices less than half of the market rate, causing immense suffering for the tea farmers and indirectly leading to countless deaths. The tea he acquires at these low prices is then privately sold beyond the borders for exorbitant profits." Li Qing's expression hardened. Such a significant matter had escaped the notice of the authorities? How could they possibly be unaware? Lu Chang replied with a bitter smile. "The officials are well informed. Yet no one dares to intervene. Ouyang Luan is no ordinary deputy prince. The Princess Anqing is the emperor's legitimate daughter." Li Qing furrowed his brow. "So the tea farmers' complaints go unheard? Those who dare to report are either punished or imprisoned, and over time, no one is willing to approach the authorities. An intense anger surged within Li Qing, but he forcefully suppressed it, knowing that this was not a society governed by the rule of law. Please, continue, he urged. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chang continued. Ouyang Luan's operations are vast. Each time he crosses the border, he does so with dozens of carts, evading taxes and brazenly forcing his way through checkpoints. When confronted by oblivious inspectors, he resorts to violence, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen officials. While the bureaucrats dare not voice their outrage, he endangers the populace, murders officials, and smuggles goods. Any one of these offenses could cost him his life. Li Qing pondered. Why does no one dare to petition the court? Lu Chang shot him a surprised glance and stammered, "My lord, you cannot truly believe that a prince is held to the same laws as commoners, can you?" Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Lu Chang sighed. The reason I have achieved so much in such a short time is primarily due to the magnitude of Ouyang Luan's crimes, which are too great to conceal. However, with the emperor's connection to him, no one dares to act against him. After all, the emperor would not wish for his daughter to become a widow, would he? The Ming Dynasty esteemed the teachings of Cheng and Zhu, imposing stringent restrictions on women. Remarriage was met with societal contempt, and a princess, as a symbol of royal dignity, faced insurmountable obstacles to remarry. Even if she were to wed today, should her husband perish by tomorrow, she would remain bound to a life of solitude. Ouyang Luan, having wed the emperor's legitimate daughter, the younger sister of the crown prince Zhu Biao, indeed had the audacity to act with such arrogance. Li Qing pondered. What would be the consequences for an ordinary person caught in the illicit tea trade? Lu Chang replied, once discovered, regardless of the quantity, the punishment extends to annihilation of the entire clan. Such severity? Li Qing was taken aback, for it was commonly believed that in ancient times, such extreme measures were often exaggerated. In reality, most offenders were executed alone, and the extermination of 3 clans was already considered a grave punishment. After all, with a limited population in ancient times, it was implausible to eradicate clans over trivial disputes. Lu Chang elucidated, "My lord, tea is of paramount significance, far exceeding even salt and iron. It is the crucial leverage over the tribes beyond the borders." Upon hearing Lu Chang's explanation, Li Qing finally grasped the importance of tea. The leaves are rich in nutritional value, containing an abundance of vitamins, amino acids, and minerals. Due to the inhospitable climate and altitude beyond the borders, fruits and vegetables struggled to thrive, thus necessitating tea as a vital source of essential nutrients for human survival. Tea from the Ming Dynasty was not traded for currency. Not even gold or silver sufficed, as transactions were primarily conducted with horses and supplemented by cattle and sheep. This exchange was aptly termed the tea horse trade. The tribes beyond the borders did not merely enjoy tea, they depended upon it for their very existence. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Tea also served as a seasoning, enhancing the flavor of stewed mutton and beef, while simultaneously providing nutritional benefits and eliminating any gamey odor, rendering the meat more delectable. For those beyond the borders, tea held a value comparable to gold. It could be asserted that tea was the most effective means of controlling the tribes beyond the borders, even more potent than weaponry. Understanding this, Li Qing found Ouyang Luan's crimes utterly unforgivable, justifying the claim of treason. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Transporting dozens of carts of strategic materials is sufficient grounds for his execution tenfold. No sovereign could tolerate such large-scale smuggling, especially not the decisive Zhu Yuanzhang." Lu Chang, harboring reservations, inquired, "Should we report this to the commanding officer? Are the evidences irrefutable?" Li Qing confirmed, "Indeed." Lu Chang produced testimonies from tea farmers and tax officials, assuring Li Qing that the evidence was solid. With the emperor's approval for a thorough investigation, an abundance of corroborative material would soon surface, leaving the prince with no means of concealment. "Very well," Li Qing nodded. "I shall report this matter to Commander Mao tomorrow." Lu Chang felt a sense of relief. Such a significant issue was beyond the capacity of a mere Jinyiwei to bear. Their fates were intertwined, and he wished to see Li Qing remain unharmed. "By the way, did the investigation alert Ouyang Luan?" Lu Chang awkwardly admitted, "I cannot guarantee that." Li Qing contemplated for a moment. "Be diligent. Remain at the princess's residence, and report any developments to me immediately." "Understood." The following day, at the town pacification office, Mao Xiang, upon reviewing the evidence presented by Li Qing, could not help but turn pale with astonishment. He was aware that whether among the royal family or the noble lords, there were hardly any clean hands if one were to investigate thoroughly. However, he did not anticipate that the prince consort, Yangluan, would be so audacious. Li Qing clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, "Commander, what course of action should we take?" After a moment of silence, Mao Chong turned his head and ordered, "Summon all the Qianhu, Qianshi, and Zanzhufu officials currently in the capital." Understood. Several guards responded with a bow before departing. In the grand hall, only Li Qing and Mao Chong remained. After an extended silence, Mao Chong slowly exhaled. This matter had escalated significantly. The evidence was irrefutable. Was it not worth reporting to the emperor? Mao Chong replied curtly, "Have I suggested otherwise to His Majesty?" He paused, recognizing that Yangluan was, after all, the emperor's son-in-law, and the issue at hand concerned the dignity of the royal family, necessitating a cautious approach. "You must immediately return and don your ceremonial robes. We shall convene to devise a prudent solution, and together we shall submit our report." Li Qing nodded. "Very well, I shall do so at once." He understood that Mao Chong intended to involve everyone in shouldering the responsibility. An hour later, for Qianhu, 1 Qianshi, 1 Zhangji, and 2 Zanzhufu officials gathered in the hall, repeatedly examining the incriminating evidence. After perusing the documents, all eyes turned towards Li Qing. In their view, Li Qing was merely a reckless youth, daring to confront the royal family without understanding the gravity of his actions. Yangluan was not merely the prince consort, but also represented the interests of the royal lineage. Taking action against Yangluan was tantamount to declaring war on the royal family, and the implications were profound. Princess Linen had married Li Qichang, the eldest son of Duke Li Shanchang. Princess Ningwa had wedded Mei Yin, the nephew of Lord Mei Siju. Princess Runing had become the wife of Lu Xian, the son of Duke Lu Zhongheng, and Princess Daming had married Li Jian, the son of the commander of the imperial cavalry, who was subsequently appointed as the governor of the front army. The formidable lineup of the prince consorts was astonishing. Without explicit imperial decree, the current Jinyiwei had no desire, nor dared, to provoke them. Jinfu official Zhang Heng spoke. "What insights does Qianhu possess?" Li Qing clasped his hands and replied, "I believe that having established the facts, it is imperative to report this to the emperor. Otherwise, how can our Jinyiwei bear the sin of deceiving the sovereign?" Zhang Heng countered, "We?" Li Qing silently smiled bitterly, choosing not to respond further, and instead glanced at Mao Chong. Mao Chong sighed, acknowledging he could not bear this alone. They would submit their report together. Qianshi Lu Ming furrowed his brow and said, "Sir, setting aside the fact that this will offend the royal family, Yangluan has committed a grave offense that tarnishes the emperor's brilliance. Should this matter come to light, the emperor's dignity will surely suffer. Although the Jinyiwei has performed commendably, it may still lead to discontent in His Majesty's heart. After all, the emperor did not authorize us to investigate the prince consort, and the civil and military officials in court have long harbored grievances against the Jinyiwei. Now, to provoke the royal family could jeopardize our future. Lu Ming, are you suggesting we conceal this?" Mao Chong's expression darkened, for the crime of withholding information was one the Jinyiwei could not afford. "I would not dare." Lu Ming quickly clarified, "What I mean is to involve the officials from Bashu, allowing everyone to share the burden and deflect the scrutiny." "I concur with Qianshi Lu's strategy." Zhang Heng remarked that while one can deceive the heavens and the earth, one cannot deceive the emperor. Every situation is subject to interpretation. Yangluan has committed such a grave offense, and yet they wish to remain uninvolved. Such fortune is rare. Furthermore, once the prince consort's crimes are exposed, those officials will inevitably suffer the consequences. By standing alongside the Jinyiwei, they may mitigate their own culpability during the reckoning, and they would certainly not refuse such an arrangement. Mao Chong's expression softened, and he found merit in this plan. "Let it be so, Zhang Jing. You shall lead the Jinyiwei to Bashu." Just as he uttered these words, Lu Chong burst into the room, breathless, declaring, "My lord, Prince Consort Yangluan has entered the palace with Princess Anqing." Chapter 34. The Jinyiwei grows stronger because of me. A hushed silence enveloped the hall. Not a soul spoke, including the official Lu Ming. Li Qing rose and bowed deeply. Addressing the esteemed officials, "Time is of the essence. The matter of Prince Consort Yangluan stems from my actions, and I shall bear the burden alone." Zhang Jing, who had previously clashed with him, scoffed, "You alone? Can you truly shoulder this?" "I can," Li Qing replied calmly. "I am still the chief physician to Her Highness." The assembly fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of his assertion, though no one was eager to voice an opinion. They were reluctant to admit that a mere genie thousand household could take the fall. "I will stand with you," Mao Chong interjected, not out of gallantry, but because, as the head of the Jinyiwei, he had no option to evade responsibility. Even if Li Qing wished to shoulder the entire burden, Mao Chong could not extricate himself entirely. In reality, Li Qing's investigation into Prince Consort Ouyang was tacitly approved by Mao Chong, intending to enhance the influence of the Jinyiwei. What was meant to be a mere trial balloon unexpectedly stirred a tempest. The severity of Ouyang crimes far exceeded Mao Chong's expectations, to the extent that even the emperor could not shield his son-in-law. The officials exchanged glances, and Lu Ming inquired, "Li Qing, what compels you to act thus?" Among the royal family, civil and military officials, the Jinyiwei possesses the authority to investigate. Have I erred in my duties? Lu Ming felt his face flush, unable to continue. Zhang Jing retorted, "This is merely the bravado of a fool. The political waters run deep. You, a newly appointed thousand household, aspire to stir the currents. Such dreams are folly. Look now, you have put the entire Jinyiwei in a precarious position." Li Qing, finding Zhang Jing irksome, ceased to be courteous. "What you dare not do, I shall undertake. Those you fear to confront, I shall address. The fei you attire, the embroidered spring blade, shall command the nobility above and apprehend the corrupt below. We shall act first and report later, for we are granted special authority by the emperor." His words resonated profoundly within the assembly. Ignoring Zhang Jing further, Li Qing clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Esteemed officials, it may be that I bring some troubles upon the Jinyiwei this time. But know this, the Jinyiwei shall emerge stronger because of me." With a proud declaration, Li Qing gathered the evidence before him and exited the hall. Mao Chong inhaled deeply, surveyed the assembly, and followed suit. Several regional governors and officials exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Lu Ming spoke firmly, "Gentlemen, today is pivotal for the Jinyiwei. We cannot allow the commanding officer and Li Qing to bear this burden alone." Zhang Heng's deep voice resonated, "To the palace. The attire of the flying fish, the embroidered spring blade, the mantis legs, and the wasp waist. Those who ascend to the upper echelons of the Jinyiwei, apart from their exceptional capabilities, all possess striking appearances and commendable martial skills." A few provincial governors, deputy officials, and clerks led the way, exuding an air of authority. For captains followed closely, presenting a magnificent sight as they swiftly traversed the streets. The group soon caught up to Mao Chong, but Li Qing was nowhere to be seen. Noticing their arrival, Mao Chong exclaimed, "That rascal Li Qing has run too fast. Hurry up and keep pace." Recalling Li Qing's earlier bravado, he muttered, "Could it be that he can truly take on 20 opponents?" Li Qing, swift as the wind, hurried along, fearful that the couple Ouyang would report him first. Upon entering the palace, he made a beeline for the emperor's study, only to find it empty. After a moment's contemplation, he hastened towards the Qianqing palace, but still arrived a moment too late. By the time he reached, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and his family were engaged in jovial conversation, their laughter filling the air. His daughter was massaging his shoulders, and his son-in-law was serving tea, while the emperor reveled in the moment, laughter resounding joyfully. Zhu Biao and Empress Ma also wore expressions of ease and delight, smiles gracing their lips. "Who says the royal family lacks familial affection?" Taking a deep breath, Li Qing bowed and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty, the empress, the crown prince, and the princess." "Rise," said Zhu Yuanzhang, in good spirits. Gesturing to a young man nearby, "This is our son-in-law." Li Qing clicked his tongue, clasping his hands in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the son-in-law." "No need for such formalities, lordly," Anqing interjected. "You have come here to attend to the empress's health, I presume?" "No," Li Qing shook his head. "I have come regarding official business." "Official business?" Anqing paused, her expression shifting slightly before returning to normal, smiling as she continued. "I just spoke with father and heard that you are the esteemed Mr. Li from the drunken immortal pavilion. You truly are a hidden talent." The last 4 words carried a significant weight, laden with warning. Ouyang smiled. Those 2 poems were exquisite. Mr. Li is indeed remarkably gifted. Li Qing chuckled, choosing not to engage with the couple's remarks, and turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, "Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to report." Anqing's smile faltered, her displeasure evident. What business could a mere captain have? Father has only just found leisure. Any matter can be handled by Mao Chong. Father governs the vast realm. What time has he to concern himself with trifles? You may withdraw. Anqing. Zhu Biao shot a glare at his sister, turning to Li Qing. What official business do you have? Li Qing glanced at Empress Ma and awkwardly chuckled. Your Majesty, might I request the Empress to step aside for a moment? Presumptuous. Anqing retorted angrily. Li Qing, how dare you command the Empress? She clutched Zhu Yuanzhang's arm, exclaiming, Father, will you not punish him? Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure grew. Li Qing, what is it that you wish to say? With a sigh of resignation, Li Qing produced the evidence from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Captain Ouyang Luan has been extorting and oppressing, acquiring tea leaves at outrageously low prices, then smuggling them out of the borders without paying taxes at any checkpoints. Even assaulting tax inspectors, resulting in the deaths of 17 officials, and indirectly causing untold suffering to the common people. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted dramatically. Ouyang Luan's complexion changed in an instant, while Anqing was engulfed in a tempest of fury and disbelief. Zhu Biao and Empress Ma wore expressions of incredulity, and Zhu Yuanzhang himself was taken aback. The Emperor Anqing fell to his knees, crying out in protest, tears streaming down his face. He vehemently accused Li Qing of fabricating stories, conjuring falsehoods out of thin air, and uttering nonsensical claims, declaring him beyond redemption. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself momentarily bewildered. Despite Ouyang Luan's humble origins among the princes, he possessed the highest academic credentials, having achieved the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. The emperor had always held this cultured and refined son-in-law in high esteem. Unable to fathom that such a gentleman could commit such vile acts, Anqing wept, exclaiming, Father, Li Qing spends all his days in the capital indulging in debauchery. How could he possibly know if the prince has erred? Furthermore, how could he fail to report this to the commander of the Jinyiwei, directly escalating it to the heavens? What motives could he possibly have? The depth of Anqing's sorrow was so profound that had he performed in a future era, he would have easily eclipsed even the most popular stars in the industry. Father, have you forgotten Yangxian? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression shifted abruptly, and his gaze toward Li Qing grew increasingly hostile. Li Qing, I despise being deceived more than anything in this world. Your Majesty, the evidence of these crimes is irrefutable. If you doubt it, you may send the Jinyiwei to investigate. Li Qing maintained his composure. Zhu Yuanzhang, torn between belief and skepticism, stepped forward to snatch the testimony. Each word he read darkening his countenance further, his fists clenched tightly. Anqing and his wife felt a chill in their bones. The secrets they had hidden were not concealed well, but rather, no one had dared to investigate them. If an inquiry were to be conducted, the truth would undoubtedly emerge. Father, this is all part of Li Qing's treachery. He merely seeks to elevate himself. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside the hall. I, your humble servant. Jinyiwei Commander Mao Chong. I, Jinyiwei Pacification Officer Zhang Hong. I, Jinyiwei Assessor Lu Ming, have urgent matters to report to your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang, having regained his composure from the initial shock and anger, reflected on his ability to discern character. He was convinced that Li Qing was not the kind of person who would resort to unscrupulous means in his quest for power. Moreover, any individual with a modicum of intelligence would avoid such a foolish tactic as framing a prince. Hearing that all the high-ranking members of the Jinyiwei had come to pay their respects further solidified his belief in the veracity of the testimony. He cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Ouyang Luan, who trembled, his body shaking, yet he still put on a facade of bravado, clinging to a flicker of hope. Anqing, while crying and protesting her innocence, secretly harbored a sliver of optimism, believing the Jinyiwei would not dare to put her father in a difficult position. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled a heavy sigh, his voice resolute as he commanded, Enter. Shortly thereafter, a group of 9 entered the Grand Hall, bowing in respect, and subsequently voiced their unwavering support for Li Qing. One and all affirmed the truth of his words, compelling even Zhu Biao and Empress Ma to concede. Father, please forgive us. Father, please spare us. Ouyang Luan, devoid of any remaining hope, prostrated himself repeatedly. Anqing crawled forward on her knees, grasping Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve, tears streaming down her face, pleading for her husband's mercy. Zhu Yuanzhang, enraged, forcefully shook her off, declaring, Take Ouyang Luan into custody and interrogate him thoroughly. Mao Chong, at your service. Command the Jinyiwei in the capital to immediately head to Bashu and investigate every detail meticulously. Your servant will obey. Li Qing, you shall interrogate Ouyang Luan. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed with a tone of disdain. There is no need for hesitation. Proceed according to the protocols of the Jinyiwei. Conduct the interrogation as it ought to be. Anqing, overwhelmed with sorrow, wept. I beseech you, father. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with anger, retorted, do not call me father. I cannot acknowledge a child such as you. Chapter 35. Even if I have smuggled tea and assaulted officials, I, Yangluan, still hold the title of Duke and Commander. In the prison, Yangluan regained his composure. Casting a scornful glance at Li Qing. Prepare for your misfortunes, he declared. The misfortune would befall you. Li Qing presented the confession. In the spring of the 14th year of Hongwu, you smuggled 35 carts of tea, and during your passage through the checkpoint, your servants assaulted the tax inspectors, resulting in the deaths of Zhang Erdan and Lu Taizhu. Do you confess? Yangluan, with his nostrils flared, sneered repeatedly. Li Qing, do you truly believe you can bring about my demise? Even if I have smuggled tea and assaulted officials, I, Yangluan, am still a duke and commander. As long as the princess is here, I remain. The worst that can happen is that I am dismissed from my position, but your fate will not be the same. He bitterly added, my brothers-in-law are all powerful. Once I am free from here, prepare for our vengeance. Your brothers-in-law? Li Qing chuckled. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Do you not consider your own worth? What reason do they have to support you? Yangluan replied with an air of confidence. True, I may lack such influence, but Anqing possesses it. And do not forget, Anqing is the cherished daughter of the emperor and the empress. They will undoubtedly ensure my safety. Unyielding in your delusions. Li Qing gently shook his head and turned to the juror Lu Chang outside the cell, instructing. Note this, Duke and Commander Yangluan admits to smuggling tea and causing the death of officials. He then continued, I ask you again. You acquired tea from farmers at an exceedingly low price, and when they reported you to the authorities, you incited local officials to violently suppress them, leading to their dire circumstances and countless indirect deaths. Do you confess? Yangluan scoffed. I shall not utter another word until the princess arrives. Despite the gravity of the situation, Yangluan remained brazen and unafraid, a testament to the tyranny he wielded in Bashu. Li Qing's anger surged, and he commanded sternly, respond. What a commanding call it was. In an instant, the previously arrogant Yangluan turned pale, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. And even his soul trembled. He instinctively took 2 steps back, losing his footing and collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes meeting Li Qing's as if he had encountered a specter. In a moment of inexplicable surrender, he stammered, I confess. Li Qing. A melodious voice echoed from afar. As Princess Anqing approached, her lovely face set in a frosty demeanor, lifting her skirts as she hurried over. Li Qing. Li Qing rose and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to your highness. Seeing his adherence to decorum, Anqing's expression softened slightly. The interrogation had reached a temporary pause. You may return now. May I inquire, your highness, is this the emperor's decree? Anqing narrowed her eyes, glaring fiercely at Li Qing. Unfazed, he replied, were it not for the emperor's command, I would find it difficult to comply. I am currently interrogating a royal offender. I kindly ask the princess to withdraw. Anqing, taken aback and disheartened, lamented, I misjudged you. Please do not say that. As if we share some secret bond, Li Qing replied with a stoic expression. I request that the princess withdraw. The empress and the crown prince have issued a decree, Anqing stated. Suspend the interrogation and transfer the duke to the duke's residence. We shall continue once the truth from Bashu is ascertained. Li Qing clasped his hands together and said, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Do you dare defy orders? The Jinyiwei only heed the emperor's commands. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, the emperor has instructed me to interrogate the prince consort, Yangluan. How could I possibly abandon this task midway? Although Anqing possessed the talent of Su Qin, she found herself at a loss against the unyielding Li Qing. She could only turn to Lu Chang and the others, saying, you may leave for now. This princess has words to share with Captain Li. Lu Chang and his companions exchanged glances before looking towards Li Qing. Do not heed her. We will remain here. Li Qing addressed Anqing. If the princess has something to say, it would be prudent to wait until I have concluded the interrogation. Anqing, filled with indignation, had never before been so openly challenged. Realizing she could not sway Li Qing, she cast aside her royal composure and resorted to tantrums. Li Qing felt a headache coming on. After all, she was a princess, and he could not treat Anqing lightly. As she threw a fit, complicating matters, it became clear that the case could not proceed that day. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing presented the charges she had gathered before Yangluan, commanding, "Sign here." "I will not." Yangluan, seeing his wife's arrival, regained his haughty demeanor. "Curse it. You cannot do anything to me." Furious, Li Qing coldly stated, "According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, should a criminal refuse to sign, they shall receive 80 strokes. Bring forth the punishment." Yangluan's voice trembled. "Princess, save me. Do you dare? Strike." A few Jinyiwei hesitated briefly before seizing their staves and rushing into the prison. Yangluan was genuinely frightened, shouting, "Princess, save me." Anqing panicked. She had not anticipated that Li Qing would actually resort to torture against her husband. Gritting her teeth, she charged towards the prison. "Block her." 10 or so Jinyiwei quickly formed a barrier, sealing the prison door tight. Anqing felt her temper flare. "Li Qing, I will not let this go." Li Qing remained unfazed, commanding, "Proceed with the execution." With a series of resounding slaps, Yangluan was pinned to the ground by 2 Jinyiwei, while another 2 raised their boards to strike his backside. Yangluan writhed in agony, his previous arrogance swiftly shattered. "I will sign." "I will." "You cannot." Anqing shouted. "Endure for now. I will fetch my brother, the emperor, and our mother." "I cannot hold on." Anqing glared at her unworthy husband with frustration. "What pain is there to truly break you? Wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, she shot Li Qing a resentful look and stormed out. Yangluan cried out in pain, yet he managed to endure, aware that once he signed, there would be no turning back. He could only place his hopes in his wife. The 80 strokes left Yangluan on the brink of death. This was merely a straightforward beating. Had the punishment been severe, it could have claimed his life with fewer than 80 strokes. If the blows were administered with intent, just 20 would suffice to send him to the underworld. Li Qing approached Yangluan. "Will you sign?" "I will not." Yangluan stood his ground. "I do not believe you would dare to kill me." "Indeed, I do not," Li Qing replied with a light laugh. "However, I can continue the interrogation. Prepare for the finger torture." The Zan punishment, colloquially known as the clamp torture, involves inserting a clamp onto the fingers or toes and tightening it with such force that only a few can endure it. However, within the realm of the Jinyiwei, this torture is merely commonplace, for there are far more brutal methods, especially the washing, which entails pouring scalding water over the victim, followed by scrubbing with an iron brush until only bones remain. Before long, Yangluan's fingers were clamped, and as the pressure increased, his already fragile bones swiftly yielded. "Stop. Please stop. I will draw. I will comply," Yangluan exclaimed, filled with despair and indignation as he gazed at the confession before him. Yet, he dared not exhibit further defiance and obediently affixed his mark. Li Qing collected the confession, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, and addressed Lu Chang and the others. "We shall conclude the interrogation for today. You may leave." Understanding that their leader was subtly protecting them, Lu Chang and the others expressed their gratitude with nods and bowed as they exited. Each of them had families depending on them for sustenance, and Li Qing wished to shield them from any backlash. Shortly after, Zhu Biao arrived in haste, though Anqing did not accompany him. Yangluan, who had been languishing, suddenly regained vigor and crawled to the prison door, lamenting, "Royal brother, Li Qing is abusing private punishment and coercing me to confess. I beseech you to intercede on my behalf. Do not call me royal brother. I have no such brother-in-law as you." Zhu Biao nearly slipped, echoing the words of their father, but he swiftly corrected himself. Without glancing at Yangluan, he addressed Li Qing. "Mr. Li, please accompany me to the palace." Li Qing's heart sank. "Your Highness." "But the Empress." "Yes," Zhu Biao replied, his countenance darkening. "Hurry, come along." On their way, Zhu Biao recounted the events. It transpired that when Princess Anqing had gone to the Qianqing Palace to plead her case, Zhu Yuanzhang was present and, witnessing his daughter relentlessly defending Yangluan, was consumed by rage and sought to punish Anqing, ordering the eunuchs to confine her, embodying a resolve to uphold justice even at the cost of familial ties. Empress Ma, already troubled about her daughter's future, fainted at the sight of old Zhu's unyielding stance against his own child. "Mr. Li, she will be all right, won't she?" Zhu Biao asked anxiously. Li Qing quickened his pace, reassuring him, "The Empress's health has improved significantly. She should be fine." Nevertheless, uncertainty gnawed at him. As he had previously advised the Empress to avoid emotional distress in the Qianqing Palace, yet the very scenario he dreaded had unfolded. In the Qianqing Palace, Empress Ma lay quietly upon the couch, while Zhu Yuanzhang, in a state of turmoil, continued to plead, I was wrong. I was wrong. Sister, please awaken. I shall not punish Anqing. He fervently promised, just awaken, and I will grant you anything you desire. Sister, do not frighten me. Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely anxious, as the torment of potentially losing a beloved surged within him. At that moment, Zhu Biao, breathless, was ushered into the sleeping quarters by Li Qing. Father, Mr. Li has arrived. Li Qing is here, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, seemingly finding his anchor. Li Qing, please, ascertain what has happened to my sister. Li Qing hastened forward, taking the Empress's wrist, and after a brief moment, he exhaled with slight relief. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Empress is not in grave danger. Good, good. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed in relief. Quickly, awaken the Empress. Li Qing nodded and pressed a point on the Empress Ma's foot, known as the Yongle acupoint. This point, revered as the source of life, serves as the initiation point of the kidney meridian and is effective in treating headaches and fainting spells. Empress Ma groaned, a flicker of pain crossing her face before she gradually regained consciousness. It should be noted that she was not merely awakened, but rather jolted from her slumber by the pain. Even a person with healthy kidneys would find Li Qing's force excruciating, let alone the Empress. Li Qing had little choice. Conventional treatment would take considerable time. And given the Empress's fragile condition, prolonged unconsciousness could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Thus, he resorted to this drastic measure. My sister, let us not dwell on the sins of Anqing. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected gently, pushing aside Li Qing. Do not harbor anger. Focus on your recovery. With a deep breath, Empress Ma's complexion started to stabilize. After hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, she nodded slightly. What do you intend to do with Yangluan? Zhu Yuanzhang paused, contemplating. His crimes are unforgivable. If he were to be spared, more like him would arise, rendering the laws of the Ming Dynasty meaningless. Those who commit sins must be punished. Empress Ma replied, whether demoted to commoner or exiled, I only wish you would spare his life. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Zhu Yuanzhang asserted, regaining his imperial demeanor. This matter is non-negotiable. The inner court must not interfere in state affairs. Sister, please do not roll your eyes. Empress Ma, with a pained expression, said, Chang'an is but 18 years old. Must she endure a lifetime of mourning? The law is devoid of compassion. Thus, she must bear this hardship. Empress Ma, feeling exasperated, said, Leave, I do not wish to see you again. You may leave, but you must take care of your health. That is none of your concern. Sighing in resignation, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, Very well, we shall take our leave. Zhu Biao comforted, Mother, focus on your recovery. I will persuade father. Empress Ma offered a bittersweet smile. Fully aware of her husband's nature, once he made a decision, there was no turning back. She waved her hand. I am weary. All of you may depart. The palace maids bowed and quietly retreated. Li Qing asked, Your Majesty, may I administer acupuncture once more? Empress Ma nodded gently. Li Qing approached a nearby cabinet, retrieved a wooden box, and began the acupuncture treatment on Empress Ma. 15 minutes later, Li Qing collected the silver needles, disinfected them, and returned them to their place. I take my leave. Wait a moment. Li Qing halted, awkwardly saying, Your Majesty, I did indeed follow your instructions and reprimanded the prince consort. But he has committed a grave error that cannot be undone. Empress Ma sighed softly. This cannot solely be blamed on you. It is the prince consort's own failure. Yet, it is Anqing who suffers. Li Qing, do you also believe Yangluan must die? After a moment of silence, Li Qing replied slowly. If even Yangluan were to be spared, then there would be no justice in the Ming Dynasty. Empress Ma sighed again, choosing not to speak further. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing quietly reminded, Your Majesty, you must maintain a positive frame of mind. My daughter is to be left in mourning. How can I possibly maintain a good mood? Despite Empress Ma's typically amiable temperament, she found herself enraged at this moment, her face flushed with anger. Your Majesty, please do not be upset, Li Qing implored, fearful for her well-being. This may not be an ill fate. Discovering the truth early allows for timely intervention. A scoundrel like Yangluan is unworthy of the princess. After a pause, he added, as the saying goes, one may lose the east wall, but gain the mulberry tree. Empress Ma, taken aback, inquired, Are you suggesting we find a husband for Anqing? Without waiting for Li Qing's response, she continued, That is impossible. Even commoners face disdain when remarrying. What more for royalty? Li Qing countered, Which holds greater significance, the reputation of the royal family or the happiness of Princess Anqing? Undoubtedly, Anqing's happiness is paramount, Empress Ma replied with a pained smile. However, matters concerning the royal image cannot be decided by me alone. The emperor would never consent, and the court officials would vehemently oppose it. What if she were no longer a princess? Li Qing suggested, though he had no particular fondness for Anqing. His concern for the empress's health compelled him to assist. No longer a princess? Empress Ma's eyes brightened as she pondered. In that case, it could prove to be a prudent move. Her expression shifted from cloudy to clear, but she insisted, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Your humble servant shall comply, Li Qing replied with a bow. And your majesty, please take care of your health. Empress Ma's tone lightened. You may leave now. As Li Qing exited the Qinqing palace, he let out a long breath. Losing the empress would have been a true tragedy. Lordly, a young attendant named Xiao Gui approached. The emperor has summoned you to the imperial study. Li Qing nodded and proceeded to the study. Upon entering, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately inquired, how is the empress's health? Your majesty, rest assured, she is presently out of danger. That is a relief, Zhu Yuanzhang said, visibly relaxing. Have there been any developments regarding Yangluan? Li Qing produced a confession, stating, here is the evidence already gathered for your review. Zhu Yuanzhang accepted the document and, after a brief perusal, remarked coolly, at noon tomorrow, execute him. You shall oversee the execution. Your majesty, will there be no further interrogation? Li Qing asked. Is there any need for that? Zhu Yuanzhang lifted the confession. This alone is sufficient to condemn his entire clan. We shall show mercy by executing him alone. However, all ill-gotten gains must be reclaimed. You will handle that after Yangluan's execution. Your servant shall comply. Upon leaving the palace, Li Qing did not return home directly, but instead made his way to the yamen. Regardless of the circumstances, today his superiors had indeed acted with loyalty. Whether for personal gain or not, they had supported him. He contemplated expressing his gratitude by inviting them to dinner before they departed. Matters of human relationships, though somewhat cliché, are undeniably valuable. Such practices endure through the ages. In the back hall of the town defending department, a gathering of high-ranking officials in splendid attire radiated joy. Upon seeing Li Qing, Mao Chong rose and exclaimed, our great benefactor has returned. Lu Ming, Zhang Heng, and others stood and nodded in his direction, smiling warmly. Even Zhang Jing, who often clashed with him, managed a forced smile. Mao Chong remarked, you've once again placed your bets wisely. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a person of great potential. Li Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended and humbly replied, this incident is not solely my achievement. It is the result of everyone's concerted efforts. As these words were spoken, the expressions of those present grew increasingly benevolent. Who would not appreciate subordinates and colleagues who share the burdens and divide the accolades? Mao Chong remarked, a merit is a merit. There is no need for excessive modesty. The Jinyiwei shall indeed gain renown because of you. Initially, a celebratory feast was planned in your honor, but the emperor's urgency necessitates a postponement until we conclude our investigations in Bashu. He chuckled. Before long, this incident will resonate throughout the court and the populace. The emperor's intent is clear. From this moment forth, our Jinyiwei will genuinely hold the authority to apprehend both royal relatives and corrupt officials. The assembly was invigorated, their spirits uplifted. Mao Chong continued, prepare yourselves. We shall proceed to Bashu shortly. Pausing, he inquired, Li Qing, is the condition of Her Highness stable for the time being? Indeed, came the reply. If so, you should accompany us. Li Qing chuckled nervously, my lord. The emperor has commanded me to execute Yangluan tomorrow and recover the stolen funds. Tomorrow. Mao Chong's expression brightened. In that case, our Jinyiwei will indeed make a significant impact. He then asked, do you currently have anyone under your command? None. Li Qing shrugged, noting that everyone had gone to Bashu and only a deputy remained, thus requiring assistance from the esteemed officials present. How many men do you need, brotherly? I can contribute 100. I will provide 200. Mao Chong waved his hand gently. This is too scattered. You shall continue as originally planned to Bashu. Zhang Jing, you remain behind to assist Deputy Qianhu Li in the investigation. Yes, I shall obey. Mao Chong chuckled. Zhang Heng, Lu Ming, designate your personnel and act immediately. Understood, my lord. The group clasped their hands in respectful acknowledgement and exited the hall with expressions of joy. Once outside the town protectorate, Zhang Jing inquired, Lord Li, Shall we pursue the recovery of the stolen funds after the execution of Yangluan, or shall we commence immediately? Zhang Jing was quite courteous through this incident. He recognized that Li Qing's future would certainly not be limited to merely a Qianhu. Setting aside Li Qing's capabilities and courage, the very fact that he donned the feathered robe spoke volumes, for a Qianhu was not permitted to wear such an attire. To continue opposing Li Qing would be a grave misjudgment. Li Qing pondered briefly. You should first assemble your men. We shall begin our inquiries this afternoon. The sooner we start, the more funds we can recover. Very well, Zhang Jing nodded, cupping his hands in salute. I shall take my leave. Li Qing returned the gesture. Thank you for your efforts. There was no animosity between them, and since goodwill had been extended, he would not cling to past grievances. As noon approached, Li Qing contemplated treating himself to a hearty meal as a reward for his efforts. Upon passing by the Zuaxian Tower, he suddenly halted, realizing that the establishment was also part of the estate of Yangluan, the royal consort. Chapter 37. Home raid. The dishes at Zuaxian Tower remained as delectable as ever, yet Li Qing's appetite was rather poor. After today, Zuaxian Tower would no longer exist. He sipped his wine, secretly contemplating how to arrange for Wan Ling, Lian Xiang, and Hong Xiao, though he was not their husband. Having spent numerous days together, he was not one to be unfeeling. While he could not preserve Zuaxian Tower, he wished to secure a good future for them. Despite their apparent prosperity at Zuaxian Tower, once separated from it, they would face considerable hardship. In this era dominated by men, even the most talented women find it exceedingly difficult to achieve anything, particularly those from the brothels. After the raid on the drunken immortal pavilion, their fates are limited to two outcomes. 1. Being sold to wealthy dignitaries as mere objects of indulgence. 2. Being resold to other brothels to continue their previous trade. In comparison, Li Qing believes that allowing them to remain in their original profession is preferable. At least in the brothel, they retain some semblance of rights. If sold to affluent families, they would truly become prisoners of circumstance. In these times, even concubines can be given away, let alone women purchased from brothels. If the master happens to be a pervert, the consequences could be dire. After dining and settling the bill, Li Qing made his way to the imperial palace, as he needed to first consult with the Emperor Zhu. In the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang was as busy as ever, perhaps worn out to the point of irritation, simultaneously handling memorials while muttering curses under his breath. Zhu Biao had long since gotten used to this, while the several young eunuchs nearby trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Minister Li Qing, I pay my respects to your majesty, Li Qing announced. Rise, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, putting down the memorial. What brings you here? Li Qing clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the drunken immortal pavilion is connected to Yangluan. If this is verified, how should we proceed? The drunken immortal pavilion? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, quickly followed by anger. Damn it, that beast has stooped to this business as well, truly disgracing the imperial family. Father, please quell your anger, Zhu Biao quickly interjected. Since it's illicit property, we should seize and confiscate it. Why become enraged over a dying man? Your Highness is wise. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. However, while handling the assets is straightforward, what shall we do with the courtesans? Zhu Biao pondered for a moment, unable to devise a suitable solution, and turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, what do you think? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. Those who wish to reform may do so. Those who refuse shall be sent to the Ministry of Rights. After a pause, he added, Li Qing, you handle it. Strive to maximize the benefits. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, Your Majesty. Very well, go. In the afternoon at the town pacification office, Zhang Jing gathered all his subordinates, totaling 650 men, excluding those responsible for apprehending the seal officers. Lord Li, you are the Emperor's appointed investigator. How you proceed is up to you. Li Qing nodded. First, investigate the addresses of Yangluan's immediate and extended family. It is imperative to obtain leads by noon tomorrow. Once Yangluan is executed, we will immediately proceed with the confiscation of his properties. Is there anything else? Zhang Jing inquired. Leave 200 men here. I will go to the prince consort's residence to seize silver, as that is where the substantial wealth lies. Zhang Jing nodded and promptly assigned tasks to his subordinates, generously handing over a group to Lu Chang, instructing him to lead the investigation. Although the process of examining household registrations was not as straightforward as in later times, it was not overly challenging either. as the Ministry of Revenue maintained backups, particularly concerning Ouyang Luan as a prince consort. His identity and background had undoubtedly been thoroughly investigated by the court. Lu Chang, accompanied by several hundred men, swiftly departed the town pacification office to search the Ministry of Revenue for documents. Li Qing and Zhang Jing, accompanied by the imperial guards, headed straight for the prince consort's residence. What do you intend to do? Do you know whose residence this is? Who allowed you to enter? The steward of the prince consort's residence approached with a barrage of questions, his attitude exceedingly arrogant, even towards the imperial guards. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Zhang Jing delivered a swift slap, sending the steward spinning 3 full circles, causing him to lose 2 of his back teeth. With Ouyang Luan facing imminent execution, he felt little restraint. One slap was insufficient to quench his ire, so he followed it with a punch. The steward collapsed to the ground, wailing. The Jinyiwei have trespassed upon the prince consort's residence, and they dare to resort to violence. Inform the princess at once. Bang! What was that? Zhang Jing kicked him into unconsciousness, spat disdainfully, and commanded his comrades, surround the prince consort's residence. Not a single fly is to escape. Realizing he had drawn too much attention to himself, he quickly turned to Li Qing and said, Masterly, what do you think? Li Qing responded, 100 men will encircle the residence, and another 100 will search for contraband. As he spoke, he crouched down and pressed a few points on the steward's body. The steward's corpulent form trembled, and after a moment, he groggily regained consciousness. Bring me the account books, Zhang Jing ordered. The steward, still arrogant, retorted bitterly. To offend the prince consort is something even your Jinyiwei cannot bear. Li Qing, uninterested in further discourse, jabbed him a few more times, causing the steward to writhe in agony. What have you done? Release me at once. Where are the account books? I'll fetch them, just let me go. Li Qing pressed him again, and the steward, panting heavily, took a moment to gather himself before laboriously rising and turning toward the main hall. Masterly, you have quite the skill, Zhang Jing complimented. Was that acupoint technique you just employed? Li Qing nodded, surprised. You know of acupoint techniques, Captain Zhang? Zhang Jing chuckled. Of course. However, such techniques belong to the internal arts. Without a mentor, one cannot learn them. Internal arts? Li Qing's interest was piqued. Do we have anyone in the Jinyiwei who practices them? Yes, Assistant Lu Ming practices the internal arts. Among us, he is the most formidable. He once struck a criminal 3 times, causing death without leaving a mark on the body. Zhang Jing exclaimed, filled with admiration. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, pondering the strength of internal energy versus true qi, resolving to explore the matter further when time allowed. Moments later, the steward returned, clutching a thick account book, and presented it with deference, his voice trembling. My lord, has our prince consort truly violated royal law? Indeed, he shall be executed by tomorrow. Li Qing replied as he perused the account book. Confess, and you may avoid punishment. The emperor intends to execute the prince consort? The steward's eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed to his knees. Please spare me, my lord. I only became the steward of the prince consort's residence this spring. I truly know not what transgressions he has committed. You arrived only this spring? Li Qing asked, astonished. Yes, the steward nodded vigorously. Zhang Jing clarified, masterly. Ouyang Luan became engaged to the princess at the end of last year. However, he had already been residing in this estate prior to his elevation, and after being granted the title of prince consort, he expanded the original structure, transforming it into the prince consort's residence. Indeed, my lord, I am the brother-in-law of Zhou Bao, the steward continued, bowing repeatedly. I was previously the steward here, but when I moved to Bashu, they sent me in. At that moment, around 100 Jinyiwei arrived, uncovering a total of 800 taels of treasure, 300 taels of silver, 5 stones of yellow rice, 10 stones of white rice, and a collection of antiques and artworks of little significance. Li Qing and Zhang Jing were taken aback, unable to fathom how the Grand Duke's residence could yield such a meager sum. Even if multiplied by 100, it would not align with the vast wealth of a duke engaged in the illicit tea trade. Where had the money disappeared? Zhang Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, My lord, this defies logic. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing suggested, could it be that he has concealed his wealth elsewhere, perhaps with his immediate family? Unlikely. Zhang Jing shook his head. I have dealt with numerous cases of embezzlement, and without exception, the ill-gotten gains have been discovered within the culprits' households. Who would risk their necks to embezzle money only to stash it away externally, even with close kin? The bulk of the funds must be hidden within the duke's residence. We simply have not searched the right places. He instructed his subordinates, investigate further, check for any cellars or secret passages. Turning to the steward, he sternly warned, if you do not confess honestly, you shall accompany me to the gallows tomorrow. Please spare me, my lord. The steward trembled, his flesh quivering in fear. I truly know nothing. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, sensing the steward's genuine ignorance. As he perused the ledger, a particular page with crimson ink caught his attention. Year 13 of Hongwu, summer, received 10 stones of yellow rice, 30 stones of white rice. Year 13 of Hongwu, autumn, received 12 stones of yellow rice, 57 stones of white rice. Year 13 of Hongwu, winter, received 35 stones of yellow rice, 289 stones of white rice. Year 15 of Hongwu, summer, received 87 stones of yellow rice, 675 stones of white rice. Li Qing frowned and inquired, how many people reside in this household? My lord, the duke does not often return. There are just over 20 servants in total, the steward replied honestly. Can 20-odd servants consume such a vast quantity of grain in a single season? The steward's face fell. These accounts belong to Zhou Baoji. In reality, there is nowhere near this amount. It must have been embezzled by him. Pausing, he added, each time he transported rice to the residence, he would send us away, only allowing us back once he had finished. He must have pocketed the difference. Zhang Jing cast a puzzled glance at Li Qing, failing to comprehend why he was fixating on this particular grain. Li Qing asserted, Zhang Qianhu, do you not find this exceedingly unreasonable? Zhou Bao is a confidant of Yangming, the very one who assaulted a tax official to death and facilitated smuggling, as the one responsible for practical affairs. Would he truly covet such a trifling amount of grain? Even if he were to be petty, would he record it in the accounts? Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded. However, while he acknowledged the logic, he remained unclear about Li Qing's underlying intentions. At that moment, Li Qing was convinced that the embezzled funds lay hidden within the duke's residence. He turned to the steward and asked, did anything seem amiss after the transport of the rice? Amiss? The steward pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, indeed. After each transport, several individuals would return damp and dirty. Damp? Li Qing's heart stirred. Where is the well within the residence? In the backyard, the steward replied. Li Qing nodded and said to Zhang Jing, let us proceed to investigate. If my conjecture is correct, the stolen funds should be concealed within the well. Zhang Jing exclaimed in surprise, surely that cannot be. Then, he gasped, my lord, do you mean to suggest that the yellow and white rice? Li Qing gently nodded, enunciating each word with precision, gold and silver. Chapter 38. The court and the people in turmoil. A reputation established in brocade. The well was expansive, constructed from granite, with an opening that measured a remarkable 2 meters in diameter, almost double that of a regular water well. Zhang Jing lowered his gaze towards the substantial mouth of the well and inquired, Master Li, do you truly believe Yangming would cast silver into the depths? With such a vast fortune, if he were to do so, it would have filled the well long ago. Li Qing shook his head, asserting, he must have created a secret passage within the well's wall. I shall investigate. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing leaped into the well. Zhang Jing was taken aback and hastily instructed someone to fetch a rope, anxiously leaning over the well's edge. Master Li, please exercise caution, the walls are slippery. Wait until the rope is secured before you explore. Fear not, came Li Qing's voice from within the well. The visibility down here is poor. Do you have a firecracker? Yes, the steward, eager to prove his worth, dashed to the kitchen to retrieve one. Zhang Jing seized it as it was handed down. Master Li, here it is. Li Qing adeptly caught the descending firecracker, ignited it with a breath, and the well was instantly illuminated. He surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Relieved, he relaxed his legs slightly and descended over a meter before halting steadily. As he examined and prodded, he gradually moved further down. Finally, when he was less than 2 meters above the water's surface, he discerned a clue, a section of the stone wall, measuring half a meter square, bore clear signs of having been disturbed. Channeling his vital energy, he employed 2 fingers to probe the crevice and forcefully pried free a stone brick. Once the first brick was removed, the subsequent ones came off with ease. In a mere quarter of an hour, Li Qing emerged from the well, using both hands and feet. Zhang Qianhu, send someone to inform the commander to invite His Majesty here. Li Qing clapped his hands and added, we haven't brought enough equipment. Fetch more carts. Very well. I shall arrange that immediately. Zhang Jing nodded. Master Li, How much silver is down there, precisely? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I've only been down for a brief moment. How could I possibly know? However, I surmise it should align with the ledger. The ledger? Zhang Jing quickly picked up the account book from the ground, flipping to the page concerning grain, and began to compile the figures. Soon, he arrived at a staggering total. In a hushed tone, he murmured, 178 stones of yellow rice, 1,980 stones of white rice. Good heavens! With each stone weighing 150 pounds, and each pound containing 16 ounces. It became evident just how substantial Ouyang Luan's illicit gains were. Zhang Jing finally understood why Li Qing had summoned the emperor with such a vast sum. The two of them could hardly undertake the seizure alone without the oversight of someone significant, as it left him feeling quite anxious. In the afternoon, during the hour of Shun, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and Mao Chong arrived together. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately questioned, Li Qing, how much silver did that scoundrel embezzle? Li Qing hesitated to reveal the account book directly, as the exact figures would only be known after the seizure. Your Majesty, beneath the well's opening lies a secret passage, filled to the brim with gold and silver, an unfathomable amount. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply and waved his hand, declaring, let us proceed with the seizure. Not a single coin shall be left behind. As commanded, with the emperor, the crown prince, and the commander present, the Jinyiwei were brimming with enthusiasm. 100-man unit was stripped bare and tied with ropes, lowered into the well. Baskets upon baskets of gold and silver were hauled out, and when fatigue set in, they were replaced, with Mao Chong supervising from the side. The confiscated gold and silver were promptly recorded and temporarily piled upon the ground. As the heap of riches grew ever larger, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression became increasingly peculiar. At first glance, he appeared pleased, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an undercurrent of fury, and then, perhaps, it transformed back into joy. His emotions were a tangled web. After the passage of 1 hour, then 2, the torches were lit, and the house raids continued unabated. Through the hours of the night, from the time of the pig to that of the rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, and into the morning of the next day, they finally managed to exhaust all of Ouyang Luan's hidden wealth. The total confiscated included 47,800 taels of gold, 4,752,460 taels of silver, and 120 dough of pearls and agate, alongside various miscellaneous items, amounting to an estimated total of 9,500,000 taels. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. He could scarcely believe that his favored son-in-law could be so engulfed in corruption. In the 13th year of Hongwu, he had sent Ouyang Luan to Bashu and Shaanxi for experience. In the 14th year, he had married his daughter to him, and now, in the 15th year, a staggering sum of 9,500,000 taels had been uncovered. Zhu Yuanzhang's rage was palpable, his teeth grinding to dust, feeling once again the sting of betrayal, this time exacerbated by the involvement of his own daughter. In the mere span of 2 years since Ouyang Luan's departure to Bashu and Shaanxi, he had amassed such a vast fortune, a testament to his insatiable greed. Last year had been prosperous, the harvest abundant, with the court's tax revenue reaching 27,500,279 sure, equivalent to nearly 35 million taels, bringing Zhu Yuanzhang sleepless joy. Yet, a single Ouyang Luan had, in just 2 years, embezzled nearly 30% of the entire tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty for a year. How could he possibly endure such a betrayal? Li Qing, your servant is here. Change the sentence from execution to lynching. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was icy. He would not permit Ouyang Luan an easy death. Additionally, the drunken immortal building must be swiftly investigated and confiscated, along with all his relatives. None were to be spared. Everything must be thoroughly purged. Mao Chong, your servant is here. Ouyang Luan's crimes extend far beyond mere tea smuggling. He is not acting alone. Follow this lead closely. And remember, regardless of who is implicated, they must be apprehended without fail. You shall personally oversee this matter, ensuring that every corrupt rat is unearthed. Your servant obeys. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang wearily waved his hand, directing the accounts to be loaded for return to the palace. At noon, Zhu Yuanzhang revealed Ouyang Luan's transgressions and subsequently decreed the punishment of lynching, while also addressing Anqing's crimes, erasing her from the royal genealogy, stripping her of her status as a princess and relegating her to the status of a commoner. Within the hall of heavenly purity, all officials were struck with astonishment. Before they could voice their opinions, Zhu Yuanzhang issued another edict. The Imperial Guard shall expand by 3,000 men, with Li Qing appointed as the new pacification envoy. In 2 months, a thorough investigation of officials will be conducted, should any corruption be discovered, regardless of whether they are royal kin or noble lords. They will be dealt with severely, without exception. In the Grand Hall, the ministers erupted in uproar once more. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly surveyed the assembly, stating matter-of-factly, "Let it not be said that we lack compassion. I grant you 2 months to cleanse your own ranks. If any of you are guilty, now is the time to rectify your misdeeds. We offer you an opportunity, yet it is imperative that you cherish it. Should further investigations reveal transgressions, those deserving retribution shall meet their fate, while others may face exile or worse." Pausing momentarily, I declared ominously, "Entire clans may be annihilated." The entire court, both civil and military officials, shivered with trepidation. Some matters remain best unexamined, for if scrutinized, how many would emerge unscathed? The ominous presence of the Jinyiwei cast a shadow over their hearts, akin to a sword suspended above, instilling an inexplicable dread. The royal daughter, Princess Anqing, and her consort, Yangluan, had already been brought low by the Jinyiwei. What further acts of defiance could they dare to commit? Moreover, with the emperor's intent so glaringly evident, the Jinyiwei felt emboldened. Li Qing, a name etched into the minds of the court, drew forth silent curses upon his ancestors. Internally, they condemned this scoundrel. The last time he proposed a tax that was difficult to maintain, it severed their financial lifeline. Now, with the emperor demanding a thorough investigation of officials, it was undoubtedly this rogue who stirred the pot once more. Despite their internal grievances, no traces of dissent marred the faces of the ministers, who knelt and proclaimed, "Long live the emperor." At Kaishiku, Yangluan faced his reckoning. After the charges were read, Li Qing cast forth a fiery signal from the bamboo tube, and 2 executioners stepped forward, one on each side, to commence the execution. In that moment, Yangluan finally felt fear, but it was too late. He screamed in terror, only to have a rag forcefully stuffed into his mouth, choking him. The glinting blade sliced through flesh, causing him excruciating pain, yet bound to the wooden frame. He could not move an inch. The crowd gathered below, countless citizens witnessing the spectacle. The emperor had executed many, but this was the first instance of a son-in-law facing such a brutal fate, and the method of death was particularly gruesome. However, upon hearing the litany of Yangluan's crimes, they felt he deserved every bit of his punishment. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Soon, Yangluan was drenched in blood, and the morbid curiosity of the onlookers began to wane, prompting many to turn away from the horrific scene. Li Qing could no longer bear the bloody display and turned to converse with Zhang Jing to divert his attention. "What news from the drunken immortal pavilion?" he inquired. "Rest assured, over 200 brothers have secretly surrounded the place, keeping a close watch," Zhang Jing replied with a smirk. "No one can abscond with the ill-gotten gains." Li Qing nodded, instructing, "Ensure the brothers remain discreet to avoid alarming the citizens. Also, locate the madam and instruct her to continue operations tonight." "Understood," Zhang Jing affirmed. "Rest assured, the brothers are aware of the situation. I shall attend to it immediately." Li Qing nodded once more, his gaze returning to the execution platform. As the sun set, the brutal punishment of Ling Qi concluded, with Yangluan enduring a total of 689 cuts before succumbing, thus ending his wicked and fleeting existence. Sighing, Li Qing returned home to change out of his soiled attire, indulging in a rejuvenating bath that lifted his spirits considerably. Donning a dark robe, he proceeded to the drunken immortal pavilion, where the establishment was bustling with patrons, eagerly discussing the day's events in vibrant detail. Li Qing stood on the second-floor corridor, gazing downwards, captivated by the elegant dance of Wan Ling on the stage below. The brothel keeper stood beside him, her face a mask of despair, trembling with trepidation. The prince had been executed, and the princess demoted to commoner. The support of the drunken immortal pavilion had vanished, leaving her unable to assert, "We have connections above." Li Qing turned to Lu Chang on his other side, inquiring if the brothers were prepared. "Rest assured, my lord, we've surrounded the area and await your command." Lu Chang replied, bowing respectfully. "The documents have also been retrieved. Yangluan's direct relatives are present in the capital, while his parents reside in Huizhou. I have already dispatched someone to investigate." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, glancing at Zhang Jing, whose eyes were red. "Thank you for your hard work. After tonight's tasks are complete, enjoy a restful sleep." Zhang Jing replied modestly. It is no trouble. Serving the emperor is not arduous. Li Qing chuckled and addressed the brothel keeper. With such a flourishing business, you have only remitted 30,000 taels. If more wealth is discovered during the search, do not blame me for lacking compassion. The brothel keeper, with a pained expression, said, My lord, I truly possess no more. The rest was given to the former princess. How much was given? After pondering, she responded, approximately 100,000 taels. Moreover, the private funds of the courtesans, flower girls, and top entertainers amount to a significant sum. Should you search, at least 10,000 taels could be uncovered. Li Qing teased, just the courtesans can earn several hundred taels in a single day. With so many of them, only a little over 10,000 taels? You are quite the shrewd ones. The brothel keeper chuckled nervously. Only Wan Ling, blessed by your poetry, can earn such a sum. Previously, she earned far less. Furthermore, this was set by the former princess. I am merely a manager. Li Qing chose not to dwell on this further and asked, At this hour, everyone who should be here has arrived, correct? Indeed, my lord. The brothel keeper flattered in timely fashion. Li Qing cast a glance at Lu Chong and the others, commanding, Begin. Ensure no patrons or courtesans escape. But do not harm them. Direct them to the back courtyard. Yes, my lord, they acknowledged, departing to execute the orders. A quarter of an hour later, commotion erupted outside, screams, pleas for mercy, and arguments echoed in a cacophony. The patrons within Wan Ling Pavilion, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, began to panic. Soon, dozens of armed imperial guards burst in, throwing the hall into chaos. Silence. Li Qing's voice rang clear and commanding, instantly quieting the tumultuous crowd, who collectively turned their gaze toward the second-floor corridor. It is Mr. Li, someone exclaimed. What Mr. Li? It is Lord Li, a perceptive patron retorted. This lord is merely here to indulge in pleasure. I have not broken any laws. Li Qing smiled slightly. Of course not. Rest assured, I do not intend to penalize you. The drunken immortal pavilion is the property of the former Prince Du Wei, Yangluan, and I am here under imperial orders for an investigation. If everyone cooperates, there will be no repercussions. Hearing this, the crowd gradually exhaled in relief. My lord, what are we to do? Go to the courtyard, stand with the patrons, remain quiet, and do not move. Once the matter is settled, you will be permitted to leave. Li Qing stated calmly. Everyone, to the courtyard immediately, do not delay. Wang Yangming gazed through the delicate veil towards the second floor, momentarily entranced, before slowly descending the wooden platform. Typically, one would need to expend hundreds of taels to catch a glimpse of such beauty, yet it was now laid bare before the assembly without reservation. However, with the imperial guards lurking keenly, the onlookers found little inclination to admire, and after an initial gasp, they left the hall in an orderly fashion. After a quarter of an hour of delay, tranquility finally enveloped the Wanling Pavilion. Zhang Jing ascended to the second floor, clasping his hands in greeting. Master Li, preparations outside are complete. Indeed, replied Li Qing. Send men to thoroughly search all the guest rooms, leaving no detail overlooked. Understood. Li Qing exhaled deeply and gradually made his way downstairs. In the courtyard, men and women stood in two orderly lines, numbering approximately 700, with women slightly outnumbering men at around 400. Li Qing leapt onto a wooden table, gathering his breath. His voice resonant. The Zuaxian Lu is the ill-gotten gains of the former prince, Yangluan, and is now subject to confiscation. His voice, though not loud, was distinctly heard by all. Rest assured, the court will not make things difficult for you. Now, those willing to reform, please take 3 steps forward. After a brief pause, some began to shift, and soon, an increasing number of women stepped forward. A quarter of an hour later, the crowd had divided. With approximately 150 women willing to reform, still less than half. Li Qing continued, those who wish to reform, please line up as follows. Common courtesans, headliners, and renowned courtesans. A group of women obediently formed into lines, consisting of only 1 courtesan, 3 headliners, and 7 renowned courtesans, the rest merely common women. Li Qing mused inwardly. It seems that the higher-class courtesans are largely unwilling to reform. It is understandable. While outsiders may pity the women of the pleasure houses, they remain untouched by the elements, enjoying fine living and associating with the affluent, accustomed to a life of comfort, hence reluctant to abandon it easily. He turned to those unwilling to reform and stated, those who refuse will be sent to the teaching bureau. Are you certain of your choice? Upon hearing they would be sent to the bureau, the faces of the common women immediately changed. That place was where the families of criminals were sent, governed by far stricter regulations than the pleasure houses. Once admitted to the teaching bureau, they would lose even their lowly status, becoming outright slaves. The social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, commoners, and slaves meant that although one could be redeemed from the bureau, it was not open to merchants, and farmers and artisans lacked the financial means. Thus, it typically catered to the elite. Those individuals generally hesitated to redeem women from the bureau, as these women bore the stigma of being associated with criminal families, making them vulnerable to exploitation. Even if they were redeemed, they would still be considered slaves unless granted a special pardon by the emperor. It could be said that entering the teaching bureau resulted in an even greater loss of human rights. Li Qing, unaware of these intricacies, remained puzzled as to why the mention of the teaching bureau caused the courtesans to hastily step forward. Wanling stood frozen in place, momentarily uncertain of her choice, but was gently pulled forward by Hongxiu. "Sister, do not harbor foolish hopes," Renxuan whispered. "What is his status? Even if he truly cares for you, he would not redeem you. At such a young age, how could he risk his reputation for someone like us?" Hongxiu sighed in agreement. Indeed, a person of his standing would not lack for beautiful women. Wanling, feeling frustrated, declared, "I refuse to accept this. I must speak with him. Do not act foolishly." Hongxiu failed to hold her back, and Wanling hurriedly lifted her skirts and dashed out. The two women were momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit, lifting their skirts to pursue her. Clang! The Jinyiwei unsheathed his sword, coldly proclaiming, "Halt! Return!" He sheathed his weapon, lest he frighten the girls. Lu Chang patted the Jinyiwei on the shoulder. He had caught a glimpse of the three women's appearances when he visited the drunken immortal pavilion to find Li Qing the previous night. "What is your business?" he inquired. Renxuan quickly smiled and replied, "My lord, do not be angered. Wanling is feeling unwell. We must return swiftly." Li Qing approached slowly, saying, "There are Jinyiwei outside. Do not attempt to flee." "I am not unwell." Wanling gently shook her head, gazing at him in a daze. "I do not know how to decide. I implore you to make a choice for me." Li Qing naturally understood her expectations, yet he was truly unable to afford her ransom. The price for a courtesan's redemption was at least several thousand taels, a sum he could not muster. His funds might barely suffice to redeem Renxuan or Hongxiu. But could he sustain their lives thereafter? "It is not your fault. I simply lack the means. You three should head to the Jiafangxi." Li Qing decisively dictated for the three women. He was unfamiliar with the workings of the Jiafangxi, only knowing it to be an official brothel, believing it preferable to being sold off, as they would at least maintain their previous way of life without the risk of being shuffled around. Wanling's face turned pale, and Renxuan and Hongxiu looked at him in disbelief. Li Qing had little time for their lingering hesitations. "Stay here for now. I will arrange matters and return to you." He instructed his men to assemble a platform from tables and summon the matron, subsequently gesturing towards the line of courtesans. "Select the first 20 to come forward." Moments later, 20 courtesans climbed onto the wooden stage. Li Qing addressed the matron. How much would it cost to redeem them? After some deliberation, she estimated about 20 taels each. "Very well." Li Qing turned to the patrons, announcing, 20 taels apiece. "You cannot go wrong. An opportunity like this is rare. Step right up." Before he could finish his pitch, patrons began to clamor. "My lord, I want 3. I will take 5. I desire 8. Li Qing chuckled. "Do not rush. There are plenty to choose from. Those who pay first may select first." The patrons quickly produced their Ming Dynasty banknotes, waving their arms and exclaiming, "I have money. I am wealthy." The business was unexpectedly brisk, and Li Qing had no choice but to say, "Those wishing to redeem the courtesans should form a line. One at a time, please." Chapter 40. Rewards of officials, money, and women. Li Qing's rationale for this approach stemmed primarily from Zhu's maxim of maximizing benefits. But it also bore another advantage. At least those who could afford to redeem the courtesans would be able to provide for them. Although the court profited, they also secured a home for these women. If these ladies were simply cast out, they would struggle to survive. Zhang Jing collected the money, Lu Chang issued receipts, and Li Qing applied his seal. 2 Jinyiwei and 1 deputy commander expertly managed the transactions with remarkable efficiency. The matron exclaimed in admiration, "My lord, you are quite adept." One patron, having waited long for his turn, grew dissatisfied with the remaining courtesans and tentatively inquired, "Could I exchange for a different selection?" Zhang Jing frowned. "Do you think this is a market?" The quality is the same in Wuyo Cave. Lu Chang snorted disdainfully. What more do you desire for 20 taels? Li Qing remained expressionless, dissatisfied as she returned to the queue, but whether she would be able to buy anything later depended on her fortune. The customer glanced back at the line and, gritting his teeth, said, I'll take 2. That's more like it, Zhang Jing said with a cheerful smile. Now pay up. Lu Chang noted down the names of both parties and the transaction price. Li Qing pressed her handprint, reminding him to register them at the yamen tomorrow, otherwise, the money would be wasted. This lowly person understands. The man nodded and bowed. I am indeed aware of that. He stepped forward to select 2 that were reasonably pleasing, cradling them tenderly, feeling an unexpected rush of satisfaction, but suddenly regretted it. My lord, I shall take the remaining 2 as well, at 20 taels each. Usually enough for a dozen encounters, but bringing them home meant they would be his forever. He could summon them whenever he wished. Paying once was certainly preferable to repeated expenditures. Why are you so troublesome? Lu Chang grumbled, drafting another receipt. 2 hours later, nearly 300 courtesans were redeemed. Next came the top-tier courtesans, priced at 150 taels with no negotiation, which the customer found quite reasonable, considering the usual cost was 5 taels, excluding drinks. However, most did not carry such sums, as the largest denomination of the Ming currency was merely 1 tael, though the sleeves were ample. Carrying too much would be cumbersome. In light of this, Li Qing proposed drafting a sales receipt, allowing them to return with the money tomorrow to collect their purchases. After another half-hour of bustling, the top-tier courtesans found their homes. Then came the exquisite courtesans, such as Lianxiang and Hongxiu. According to the matron, 500 taels was the minimum price. While 1,000 taels was not excessive, Li Qing struck a compromise at 800 taels, quickly selling out 10 courtesans. Finally came the highlight, the pure courtesans. Once again, it was an auction, with the highest bidder prevailing. After more than half an hour of competition, 3 pure courtesans fetched an astonishing total of 12,800 taels. Having completed all these tasks, dawn was nearing. After 2 days and nights without rest, even with Li Qing's true energy sustaining him, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The guards of the prince returned to rest after completing their duties. Only Lu Chang's team, engaged in the investigation, remained awake. In truth, the only ones who had truly gone 2 days and nights without sleep were Li Qing and Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing could no longer endure it and collapsed onto the table, snoring thunderously. Li Qing ordered a basin of water to wash his face, gradually dissipating his drowsiness. Stretching his limbs, Li Qing addressed the customers. The curfew has been lifted. Take your companions home. Remember to register at the yamen. Photograph the top-tier courtesans, exquisite courtesans, and pure courtesans, and promptly return to settle the payment and collect your companions. A crowd of people responded eagerly, leaving the Zuaxian Tower in high spirits. My lord, do take a moment to rest. Lu Chang expressed concern. No need. Once the duties are fulfilled, I shall sleep soundly. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Turning back to glance at the group of alluring women, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. Aside from the 3 he had selected, not a single one of the other women seemed to desire to remain in the profession. Was the teaching office truly that fearsome? Grappling with this question, Li Qing approached the 3 women and inquired, Do you wish to join the teaching office? Wanling replied sorrowfully, Do we have a choice? Li Qing scratched his head and said, If you are unwilling, when those people arrive, I will help you find a suitable buyer. Wanling turned her head away in a huff and retorted, My lord, why are you so afraid to redeem us? Is it because you lack the funds? Li Qing replied, That strikes deep. At that moment, a fair-skinned man approached, accompanied by 4 beardless men. Li Qing immediately recognized him as Xiao Gizi, the personal eunuch of old Zhu. He hurriedly went forward to awaken Zhang Jing, announcing that the imperial envoy had arrived and urging him to regain his composure. Zhang Jing, still groggy, opened his eyes and, upon hearing Li Qing's words, instantly perked up. After 2 days and nights without rest, was it not for this very moment? Xiao Gizi stepped forward with small, delicate strides, gently lifting the imperial edict from the wooden tray and slowly unfolding it. Li Qing and Zhang Jing, heed the decree. Your humble servant heeds the decree. The 2 stepped forward to perform the ceremonial bow of subjects to their sovereign. Lu Chang and the others of the Jinyiwei knelt down in a flurry, and the women, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is proclaimed, Li Qing is loyal and diligent, having made significant contributions to the Ouyang Luan smuggling case. executing his duties with precision and meticulousness, which greatly pleases me. Henceforth, I appoint Li Qing as the genie Jinfu envoy, granting him a set of feathered robes and a reward of 1,000 strings of treasure notes. Zhang Jing and his companions, for their assistance in the case, shall receive 800 strings of treasure notes. Thus decreed, your servant receives the decree with gratitude. The two rose, and Li Qing stepped forward to accept the edict. Xiao Gizi then produced an envelope from his sleeve and quietly said, "This is the emperor's secret order. You may read it alone." Li Qing, feeling a stir of curiosity, nodded in thanks. Zhang Jing accepted the rewards and opened the box, distributing a treasure note to each of the 4 young eunuchs and 2 to Xiao Gizi. It was an unwritten rule to offer some benefits to the eunuchs who delivered the imperial edict. The eunuchs repeatedly declined, graciously tucking the treasure notes into their sleeves, their smiles blooming like chrysanthemums. Seeing this, Li Qing also offered his tokens of appreciation. Once the eunuchs had departed, Li Qing found a secluded spot and opened the envelope. "You have done well, and I am quite pleased." The straightforward compliment brought a smile to Li Qing's face. Old Zhu certainly had a way with words. He continued reading. "You have 2 months to recruit personnel. By the deadline, you must have gathered 3,000. The Empress's health has not yet fully recovered. And as the Jinfu envoy, you cannot travel far. Instead, we will focus on investigating the officials in the capital and the royal family. Continue to showcase your vigor and investigate thoroughly. Regardless of whom it involves, I will support you. The Zue Xian Lu has been sealed. You must feel uneasy about that. As for Wan Ling, I have granted her to you. If you wish, feel free to choose a few more. However, you must fulfill the tasks I have assigned." Li Qing, with a peculiar expression, tucked away the letter, inwardly musing. If old Zhu knew that Wan Ling was worth at least 5,000 taels, would he still offer her? The sovereign's gifts cannot be refused, and since they are given freely, it would be inappropriate to be coy about it. Approaching the 3 women, Li Qing announced, "You will come to my house shortly." The 3 women were taken aback, and a fleeting spark of surprise flashed in Wan Ling's eyes as she cautiously asked, "My lord, do you mean to say, are you willing to take us as maidservants?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied, and all 3 women nodded decisively, their faces alight with unexpected joy. Li Qing said no more. Turning to Lu Chang and instructing, "After you complete your report, please make a trip to Bashu and summon our brothers back." "Yes, I shall obey your command," Lu Chang replied, elated at the news of Li Qing's promotion, which naturally elevated his own status as well. Zhang Jing, filled with envy, clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Lord Li, on your advancement." Li Qing responded with a smile, "I owe much to Captain Zhang this time. Once the tasks are complete, I shall treat you to a drink, Brother Zhang." After exchanging pleasantries, they each took their seats at the table, awaiting the final payment. The clients did not keep them waiting long, swiftly arriving with the ransom. Zhang Jing collected the payment, Lu Chang drafted the receipt, and Li Qing affixed his seal. Within the span of less than a quarter of an hour, the transaction was concluded. Upon tallying the spoils, they amounted to a total of 68,500 taels, alongside numerous pieces of jewelry estimated to be worth around 3,000 taels. Additionally, there was an establishment, the Drunken Immortal Inn, which could fetch a value of over 100,000 taels, though finding a buyer for such a property would prove challenging, leading him to surrender it to the court for management. In the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang, after hearing the account of the raid on the Drunken Immortal Inn, nodded approvingly, stating, "Well done. This is a fine example of utilizing resources effectively. As for the remaining matters of asset confiscation, let Zhang Jing and his associates handle it. You must be exhausted after these recent events. Return home and rest well. Once you have recuperated, commence with the recruitment of the Jinyiwei. Your servant obeys." Li Qing replied with a bow, "Your Majesty, regarding the funding." Zhu Yuanzhang took up his brush, wrote a note, and stamped it with the imperial seal before handing it to him, instructing him to approach the Ministry of Revenue for the allocation of funds. Accepting the note, Li Qing said, "I take my leave." Upon exiting the palace, he made arrangements at the Jinfu office before heading to the Drunken Immortal Inn to retrieve the 3 women. By the time he returned home, it was nearly noon. "You all should squeeze together. I will purchase 2 more beds tomorrow," Li Qing remarked before retreating to his quarters. Exhausted, he fell asleep immediately, resting from noon until the following morning. Upon awakening, Li Qing felt invigorated, stretching his limbs and relishing the comfort. "The master has awoken," he heard the women say as they were tidying the courtyard. Upon seeing him emerge, They promptly set aside their tasks, fetching water and preparing towels. I can manage, Li Qing said, still adjusting to being attended to. Taking the towel from Lianxiang's hands, he wiped his face haphazardly and stated, I must step out for a moment. Master, I have prepared porridge. Perhaps you should have breakfast before attending to official duties? Wanling suggested. You all eat. I shall go out, Li Qing replied. Placing the towel down and exiting, the three women exchanged glances before a smile crept onto their faces. Chapter 41. A unique flavor at the Ministry of Revenue. Li Qing presented his badge, declaring, I am Li Qing, the newly appointed Jinfu envoy of the Jinyiwei, here on official business. The clerk scrutinized the badge closely, then bowed and said, Please wait a moment. I shall inform the officials immediately. Shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson official robe, adorned with a peacock insignia, emerged alongside the clerk and greeted, You must be Li Qing, the Jinfu envoy? Indeed, that is I, Li Qing acknowledged. And you are? I am Guohuan, Deputy Minister of Revenue, he replied with a fist salute. Your decisive actions in dismantling Ouyang Luan's smuggling operation have rid the court of a significant menace, which is commendable. The tax revenues will surely reach new heights henceforth. Your praise is unwarranted, Li Qing responded, returning the gesture. I have intruded upon your time with a matter of urgency. Guohuan nodded with a smile. Please, come inside. In the grand hall of the Ministry of Revenue, two individuals took their respective seats, while the attendants served tea. Li Qing produced a note bestowed by Zhu Yuanzhang, which detailed the emperor's approval for the funding of the expanded recruitment of the Jinyiwei. After Guo Shilang reviewed the document and confirmed its accuracy, he inquired, When do you require the funds, Li Jinfu? As soon as possible, replied Li Qing. Recruiting 3,000 individuals within 2 months was no trivial task, and time was of the essence. I shall have someone process the accounts shortly, Guohuan assured him. However, the funding process at the ministry is quite intricate, and we are currently engaged in counting the assets misappropriated by Ouyang Luan. Would it be acceptable to finalize this by tomorrow morning? That will suffice, Li Qing replied, rising to take his leave. Guohuan also stood, bidding him to walk slowly. Li Qing nodded slightly and turned to depart, but suddenly recalled another matter, prompting him to return. Is there another official matter, Li Jinfu? Guohuan asked. Not exactly. It pertains to some personal affairs, Li Qing admitted sheepishly. I have brought 3 women from the drunken immortal tower home, but I have yet to transfer their household registration. Oh, huh. Li Jinfu certainly has a flair for the romantic, Guohuan chuckled heartily. It's a trivial matter. Simply provide their personal details, and I shall have someone attend to it immediately. After Li Qing relayed the basic information of the 3 women, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I appreciate your assistance. It is indeed the duty of the ministry, Guohuan replied courteously. The two exchanged pleasantries before Li Qing took his leave. Guohuan watched as Li Qing's figure receded, a smile gradually fading from his face. Wanling? He pondered, recalling the lady from the poem to Wanling, who had recently become the talk of the town as the most renowned courtesan of the drunken immortal tower. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of his lips. There was potential for intrigue here. After all, how could a newly appointed captain of the Jinyiwei, with barely a month in office, afford to redeem courtesans? One must navigate the world with subtlety. Such ostentation could jeopardize one's career and disrupt the livelihoods of others. On the bustling streets of the capital, Li Qing indulged in a fervent shopping spree, acquiring beds, bedding, towels, and bathtubs, ultimately arriving at a women's clothing shop. He was well versed in the sizes of Hongxiu and Lianxiang, having measured them on numerous occasions, thus selecting their garments with ease. However, he was less certain of Wanling's dimensions, as he had never taken her measurements, so he could only estimate. He purchased several sets of skirts, undergarments, silk stockings, embroidered shoes, and sanitary cloths. After providing his address and paying a deposit, he also procured fruits and vegetables, returning home just before noon. Li Qing placed the items on the table and inquired, Can you cook? The maid can make porridge, Wanling responded. Lianxiang and Hongxiu blushed and shook their heads. They had never cooked before, having always relied on ready-made meals, but they expressed a willingness to learn. Then let us give it a try, Li Qing said, as he preferred not to dine out every day. The young women nodded earnestly, rising to gather the ingredients, their spirits high as they headed to the kitchen. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup appeared on the table. The presentation was modest, and as Li Qing sampled a piece of meat, he found the flavor to be rather ordinary, slightly salty even. Nonetheless, considering it was their first attempt at cooking. It was commendable. As they sat down to eat, Wanling asked in surprise, "Master, do you want us to join you for the meal?" "Of course. Let us dine together. There are no rigid rules in my household," Li Qing replied. "You may assist with cleaning, laundry, and cooking, but beyond that, there is little else to concern yourselves with." Several women nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord." Li Qing chuckled. "Am I really that old?" Hong Xiu stifled her laughter. "What are you calling him my lord for?" "I'm merely a bit older than you all, sir would suffice." Li Qing suggested, "Let us dine." The three women obediently sat down. The meal was not particularly exquisite, far inferior to that of the drunken immortal tower, yet they relished it with delight. After finishing their meal, the women tidied up the dishes while Li Qing retreated to the inner chamber for a brief rest. Listening to the lively chatter outside, he suddenly felt that this atmosphere was far more pleasant than the previous solitude. After lying down for a while, drowsiness gradually overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. It was not until he vaguely heard someone calling his name that he awakened and sauntered into the parlor. "What is it?" "Sir, have you purchased a great many items?" Lianxiang pointed outside. Following her gesture, Li Qing saw that the goods he had bought earlier that morning were piled at the doorstep, with the attendants waiting expectantly for payment, ready to erupt in complaint at any moment. He hurried forward to settle the outstanding balances with the shopkeepers. Once they departed, the three women emerged from the room. Their hearts warmed upon seeing the large assortment of items, nearly all for their use. "Sir, what is in this large package?" asked Hong Xiu. "You will find out if you open it," Li Qing replied. Lianxiang struggled to lift it, while Wanling assisted in dragging the bottom, and together they managed to carry it into the courtyard. The three women gathered around, curiously unveiling the large bundle, revealing first a collection of undergarments in vibrant crimson and soft cream, quite eye-catching, causing them to blush. Additionally, there were embroidered shoes, pleated skirts, cloud-patterned socks, and trousers to match the skirts. They had not anticipated that Li Qing would purchase such items for them, leaving them both touched and somewhat embarrassed. "These are all for daily use," Li Qing remarked with a smile. "I bought 3 sets for each of you, tailored to your measurements. You will know whose is whose once you try them on." Lianxiang and Hong Xiu shot him a playful glare, pursing their lips. "Thank you, sir." Wanling stole a furtive glance at Li Qing, pondering how he had discerned her size. Could it be that his eyes were as precise as a ruler? Li Qing, with careful consideration, procured 3 beds, utilizing the one left by the previous owner for firewood. The women assisted in moving the items, working diligently for a while until everything found its rightful place. As the mid-autumn festival approached, the persimmons in the courtyard turned a vibrant red, and the pomegranates also blushed, laden with fruit, resembling little red lanterns, a truly delightful sight. The courtyard was immaculately cleaned, exuding a refreshing and comforting ambience. Li Qing pulled up a chair beneath the fruit trees, perusing a book written by his master while sipping the tea brewed by Wanling, savoring the unique flavor it brought to his heart. In the afternoon, at the hour of shun, Li Qing rose and made his way to the palace. What was of utmost importance at this moment? Certainly, it was the health of Empress Ma. This was paramount. In comparison, the recruitment of the imperial guards could wait. Within Qinqing Palace, Li Qing took Empress Ma's pulse and reassured her, "Your Highness, you need only to focus on recuperation, maintain a positive disposition, and celebrating the new year with your children and grandchildren will pose no issue." "I also feel that my health is improving," Empress Ma nodded gently, a relaxed smile gracing her face, entirely free of the sorrow over her son-in-law's passing. Li Qing felt a sense of relief. A patient in good spirits and at ease would indeed make his role as a physician considerably less challenging. After discussing her condition, the two engaged in light conversation. Empress Ma relished her conversations with Li Qing. Her husband and son were perpetually engrossed in state affairs, while the young princes and grandsons were still too immature to engage with her. The palace maids regarded her with reverence, adhering strictly to etiquette, leaving Li Qing as her sole companion, youthful yet remarkably mature, and possessing little deference for imperial authority. After an extended dialogue, Empress Ma sighed. "You are the only one in the entire palace who treats me as an elderly woman rather than the exalted empress." Li Qing, his expression grave, responded earnestly, "I dare not presume, for the emperor is the sun, and your highness is the moon." Amused, Empress Ma laughed lightly, then sighed again. "Now that the emperor has promoted you, it seems he intends to rely on you. This is fortuitous. When I depart from this world, you will not be embroiled in repercussions. However, I implore you, in your future adjudications, to possess not only a sense of justice but also compassion. If the crime is not one deserving of death, strive to grant mercy and minimize bloodshed. I shall remember, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Your Highness, oftentimes. The Jinyiwei cannot make decisions independently. Empress Ma fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I understand. If you can become a trusted confidant of the Emperor, do persuade him on my behalf, will you? Certainly. Thank you, she smiled, lifting her gaze to the warm orange sunlight streaming in. It is evening. You should return, lest you squander the power you hold. I understand. Li Qing rose to take his leave. Outside the Qianqing Palace, the orange-red sunset appeared exquisitely beautiful. Though one corner had already dipped below the Qixia mountain, mirroring Empress Ma's own health, visibly stable, yet Li Qing sighed gently as he descended the steps. Dinner was once again comprised of 4 dishes and a soup, the flavor slightly improved, though the presentation had become more appealing and no longer overly salty. Li Qing was satisfied. At this rate, it would not be long before the meals became truly palatable. After dining, the maidens rose to clear the table. Wanling remarked, Sir, I have warmed the bathwater. I bathed just this morning. You all go ahead. Li Qing waved his hand. After a long day, wash up and retire. Wanling's face flushed momentarily, and she responded softly. The household consisted of 2 chambers. Li Qing occupied one, while the 3 maidens shared the other, separated by a sitting room. The sounds of splashing water from their bathing drifted clearly into his ears. Li Qing attempted to read in his room, but with the maidens bathing in the adjacent chamber, his focus waned. As dusk fell and the light diminished, the enchanting sounds of bathing gradually subsided. He breathed a sigh of relief, redirecting his attention to the Great Ming Code. As an enforcer of the law, proficiency in the legal statutes was an essential quality. At that moment, a voice from outside called, Sir, may we come in? Come in. Li Qing straightened his posture. The door creaked open, and the 3 maidens timidly entered. Attired in revealing garments, their skin supple and radiant post-bath, their cheeks slightly flushed. Li Qing admitted that inviting the 3 maidens to stay had its allure. Yet he felt somewhat constrained in their presence. The maidens shared his sentiment. Within the brothel, their relationship was one of commerce. One paid for pleasure, while the other profited from it. Although they had not received payment from Li Qing, the nature of their relationship was unmistakably transactional. However, the situation has changed. The roles of buyer and seller have become reversed. They can no longer employ the seductive charms of their former lives in the brothel, especially Wanling, who, being inexperienced, appears particularly flustered, her delicate fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, unable to raise her gaze. Li Qing stood up and lit a few more candles. Chuckling lightly, the night is long, why not dance? The 3 women nodded and began to move, yet their expressions were somewhat unnatural, their movements stiff and devoid of their former grace, leaving only their snow-white feet to admire. In this era, foot binding had not yet become fashionable, and the 3 were blessed with natural beauty, delicate, soft, and petite, yet pleasantly plump, striking a chord in his heart. Once the dance concluded, the women remained awkward and shy. Observing their discomfort, Li Qing lost interest. Having gone without sleep the previous night and busy throughout the day, he suggested, You should all rest now. The women assumed he was displeased and were about to rectify the situation when they saw him lying back on the bed, his eyes slightly squinted, declaring, I am tired too, his tone infused with the weariness of middle age. The maidservants withdrew, leaving the 3 women to depart in silence. The following day, after a hasty breakfast, Li Qing hurried to the Ministry of Revenue, where the deputy minister promptly allocated funds, totaling 15,000 taels. Upon returning to the town guardian's office with the money, he began preparations for recruitment. The Imperial Guard, one of the emperor's elite forces comprising 26 troops, initially boasted only 5,000 to 6,000 members, but had since expanded to around 10,000. To maintain the guard's distinctiveness and independence, Zhu Yuanzhang mandated that recruits be chosen from among the common people rather than from the military. Li Qing was initially unaware of these stipulations, but with Zhang Jing's assistance, the process became significantly easier. The recruitment for our Imperial Guard involves a rigorous selection process. Candidates must not only be young and strong, but also possess no criminal record. Zhang Jing elaborated. Li Qing listened attentively, jotting down notes, and ultimately categorized the recruitment criteria alongside the benefits offered by the Imperial Guard, formatting it into a table reminiscent of modern job postings. Once Zhang Jing confirmed its accuracy, he stored it away, ventured into town to purchase writing supplies, and returned home. Can you all write? Li Qing inquired. The three women nodded. They were not ordinary courtesans, but were well versed in the arts. Thus, writing posed no challenge for them. Please assist me in drafting some documents. He placed the writing materials on the table, retrieved the recruitment notice, and instructed, follow this format, and each write 50 copies. Delighted to be of help, the women rolled up their sleeves and began copying. As noon approached, they completed the 150 recruitment notices, and after massaging their wrists, they rose to prepare lunch. Li Qing tucked the flyers away and took a seat beneath a fruit tree, patiently awaiting his meal. The women, with their refined skills, significantly enhanced the flavor of lunch. Li Qing felt satisfied. Should he ever feel bored at home, he could always stroll outside, though he reminded them to dress modestly. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 banknotes from his sleeve, saying, take this, buy whatever you need for the household, and let me know when you have used it up. Sir, we have our own funds. The maidservant Red Sleeve blushed as she explained, during the raid on the drunken immortal pavilion. I sensed the impending trouble and concealed all my savings within my clothing. Waning with a sense of regret, Wanling lamented that although her private savings were substantial, she had been engrossed in dancing at the time and had no opportunity to retrieve them, leaving her without a single banknote to present. How much did you manage to bring out? Asked Hongxiu. Over 100 taels, she replied. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it at once, Hongxiu said. The maid also joined her in retrieving their savings, while Renxuan followed suit, returning to her quarters. Shortly thereafter, the two women presented their private funds to Li Qing. Wanling felt a pang of guilt for her inability to contribute, rendering her meal tasteless. After pondering for a moment, Li Qing returned the money to them, stating, this is originally your money. Keep it for yourselves. The two women shook their heads in unison, declaring, we belong to you, sir. Thus, our money is also yours. If we were to hoard wealth privately, we would surely be punished. Is that truly the custom? Li Qing scratched his head, rephrasing his offer. Then consider it a reward from me. If you encounter something you desire, feel free to purchase it. Pausing briefly, he handed 10 banknotes to Wanling, insisting, since you both have your own funds, take these without hesitation. Thank you, sir, Wanling replied, accepting the notes and neatly folding them into her pouch. After a hearty meal, Li Qing returned to his chamber for a brief respite before taking the recruitment flyers to post throughout the bustling streets. He affixed them in inns, taverns, and grain shops, wherever the foot traffic was densest. Upon completing his postings, he returned to the town patrol office to await applicants. With a monthly salary of 1 tael, inclusive of meals and lodging and additional compensation for travel, the offer was enticing enough to attract a significant number of young individuals. In the front yard of the town patrol office, a steady stream of eager citizens arrived, drawn by the promise of employment. The response exceeded Li Qing's expectations. If he were to accept every applicant, he could fill the vacancies for 3,000 positions within 3 days. Such was the overwhelming turnout, largely attributable to his persuasive recruitment rhetoric. Of course, he made no false claims, merely presenting the truth in a more appealing light. Noticing the sheer number of people, Li Qing announced, your identities will undergo a secondary verification. Should any criminal records be discovered, severe penalties will be imposed. Sir, we are all law-abiding citizens. They protested. Indeed, our ancestors have been farmers for generations, one man proudly asserted. In this era, farmers ranked just below scholars, enjoying a high social status. The monthly salary of the Jinyiwei was 1 tael, equating to 12 stones of grain per year, significantly more prosperous than farming, especially as their sustenance came from public rations, making the prospect of joining appealing. In truth, the safety in the emperor's realm was quite commendable, and the citizens residing here were far from starving. Only a few ever breached the law. The legal system of this era was notably stricter than in later times, generally. If life was bearable, ordinary people dared not transgress the law. Form an orderly queue, Li Qing called out, warning that anyone caught cutting in line would be disqualified from the examination. He then seated himself at the desk, inviting applicants to approach one by one. Sir, I am Li Taidan, 19 years old, announced one man, loosening his outer garment to flaunt his well-defined muscles. Look at my brawn. Li Qing gestured toward a nearby stone mill, stating, if you can lift it off the ground, you pass. The stone mill, though not overly large, weighed approximately 260 to 70 pounds. Without hesitation, Li Taidan approached and lifted it from the ground. Li Qing noted his performance, taking his fingerprint, and instructed him to return in half a month. Next, "Sir, I am Lu Dazhu. I can plow 2 acres of land in one breath," he boasted, proceeding to lift the stone mill. "Well done. Provide your fingerprint and return in half a month." Next, "My esteemed sir, despite my slender and diminutive stature, I must express my apologies. You do not meet the required standards." Li Qing stated expressionlessly, "It is not a matter of preference. The imperial guards have certain physical criteria. Individuals who are short and frail are not considered, as such characteristics not only tarnish the image of the court, but also fail to command respect." The gentleman, feeling disheartened, asserted, "I possess strength." Li Qing gently shook his head. "Observe those 2 just now. Their robust physiques are evident. Do you believe I seek brawn in a towering figure or strength in a slight frame?" Next, from the afternoon until the sky darkened, Li Qing remained occupied as the queue persisted. Stretching his limbs, he rose and remarked, "Having come this far, do arrive earlier tomorrow." The crowd wore expressions of disappointment, yet dared not voice their grievances. Li Qing's spirits were high. He initially anticipated a lengthy recruitment process for the imperial guards, yet it appeared that within 4 or 5 days, they would have sufficient candidates. In half a month, Lu Chang and the others would return, allowing these seasoned individuals to handle training while he could continue to enjoy a leisurely pace. Li Qing mused, as one in a position of authority, "It is unnecessary to cater to every detail. One must simply grasp the key points and maintain the overarching direction." With that, he hummed a little tune as he made his way home. Upon arriving, the meal was prepared, and as he entered, the maidens promptly began serving food. He sat down with an air of authority and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, how splendid the ancient times are." Chapter 43. Some have perished, yet she lives on. After dining, Li Qing pushed his bowl aside and headed straight to his chamber. Just before reaching the door, he added, "I am weary. You may retire for the night." Such a sentiment was laden with a sense of helplessness. The 3 maidens exchanged glances and nodded gently in acknowledgement. However, not long after Li Qing retreated, there came a knock at the door. Hong Xiu, her cheeks flushed, stammered, "Sir, your valor is unmatched. Even if you are weary, I presume I may dare to enter?" Li Qing, reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm, invited her inside. He retrieved a candle from the drawer, melted its base over the flame, and affixed it before turning to her. "Please, assist me with a shoulder massage." "Certainly," Hong Xiu nodded, positioning herself behind him, her delicate fists gently kneading his shoulders with a light touch. "Apply a bit more pressure, if you would." "Understood," she replied, increasing her effort. After a brief while, noticing Li Qing's lack of reaction, Hong Xiu felt a pang of disappointment. Is it true that the flowers of home lack the fragrance of wildflowers, that once inside, they become less cherished? "Sir," she hesitated, wishing to remind him of more pressing matters. Yet, Li Qing seemed oblivious, continuing, "You need not always strive to please me. I am not so difficult to satisfy. Simply be yourself." Hong Xiu nodded softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hearing her barely audible sobs, Li Qing turned and chuckled softly. "Is it truly so grave? The maidens should find joy." Li Qing, feeling a surge of sympathy, reached out to wipe away her tears and lifted her gently, chuckling, "The hour grows late. Let us rest." Hong Xiu wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice barely above a whisper, "Yes." The following day, after a hurried breakfast, Li Qing dashed out the door, leaving the 3 maidens to tidy up the dishes. Lianxiang stacked the bowls together and nudged Hong Xiu with her shoulder. "Sister, was last night not delightful?" "Not at all," she replied. Hong Xiu cast a glance at her, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do not let your thoughts dwell solely on such matters. The gentleman is not one to be swayed by mere beauty." "That is merely a reflection of my sister's lack of skill," Lianxiang retorted, a playful smirk adorning her face. "I dare say. Allow me to try my hand at it tonight." Hong Xiu chuckled in amusement, nodding in agreement. Wanling could not help but smile, exclaiming, "It seems that Sister Lianxiang is quite confident." "Indeed," Hong Xiu interjected, glancing at Wanling. "Those who have gone before serve as lessons for those who follow. Would you like me to impart some wisdom?" Wanling blushed slightly, replying, "You all continue your conversation. I shall tend to the dishes." "Do not leave just yet," Lianxiang said, pulling her back. "You should learn a thing or 2. It will serve you well in the future." "All right," Wanling conceded, her cheeks flushed as she took a seat. "What shall I do, Sister Lianxiang?" "Silence, please," Li Qing commanded. "Form a line, one at a time." Any further noise will result in immediate expulsion. His authoritative voice rendered the previously boisterous crowd silent, and the line straightened. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Qing's face as he called the next candidate forward. He relished the role of an interviewer, the only disappointment being the absence of those from the future who had dismissed him, for he would have relished demonstrating the folly of underestimating youth. The interviews continued until midday, with Li Qing tallying the number of candidates, which had reached nearly 700. "Let us visit the palace this afternoon," he declared, stretching his limbs. He affixed a notice at the government office stating he would return the following day before heading home. After a light lunch and a brief rest, Li Qing made his way to the imperial palace. He checked the pulse of Empress Ma and prescribed a new remedy. The entire process left the empress somewhat anxious. "Could it be that my time is drawing near?" She pondered aloud. "Nonsense," Li Qing reassured her. "Your health is robust. This is merely a precaution." "Is that truly the case?" she inquired. "Absolutely," he affirmed with confidence. The empress exhaled, relaxing her posture. "Are you busy at present?" "Very much so," she stammered. "Would you be able to spare some time?" Given her request, Li Qing could hardly decline. "What is it that you require, Your Majesty? You are quite the silver-tongued one. I need you to speak with Anqing. She is in a state of despair, and it pains me to witness her suffering." "Huh." Li Qing nearly bit his tongue in surprise. No, I lack the ability to do that. Besides, she likely despises me." "Isn't it your doing?" the empress countered. "Your Majesty, that is rather unreasonable," he replied, exasperated. "Are you defying the imperial decree?" Li Qing sighed. "Your Majesty, asking me to intervene will only exacerbate the situation. However, I do have an idea that you might consider." "Pray tell," she urged. "One must come perilously close to death to truly understand the essence of life," Li Qing suggested. "If she were to experience a brush with death, she would come to appreciate the beauty of living." The empress furrowed her brow. "You mean bungee jumping?" Li Qing explained his concept briefly, causing her brow to twitch with apprehension. "Is that truly safe? As long as the rope is secure, there is minimal danger. Though one must calculate the rope's length accurately, minor injuries may occur," he clarified. After a lengthy contemplation, the empress finally nodded. "Very well, I shall arrange for it. But do not let it be known that I was the one who suggested it. It is imperative that she believes the emperor intends to execute her. Only then will the plan be effective." "Agreed." In her eyes, the 8th prince is hardly a good father. Empress Ma nodded in agreement and instructed him to carry on with his duties. With a sigh, Li Qing rose and exited the grand hall. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. The ropes of this era lacked the elasticity of modern bungee cords. As evening fell, the despondent Qing was securely bound, suspended high upon a mast by several palace maids. After the eunuch proclaimed the imperial edict, the maids released the turntable. Suddenly, Qing found herself tumbling headfirst, plummeting rapidly, her very soul seemingly escaping her. Just as her head neared the ground, a force abruptly halted her descent, nearly dislocating her legs. Before she could emit a cry of agony, her body swung violently due to the powerful inertia, and her head struck the mast with considerable force. Qing's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. The eunuch and maids turned pale with fear and rushed to her side to untie her. Following a thorough examination by the imperial physician, it was revealed that Qing had suffered a fractured leg and had also sustained a concussion. While some had perished, she remained alive. Li Qing was escorted into the palace by the imperial envoy, where he encountered the emperor, empress, and crown prince, their eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Empress Ma accused, "This is all you're doing. Your Majesty, Empress, and Your Highness, the foremost priority is to rescue the princess." Li Qing hastily interjected, having learned the events from the little made along the way. "The mast is only 5 meters high. She cannot be brain damaged. It is likely just a concussion." "What is a concussion?" Zhu Biao inquired. "At such a time, you still ask questions." Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed. "Li Qing, why are you dawdling? Hurry and save her." Yes, Li Qing acknowledged, aware of his culpability, and hastened to assess her condition. Observing Qing's forehead swollen grotesquely, he felt a pang of guilt. He had first brought about her husband's demise and now had almost caused her death, though the former was justly deserved. The latter was unintended, yet still quite severe. The fractured leg was not excessively grave. With 2 months of care, it would heal. The primary concern was the concussion. Li Qing administered an acupuncture treatment at the Baihui point on her head, followed by a needle at the Yongle point on her foot. After these 2 treatments, and Qing stirred back to consciousness. I swear I shall never do this again. And Qing screamed, startling Li Qing, who nearly reinserted the silver needle. Father, do not kill me. I was wrong. I no longer wish to end my life. Please spare me. Zhu Yuanzhang hastened to comfort her. Father will not harm you. Do not despair over that wretched creature. It is not worth it. We shall all be well, and you must take care of yourself. Empress Ma joined in the encouragement, and though Qing wept profusely, her suicidal thoughts dissipated. Zhu Biao breathed a sigh of relief, fearing his sister might notice Li Qing's agitated state, and swiftly pulled him outside the hall. Li Qing, do you realize you nearly caused Qing's demise? Zhu Biao's expression was stern. I acknowledge my fault. Li Qing responded. Zhu Biao glanced at the Jinyiwei responsible for court ceremonies, ordering, take him away and administer 20 lashes. Make it count. Your Highness, I shall bear the punishment. So the emperor will not have to, Zhu Biao stated calmly. Li Qing stood momentarily in shock before reluctantly nodding in agreement. What a predicament this was. Qing had merely lost her husband and narrowly escaped death herself, while he risked his own tender backside. Li Qing endured a severe reprimand, and Zhu Biao graciously provided him with medicinal ointment for his wounds. He then arranged for a soft sedan chair to carry him, and for the time being, they would oversee his transportation. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Qing said, clasping his hands in gratitude as he was carried out of the palace. By the time he returned home, the sky had turned pitch black. The three ladies, Wan Ling among them, were deeply concerned and, upon seeing him being carried back, their faces paled in shock. Li Qing paid no heed to their worries and, turning back, expressed his gratitude to the eunuchs for their assistance. Wan Ling, though still young, possessed keen insight and hurriedly approached the little eunuchs, handing each a banknote, which made them beam with delight. The leading eunuch chuckled, Rest well, Master Li. We shall return tomorrow. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Wan Ling, secretly admiring her beauty, which resembled that of a celestial maiden, albeit lamenting her lack of practical utility. Once the eunuchs departed, Wan Ling promptly secured the door and rushed to Li Qing's side, inquiring, Sir, are you well? Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, assuring her that he was fine. He then rose from the sedan chair, suggesting they proceed to dinner. The ladies exchanged glances, puzzled by his demeanor but wisely refrained from further questioning. After their meal, the bold Lianxiang took the initiative to visit Li Qing's room. Chapter 44. The confrontation. Early the next morning, the little eunuchs arrived as promised, carrying Li Qing to the town pacification office. The gentle sway of the sedan chair was quite comfortable. Regardless of their rank, officials in the capital preferred to travel by sedan chair, even if it meant living beyond their means, for the facade of status was essential. In truth, with the salary of a town pacification commissioner, employing several bearers was hardly a concern. However, Li Qing deemed it unnecessary, as the distance to the office and the palace was short. There was no need to spend such money, especially since his residence could not accommodate many guests. Fewer people meant more personal space. By midday, Li Qing had recruited nearly 400 individuals, bringing the total to over 1,000. Consequently, he decided to take a leisurely approach in the afternoon. He entrusted the task of confiscation to Zhang Jing, feeling unburdened. Fulfilling Zhu's directive to recruit 3,000 individuals within 2 months was an easily attainable goal, and there was no need for haste. During a brief respite at noon, Lianxiang shyly entered Li Qing's room to make amends for the previous night's misstep. In the afternoon, Li Qing enjoyed tea while perusing the Great Ming Code, finding solace and fulfillment in his pursuits. As circumstances were tense, he could not visit the palace for the time being and instead chose to relish the tranquility of his home, listening to the rain beneath the flowering crabapple trees, fishing by the stream, and playing the flute under the moonlight, a simple yet delightful existence. During this time, Wan Ling mustered her courage and timidly entered his room, but was promptly sent away. She was still too young. It was not appropriate. In the quiet rhythm of daily life, time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. The 3,000 members of the Jinyiwei had been recruited, and they awaited the return of Lu Chang and his companions to commence training. The persimmons in the courtyard glowed a vibrant red, and the ladies climbed ladders to gather 2 large baskets, placing an apple among them to ripen in a couple of days. After picking the persimmons, the 3 ladies adorned themselves and ventured out to procure wine and delicacies, returning with mooncakes. They busied themselves throughout the afternoon, preparing a sumptuous feast. That evening, the 4 gathered in the courtyard to drink, admire the moon, play music, and share mooncakes. Li Qing relished this leisurely pace of life. Yet he understood that to maintain such a lifestyle, he must first fulfill his duties. Thus, the following day, he returned to the palace. Empress Ma was in high spirits. Her daughter had ceased her self-destructive tendencies. Last night, they celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival in a joyous reunion with her grandchildren. And she no longer harbored grievances over Li Qing's past missteps. Your Majesty, the next stage of acupuncture is scheduled for tomorrow, Li Qing reminded her. During the acupuncture period, you must refrain from unnecessary outings. If there is anything you need to attend to, it is best to do so promptly. Is it already that soon? Empress Ma exclaimed in surprise. Li Qing, be honest with me. How is my health at present? Quite all right, he replied. Empress Ma furrowed her brow. What kind of answer is that? I am inquiring about how much time remains. Li Qing offered a rueful smile. Your Majesty, it is difficult to provide a definitive answer. Many factors are beyond control. It is unreasonable to expect certainty. Please provide an estimate, she insisted. I have the right to know how much longer I have to live. Do I not? Reluctantly, Li Qing replied. In an ideal scenario, you could last until the new year. And in a less favorable situation? Perhaps until around the end of the 12th lunar month. Empress Ma nodded gently. So, I have approximately 3 months left? Indeed. How fleeting. She sighed, but soon found solace in her acceptance. Without you, I might have already succumbed to the grave. Noticing her melancholic demeanor, Li Qing offered comfort. Your Majesty, as long as you maintain a good disposition, there is a chance you could see the arrival of spring. With a bittersweet smile, Empress Ma inquired. If your esteemed master were to come, could he grant me some additional time? That is highly improbable, Li Qing shook his head. He is but a man and far from the legendary figure he is portrayed to be. Indeed, while medicine can heal ailments, it cannot extend life. I have been greedy. Empress Ma sighed softly, speaking earnestly. With such limited time, I do not wish to languish in my chamber awaiting death. I desire to venture out often and spend time with my children and grandchildren. Li Qing felt a headache coming on. Your Majesty, if you insist on this course of action, it may complicate matters. This is my choice, she asserted. Unable to dissuade her, Li Qing acquiesced. Then I shall return to revise the treatment plan. Very well, Empress Ma's expression softened somewhat. Rest assured, irrespective of the outcome. I shall ensure peace for you before I depart this world, and I will not allow the Emperor to place blame upon you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Outside Qinqing Palace, Li Qing let out a deep sigh, feeling a heavy burden upon his heart. In truth, had Empress Ma chosen to comply, he could have ensured her survival through the year, albeit with considerable suffering. Nevertheless, he respected her choice. Empathizing, he understood that he too would not wish to lie in bed awaiting death. Li Qing, Zhu Biao approached briskly. How is the health of mother? Her Majesty's condition is currently stable, Li Qing replied with a respectful bow. We are on the verge of commencing the next phase of treatment. Zhu Biao frowned, expressing his displeasure. What has transpired? Not long ago, mother was on the mend, and now her condition appears to have deteriorated. Li Qing paused momentarily before divulging part of the truth. Your Highness, the Empress's condition is beyond remedy at this point. We can only maintain her current state. What? Zhu Biao erupted in anger. Did you not claim it was treatable? It is treatable, but not curable, Li Qing responded candidly. Your Highness, even the numerous physicians at the Imperial Medical Bureau are at a loss. I have truly done my utmost. Zhu Biao, furious and on the verge of violence, quickly regained his composure. How long can we maintain this? I cannot guarantee a time frame, Li Qing admitted. Come, we must see the Emperor, Zhu Biao commanded. I have other matters to attend to, Li Qing replied. Li Qing repeatedly waved his hands, genuinely reluctant to confront old Zhu. Zhu Biao, however, paid no heed to his reluctance and firmly pulled him towards the imperial study. Upon entering, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon learning that his sister's time was drawing near, immediately fell into a state of panic. Unlike Zhu Biao, he was not one to exhibit gentleness. He bluntly declared, if you cannot save the Empress, then you might as well forfeit your own life. Seeing this fierce demeanor, Li Qing decided to lay all his cards on the table, issuing a preemptive warning. It was far better to confront the truth now than to wait until the Empress's passing to reveal it. Your Majesty, even if you were to take my life, it would not resurrect Her Majesty, Li Qing stated with remarkable composure. I am but a mere mortal, not a deity. All lives must eventually meet their end. Zhu Yuanzhang, brimming with murderous intent, retorted, the day the Empress departs this world shall be the day you lose your head. Li Qing, tired of the fruitless debate, recognized that no amount of eloquence could sway someone so irrational. After a brief fit of rage, Zhu Yuanzhang gradually regained his composure. How much time does the Empress have left? Approximately 2 months, Li Qing replied. What? Zhu Yuanzhang erupted again. Only 2 months? Are you even capable of practicing medicine? Observing old Zhu's frantic state, Li Qing felt a strange sense of relief for having spoken the truth at this moment. Otherwise, if old Zhu had been driven to fury later, he might have indeed executed him. Now, even in his rage, old Zhu would not so readily end his life, and he would eventually come to accept the harsh reality. We must ensure the Empress lives for another 10 years, Zhu Yuanzhang declared with an air of authority. Li Qing fell silent. Then let it be 5 years, Zhu Yuanzhang insisted. Li Qing remained silent still. 2 years, it cannot be any less, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked coldly. Do not test my limits. You think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? Li Qing lamented, Your Majesty, forgive my impudence. The Empress is gravely ill, and no one can change that. Furious, Zhu Yuanzhang drew the sword beside the throne and aimed it at Li Qing. By heaven! Li Qing exclaimed, startled. He possessed no notion of the loyalty that demanded a subject to die at their sovereign's command, and he quickly dodged. The dragon spring sword was extraordinarily sharp, and given old Zhu's temper, a single strike would surely be fatal or leave him severely wounded. Desperately evading, Li Qing fled towards the palace exit, shouting, As Confucius said, the small rod is for the weak, while the strong must depart. The emperor is the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty. How could a humble subject like myself tarnish the emperor's reputation? My fear of death is not for myself, but for the honor of my sovereign. With nimble feet, he dashed away. At over 50, old Zhu could not keep pace, and in a matter of moments, Li Qing's figure vanished from sight. Scoundrel! Miscreant! Zhu Yuanzhang seethed, angrily hacking at a nearby tree in frustration. Li Qing, disregarding court etiquette, sprinted through the palace and out the gates, racing home. He bolted the door and leaned against it, breathless. What a fright! He anxiously awaited for over an hour, yet no imperial envoy arrived with a decree. Finally, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that old Zhu had calmed down. Sir, what troubles you? Nothing, Li Qing replied, waving his hand gently. I was merely being pursued. Now that you hold the position of the regional protector, who would dare pursue you? Renxuan crossed her arms, scoffing. You must be tired of living. Li Qing rolled his eyes at the emperor. Do not be afraid. It is truly nothing, he reassured, believing that once the emperor calmed down, all would be well. Wan Ling expressed her concern. Is the gentleman truly all right? Rest assured, if there were any real issues, I would have fled long ago, Li Qing chuckled. Now, let us prepare a meal. Seeing him in such a light-hearted mood, the 3 ladies felt relieved and busied themselves with the vegetable baskets. Through diligent practice over the past few days, the culinary skills of the 3 ladies had significantly improved, resulting in delectable and well-presented dishes. After lunch, Li Qing began to contemplate a treatment plan. Chapter 45, Drawing a Pie. Li Qing meticulously reviewed the medical texts left by his master, making some amendments to the previously devised treatment plan. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he felt a sense of assurance. The prescription included 3 tails of angelica, 2 tails of chuanxiong, 3 tails of white peony, 3 tails of cooked Rehmannia, 10 tails of cotinopsis, 5 tails of white atractylodes, and 9 tails of dried tangerine peel. This time, his formula comprised over 20 types of herbs, all of which possessed gentle and nourishing properties. Previously, he refrained from providing nourishment to Empress Ma, as her condition was too frail to accept it. However, after this period of recuperation, she was now able to consume restorative herbs. This was the last card Li Qing could play, should Empress Ma become weak again. It would signify the approach of her final moments. After a day of activity, night had fallen. Tomorrow, the next phase of treatment would commence, and Li Qing found himself devoid of any frivolous thoughts, retiring for a restful night. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Qing dressed and stepped into the courtyard, where Wan Ling had already prepared breakfast. You should eat first before getting to work, she said, rolling up her sleeves. The maid has steamed meat buns, and I bought some pickles yesterday to accompany the porridge. You rose early, Li Qing remarked in surprise. As he wiped the flour off her nose, he teased. You've become quite the little panda. Wan Ling lightly mumbled in response, her cheeks flushed. Since she had not been able to serve him, she felt the need to make up for it elsewhere. You are still quite young, Li Qing hesitated to respond, casually picking up 2 meat buns. I must be off. Watching Li Qing's departing figure, Wanling pouted, glancing down at herself, feeling a twinge of discouragement as she sighed softly. What the gentleman says is true. I am indeed lacking compared to my two elder sisters. She felt a mix of annoyance, yet recognized that growing up was not simply a matter of desire. Clenching her fists, she muttered, though I may not match my sisters, I am still passable, am I not? In the Qianqing Palace, Li Qing handed the prescription to a serving girl, then retrieved a wooden box he had left in the sleeping quarters. Your Highness, we are about to begin acupuncture. The initial needles may cause some discomfort. No matter. Empress Ma inhaled deeply, allowing herself to relax. Let us commence. Li Qing first applied acupuncture using the previous treatment method, then said, Your Highness, it is time for the back. All right. Empress Ma turned over, offering reassurance. You need not be anxious. Just relax. Li Qing smiled, grasping a silver needle, and precisely inserted it through the clothing into the second lumbar vertebra. This point, known as the Ming Min, when stimulated by acupuncture, effectively promotes blood circulation, regulates heart and kidney functions, and balances yin and yang. As Li Qing gently twisted the needle, a flicker of pain crossed Empress Ma's face, gradually intensifying. After a brief moment, Li Qing ceased manipulating the silver needles and grasped another, delicately inserting it into the Shun Shu acupoint. The kidneys are the foundation of the body, and the vitality of the kidneys is directly correlated with illness and aging. Acupuncture at this point can replenish kidney essence. Next, he turned to the Zhi Shi acupoint, which similarly serves to enhance kidney essence and replenish energy. Shortly thereafter, he proceeded to the Wei Zhong, Chengshan, and Tai Shi acupoints. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing withdrew all the silver needles and disinfected them, exhaling a long breath. Acupuncture is no trifling task, as any slight deviation in position or depth could lead to irreparable consequences. Is it done? Empress Ma inquired. Li Qing nodded. The medicinal brew will take a bit longer. May I entertain the Empress with a tune? Ah, you are too kind, she replied. Li Qing stepped aside, retrieved the 5-string zither, and plucked the strings, swiftly entering the musical rhythm. The resonance of the zither combined with the acupuncture created a sense of clarity for Empress Ma, as if a colossal weight pressing upon her was gradually dissipating. After a brief while, a palace maid entered, carefully presenting the brewed medicine to Empress Ma. Upon completing his melody, Li Qing turned to discover Zhu Yuanzhang had positioned himself behind him. Minister, accompany me, the emperor commanded. Certainly, Li Qing responded, and the two made their way to the main hall together. Zhu Yuanzhang then asked, Is the empress's condition truly as dire as you suggest? If your majesty doubts it, you may summon the imperial physicians, Li Qing replied. They are merely a bunch of inept sycophants, reluctant to assume even the slightest responsibility. Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his irritation. Pausing momentarily, where is your master? I do not know, Li Qing answered. In truth, even if he were to arrive, he would not be able to effect much change. He spoke candidly, mindful of not bringing misfortune upon his master. The common folk have elevated him to an almost mythical status, yet he is powerless against it. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked skeptically. Li Qing sighed. Few among the populace can afford proper medical care. The esteemed physicians they speak of differ vastly from those of genuine skill. Moreover, my master is advanced in years, over 70. How could he still perform acupuncture? Zhu Yuanzhang fell into a prolonged silence. Can we ensure my sister survives this year? He finally queried. Li Qing nodded. Theoretically, it is possible, but it would entail suffering for the empress, and she would not desire that. She wishes to spend her final days in the company of her children and grandchildren, engaging in the pursuits she cherishes, rather than languishing in illness until the inevitable end. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang lapsed into silence once more, the vigor that had once radiated from him gradually waning, rendering him even more aged. She has endured enough suffering. Let her not endure further, but also grant her a little more time. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor was stripped of imperial authority, his tone infused with pleading and yearning, akin to a husband from an ordinary household, reluctant to part with his wife, imploring the physician for aid. Li Qing assured him earnestly, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort. Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from further discourse, stepping toward the inner chamber. Observing the slight stoop of his back, Li Qing sighed softly, choosing not to follow him inside, and stood quietly outside the palace for a moment before departing. At noon, Lu Chang and others returned from Bashu. Li Qing did not dine at home, but led the group to a tavern. Satiated and content, Li Qing led the group to the town protectoress office and informed them of the successful recruitment of the imperial guards. As for my frequent visits to the palace to treat Her Highness, I entrust the training of the new recruits to you. Lu Chang clasped his hands together and assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. We have ample experience in training new recruits. Just watch and see," Li Yu added. Li Qing smiled and retrieved a pre-prepared list from his bosom. "Lu Chang, I hereby officially appoint you as a captain of the Imperial Guards." "I obey." Lu Chang knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement. Merely 2 months prior, he had been just a 100-man commander, and now he had transformed into a captain. A significant leap indeed. Though it seemed like a mere step up, the number of subordinates under his command had increased tenfold, along with his authority. Without Li Qing's support, it would have taken him a decade to attain such a position. "Very well, rise," Li Qing continued. "Li Yu, I appoint you as the acting captain for a trial period of 2 months. Upon its conclusion, I shall assess your performance for further arrangements." "Yes, I obey." The implication was clear, and Li Yu understood that to secure a permanent position, he must perform diligently. "Zhang Long, I appoint you as the acting captain. Wang Qian, I appoint you as the acting deputy captain. Lu Hao, I appoint you as the acting deputy captain." Those present were the very individuals who had previously assisted Li Qing, the most capable and seasoned imperial guards under his command. However, influenced by the late Emperor Zhu, Li Qing was accustomed to presenting everyone with a vision of prosperity. In 2 days, the new recruits would report for duty. "Let us train them well and fortify our ranks." "Yes, my lord." Li Qing observed the enthusiastic group, nodding in satisfaction. "This is the list. Distribute the names among yourselves to avoid any disputes later. Once divided, it shall be final." "Understood." Lu Chang and the others gathered to distribute the names as per the list. Li Qing then rose and said, "After a long day's journey, you must be weary. Once you finish, return home to rest. Come early the day after tomorrow, and should any issues arise, feel free to inform me. There is no need to see me off." He was currently unable to personally oversee the training of the new recruits, leaving that responsibility to Lu Chang and Li Yu. However, as long as he maintained control over personnel decisions, the Imperial Guards would remain under his influence. The authority over personnel management was paramount. Otherwise, the Ministry of Personnel would not hold such preeminence among the 6 ministries. Chapter 46. Zhu Yuanzhang celebrates his birthday in the ensuing days. Li Qing did not overly concern himself with the development of the Imperial Guards. Instead, he devoted all his efforts to treating Empress Ma. Acupuncture, playing the pipa, prescribing medicine. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Throughout this time, he employed every means at his disposal, yielding remarkable results. Empress Ma's condition had stabilized significantly. Zhu Yuanzhang would carve out portions of his day to accompany Empress Ma, and the couple would leisurely stroll through the imperial garden, delighting in the company of their grandchildren. Basking in familial warmth, Li Qing picked a flower and inhaled its fragrance, subtly distancing himself to afford the couple some privacy. It was not his desire to be a mere observer, but old Zhu insisted he accompany them, leaving him with little choice. "Li Qing, come here." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice called from afar. "Coming." Li Qing cast aside the flowers in her hands and hurried forward. "What is it, Your Majesty? Can our sister eat some fruit?" "A little won't hurt," he replied. "Then that's settled." Zhu Yuanzhang instructed, "Xiao Gizi, go fetch some fresh fruit." "As you command." Xiao Gizi scampered off and soon returned with a basket of glistening fruits. "Your Majesty, here are the fruits." Zhu Yuanzhang picked up an orange, peeled it meticulously, and offered a segment to Empress Ma, saying, "Ah, I can peel it myself." "But mine is sweeter," Zhu Yuanzhang insisted with a serious demeanor. Empress Ma shot him a glance, but did not refuse. She opened her mouth and consumed the orange he presented. Truly sweet," she exclaimed, savoring the taste. "Having not indulged in such delights for quite some time. If you'd like more, I can peel another for you." "One is sufficient," Empress Ma sighed. "Just to taste is enough. I cannot digest too much." She then turned to Li Qing. "You should have some. It tastes delightful." "I am quite full from my dog food." Li Qing chuckled. "I am not thirsty. When I tell you to eat, you should comply," Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. "I disdain overly fastidious individuals." "Ah, thank you, Your Majesty." Li Qing no longer hesitated and began to indulge. Empress Ma remarked, "Li Qing, in a few days it will be His Majesty's birthday. I wish to participate. Please prepare a tonic to improve my complexion." "Sister, you should refrain from attending," Zhu Yuanzhang advised. "Let Cheng'er, Jiner and Deer remain in the capital for a few more days instead. Empress Ma softly insisted, "This will be my last chance. I wish to attend." Zhu Yuanzhang opened his mouth to speak, but then turned to Li Qing. "Will there be any side effects? One day should be fine," Li Qing replied as she swallowed the orange. "However, after the birthday, Her Highness will need to rest for 2 days." Empress Ma laughed. 2 days it is. "Now please prepare the medicine." "I shall take my leave," Li Qing stated. In the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Yangming, with an anxious tone, addressed the vice minister. "As per your instructions, I have been closely monitoring Li Qing's rise in influence. They are rapidly expanding, utilizing the old to guide the new. And we cannot afford to wait any longer." "What are you rushing for?" Guohuan replied, displeased. "Stay calm. The time for action has not yet arrived." Despite his words, he too felt a sense of urgency. He was acutely aware of Li Qing's movements and the growing power at her disposal. However, his position as vice minister was not easily attained. He understood that acting rashly now would yield no victory. Empress Ma's illness required Li Qing's treatment, and even if she committed heinous crimes, the emperor would shield her, leaving no chance for success. This Li Qing is quite formidable in such a short time. She has gathered and trained 3,000 individuals impressively, Guohuan muttered under his breath. "Vice minister, we must devise a plan swiftly," Wang Yangming urged. "The men under my command have grown accustomed to meat. If we force them to eat vegetarian fare, they will not tolerate it. My subordinates are on the verge of rebellion. Let them endure a bit longer," Guohuan suggested. "For the past month, Li Qing has been in and out of the palace daily. If my suspicions are correct, the empress's condition has worsened. The day she passes will be the day Li Qing's head will roll." Guohuan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yangming, reassuringly stating that it is not just us who wish for Li Qing's demise. Numerous nobles and royal relatives have their own unclean hands. Even if we refrain from action, they would not idly watch Li Qing grow in power. Wang Yangming sighed, contemplating, and suggested, "With the emperor's birthday approaching, shall we devise a way to vex him during the festivities?" After a moment of reflection, Guohuan replied, "Indeed. This serves as an opportune moment to ascertain our hidden allies. He is known for his poetry, is he not? Given your good standing at the Hanlin Academy, compel him to present a poem to the emperor. Should he fail, we can accuse him of disrespecting the emperor. Those who harbor discontent towards him will surely come forward to assist. If he succeeds, we will interpret it excessively, steering it towards political implications." He chuckled darkly. "We may not be able to destroy him outright, but we can certainly humiliate him. When his impending calamity arrives, we will have ample evidence against him." Wang Yangming's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Your Excellency, your insight is remarkable. I shall reach out to my acquaintances at the Hanlin Academy immediately." "Wait," Guohuan cautioned, "do not reveal our intentions." "Rest assured, I understand," Wang Yangming affirmed. "Very well, be on your way." As Guohuan watched Wang Yangming depart, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Once certain actions are taken, retreat becomes exceedingly difficult. Even if he wished to withdraw now, those beneath him would not permit it. They would push him forward, and should he resist, they would trample him underfoot. Just as Wang Yangming articulated, those accustomed to meat would find it unbearable to switch to a vegetarian diet. The very individuals who sought to benefit from his leadership had gathered around him, enabling his current station. After all, a mere salary would scarcely suffice for sustenance. At the epicenter of the whirlpool of power, retreat was not an option he could afford. Nor did Guohuan desire a life of austerity. With the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's birthday fast approaching, officials and princes from various regions flocked to the capital, eager to seize the opportunity to curry favor with the emperor, enlivening the capital's atmosphere. At Kaishiku, the execution platform lay quiet. The officials implicated in the case temporarily spared from punishment and confined. The emperor's birthday was a significant affair, while it did not warrant nationwide celebration. The shops in the capital were adorned festively, bustling more than during the new year. As Li Qing strolled through the streets, he marveled at the congratulatory banners displayed everywhere. In September, the evenings had begun to turn cool. He purchased several blankets and 2 sets of warmer clothing for the 3 women, and made a few for himself as well. The Ming Dynasty's currency remained quite durable. The rewards given by Zhu Yuanzhang and his son still left him with a surplus of 2,000 taels. On the 18th of September, Empress Ma appeared with a rosy complexion and remarkable vitality, adorned in her phoenix crown and colorful attire, exuding nobility and kindness. After consuming the medicinal soup prepared by Li Qing, she felt a surge of vitality supporting her, showing no trace of illness. Though the emperor did not hold a morning court today, officials arrived earlier than usual. By the time Li Qing emerged from the Qianqing Palace and reached the banquet, the crowd was already surging. Outside the Fengtiang Hall, a vast square was arranged with nearly 200 tables, where capital officials, regional dignitaries, nobles, and royal relatives were seated in designated areas. Eunuchs and palace maids scurried about, serving fruits and pastries. The Ministry of Music had sent many musicians, busily tuning their instruments. Mao Chong, Zhang Hong, Lu Ming, and others journeyed from Bashu to celebrate the emperor's birthday. As the emperor and empress had yet to arrive, the feast had not commenced, and the gathering was filled with lively conversation over tea. Li Qing rubbed his hands together, reflecting on how the grandeur of this banquet far exceeded that of future alumni reunions, and without the burden of contributions, he felt quite content. Li Qing, over here. Lu Ming beckoned. Coming. Li Qing approached the table, clasping his fists in greeting. Greetings to you, esteemed gentlemen. The others returned the gesture, their smiles warm and amiable. They were already aware of Li Qing's recent promotion but bore no ill will. After all, he had not encroached upon their authority. And he was the foremost contributor to the expansion of the Jinyiwei's influence, from which they too reaped the benefits. Mao Chong chuckled. In just over a month, you've gathered everyone and trained them commendably. Well done. Your praise is excessive, Li Qing replied modestly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Qing's gaze drifted to a nearby table, and he whispered, those dressed in the serpent-patterned dragon robes, are they the vassal kings who have already been granted fiefs? Indeed, Lu Ming confirmed. The tallest among them is His Highness the King of Qin, the burly one is His Highness the King of Jin, and the one holding the young prince is His Highness the King of Yan. Let us not discuss this further, Mao Chong interjected. Let us talk of other matters. Li Qing, grinning mischievously, replied, I am merely curious, nothing more. Do not pry into royal affairs, Mao Chong admonished. Let us converse about the Jinyiwei. Very well. Li Qing acquiesced, though his attention unconsciously drifted toward the King of Yan. Chapter 47. King Yan Zhu Di at this moment. The young King of Yan was merely in his early 20s, radiating youthful vigor and bearing a striking resemblance to Zhu Yuanzhang. Is this the future Emperor Yongle? Li Qing continued to observe. This figure's legendary exploits and achievements were rivaled only by his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. Although not a student of history, Li Qing possessed an awareness of the remarkable deeds of Emperor Yongle. He was the only vassal king in a unified dynasty to successfully rebel. He journeyed to the western seas, elevating the nation's prestige among all nations, constructed canals, relocated the capital to Beijing, undertook 5 campaigns in the northern deserts, welcomed foreign dignitaries, and compiled the Yongle Encyclopedia. Among the hundreds of emperors in Chinese history, Zhu Di's accomplishments undoubtedly placed him in the top 10, with some Ming historians asserting he deserved a position in the top 5. After all, only 3 eras are universally acknowledged as prosperous: the Kaiyuan era, the Yongle era, and the Kangxian era. However, the current king of Yan appeared far from such lofty ambitions, delighting instead in teasing his younger brother, the 17th prince. As the Jinyiwei were close attendants of the emperor, the distance between them was merely a few meters, allowing Li Qing to calm his mind and harness his internal energy to clearly hear their conversation. 17th brother, come and taste the exquisite wine I acquired from the hands of the Yuan, Zhu Di said, withdrawing a gourd of wine from his waist, a mischievous grin on his face. It's delicious. 4th brother, could you please refrain from pinching my cheeks? The little 17, only 5 years old, protested with a sorrowful expression. It hurts. Zhu Di affectionately pinched him again, eliciting tears from the little one. Now this is amusing, the king of Jin remarked. 4th brother, let me borrow 17th brother for a while. Absolutely not. Zhu Di firmly rejected the request, bringing the gourd to the little prince's lips. Drink this wine, and I promise not to pinch your cheeks anymore. The timid little one replied, 4th brother, your word must be kept. Of course. All right, I shall drink. Little 17 lifted the wine gourd and took a hearty swig, only to immediately retch and cough, his small face flushed with embarrassment as he spat repeatedly. The tradition of drinking strong liquor began in the Song Dynasty, and during the Yuan Dynasty, distilled spirits became popular, albeit with lower alcohol content and a less pungent taste than the spirits of later generations. Nevertheless, for a child, it was still quite intolerable. Haha, Zhu Di laughed heartily. So how does it taste? No, it's terrible, little 17 protested as he struggled to leap off his lap, indignantly declaring, "Fourth brother, you are so mean." "Indeed, fourth brother, you are quite the rascal," Jin Wang remarked, stretching out his arms. "Zhu Quan, come here to third brother." "Okay." Little Zhu Quan made a funny face at fourth brother and jumped into third brother's embrace, but soon he regretted it. "Third brother, I don't want to drink anymore." Jin Wang's smile faded. "So fourth brother can drink, but third brother cannot? Do you look down upon me?" "I don't," Zhu Quan stammered, his voice quavering. "I want to go back to the palace." "Going back is fine, but you must drink first," the eighth prince interjected, unable to bear it any longer. "Third brother, little 17 is still young," he added. Jin Wang shot a stern glare. "You little rascal, are you itching for a reprimand?" Li Qing could not help but smile. This family was truly entertaining. Yet, he had to admit, old Zhu certainly knew how to produce offspring. Little 17 appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, possibly younger than old Zhu's grandchildren, but his resilience was remarkable. After observing for a while, he noted that the children of the Zhu family seemed to get along harmoniously, except for the Qin Wang, who remained aloof and indifferent, while the others were quite cordial. After a time, Zhu Biao arrived with his 2 sons. All the princes immediately stood, and even Yin Wang was no longer unkind. Jin Wang ceased to be domineering, and the proud head of Qin Wang bowed slightly as they greeted the crown prince. "There's no need for formality today. It is our father's birthday, so please sit," Zhu Biao said with a smile. Upon seeing the mainstay arrive, little 17 immediately reported, "Brother, third brother and fourth brother are bullying me." Zhu Di explained, "Elder brother, I was merely playing with little 17. Yes, I found little 17 adorable, so I was just teasing him. Who knew he would take it so seriously?" Jin Wang quickly added with a laugh. At that moment, the ever-arrogant Qin Wang interjected, "Indeed, third and fourth brothers were merely playing with little 17. They only filled his belly with a bit of wine." Zhu Biao frowned, displeased. "What are you two thinking? Little 17 is only 5. How can he drink?" The two were taken aback, turning to glare at Qin Wang with resentment. Qin Wang remained unperturbed. "Little 17, is what second brother said correct?" "Yes." Little 17 nodded vigorously, tugging at Zhu Biao's garment, determined to avenge himself. Zhu Di chuckled awkwardly. "Elder brother, I just gave little 17 a sip of wine, but he spat it all out. If anyone is to blame for drinking, it would be third brother." Jin Wang. "Oh dear, this is quite amusing." Li Qing tossed a segment of orange into his mouth, continuing to enjoy the spectacle. In the presence of the crowd, Zhu Biao refrained from escalating the situation, merely scolding the two briefly before introducing his sons to several princes from the outer regions. Yunwen, Yunxuan greeted Qin Wang, Jin Wang, Yin Wang, and Zhou Wang. The princes from the vassal states all bore friendly expressions. Zhu Di picked up Zhu Yunwen, affectionately pinching his cheek. "My dear nephew, you are growing so quickly." With a sudden wail, Zhu Yuanzhang burst into tears, leaving Zhu Di bewildered and hastily setting him down, awkwardly proclaiming, "Elder brother, I did not frighten him. Though you did not instill fear, your very appearance is intimidating." The Prince of Jin, having just been outwitted, seized the opportunity to jest. He then lifted Zhu Yuanzhang high, asking, "Are you afraid, Yuanzhang?" "Not at all," replied Zhu Yuanzhang, proudly lifting his small head. "Uncle Prince Jin, lift me higher." "Very well." Just as the Prince of Jin was about to comply, a young eunuch announced, "The emperor has arrived." He promptly set his nephew down and stood at attention. Li Qing also diverted his gaze, and simultaneously, all officials rose, ceasing their conversations, rendering the previously boisterous scene silent. After a brief moment, the imperial sedan chair approached slowly. As the bright yellow curtain was lifted, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged, hand in hand with Empress Ma. The assembled ministers lifted their robes in salute, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Majesty, wishing him longevity, and to Her Majesty the Empress, wishing her eternal blessings. May the Emperor enjoy boundless fortune, longevity without end, robust health, and a flourishing realm." However, Zhu Yuanzhang deviated from the norm. Once the ministers finished their well wishes, he did not allow them to rise, but instead remarked, "Is it only the Emperor who receives congratulations? What of the Empress?" The ministers quickly amended their greetings. "We wish Her Majesty the Empress boundless fortune and longevity without end. May she enjoy robust health." Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang remained unsatisfied, desiring the ministers to change 1,000 to 10,000, but was stopped by Empress Ma. "Be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhu Yuanzhang took a seat with Empress Ma, glancing at the young attendant beside him. The young attendant offered a slight bow, retreated a few steps, and then departed. Soon, palace maids and eunuchs began serving dishes, while the Department of Music and Ceremony busied themselves, marking the official commencement of the birthday banquet. Li Qing gazed longingly at the lavish array of dishes, salivating at the thought of a delightful feast, relieved that there would be no one pilfering food today. Stop drooling, Mao Shuang admonished. Endure until the emperor has touched his chopsticks. Understood, Li Qing nodded helplessly. After a quarter of an hour, all the dishes were finally served. Led by Zhu Biao, the various princes and royal offspring approached Zhu Yuanzhang to extend their birthday wishes. The Zhu family was indeed vast. Fortunately, the table was sufficiently long, or they would have struggled to accommodate everyone. The multitude of princes and grandsons spent a full quarter of an hour offering their congratulations. Following them were the noble families. Then the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights, which left Li Qing utterly famished. He had skipped breakfast, foregoing even Wanling's meat buns, in anticipation of this sumptuous meal, yet now he could only gaze at the feast before him, adding to his frustration. As midday approached, the birthday wishes were at last concluded. Finally, it seemed they could commence dining, as Li Qing observed Zhu Yuanzhang's movements. At that moment, a Hanlin scholar stood and proclaimed loudly, "It has come to my attention that the newly appointed commander of the Genie Guards, Lord Li Qing, is erudite and skilled in composing poetry. On this occasion of His Majesty's birthday, various departments have presented new verses of congratulations, yet the Genie Guards merely follow suit, which is somewhat unseemly. Why not have Lord Li, on behalf of the Genie Guards, recite a poem?" He clasped his hands in respect, addressing the emperor and us. "To enliven the festivities, shall we?" Li Qing watched in dismay as Zhu Yuanzhang set down his chopsticks, his heart seething with frustration. The members of the Genie Guards felt their faces flush at the implication of merely echoing others. Lu Ming whispered, "Brotherly, we Genie Guards are but simple folk. You should take the stage. Praise the emperor." Mao Shuang emphasized the theme. "I find myself at a loss, tasked with composing verses to extol the emperor, particularly since the Ming Dynasty. Where am I to draw inspiration from?" Li Qing, bewildered, expressed his dismay. "Boss, I am utterly incapable of such a feat," he lamented. "What a disaster," Mao Chong muttered under his breath. "Yet you seem to manage quite well at the brothel," interjected the Minister of Revenue, raising his voice. "Master Li possesses remarkable talent. Let us not be stingy. Indeed, Master Li, do not withhold your poetic offerings from His Majesty." The chorus of supporters grew increasingly fervent, their words laced with veiled threats, each invoking the name of Master Li with a sense of impending danger. Mao Chong squinted, while the expressions of Lu Ming and Zhang Hung darkened. They may lack refinement, but they are by no means foolish. It was evident that their adversaries harbored ulterior motives aimed directly at the Jinyiwei. "Can you manage this?" Mao Chong inquired softly. Li Qing turned his gaze towards Zhu Yuanzhang, who remained impassive, merely observing the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. "While I lack verses to praise the emperor, I do possess a rebuttal for that wretched crowd." He chuckled. On the other side, Zhu Biao observed the swelling support for the coercion of Li Qing into poetic creation, whispering, "Father, various departments appear discontented with the Jinyiwei's overwhelming power and seek to leverage Li Qing as a means to strike at them." Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, maintaining his demeanor of detached amusement, a slight smile gracing his lips as the situation grew increasingly intriguing. Chapter 48. A forceful retaliation. Zhu Yuanzhang's inaction emboldened the officials, their rhetoric growing more impassioned, as if Li Qing's failure to compose a poem would constitute an unspeakable offense. Empress Ma furrowed her brow, whispering, "Zhongba, today is your birthday. Do not. Rest assured, my lady, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to test Li Qing," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "He is a person of great potential, yet still quite naive in the cutthroat arena of politics, requiring further refinement." Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's assessment of Li Qing's capabilities, Empress Ma felt a slight sense of relief and ceased her counsel. The princes closest to Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing their father bestow such high praise upon one man, turned their gazes towards Li Qing, who stood at the center of the tempest. Zhu Di nudged Zhu Zi, whispering, "Eighth brother, which one is Li Qing?" "The youngest one," Zhu Zi indicated. "However, Master Li's poetry is indeed astonishing." "Master Li?" Zhu Di echoed in disbelief. "You refer to him as Master Li? There is no need for astonishment. Both father and elder brother have addressed him thus," Zhu Zi muttered. Zhu Di, incredulous, cast another glance at Li Qing, observing him poised amidst the storm, exuding calm confidence. He nodded subtly, recognizing him as a person of substance. Li Qing sipped his tea and turned to Mao Chong, saying, "Boss, shall I retaliate with a phrase?" Mao Chong, stealing a glance at the emperor and contemplating for a moment, ultimately nodded. Retaliate. Since the emperor has expanded the Jinyiwei, it is clear he intends to utilize them greatly, so there is no need for hesitation. Zhang Heng and Lu Ming, unable to contain themselves any longer, quickly added, "Let us obliterate that wretched crowd." Li Qing chuckled and rose, offering a respectful gesture to Zhu Yuanzhang before addressing the one who had initiated the attack, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Wang Wenlu, Minister of Revenue," came the reply. "Damn it, the next one will be scrutinized from your head," Li Qing nodded. "Since Wang Gushizhong insists on having me compose a poem, I shall acquiesce to your desire." He gazed intently at Wang Wenlu, his tone laced with sarcasm. "All things are governed by fate. Do not force what is beyond reach. Why toil with cunning schemes?" In a single utterance, he left Wang Wenlu speechless, his face alternating between shades of green and red. The officials who had offered their support wore expressions equally disconcerted, being astute individuals. They readily perceived the blatant mockery in Li Qing's words. It was the emperor's decree to expand the ranks of the Jinyiwei and to eradicate corruption. Their petty tricks were utterly futile. Li Qing continued, "Be content with 3 meals a day, for with a fair wind, one should know when to cease." Another jab, subtly insinuating that the officials were engaged in corrupt practices, ever unsatisfied. The emperor had granted them a chance, and with favorable winds, they ought to know when to withdraw. Wang Wenlu was consumed by a mix of anger and fear, while the other officials felt both startled and apprehensive, accompanied by an undercurrent of rage. Ignoring their reactions, Li Qing pressed on. "When will the instigation cease? When will harm to others come to an end?" His meaning was unmistakable. Should they refrain from causing trouble, no trouble would befall them, yet should they cause harm, they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened, his spirits lifted further by the likes of Mao Chong and Lu Ming, who were equally pleased. "If you harbor no guilt, why fear the Jinyiwei?" Li Qing stood resolutely, his tone oscillating between sardonic and earnest. "Enemies ought to be reconciled, not antagonized." After a pause, his voice rose sharply, brimming with audacity. "Each of you, turn and look behind you." A blatant threat, laid bare before the emperor, Li Qing's bold counterattack left no room for subtlety. Whether they had come to witness his disgrace or to express concern for him, all were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that Li Qing would dare to act so brazenly on the emperor's birthday banquet, admonishing them openly in his capacity as the Jinyi town's suppressing envoy. The final line struck like thunder, amplifying their anxiety. Some officials, compelled by an unseen force, turned to glance behind them after hearing those last words. Zhu Yuanzhang, too, was taken aback that Li Qing not only refused to be intimidated but composed a poem in defiance. Were he to grade Li Qing's performance, he would not hesitate to award full marks, flawless and exemplary. Zhu Yuanzhang grew increasingly satisfied with Li Qing. He needed such talent, vigor, and unbridled courage. Not only did he require this, but the benevolent Zhu Biao needed it as well. "Biao, my son," Zhu Yuanzhang spoke softly, "in the days to come, when suppressing the powerful and punishing corrupt officials or implementing new policies, this man shall lead the charge." Zhu Biao paused, replying quietly, "I shall remember this, father." Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled softly, then recited aloud, "All things are governed by fate. Do not force what is beyond reach. Why toil with cunning schemes? Be content with 3 meals a day, for with a fair wind, one should know when to cease. When will the instigation cease? When will harm to others come to an end? Enemies ought to be reconciled, not antagonized. Each of you, turn and look behind you." A splendid poem, indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. "What say you, my ministers?" What could they respond but, "The emperor is wise." "Huh. After such a prolonged delay, we are all quite famished." Zhu Yuanzhang picked up his chopsticks and chuckled, urging everyone to feel at ease. The ministers bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty." At long last, they could indulge in a meal. Li Qing, no longer shy, seized a pig trotter and began to devour it with great relish. Mao Xiang teased, "You truly have a voracious appetite, just picking at the meat." "Here, have some," Li Qing offered, presenting the half-eaten trotter. "Away with you, don't disgust me." Mao Xiang retorted. With a grin, Li Qing responded, then I shall indulge without restraint. He took a hearty bite and declared, delicious. Lu Ming clapped him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. Zhang Hong, succinct in his words, raised his cup, proclaiming, impressive. Let us drink. They clinked their cups and drank heartily. The imperial wine was refreshing and the royal feast delectable. Li Qing was thoroughly enjoying himself. Yet, some among them found it difficult to swallow the sumptuous fare. Guohuan set down his wine cup heavily, his gaze icy and his expression dark, overwhelmed by a mix of anger, helplessness, and fear. He had not anticipated that this rookie in the officialdom would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Faced with the collective scrutiny of the officials, Li Qing not only navigated their challenges effortlessly, but managed to turn the tables on them. Now, even if they wished to overanalyze the situation, they could not. Li Qing had laid bare his intentions, confronting them directly. Any further attempts at misinterpretation would only reveal their own guilt. Moreover, the emperor's stance was unmistakably clear. He sided with the Jinyiwei, intent on punishing corruption. What troubled Guohuan even more was the unexpected signs of recovery in Empress Ma's health. A development he had not foreseen. Where on earth did this fellow spring from? Guohuan felt a wave of frustration welling up within him. With only 2 months left, he could scarcely afford to relent. His previous ambitions had expanded too widely, and now the situation was beyond redemption. Once the Jinyiwei apprehended one, they could unravel the entire web. The Jinyiwei's methods were far more severe than those of the Ministry of Justice. Relying on his subordinates to protect him at the cost of their lives was utterly unrealistic. In that moment, Guohuan was truly overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. In truth, he was not alone in his panic. Many others shared his anxiety. The official salaries were woefully inadequate, and aside from the noble titles, their daily living expenses barely sufficed. Who among them was not tempted by greed, albeit to varying degrees? Guohuan understood that he could not simply sit idly by. He had to act before the Jinyiwei did. If he could not resolve the issues at hand, he would have to eliminate those who raised them. His plan was straightforward: seek out more allies and drag more individuals down with him. However, he had forgotten that the one who posed the questions was not Li Qing, but Zhu Yuanzhang himself. He also neglected to remember that someone before him had contemplated the same course of action and had executed it. Zhu Yuanzhang's method of resolution was quite simple: eliminate them all. That individual was Wei Yongle, the last chancellor of the Ming Dynasty. Yet, Guohuan was now in a state of disarray, unable to consider such thoughts, nor was he brave enough to do so. This was the last card he had to play. He gazed around at the others, noticing that most were disenchanted with the food and drink, their spirits apparently adrift. Gradually, he felt a sense of reassurance. The emperor had already executed so many officials. He could not possibly continue such reckless slaughter indefinitely. Without officials, who would assist him in governing the realm? Guohuan consoled himself, reflecting that the officials supplemented through the imperial examination could hardly match the speed at which the emperor executed his orders. Recent cases like the empty seal incident and the Yongle case had resulted in a combined total of nearly 1,800 offenders, far too many for the Ming Dynasty to eliminate. It was improbable. The emperor must merely seek to send a warning, not to eradicate completely. As long as their numbers remained substantial, even the emperor would be cautious. For a sovereign, the stability of the realm is paramount. Guohuan clung to this notion like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, selectively believing in judgments that favored his perspective. Chapter 49. This family is quite intriguing. As noon approached, the banquet concluded. The officials once again approached to pay their respects, offering congratulations, and it took quite a while before they finally departed. Mao Chang reported on the progress of the investigations, and then, accompanied by Lu Ming and others, hastened back to Bashu. Several princes followed Zhu Yuanzhang into the inner palace. Li Qing hesitated briefly before joining them. Zhu Biao deliberately lagged behind, walking parallel to Li Qing. How much longer does the empress have? He inquired. Approximately a month and a half, came the somber reply. Is there truly no other recourse? Li Qing remained silent, slowly shaking his head. I have done all I can. Zhu Biao, too, fell into silence, and after a moment, patted him on the shoulder, urging him to exert every effort. I shall do my utmost. Sighing, Zhu Biao paused, his gaze lingering on the visibly fatigued empress. There should be no issues, right? Rest assured, Your Highness. The effects of the medication have worn off, Li Qing explained. However, the empress is indeed quite weary and will need to recuperate in her chamber for the next few days. As they spoke, the two caught up with the main assembly and proceeded to the central hall. The kings of Qin, Jin, Yan, and Zhou stepped forward in succession to pay their respects to Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. Although the empress appeared exhausted, she was in high spirits, engaging in light conversation with several princes, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang unable to interject. In this setting, Li Qing felt it inappropriate to speak freely, relegated to the role of a mere observer. Suddenly, he noticed someone glancing at him intermittently. Raising his head, he met Zhu Di's gaze. Zhu Di offered a smile, which Li Qing reciprocated, and after a moment, both, in unison, averted their eyes. As a prince, associating with the emperor's close advisors was a grave transgression, just as it was for the emperor's advisors to mingle with princes. "Dear," Empress Ma said, having finished her conversation with the kings of Qin and Jin, "your efforts in the harsh northern lands must be burdensome." "Serving the nation, I do not find it burdensome," Zhu Di replied in a manner befitting his station. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with approval. Empress Ma smiled. "By the way, how tall has Gao Ji grown? Has he lost weight?" "About this tall," Zhu Di gestured, chuckling. "He hasn't lost weight. In fact, he has gotten plumper. A little extra weight is endearing, making him all the more charming," Empress Ma said with a gentle smile. "And Gao Su?" Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his head momentarily. "Which one is Gao Su?" Empress Ma shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "When Deer was conferred his fief. Miao Yun was 6 months pregnant with her second child, and you can't even remember your own grandson. Truly remarkable." Zhu Yuanzhang dared not retort, instead offering an apologetic smile. "That girl from Suda's family is doing well. She has given us another grandson." As he spoke, his gaze turned menacingly towards Zhu Di. Upon realizing that his father intended to vent his anger on him, Zhu Di quickly interjected, "Father, I did bring you news of Gao Su's birth." Zhu Yuanzhang's face flushed, consumed by state affairs and burdened with numerous descendants. It was impossible for him to remember every detail. Yet, the rising irritation was hard to suppress. "Who named him that? Am I not allowed to choose a name for my own son?" Zhu Di felt like weeping, yet dared not argue. "Your teachings are wise, father. My knowledge is limited. I humbly seek your guidance in naming him, and I shall change it upon my return." "What nonsense!" the Empress Dowager Ma remarked disapprovingly. "The name is quite suitable as it is. Moreover, the character Su contains water, aligning perfectly with the rules you established." "You fail to comprehend," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "Deer is in Beiping, facing the northern Yuan. As Yuan signifies wood, it is prudent to incorporate fire into the name to counterbalance the northern Yuan." Li Qing listened in silent amusement, bemused by the old emperor's grasp of the 5 elements. Zhu Yuanzhang, still disgruntled, said, "Since your mother approves, we shall keep it. However, any future sons must include the element of fire." "I shall remember," Zhu Di quickly assented. After a moment, he added, "Miao Yun is with child again, and the doctor predicts it to be a son. I beseech you, father, for a name." "Another child?" Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in surprise, nodding. "The daughter of Suda is indeed commendable. I must invite him for a drink soon." After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Let us name him Sui." Sui can be interpreted as wood, which draws fire from wood, aptly symbolizing the northern Yuan as wood, warming our great Ming. "Ah, father, your wisdom is unparalleled," Zhu Di eagerly flattered. Observing this family dynamic, Li Qing felt an uncontrollable urge to smile. He reflected on all the sorrows he had encountered throughout his life, yet his lips could not help but curl upwards. This family was truly fascinating. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qing was startled and respectfully responded, "I apologize, Your Highness, I did not laugh." Before Zhu Di could say more, he hurriedly addressed Empress Dowager Ma, "Your Majesty, you should take some rest." Zhu Di, observing Li Qing's dismissive attitude towards him, felt a surge of irritation. "Does your mother need to rest? Is it for you to decide?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed a chilling glare directed at him. Upon turning, he saw it was Zhu Yuanzhang, causing his heart to race and his proud head to bow low. Zhu Biao sighed softly and clarified, "Mother is unwell. Li Qing is her attending physician." "Mother is ill?" The several princes gasped in shock, immediately inquiring about her condition. Empress Dowager Ma brushed it off lightly. "It is nothing serious. You have all traveled a long way. Please return and rest." They nodded slowly, and Zhu Di turned to Li Qing, insisting, "You must ensure mother recovers." Li Qing bowed, declaring, "I shall devote my utmost efforts." He then addressed Empress Dowager Ma, "Your Majesty, please return to your chambers, and allow me to administer acupuncture once more. Very well, she nodded gently. Biao, your brothers seldom visit. You should spend some quality time together. I shall obey, Zhu Biao nodded, casting a glance at Li Qing before leading his brothers out. Zhu Yuanzhang's relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant as he assisted Empress Dowager Ma towards the Qianqing palace, with Li Qing following closely behind. The Empress was indeed fatigued. Halfway through the acupuncture session, she dozed off. It was only with Zhu Yuanzhang's assistance in turning her that the treatment was completed. Li Qing, is the Empress's condition truly as serious as you say? Until now, he still could not accept that his sister would leave him in just over a month. He resolved to exert every possible effort. Was there truly no way? Zhu Yuanzhang, unwilling to concede, declared that he would spare no expense to ensure his sister's recovery. Li Qing, with a bitter expression, replied, Your Majesty, forgive my incompetence. At that moment, Zhu Biao hurried over, first inquiring about Empress Ma's health, and then addressing Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, the Empress has little time left. Perhaps we should allow a few of my brothers to stay and accompany her through her final days. It was merely a little over a month. The princes had just returned to their fiefs and would need to rush back again. Zhu Yuanzhang wearily nodded. Very well. Have you informed them of your mother's condition? Not yet. Then do so. Encourage them to visit the palace often, and ensure those young ones come to Qianqing Palace more frequently. I do not want them to merely offer their respects and leave. Understood, Zhu Biao replied. Li Qing interjected. Your Majesty, with utmost sincerity, he assured, I will dedicate myself fully. Zhu Yuanzhang offered a bittersweet smile and nodded gently. In truth, he was acutely aware of his sister's impending end, but the thought of never hearing the name Zhongba again filled him with dread and left his heart feeling hollow. Everyone may leave, he said, as he approached the bed, taking Empress Ma's hand in his palm. I wish to speak with my sister. Your humble servant takes leave. Once outside the palace, Li Qing initially intended to return home, but after a moment's thought, he turned and headed to the inspectorate. In the main hall, the newly appointed high-ranking members of the Jinyiwei were gathered, each brimming with vitality. Li Qing inquired, How is the training progressing? My lord, one reported. By the end of the year, we should be able to handle cases independently. Lu Chang explained, over 90% are newcomers. Expecting them to reach the proficiency of veterans in just over a month is unrealistic. Li Qing recognized their efforts and sighed. The emperor has not granted us that much time. With only a little over 10 days remaining until the 2-month deadline, training could not cease, but cases also needed resolution. Tomorrow, take some experienced personnel to investigate the Ministry of Revenue's official, Wang Yangming. Yes, I shall obey. To hold a grudge without retaliation is not the way of a gentleman, Li Qing mused. He was no saint, and since the other party had openly sought to embarrass him, he would not suffer in silence. A cold smile crept across Li Qing's face. Old Wang, you'd best have a clean background. In the small courtyard, the 3 young women were peeling pomegranates and engaged in conversation, their topic unknown. Wanling's cheeks flushed red. Upon seeing Li Qing return, she quickly rose to greet him. Sir, you're back. Indeed. Li Qing removed his black cap and handed it to Wanling. Please wash this and put it away. He typically did not wear it, but today was Zhu Yuanzhang's birthday, and not wearing it would seem disrespectful. Wanling nodded. What will you have for dinner tonight? You all can eat. I'm not hungry. Li Qing genuinely felt no hunger, having eaten the most at the banquet. By the way, you needn't rise so early in the mornings. I will have my meals outside. At the tender age of 15 or 16, when one is growing. Although Wanling was a maid, Li Qing, embodying the ideals of a modern gentleman, did not hold the aristocratic disdain for those beneath him. To be precise, he regarded the 3 young women as his secretaries. They were to assist him when needed, and when not, well, a cough sufficed. Although he does not pay them, he treats them with the respect due to any ordinary person. A hearty breakfast costs merely 20 coins. There is no need for a young girl to rise at 3 or 4 in the morning to steam buns and cook porridge. Sir, is the food prepared by the maid unsatisfactory? Not at all, Li Qing replied with a shake of his head and a smile. It is simply too laborious and not worth the effort. Wanling's anxious demeanor relaxed as she dreamily remarked, You are truly kind to me, sir. I shall go read now. You may continue, Li Qing said as he walked directly into the room, muttering, How peculiar, such a young girl possesses such charm. Those eyes are truly captivating. I hope she does not come by tonight, for I cannot withstand the temptation. After perusing the Great Ming Code for a while, He returned to his medical texts, striving to discover a means to extend Empress Ma's life. Through their time together, Li Qing had developed feelings for the compassionate and amiable Empress. She reminded him of a kind, neighborly elder, making their interactions feel like a gentle spring breeze. Setting aside any considerations of gain, he genuinely wished for her to live a while longer. After a long pause, he sighed regretfully. The medical texts left by my master are but a few, and I have already perused them countless times. I truly have no other solutions. Alas, if only my master were here, perhaps there would still be hope, but I am truly at a loss. Frustrated, Li Qing lamented. That old man possesses a heart of stone. It's been over 2 months since he departed, and he has yet to come see me. In the capital, beneath the emperor's feet, it is indeed difficult for ordinary commoners to blend in, yet with Zhang Lata's skills, it was hardly a challenge. I had hoped to enjoy some comforts with you, you old rascal, Li Qing thought gloomily, casting the medical texts aside and closing his eyes to rest. After drinking some wine at noon, he soon fell asleep, only to awaken later to the pitch-black night. The flames flickered, casting shadows upon the ceiling as he pondered his thoughts. Suddenly realizing he had not lit a candle, he sat upright and saw Wan Ling by the bedside. "Sir, you are awake," she said with a smile. "You fell asleep before the hour of you. I knew you would awaken at midnight. There is rice porridge and buns in the pot. I shall go heat them." Li Qing swallowed hard, noticing the chill in the night air. "Aren't you cold wearing such thin clothing?" "I am not cold," Wan Ling replied, her cheeks flushed, her head instinctively bowing. After a moment, she raised her gaze, slightly leaning forward to present herself more attractively. "Oh dear, how can one resist?" Wan Ling was indeed clad in very sheer garments, apart from the inner bodice. She wore only a thin layer of gauze, reminiscent of revealing attire from a later era. Her fair skin was clearly visible, with a hint of her neckline exposed. The curvature modest yet undeniably alluring. Her face was aflame, her neck flushed as she inched closer. The candle's flame danced, as did Li Qing's heart, and after a moment, he said, "Go ahead and warm the food. I am feeling somewhat hungry." Wan Ling's hard-won courage dissipated in an instant. "Please wait a moment, sir." With a sigh of relief, Li Qing murmured to himself, "Let us wait a little longer, until after the new year." Before long, Wan Ling entered with a wooden tray, presenting buns, rice porridge, and pickled vegetables, all quite delicious. "Your culinary skills are improving," Li Qing praised. "I am glad you like it," Wan Ling beamed, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Li Qing smacked his lips and said, "Well, it's quite late now. You should head back to sleep." "But I am not tired yet," the maid replied. This felt somewhat like bullying. After all, Old Li was still a vigorous young man. With a push, he sent the bowl away, and it was washed with ease. "Oh, very well." Wan Ling nodded, placing the dishes on the wooden tray before proceeding to wash the pots and utensils. Having eaten and rested well, Li Qing, spurred by the young girl, found himself wide awake. He stepped into the courtyard to freshen up and admire the night scenery. Before long, Wan Ling approached gracefully. "Sir, are you not going to sleep?" Even the clay Buddha has its limits. After being tantalized multiple times, Li Qing could not remain polite any longer. He pulled Wan Ling into his embrace and kissed her soft, rosy lips. It was tender and sweet. Wan Ling's heart raced, and having been educated in the ways of affection by her mentor, she was prepared for various eventualities, yet she did not anticipate this in the courtyard. After a long moment, she finally managed to catch her breath, her small face glowing brighter than a lantern. Li Qing released her, saying, "Go back to sleep. You needn't rise early tomorrow. I shall dine out." "Oh, understood," Wan Ling replied, taking a breath. The anticipated event had not transpired, leaving her with mixed emotions of relaxation and disappointment. Savoring the moment, she felt a hint of sweetness. Nodding, she hurriedly scampered back inside. As dawn broke, Li Qing awoke from his meditative state, feeling invigorated from a night of cultivation. After having breakfast on the street, he jogged towards the palace. Given his speed, it would take him less than 15 minutes to reach the palace from home, but there was no need to rush. A little over an hour later, Li Qing arrived at the palace gates, coincidentally encountering Zhu Di, who was also entering. Officials were forbidden from associating with princes, yet the necessary courtesies must still be observed. Li Qing clasped his hands in salute. "Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Prince of Yan." Zhu Di nodded. "Are you here to treat the Empress?" Li Qing was taken aback that the Prince of Yan addressed him as Mr. Li, and after a moment's pause, he nodded. The two did not engage in further conversation and proceeded directly into the palace, remaining silent throughout the journey. In the hall of heavenly purity, the princes and grandsons gathered in abundance. Shortly, the princes of Jin and Zhou arrived, causing the spacious palace to feel slightly crowded. Noticing that no one intended to leave, Li Qing bowed deeply and began to usher them out. I must attend to the Empress's treatment. Your Highnesses, please excuse yourselves. You may treat her. We shall not disturb, they replied. Our mother is gravely ill. We wish to remain by her side. Li Qing inwardly sighed, aware that most of these individuals were likely following old Zhu's orders, as they seldom displayed such filial piety in ordinary circumstances. Everyone, please step outside, Empress Ma interjected. Wait until Li Qing has finished treating me before you come back in. Rest assured, Mother, we will remain silent, they insisted. Indeed, I wish to stay by your side. One prince added. Empress Ma shook her head with a smile. It is the emperor who sent you here, is it not? You needn't adhere to his wishes. You should attend to your own matters. No need to linger here. The princes bowed in response, yet none made a move to leave. While Empress Ma suggested they disregard the emperor's wishes, they did not dare to truly do so. Observing that the dragon's sons and grandsons showed no intention of departing, Li Qing chose to ignore them further, retrieving his acupuncture kit to treat Empress Ma. After a quarter of an hour, he put away the silver needles and glanced at the gathered crowd, indicating that he would now play music. Play on, they encouraged. The princes, displaying an air of defiance, retrieved the cotton balls they had prepared earlier and stuffed them into their ears, wearing expressions of smug satisfaction. Zhu Di and several other princes were momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom why their peers were blocking their ears, but enlightenment soon dawned upon them. As the music commenced, it initially seemed innocuous. However, it swiftly became apparent that something was amiss. Their blood surged, and it felt as though their internal organs were vibrating in sync with the melody. The sensation was akin to the tumult of nausea experienced during inebriation, an extraordinary discomfort that was far from ordinary. Though the prepared princes and grandsons fared no better, the penetrating power of the music was too formidable. Despite their efforts to muffle their ears, they remained unable to shield themselves from its effects. Zhu Di, enduring the discomfort, reached for his nearest nephew, removing the cotton from the boy's ears to block his own. Zhu Yuanzhang turned abruptly, catching sight of his fourth uncle smiling benevolently at him, causing his face to pale momentarily before he forced a strained smile and turned away once more. The king of Qin and the king of Jin, seizing the cue, each targeted their younger brothers, while the king of Zhou, displaying a measure of compassion, refrained from such antics. 2/4 of an hour later, the music ceased, and all present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The expressions of the princes toward Li Qing shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 51. Madness. They had never encountered such a composition before. The mere sound of the music evoked a profound sense of discomfort, which was utterly astonishing. What is this piece? Inquired the king of Qin. A melody for healing, Li Qing casually replied, explaining that it was not a musical composition in the traditional sense, but rather a tune crafted to address the maladies of the empress. However, these princes were no mere children. They were fully grown men, not easily deceived. Moreover, at the banquet, Zhu Yuanzhang had extolled Li Qing's virtues, casting an unintentional glow over him. The more Li Qing downplayed his abilities, the more the princes perceived him as a hidden gem, reluctant to showcase his talents before them. They were all too aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's stature. Apart from the founding nobleman, few could capture his attention. Yet here was Li Qing, barely past his youth, earning such high praise and being described as capable of great deeds, a testament to his worth. Since you possess melodies for healing, you must also have tunes that elevate the spirit, suggested the king of Jin. Why not play a piece to soothe our mother? Mr. Li, do grace us with a performance, urged the 8th prince, Zhu Zi, fanning the flames of encouragement. Indeed, let us hear a tune, chimed in another. Your discomfort is of no concern to me, Li Qing retorted, exasperated. Are you unwilling to honor the empress? The king of Qin pressed, his expression darkening. Li Qing, feeling helpless against the whims of these royal offspring, turned his gaze toward Empress Ma. Shall we have a performance? Empress Ma, reveling in the rare liveliness, expressed her enthusiasm, declaring that even a less-than-perfect rendition would suffice. I shall comply, Li Qing thought to himself, contemplating that were it not for the presence of Empress Ma, he would have subjected them to a more elaborate composition. He adjusted the tuning, plucked the strings, and prepared to enter the realm of music once more. A melody reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing streams fills the air, evoking a profound sense of immersion. As the notes linger, all present feel their bodies and souls relax to an exquisite degree, alleviating stress and anxiety, transforming them into ethereal beings. Even the irascible King Qin wears an expression of tranquility, revealing a visage of enjoyment. This piece possesses restorative qualities for both body and mind, leaving Empress Ma feeling greatly comforted. In the future, after acupuncture sessions, she resolved to play such melodies. If the Empress desires to listen, I shall gladly perform. Li Qing proclaimed as he carefully placed the guqin aside and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I must attend to some official duties." With a respectful bow, Li Qing exited the royal chambers. Zhu Di observed Li Qing's retreating figure and discreetly pulled the Zhou Wang aside, whispering, "Fifth brother, you excel in music. How does this Li Qing compare to you?" "I cannot match him," Zhou Wang replied, admiration evident in his eyes, for his own musical prowess had reached a remarkable level. "Would you like to seek his guidance?" Zhou Wang hesitated, pondering, "Is that appropriate? A prince and an official, what is there to fear? It is not a private association. I shall involve elder brother." Zhou Wang nodded enthusiastically. "That is indeed the most prudent approach. You think of everything, brother." Zhu Di chuckled, saying, "Knowing your passion for music, once you achieve mastery, do visit Beiping to perform for me." "You are truly wonderful, brother," Zhou Wang expressed, deeply touched. "You are my dear brother. Who else should I treat well if not you?" At the Jinfu division, Li Qing sipped tea, awaiting the return of Lu Chang and his entourage, who hurried back after a brief interval. "What news?" Li Qing inquired. Lu Chang's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Lord, Wang Wenlu is seriously ill." "What a coincidence," Li Qing mused. "What affliction does he suffer from?" "Madness," Li Yu interjected. "He has gone mad." Li Qing responded. "The problem is that the doctors treating him insist he is insane, and we cannot determine whether he is feigning it." Li Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing that even in future times, this realm of the mind remains unsolved. In this era, it is even more challenging to ascertain. You cannot awaken one who feigns sleep. Similarly, one pretending madness cannot be roused. Though feigning insanity may be somewhat underhanded, it is nonetheless a clever strategy. "What symptoms does he display?" "He is sensitive to the cold," Li Yu replied. "When we arrived at his home this morning, he was wrapped in a thick quilt, warming himself by a fire in the courtyard, shivering all over. Although it is late autumn, the daytime temperatures are not low. Wrapping oneself in a quilt and warming by the fire is indeed quite abnormal, characteristic of madness." Li Qing pondered, regardless of whether he is truly mad. One thing is certain, he harbors secrets. Let him continue in his madness. We shall start from his web of connections. "Understood," the others responded in unison. Lu Chang then asked, "Shall we apprehend him first?" "We, the Jinyiwei, possess the authority to detain and interrogate," he added. "Not necessary," Li Qing shook his head. "At this stage, the development of the Jinyiwei is crucial. We must not give the officials any leverage against us." "My lord, he is likely feigning," Li Yu chuckled. "Once subjected to rigorous interrogation, how could he not confess?" Li Qing smiled wryly, shaking his head. "What you can conceive, he can also anticipate. Even if we extract a confession and procure signatures, what would that achieve? He has lost his mind. At the very least, we cannot prove otherwise. The words of a madman are not to be taken seriously. Should we proceed with such a course of action, those officials with guilty consciences would undoubtedly make a grandiose spectacle of it, leaving us in a passive position." A few individuals were taken aback, then expressed their admiration. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Li Qing waved his hand, urging them to continue the investigation, maintaining a vigilant watch over Wang Wenlu, as well as his family and servants. The position of the official in charge may be lowly in rank, but carries significant weight. He is indeed an important figure. "Understood." After a brief exchange, Li Qing rose and made his way to the auxiliary courtyard and the execution chamber to observe the training progress of the recruits. The training regimen of the Imperial Guards is intricate, encompassing physical conditioning, interrogation techniques, execution methods, and regulations. Among these, the most brutal are the punishments administered in the execution chamber, where live subjects are used for practice, subjecting not only the criminals to torment, but also the novice executioners to considerable distress. After a short time in the execution chamber, Li Qing withdrew, realizing that continuing to observe would leave him unable to eat lunch. Upon returning home, he settled into a chair beneath the fruit trees to read. As the smoke from the kitchen wafted gently behind him, and the ghastly scene he had just witnessed gradually faded from his mind. After a quarter of an hour, Hongxiu approached him, saying, "Sir, it is time for your meal." Li Qing replied, putting down his medical book and patting the small hand on his shoulder. Stretching lazily, he decided that the weather was splendid and preferred to dine in the courtyard. The maid went to fetch the table and chairs. In a short while, Wan Ling and Hongxiu brought the table before him, while Lian Xiang served the dishes. Without needing to move from his seat, Li Qing began to eat. At present, he required no one to feed him. He took pleasure in personally attending to his meals, while the other tasks were left to the maidens, a truly indulgent situation. How splendid it is to live in ancient times, Li Qing mused. After his meal, he pushed his bowl away and reclined back in his chair, holding the medical book while crossing his legs, enjoying the massage from behind once more, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. However, before he could relish this pleasure for long, a royal envoy arrived, summoning him to the palace immediately. Li Qing grumbled, "Curse this feudal era. There is no time for a midday rest." "Very well, I shall go at once." In the palace, within the central hall, apart from the venerable Emperor Zhu, the entire family was present. Li Qing approached to pay his respects. Zhu Biao smiled and said, "Li Qing, I have heard that you performed a tune in the Qinqing Palace this morning, leaving everyone feeling as though they were enveloped in the spring breeze. Why not play another piece for me? Was I summoned from afar merely to entertain with music?" Li Qing suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie with Wan Ling and the other maidens, as they served him while he catered to the emperor's family. The king of Zhou, fond of music, seeks to learn from your artistry. Do not hold back. Empress Ma chuckled, "I adore the melodies you play." With little room left for objection, Li Qing acquiesced and began to play. Having spent a decade on the mountain, idly passing time, aside from gathering herbs, practicing martial arts, and studying medicine, he had devoted a considerable portion of his days to the art of music. Upon finishing the piece, everyone was left in awe, with the king of Zhou transforming into an eager disciple, seeking to learn from him. Li Qing felt a sense of frustration. He now held the position of the imperial commissioner, serving as both the empress's chief physician and a tutor in music, as well as a companion in leisure. With so many responsibilities, it seemed unjust that Emperor Zhu provided him with only a single salary, as if he were being taken advantage of. After an afternoon of companionship, Li Qing departed, utterly exhausted, contemplating whether he should emulate Wang Yangming and indulge in a bout of madness himself. Upon returning home, just as he settled down, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, Lu Chang," came the reply. Li Qing's tone softened slightly. "Come in." The three ladies, Wan Ling and her companions, observed that their master was preoccupied with official business and retreated into the room. Moments later, Lu Chang entered, clasping his hands in salute. "My lord, it is madness. All those closely associated with Wang Yangming have gone mad." "All gone mad?" Li Qing exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed," Lu Chang grimaced, "this tactic is utterly shameless. It has severed the network of relationships. We can no longer investigate down the line of Wang Yangming. Shameless it may be, yet effective." Li Qing nodded. Lu Chang pondered for a moment and suggested, "My lord, should we report this to the emperor? With their current insanity, official matters cannot be handled. Though we are not the Ministry of Personnel, we could still submit a memorial." "No need," Li Qing replied after some thought. "The emperor has tasked us with the investigation. We shall carry it out. The more we do, the easier it is to err. Let the personnel department handle these matters." "What shall we do now?" Lu Chang inquired. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing chuckled lightly. "We shall cease the investigation." "What?" Lu Chang was taken aback, seeing that Li Qing was not jesting. He urged, "My lord, if we simply let them go, what will become of the reputation of our Jinyiwei? Is Wang Yangming still warming himself by the fire this afternoon?" Li Qing asked. Lu Chang smacked his lips and sighed. Wang Yangming must truly be mad. "Oh, how so?" Li Qing inquired, intrigued. "Not only is he warming himself, but he, Li Qing frowned. "Spare me the circumlocution, just speak." Lu Chang's expression turned peculiar. He even consumed feces, a considerable amount. Reportedly around a pound. "My heavens!" Li Qing exclaimed, feeling nauseated, nearly losing his lunch. "Is that true?" The watchers of Wang Yangming were all elderly gentlemen, and they all witnessed it at the door. Li Qing rolled his eyes. "I meant, is the feces true?" "What?" Lu Chang chuckled awkwardly. "That remains uncertain. We can't have our brothers taste it again, can we?" "Indeed," Li Qing agreed, not pursuing the matter of genuine or false feces any further. "Let it be." The case need not be investigated. After a pause, he continued, starting tomorrow, bring along all the newcomers, and we shall meander around the 6 ministries, the Hanlon Academy, and the censorate. We shall not investigate, yet give them the impression that we are. Additionally, we shall inadvertently leak some information we possess, ensuring it appears accidental. Liu Chang was taken aback, then exclaimed joyfully, My lord, this stratagem is brilliant. However, we do not possess any information. If we err, we might expose ourselves. Li Qing contemplated. What we can ascertain for now is that Wang Yangming undoubtedly has a tainted background. If he is compromised, his superiors are likely not unblemished either, such as Guo Huan, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. I know one high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, Guo Huan. This scandal can only be attributed to him. My lord, what if we are mistaken? Li Qing chuckled. If they play dirty, we can play dirty too. If we are truly wrong, we simply need not acknowledge it. After all, they cannot prove what we have claimed. Agreed, Liu Chang nodded. I shall make arrangements forthwith and find 2 trusted confidants to disseminate this information. Li Qing cautioned that the information must be subtly disclosed. Overt attempts would render the strategy ineffective. Furthermore, to enhance credibility, there should be a greater number of individuals loitering near the Ministry of Revenue, and their frequency should be increased. The subordinate took note. Liu Chang clasped his fists and chuckled, remarking that this ploy of the official was indeed ingenious, as it managed to unearth truths without direct investigation. He surmised that it would not be long before someone succumbed to impatience, and if Guo Huan were truly guilty of embezzlement, he would undoubtedly be reported. Li Qing smiled faintly, hoping his words proved to be prophetic. That evening, Li Qing indulged in a few cups of wine, took a bath, and donned fresh attire before heading to the pleasure district. Though pleasures were available at home, a visit to an establishment now and then was also appealing. Upon arriving at the pleasure district, he encountered 2 acquaintances, Prince Qin and Li Jinglong. The 2 were concealing their faces with gilded fans amid the crowd. Vying for the title of top courtesan as the price surged to 200 taels. After observing the commotion for a while, he ascended to the 2nd floor, for he held little regard for such titles. After all, a courtesan was still a courtesan, merely with a more illustrious reputation and not necessarily superior quality. The value proposition was clear. Whether one paid 20 or 200 taels, the latter was not necessarily worth the premium. Lacking the privilege of an emperor or a duke, he had to be prudent with his expenditures. However, it struck him as rather surprising that a dignified prince would seek pleasures in such a venue. It seemed that Prince Qin was not as virtuous as he appeared, Li Qing mused inwardly. After settling the payment, he selected a courtesan who caught his eye and escorted her to a private room. After an evening of revelry, Li Qing, satiated, decided to return home. As the pleasure district was only a few hundred meters away, rendering an overnight stay unnecessary. To his astonishment, upon his return, he found 3 women still awake in the parlor, chatting and peeling pomegranates. Upon noticing his arrival, they rose and timidly greeted him, calling out "Sir," their tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. For some inexplicable reason, Li Qing felt as though he had been caught in an indiscretion, forcing a chuckle as he inquired why they were still awake at such an hour. "We were waiting for you, sir," one of them replied, her lips nearly glistening with oil. Li Qing, bemused, adopted an authoritative demeanor and gently tapped her forehead, advising her to return to sleep. Upon entering his chamber, Li Qing began to contemplate the case at hand. From the behavior of the officials during the banquet, it was evident that a number of them were feeling guilty. If he were to pursue strict measures against all, at least half of the court officials could face severe penalties. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had proclaimed the intent to enforce strict actions, the specifics remained uncertain in his mind. An indecisive approach would render even the most diligent efforts futile. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek Zhu's counsel. It was not that he was unwilling to bear the blame, but rather that the burden was too great for him to shoulder alone. Ouyang Luan, despite his high status, was inconsequential. The court could function without him. In contrast, these court officials were primarily pragmatic, and if they were all dismissed, the governance of the state would come to a standstill. It was akin to a patient with a festering sore. Excising it outright could be fatal, yet ignoring it would allow the affliction to spread. He was not a physician, merely a surgical instrument in the hands of the true doctor, Zhu Yuanzhang, who alone would decide whether to excise the problem and to what extent. The following day, in the Hall of Supreme Purity, after nearly an hour of acupuncture and playing the zither, Li Qing finally extricated himself from the royal presence and made his way directly to the imperial study. As Zhu Yuanzhang perused the memorials, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty, I have a query that perplexes me. I beseech you for clarification." "Speak," Zhu Yuanzhang urged, maintaining his dual focus. Li Qing inhaled deeply, questioning whether there would be a stringent investigation into the capital S officials, holding to account any who might be implicated in wrongdoing, with no leniency shown. "Is this not a mere platitude?" Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his dissatisfaction, lifting his gaze. "Li Qing, what we value is your audacity and determination." "I understand," Li Qing nodded, "but I dare to voice a thought that weighs heavily on my conscience, and I hope for your forgiveness." Zhu Yuanzhang retorted brusquely, "Speak freely." Li Qing clasped his hands, stating, "I believe a measured approach would be more prudent. During the birthday banquet, Your Majesty observed how many officials marginalized the Jinyiwei. They must harbor ulterior motives. If we pursue all of them, the administration will undoubtedly suffer. Punishing corruption is meant to foster a clear governance. It is a boon for the nation and its people. However, if the pursuit of integrity hinders state affairs, it becomes counterproductive." Zhu Yuanzhang mused, "Are you suggesting we indulge treachery?" "That is not my intent," Li Qing countered. Shaking his head, "I merely prioritize the larger picture." "What? Are you afraid?" Li Qing chuckled softly. "Your Majesty, if I were fearful, I would not have implicated Yongle. Nor would I have spoken so boldly at the banquet." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently, his demeanor softening considerably. "The concerns you raise are not lost on me. Do not presume you are the only one of insight. What you conceive, I can too, and what you do not, I am equally capable of fathoming. Proceed accordingly, with no indulgence." Li Qing hastily adopted a posture of humility. "I understand. I am in trepidation. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious." Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance brightened with a smile. He held genuine satisfaction for Li Qing. Initially, he intended to wait for Li Qing to uncover some leads before making arrangements, but since he had inquired, he felt compelled to divulge the details. He set aside the memorials and gestured, prompting the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids to silently bow and withdraw. "Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. If action is to be taken, it must be stringent." Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was laced with lethal intent, his stance unmistakably clear. After a pause, he added, "However, do not resort to severe penalties. Do not leave them irrevocably broken. They must endure until their successors are appointed, for they still have duties to fulfill." Li Qing was rendered speechless, astonished by the audacity of such a directive. Chapter 53. Guohuan's response in the Ministry of Revenue. Guohuan listened intently to the commotion outside, his heart racing with trepidation. Were the Jinyiwei coming to arrest him? Despite having severed ties and assured Wang Yangming and others that following his directives would ensure their and their family's safety, allowing them a life free from want, uncertainty gnawed at him. He gripped the chair, his legs trembling, palms slick with perspiration, mentally preparing himself for the impending arrest by the Jinyiwei. After a while, the ruckus outside gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. He sank into his chair, the tension that had gripped him loosening as he exhaled deeply. After a moment of calm, Guohuan gradually regained his composure and cleared his throat. "Come in." A constable entered at his call, cupping his fist in greeting. "What commands do you have, my lord?" "Go investigate who was causing the uproar outside." The constable received his orders and soon returned to report. "My lord, the Jinyiwei has just arrived, but they have left again." "Understood. You may go." Guohuan waved his hand, releasing a long breath. He reassured himself that the Jinyiwei held the authority to supervise all officials, and their routine inspections were entirely reasonable. There was no cause for alarm. Yet, despite his words, his hand trembled uncontrollably as he lifted his teacup. He wished to maintain composure, but found it utterly impossible. He was all too aware of the emperor's temperament. Should his own misdeeds be unearthed, survival would be out of the question. He understood deeply that even if the emperor hesitated to risk the stability of the empire by executing all officials, his position as the Minister of Revenue would hardly afford him any mercy. No longer could he afford to wait idly for disaster to strike. That reckless scoundrel, Li Qing, feared nothing. If he dared to challenge the prince, surely he would think little of a mere minister like Guohuan. Before he could settle back into his seat, he sprang up again, contemplating whether to bribe him. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it just as quickly. Such a course would be futile. Li Qing was destined for greatness. The emperor had clearly marked him for promotion, and he would never accept a bribe from Guohuan. Attempting to do so would only serve to incriminate himself. What if he threatened him with corruption under the guise of a house raid? To take the courtesans and concubines into custody? That too was unfeasible. Putting forth a threat would only expose his own vulnerabilities. What on earth should he do? Guo Huan's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The thrill of greed was now replaced by profound discomfort, even more unbearable than the pleasure of avarice. Should a scandal erupt, it would not only cost him his wealth, but perhaps even his life. At that moment, Lu Hua, the Minister of Revenue, rushed in, panic etched across his face. Hardly pausing to bow, "My lord, there is grave news." "Lower your voice." Guo Huan shot him a sharp glance. "Let us speak in the study." "Yes, yes." Lu Hua complied. Once in the study, Guo Huan dismissed the constables and closed the door, turning back in a frenzy. "What has gone wrong? Someone has reported you." "What?" Guo Huan's face drained of color, nearly causing him to faint. "Do not panic, my lord. The informer was thwarted by me and apprehended by my trusted associates." Lu Hua quickly clarified, moving closer to steady him, fearing he might collapse. "Why can't you just finish a thought in one breath?" Guo Huan, furious, gritted his teeth. "Who is it?" "Zhang Qian, the Assistant Minister of Rights." "That scoundrel?" Guo Huan's anger surged. He had recently bestowed a substantial sum upon him, and yet he had the audacity to betray him. "I will make him pay dearly." Lu Hua urged, "My lord, this is not the time for vengeance. The Jinyiwei are patrolling throughout the 6 ministries and the censorate. Everyone is on edge. If Zhang Qian does not report you today, Li Qing will tomorrow. We must devise a plan quickly." Guo Huan compelled himself to regain his composure and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Lu Hua pondered for a moment, then spoke with a sinister undertone. "Perhaps we should take decisive action." He made a cutting motion across his neck. "Kill him?" Guo Huan's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "That is a clever idea. If Li Qing were to perish, a different investigator might take up the case, ensuring that we remain unscathed. However, should our involvement be discovered, we would only incur greater charges." "Alas, my lord." Lu Hua forced a smile, pondering whether to proceed with this plan. "Given our avaricious intentions, the repercussions would be disastrous. How can you not comprehend this?" Guo Huan paused, then nodded. "You are right, but the issue lies in whether anyone would dare to undertake such a task. Assassinating a court official is a grave crime, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire family. Even if we are willing to offer a substantial sum, no one would be inclined to act." "Do not worry, my lord. I have a solution." Lu Hua chuckled coldly. "A fortnight ago, when the tea taxes from Jiangsu and Zhujiang were sent to the capital, among the tax officials responsible for escorting them, there is a fellow from my hometown whom I have secretly promoted. They have not yet departed. Let us enlist their aid." "How many are there?" 15, Lu Hua replied. "They are not from the capital. With a generous sum, they will certainly comply." Guo Huan nodded. "I will provide the funds. Is 1,000 taels sufficient for each?" "That will be more than enough," Lu Hua said with a grin. "Such an amount would sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. They will undoubtedly accept the task." "Very well. Inform them that they will receive 200 taels up front, with the remaining 800 upon completion." Guo Huan patted him on the shoulder, speaking solemnly. "Old Lu, we have no way out now. Rest assured, my lord, they are skilled and there will be no unforeseen complications." Lu Hua added, "However, since the emperor has decided to investigate, he will not cease his inquiries simply because one Li Qing has perished. What comes next?" Guo Huan smiled. "With Li Qing's demise, the backbone of this Jinyiwei has vanished. The emperor will certainly pursue the murderer first. By the time he regains his focus and seeks to continue the investigation, Mao Chong and his men will have arrived in Bashu, and the imperial decree will reach them upon their return. The time wasted in between will afford me ample opportunity to make my arrangements." A sharp insight, indeed. Lu Hua felt reassured. "By the way, should we involve the minister as well?" "Of course, he must not be excluded." Guo Huan sneered. "He is greedy too, but his courage is lacking. He engages only in inconsequential dealings. I possess evidence of his transgressions. With a little incentive, he will align himself with us. Furthermore, do not be idle. Reach out to our allies, the various bureaucrats and assistant ministers, as well as the officials from the regions who remit taxes to the central government. Inform them to keep their lips sealed. We are all in this together, and none should entertain the notion of self-preservation." "Very well," Lu Huan nodded earnestly. "My lord, as for the nobles, once the news of Li Qing's death spreads, I shall devise a method to draw them in." Guo Huan sighed. Li Qing's reckless actions have instilled fear among the nobility. Lu Hua expressed incredulity. Surely it cannot be that severe? What do you know? Gua Huan retorted sharply. Not long ago, Li Jinglong was imprisoned for soliciting a prostitute, as he was vying for the affections of a woman Li Qing desired. He was directly incarcerated in the Zhao prison. The Duke of Chao sent his personal guards to negotiate, only to have them imprisoned as well. What? Lu Hua exclaimed, astonished that the Duke of Chao could tolerate such indignity. I do not know the specifics, but the outcome was that the Duke of Chao humbly sought forgiveness, while Li Qing remained unscathed. Gua Huan cursed. This fellow cannot be judged by common standards. I even suspect he is the emperor's illegitimate son. Lu Hua was taken aback. Are you suggesting that we are to assassinate a prince? If his entire clan is to be implicated, what does it matter whether he is a prince or not? Gua Huan returned Lu Hua's earlier admonition. Hurry and make arrangements. Let him meet the king of hell tonight. Yes, I shall take my leave, my lord. Gua Huan gradually settled back into his chair, his tense emotions slowly calming. After a moment, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Li Qing, oh Li Qing, I harbor no desire to take your life, but should you continue to live, it would spell my own demise. Thus, do not blame me. He quietly contemplated for a spell, increasingly convinced that he could navigate through the impending crisis with composure. The demeanor of the esteemed minister re-emerged as he strolled out of the study, exuding an air of nonchalance. As evening descended, Li Qing pushed aside his rice bowl and rose to return to his room. After a day spent attending to the needs of the Zhu family, he felt utterly exhausted. While Wan Ling and her companions cater to my every whim, I alone must tend to a whole household. I am even less than a mere maid. Lying in bed, he brooded for a while, exhaling a sigh before picking up his medical texts. The health of Empress Ma was in a state of alarming decline, the signs of her impending fate growing ever more apparent. He needed to prepare for any eventuality. Now deep into autumn, daylight was dwindling rapidly, and soon the sky darkened. Li Qing rose to light a candle and resumed his reading. For over 2 hours, he pored over the texts, nearly wearing them out in his search for a remedy to prolong the Empress's life. Yet he found himself disheartened. Is this truly the end? His aspirations were modest. He only wished for the Empress to survive the year, yet it appeared increasingly unlikely. Feeling a surge of agitation, Li Qing donned his robe and exited his chamber. The night was devoid of moonlight, the sky an inky black, with even the sparse stars obscured, deepening his sense of despair as he sought solace in the night scenery. Shortly thereafter, a gentle breeze stirred in the courtyard, the crisp autumn air refreshing against his skin, and he relished the sensation, his restless emotions gradually settling. Rustling sounds emerged from beyond the courtyard walls, an almost imperceptible whisper amidst the wind. Li Qing's heart quickened, sensing something amiss, and he focused intently to listen. The soft rustling blended with the breeze, scarcely audible, yet his keen senses discerned the unusual. The sound resembled the scraping of shoes against the mud brick of the wall, as if someone were attempting to scale it. His instincts heightened, Li Qing turned his gaze toward the wall. The courtyard was small, and he sat near the entrance. A mere dozen meters from the wall, however, the darkness rendered visibility nearly impossible, leaving him uncertain as to whether anyone was perched atop. Nevertheless, he remained still, cloaked in his dark robe, merging seamlessly with the night. As long as he remained motionless, he would remain undetected. Summoning his inner energy, he elevated his focus to its peak, eyes fixed on the wall without a blink. Indeed, someone was present. A chill ran down his spine as, despite the obscurity, he caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette shifting atop the wall. Li Qing had considered the possibility of someone plotting his demise due to his high profile. Yet he had never anticipated such audacity in their approach. To attempt an assassination of a court official beneath the emperor's very nose was an act of unparalleled audacity. He still did not move. He could not ascertain the number of assailants, whether the courtyard was encircled, or if they possessed firearms. Though the firearms of the Ming Dynasty were far inferior compared to those of later eras, in the pitch darkness, a few well-placed shots could easily extinguish his life. In this life-or-death moment, Li Qing's adrenaline surged, sharpening his senses to an acute state. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the shadows on the courtyard wall began to stir. They moved with remarkable agility, one after another vaulting over the wall and landing in the yard. Under the influence of vital energy and adrenaline, Li Qing's vision sharpened, allowing him to discern the attire of these figures. Clad entirely in dark garb, their faces concealed by black cloth, only a narrow strip of skin, revealing their eyes, was exposed. Upon entering the courtyard, The group did not advance immediately, but instead observed their surroundings for a moment before silently inching closer. Step by step, their movements were graceful and synchronized. As they drew nearer, despite their stealthy and slow approach, the mere distance of a few meters was traversed swiftly, bringing them right before Li Qing. At that moment, they too sensed something amiss, but before they could act, Li Qing surged forward. Bang! It was too swift, too sudden. The black-clad figures had barely registered the presence of a person seated at the entrance when Li Qing struck, leaving them no time to react. The foremost man bore the brunt of the attack, feeling as if he had been violently struck by a bull. Before he could respond, he was sent soaring backward. Crack! Li Qing's kick showed no mercy, aimed directly at lethal intent. The man was airborne. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, and his chest caved inward as he flew back, colliding with several others, who then fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Having successfully landed his blow, Li Qing hesitated not a moment longer and unleashed another punch. With a resounding crack, a powerful fist struck the heart of another black-clad man, causing him to double over as his heart was shattered, a gaping hole appearing in the back of his garment. Though it may seem lengthy in recounting, it transpired in the blink of an eye. After 2 consecutive strikes, Li Qing refrained from further assault, instead swiftly shifting his position, wary of hidden threats. The remaining figures, astonished and enraged, who had believed the assassination to be an assured success, found themselves 2 men down before they had even struck. They immediately drew their daggers and charged. Li Qing retreated in haste. Amidst the chaos, it was impossible to discern their subtle movements, compelling him to fight with boldness. Simultaneously, he continually altered his position to evade potential hidden attacks. Neither side uttered a word, each strike aimed at the other's life. A dagger lunged towards him from an angle, and Li Qing deftly sidestepped, seizing the assailant's wrist with his left hand, yanking it forcefully before delivering a devastating knee strike to the man's chin. Crack! The jawbone shattered. Teeth clashed violently, and the man bit off part of his own tongue, the excruciating pain overwhelming him. A scream shattered the stillness of the night, and in the next moment, Li Qing snatched the dagger from him and swiftly severed his throat. Once again, the remaining assailants surged forward, each strike intent on taking his life. Li Qing executed a sudden leap, breaking free from their encirclement, and hurled the dagger in his hand, which embedded itself in the skull of one attacker. In a matter of mere seconds, Li Qing had dispatched 4 men. Technically, this was his first experience of taking a life, yet he had no time to contemplate the gravity of his actions. Immediately after, he darted to the side, grabbing a bamboo pole used for drying clothes, and swept it across with fierce intent. With a resounding crack, he struck with such force that the bamboo pole splintered into several segments. However, the effectiveness of his blow was undeniable, as it struck true among the group. Li Qing swiftly changed his position, and the shadows remained still, devoid of movement. Gradually, he began to trust that those intent on assassinating him were indeed the very individuals before him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Yet, just as he relaxed, a burly figure in black suddenly bellowed, "Die!" The whistling sounds of crossbow bolts slicing through the air reached his ears, and sensing the imminent danger, Li Qing leaped to evade. An arrow grazed his cheek, narrowly missing him. No sooner had his feet touched the ground than another volley of arrows was unleashed. Li Qing summoned his inner energy and leapt once more. However, fortune was not on his side this time. One arrow pierced through his arm, while another struck his thigh. The proximity of their positions rendered escape nearly impossible, as the crossbow's rapid-fire capabilities overwhelmed him. Li Qing stumbled backward, creating distance between him and his assailants. Yet, a fresh barrage of arrows was unleashed upon him. He executed a somersault to the side, with the arrows embedding themselves in the very spot he had occupied moments before. The arrows quivered in the ground, emitting a sharp, ringing sound, a testament to their formidable power. The commotion in the courtyard awakened the slumbering women, startling them. "Someone is attempting an assassination," Renxuan exclaimed, her pale face betraying her fear, her voice trembling. Wanling quickly placed a hand over her mouth, whispering, "Lower your voice. We must not distract the master." Hongxiu attempted to rise and light a candle, but Wanling restrained her. "Are we to simply stand by and watch?" Renxuan urged anxiously. "The courtyard is filled with villains. Should we venture out, it would mean certain death. If we were captured and used to threaten the master, we would only make matters worse." Though Wanling was equally frightened, she maintained a degree of composure. What shall we do? Hongxiu inquired. Wanling opened her mouth, but found no immediate solution. I will bring the master his weapon, Lianxiang declared impulsively, rushing out of the room, her companions unable to restrain her. She dashed into Li Qing's chamber, grasping the embroidered spring knife, but was intercepted by Wanling and Hongxiu, who had followed closely. In the darkness, distinguishing one another was nearly impossible. How could she deliver the weapon? At that moment, the assailants sensed the commotion within the room and two of them charged in. Li Qing, with a sharp command, leapt over them, landing gracefully and swiftly retaliating with two powerful kicks that sent the assailants staggering back. Injured and drained of both energy and vitality, the recoil from his own strikes forced him back a few steps, causing him to tumble into the guest hall. A piercing scream erupted, a high-pitched wail typical of women. Quiet. Hand me the knife. Master? Lianxiang hurriedly offered the embroidered spring knife. Are you unharmed? Li Qing had no time to respond. He seized the knife and plunged back into the fray. With the blade in hand, his confidence surged. By this point, he had all but confirmed that the plot against him was orchestrated by these individuals. Despite his injuries, a sense of calm began to settle within him. Half of the black-clad assailants lay incapacitated, yet the brutal deaths of their comrades ignited their fury. Now reduced to 6, they remained unwilling to retreat. Li Qing, fueled by a fierce determination, unleashed his knife skills with audacity, striking with precision and leaving devastation in his wake. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing had slain 4 more men, yet he was on the brink of collapse. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and amidst the fervent struggle, blood seeped from his wounds incessantly. Even more perilous was the fact that the arrows were laced with poison. Both his left arm and right leg had succumbed to numbness, and the affliction was spreading. Gasping for breath, Li Qing was drenched in sweat, his complexion pallid and ghostly. To assassinate a court official is a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. How dare you? Li Qing uttered coldly. Who has instigated your actions? Do not attempt to delay. One of the cloaked assailants lunged forward with a dagger, declaring, having slain so many of our brethren, you must perish today. With a swift motion, Li Qing released his embroidered spring blade, which pierced through the assailant's chest and emerged from his back. The black-clad figure stood mere inches from Li Qing, yet could not advance any further. He staggered and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The remaining cloaked figure turned to flee. Having witnessed 14 of his comrades fall, he dared not tempt fate any longer. Thinking of escaping? Li Qing scoffed, seizing the dagger from the fallen assailant. With a deft flick akin to a skilled marksman, he hurled it, striking the man squarely in the back of the head. The assailant crumpled to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Panting heavily, Li Qing demanded, light the lamp. Shortly thereafter, Hongxiu entered, holding a candle, followed closely by 3 women. Upon seeing him drenched in blood and pale as death, they burst into tears. Why weep? I am not dead yet. Li Qing gasped. What time is it? Wanling sniffled. It is roughly the hour of the ugly. Li Qing nodded. There remains an hour and a half before leaving the palace. Wanling, go to my room and fetch my badge. Catch your breath, then head to the pacification office. Inform the attending officers to find Lu Chang, the captain, and tell him to guard the palace gate. As soon as the gate opens, he must enter to see the emperor and say I am on the verge of death. Urge the emperor to send a physician quickly. Go now? Understood, sir. I shall hold on, Wanling replied, wiping her tears before hastily retrieving the badge and rushing out. Chapter 55. The fierce pacifier Lianxiang and Hongxiu, witnessing their master on the verge of death and feeling utterly helpless, knelt before him, weeping inconsolably. Their tears vexed Li Qing, and he urged, cease your weeping. I am not dead yet. If you wish for me to endure a while longer, be quiet and do not disturb me. The 2 women quickly covered their mouths, yet their tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Observing their distress, Li Qing felt both exasperated and touched. Do not weep. I am not dying just yet. Return to your quarters and rest. Hongxiu wiped her tears, saying, Master, let me assist you back to your room to lie down. It is chilly outside. No need. I cannot move about recklessly now, Li Qing replied, tapping his arm and thigh to slow his blood flow. Do not make a sound. Maintain silence. He then adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate his vital energy. In the hall of heavenly mandate, Zhu Yuanzhang donned his yellow dragon robe and entered the grand hall. The ministers immediately bowed, exclaiming, Long live the emperor. All rise. Zhu Yuanzhang gestured, slowly taking his seat. If there are urgent matters, present them forthwith. If not, leave your memorials for later review. Empress Ma's health deteriorated day by day. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was reluctant to neglect state affairs, he sought to carve out more time to accompany her. The ministers exchanged glances, each producing their memorials from their sleeves and presenting them with both hands. Little Gizi descended the jade steps, placing them one by one into a small box. At that moment, the general of the palace entered to report, "Your Majesty." The esteemed Li Qing of the brocade-clad guards claims there is an urgent matter requiring an audience with Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was about to dismiss the court, paused and sat back down, instructing them to let Lu enter. With firm strides, Li Qing marched into the grand hall, bowing, "Your servant greets Your Majesty." Before Zhu Yuanzhang could command him to rise, Li Qing hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, grave news has arisen. Lord Li, the pacification envoy, was ambushed under the cover of night and has sustained severe injuries. The poison is taking effect. He is in imminent peril." "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang sprang to his feet, fury igniting within him. "Who did this?" "I have already dispatched men to investigate," Li Qing replied urgently. "Your Majesty, the most pressing matter now is to send the imperial physician to attend to Lord Li at once. If we delay..." Zhu Yuanzhang snapped back to attention. "Yes, yes. Little Gizi, quickly go to the Imperial Medical Institute and summon the royal physician to Li Qing's residence. Also, ensure they bring antidotes." "Yes, your servant obeys." Little Gizi, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, wasted no time, abandoning her usual light steps to dash outside. In the grand hall, the ministers wore expressions of rage, insisting that Zhu Yuanzhang must thoroughly investigate the incident. Their clamor irritated Zhu Yuanzhang, who snapped, "Enough with the noise. I assure you, we will investigate this matter thoroughly." He cast a cold glance at the assembly, muttering, "Spare me your feigned compassion. If Li Qing were to die, you would be delighted. Let us discover who is responsible. If we do, I shall flay them alive." With that, he strode out. Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly made his way to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, pushing past the princes to reach Empress Ma's bedside. "Sister, are you well?" "I am well," Empress Ma replied weakly, managing a faint smile. "Why hasn't Li Qing come today?" "He is occupied with state affairs," Zhu Yuanzhang reassured her. "After you take your medicine, rest. No acupuncture today." "Father, what matter could possibly be more important than Mother's health?" Zhuzi inquired. "Indeed, Father, Mother's health is of utmost importance." Several princes echoed, puzzled yet choosing to remain silent, aware that state matters were not theirs to meddle in. Zhu Yuanzhang turned and barked, "All of you leave. Do not disturb your Mother's rest." The princes recoiled. "Yes, Father." "Is it Li Qing who is in trouble?" Empress Ma asked. "No, he is fine," Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a chuckle. "We have assigned him a task. He is attending to it and will return in a few days. Do not worry, sister." Empress Ma sighed. "Do not deceive me. Every time you lie to me, you wear that foolish grin. Has he been harmed?" Zhu Yuanzhang paused, then silently nodded. "You see through me. He was ambushed last night." Empress Ma's expression changed. "Is he dead?" "Sister, do not be agitated," Zhu Yuanzhang quickly reassured her. "He is not dead yet. He has merely been injured. We have already dispatched the imperial physician to save him." The expression on Empress Ma's face softened slightly. She was determined to bring him back, for he was merely 20 years old. "Do not worry about this, my dear sister. Focus on your recovery. We shall do our utmost to save him," Zhu Yuanzhang reassured her, gently patting her hand. As a palace maid entered with medicine, he took the bowl and said, "Please, drink your medicine first." Empress Ma took the bowl from his hands. "I will drink it myself. You go and see how severely Li Qing is injured." "Very well," Zhu Yuanzhang replied as he rose. "After you finish your medicine, rest well. Do not fret over that lad Li Qing. He is not one to meet an untimely end. I have a good sense of character." Just as Zhu Yuanzhang exited the chamber, he encountered Zhu Biao. "Father, terrible news. Li Qing, we already know. The imperial physician has gone to him," Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, his voice laced with fury. "This must be the doing of the court officials. Damn it. I will not rest until I discover who it is." Zhu Biao nodded slowly. "Father, there are many who harbor hatred against him. You should not place him in opposition to the officials." "Are you blaming me?" Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. "I dare not," his son replied. With a sigh, Zhu Yuanzhang changed the subject. "Let us go see that lad." "Agreed." At the Li family's courtyard, 15 bodies lay in grotesque repose, their lifeless forms soaked in crimson. the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Li Qing sat at the entrance, his eyes tightly shut, his left hand already turning purple. No loud talking. Li Yu admonished at the gate, seeing several imperial physicians approach. He quickly urged them to maintain silence. The physicians nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yu then gently opened the door, leading the physicians into the courtyard, cautioning them to watch their step. Though the physicians were aware of the assassination of the Jinyi town protector, they were unprepared for the gruesome scene before them, their legs trembling and stomachs churning. Secretly, they were astonished. This town protector was formidable indeed. One man had managed to counterattack against 15, even with the opposition armed with crossbows. As the physicians approached to check his pulse, their brows furrowed deeply. And after a long moment, one shook his head and stepped aside. Another physician took over. Li Yu leaned in, whispering, "How is my lord?" The physician stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The town protector is still alive, but the poison is too deep. I am powerless to assist." Li Yu felt a surge of frustration but restrained himself, fearing to disturb his master. After all, Renxuan had explicitly stated that Li Qing must not be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, he would not have left a courtyard full of corpses behind. At that moment, a genie guard quietly entered and whispered to Li Yu, "My lord, the emperor and his highness the crown prince have arrived." Li Yu nodded and hurriedly stepped outside. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao entered the courtyard, flanked by the palace guards. Upon seeing the array of bodies, Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. He was not shocked by the bloody scene, having witnessed far worse during his conquests, where the waters of Poyang Lake had been stained crimson in his battles against Chen Yuliang. In comparison, this was child's play. His astonishment stemmed from Li Qing's extraordinary combat prowess. It was simply astounding. Zhu Yuanzhang mused to himself that he was no slouch in martial arts. The enemies who fell to his hands could easily number over 100, not merely 15. However, should he be ambushed at night by an adversary wielding a poisoned crossbow, he would undoubtedly fall short of matching Li Qing's prowess. Not only him, but even Su De, the foremost warrior of the Ming Dynasty in his prime, would find it impossible. It is only the late Chang Yuchen and Zhang Ding that could exhibit such audacity. Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but deepen his admiration for Li Qing, secretly thinking, "Do not truly perish, young lad. We still require your services." He approached several imperial physicians, interrupting their formal greetings, and gently inquired, "How is Li Qing's condition?" The physicians, their faces etched with shame, clasped their hands and replied, "Your humble servant is incompetent." An unexpected surge of anger welled up within Zhu Yuanzhang. "Incompetent here, incompetent there, you cannot remedy anything. What purpose do you serve?" Sensing his ire, Li Yu quickly whispered, "Your Majesty, Lord Li is on the brink. He cannot be disturbed." Zhu Yuanzhang shot a fierce glare at the court physicians before stepping forward to assess Li Qing's injuries, with Zhu Biao closely following suit. Setting aside Li Qing's remarkable talents, he alone could treat Empress Ma's ailment, and neither father nor son wished for any misfortune to befall him. Before them lay Li Qing, his left hand already a disturbing shade of purple and black, his complexion ashen, and his lips darkened, an unmistakable sign of poison penetrating to the marrow, indicating his foot was already in the threshold of death. The father and son exchanged glances, both filled with bitterness. Yet, at that moment, as Li Qing stood on the precipice of the underworld, he unexpectedly spoke. The two were taken aback, collapsing to the ground in shock. Chapter 56. This fellow's life is truly resilient. Their astonishment was warranted, for Li Qing's condition was terrifying. Clearly on the verge of death from severe poisoning, how could they fathom that he was still able to articulate words? This fellow's life is indeed remarkably resilient. Zhu Yuanzhang mused in awe. 5 qian of realgar, 2 qian of croton seeds, and 10 qian of musk. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. After delivering this, Li Qing fell silent once more, as if the words had not originated from him. Zhu Yuanzhang paused for a moment, then swiftly reacted, directing the physicians, "Quickly, procure these ingredients." "Your servant obeys," they replied in unison, hastily opening their large medicine chest, gathering the prescribed herbs, and rushing into the eastern kitchen to prepare the remedy. "Li Qing, how do you feel now?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired with concern. "Can you endure?" Li Qing responded. "With that last utterance, my tenuous grasp on survival faltered, and the poison has begun to seep slightly within. I dare not speak further." Yet, he found himself at a loss. The poisons of this era were not particularly diverse, and those applied to arrows were even fewer. Typically, they consisted of snake venom, centipede venom, bee venom, and a handful of others. In his estimation, the imperial physicians merely needed to observe, inquire, and palpate. If necessary, they could draw blood to test for toxins and then administer the appropriate treatment. Little did he expect that, despite his desperate resilience, the physicians would hastily pronounce his death sentence, declaring him untreatable. He remained unaware that the physicians traditionally sought to avoid blame rather than achieve success. By declaring him beyond saving, should the emperor insist on treatment and he succumbed, they would not bear the responsibility, having already stated the prognosis. Moreover, given Li Qing's alarming appearance, they had no intention of attempting a cure. Their pulse checking was merely a formality, with furrowed brows and shaken heads being the norm. In this manner, if Li Qing were to die, it would seem entirely reasonable, yet, should he recover, it would only serve to highlight their exceptional skills. This moment reflects your derision towards my medical skills, while I, in turn, mock your ignorance of human affairs. The imperial physician's primary consideration in treating illness is not the patient's welfare, but their own interests. Had the physicians administered potent remedies at the onset of Empress Ma's severe illness, she may have recovered swiftly, rather than succumbing to the ravages of a mere chill. Their excessive caution led them to prescribe only mild medications, resulting in a series of missteps that ultimately rendered it too late for vigorous treatment. Many emperors of antiquity have fallen victim to this folly. Truth be told, had Empress Ma perished, their execution would have been justified. Father, it would be best not to disturb him, Zhu Biao softly advised. Li Qing is a physician himself. He may be employing some method to combat the toxin and requires tranquility. Look how considerate he is. Though Li Qing's eyes were closed, his mind remained alert. Silently commending Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and moved aside, addressing Li Yu. Quickly investigate and uncover the mastermind behind this. Your humble servant will comply, Li Yu replied, bowing respectfully. After a pause, he added softly, Lu Qianhu is already conducting an investigation. I fear that the adversary may strike again, which is why I wish to remain here. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, his expression darkening. You all are truly remarkable. Your own master is on the brink of death, and yet you remain utterly silent. Li Yu dared not retort, repeatedly expressing his apologies. This was not entirely their fault, for in the 15 years since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, there had never been an assassination of a court official in the capital. No one could have anticipated such ruthless madness from the adversary. Zhu Yuanzhang cast another glance at the meditating Li Qing, noting his blackened lips, discolored arms, and haggard visage, devoid of any color. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a conviction that Li Qing would not perish. My instincts have always been accurate. This fellow shall survive. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply. Biao, let us return. There remains a plethora of state affairs to address. Zhu Biao gently nodded and instructed Li Yu, stay vigilant here. Report to the palace immediately should there be any new developments. Yes, Your Highness. A short while later, several physicians emerged, looking disheveled and carrying medicine. The leader addressed Li Yu, my lord, we have strictly followed the prescription provided by the regional governor. I am aware, Li Yu replied, understanding the underlying implication. A look of disdain crossed his face. Prepare a few more doses based on the governor's prescription, and you may return for now. Very well, they responded cheerfully, opening their medicine box and preparing additional packets for Li Yu. My lord, please take care, we take our leave. Li Yu placed the medicine bowl before Li Qing and approached the door. 3 young ladies, the emperor has departed. You may come out now. Wang Ling peered out, relieved to see that the courtyard had quieted down. They had never encountered figures of such stature as the emperor and the crown prince, fearing they might inadvertently breach etiquette and bring misfortune upon their master. Furthermore, they were merely maidservants, not wives or mistresses of Li Qing. Thus, they willingly entered the room, allowing their master's subordinate to receive them. Thank you for your trouble, my lord, Wang Ling curtsied. Your courtesy is appreciated, Li Yu replied, handing over the medicine packet. This is an antidote for your master. Simmer 3 bowls of water down to 1. Understood, I shall remember, the young lady responded. Waning Ling tentatively inquired. Was that truly my master speaking just now? Indeed, Li Yu affirmed with a nod. The gentleman's mind remains lucid. My lady, you must swiftly administer his medicine. I shall attend to the brothers and secure the courtyard to prevent any further threats. Although daylight had fully broken, rendering the likelihood of an attack minimal, he could not afford to let his guard down. Should an intruder dare to breach the courtyard again, his position would be jeopardized. Very well, I appreciate your diligence, sir. Wang Yangming replied, slightly bowing before moving to Li Qing, gently lifting the medicine. Sir, if you can hear me, please part your lips. After a brief moment, Li Qing's lips parted slightly. Observing this, Wang Yangming felt a measure of relief. She took a spoon, blew gently on its contents, and began to feed him the medicine. In the Ministry of Revenue, within the inner study, Guohuan was consumed with anxiety, fearing an oversight. Old Lu, if we fail to eliminate Li Qing this time, his residence will surely be heavily guarded in the future, and our chances will vanish. Rest assured, my lord, Lu Hua replied ominously. I have taken precautions and ensured the arrows are laced with a potent poison. The venom of a deadly snake combined with that of a venomous centipede could fell even a bull. That is reassuring. Guohuan's countenance softened slightly. This matter is far from over. Ensure no trace leads back to you. I have made thorough preparations, Lu Hua chuckled. Moreover, if all perish, they are not from the capital, and we shall have no witnesses. The Jinyiwei cannot pursue me, given the multitude who harbor animosity towards Li Qing. Even if the Jinyiwei are aggrieved, they cannot apprehend individuals with closed eyes, can they? Oh, ha ha ha. Guohuan laughed heartily, patting Lu's shoulder. Old Lu, I trust you to handle matters with finesse. Pausing, he added, the minister has been dealt with. I shall visit the Ministry of Works shortly. Do not remain idle. I understand, Lu Hua nodded. The two men, devoid of the previous day's panic, exchanged smiles, appearing as if they had everything under control. By noon, in the small courtyard, Li Qing, who had been meditating, suddenly erupted into a violent cough, awakening from his stupor. Master, you are awake. Wang Yangming exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Is there anywhere you feel discomfort? What can I do for you? Li Qing's complexion was ashen and weary. The poison had temporarily stabilized. Please brew another dose of medicine. Right away, she replied. Lian Xiang and Hong Xiao, their faces alight with the joy of regained hope, urged, Master, allow us to assist you inside to rest. Not yet. Li Qing breathed, instructing Li Yu to dispose of the bodies in the courtyard. With that, he closed his eyes once more. By evening, Li Qing awakened again. His pallor still evident, yet his lips no longer bore a bluish hue, and his arms had shifted from a purplish black to a deep red. Lian Xiang fetched a chair, and Hong Xiao assisted him as they guided him to sit. Master, what would you like to eat? I shall forego dinner tonight. Li Qing gently shook his head, calling for Li Yu to come in. I will fetch him at once, Hong Xiao replied, darting outside. Shortly after, she returned with Li Yu in tow. Sir, are you feeling better? Yes, I am well enough, Li Qing responded. Have there been any developments? Li Yu awkwardly shook his head. Not yet. Lu Qianhu has sketched the appearances of these individuals, and our brothers are scouring the city for clues. After a pause, he added, the emperor has instructed that if you awaken, he is to be informed immediately. Li Qing nodded. Very well, you may go and inform his majesty. After a moment's reflection, he added, concentrate the investigation of the embezzlement case on the Ministry of Revenue. They handle the finances, making it far easier for them to indulge in corruption than other departments. Furthermore, continue to apply pressure on the 6 ministries first thing tomorrow morning. Your subordinate obeys. In the Qinqing Palace, Empress Ma lay on the couch, her complexion pale, her eyes closed, having not awakened since she fell asleep that morning. Chapter 57. Zhu Yuanzhang wept a bunch of useless individuals. What good is it to keep you alive? Zhu Yuanzhang raged. The imperial physicians trembled as they bowed their heads. Your Majesty, it is Lord Li Qing who is treating the Empress's illness. If we were to intervene rashly, it could only exacerbate her condition. Indeed, Your Majesty, they collectively affirmed, the Empress is a treasure beyond measure. Should anything happen to her, no amount of sacrifice on our part could atone for it. Your Majesty, it is not that we lack loyalty, but rather that we are utterly powerless. A chorus of deflection ensued, their message clear. This illness is beyond our capabilities. Only Lord Li Qing can remedy it. Zhu Yuanzhang's fury mounted. He could see through their attempts to shift blame. With a cold sneer, he declared, is that so? Very well, take them away and execute them. Your Majesty, spare us. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. Our loyalty to Your Majesty is as clear as day. Before they could finish, they were dragged away by the guards. Zhu Biao, unable to bear it, interjected, Father, would this not only add to Mother's karmic burden? Karmic burden? Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow, then his eyes brightened. You know, that reminds me. Summon all the renowned monks from the vicinity of the capital to the palace to pray for your mother's well-being. And, Send a decree to Jiangxi, requesting the Tianshe from Longhushan to pay a visit. We shall have both Buddhist and Taoist practitioners present. Like many of his ancestors, Zhu Yuanzhang was superstitious. When conventional methods failed, he turned to the divine for hope. Very well, I shall make the arrangements, Zhu Biao said, nodding as he hastily exited the chamber, also ensuring the physicians were pulled back from the brink of despair. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the haggard face of Empress Ma, his expression a mix of desperation and fury. He vacillated between sitting at her side to converse and furiously waving his sleeves in frustration. The palace maids and eunuchs remained silent, fearing to breathe. At that moment, Xiao Gizi hurried in on small, hurried steps. Your Majesty, rejoice. Rejoice? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned. Yes, Your Majesty, Xiao Gizi replied excitedly. Captain Li has reported that Li Qing has awakened. Li Qing has awakened? A mixture of joy and relief washed over Zhu Yuanzhang. Quickly, summon him. Why yes, of course, Xiao Gizi stammered. But Your Majesty, Captain Li mentioned that Li Qing is not in good condition. Then carry him into the palace. With his own sister's life hanging by a thread, Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly concern himself with Li Qing's well-being. Use our dragon carriage. Hurry. Li Qing, having just returned from the brink of death, found it utterly exasperating that Zhu Yuanzhang insisted on summoning him to treat Empress Ma. It was almost inhumane. Yet, with the imperial edict at stake, he had no choice but to board the dragon carriage and make his way to the palace. As Zhu Yuanzhang observed Li Qing, whose pallor was not much better than that of Empress Ma, a flicker of regret crossed his face. Are you well? He inquired with genuine concern. Not particularly, Li Qing admitted. Zhu Yuanzhang rubbed his hands together awkwardly. The Empress has been asleep since morning and has yet to awaken. You must act swiftly. Li Qing was assisted by Xiao Gizi to the bedside, and as he took hold of Empress Ma's wrist, his countenance grew even grimmer. Are you also like those imperial physicians? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was laced with dissatisfaction, his voice trembling. Did you not say there was still over a month? Illness descends like a mountain. Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, the Empress's condition is even more severe than I had anticipated. It is possible only you can endure this. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected. Speak freely about what you need. We shall grant it without hesitation. With a bitter expression, Li Qing requested Xiao Gizi to fetch the needle box, and he proceeded to administer a needle to the Baihui acupoint atop Empress Ma's head. The Baihui is where the three yang meridians of the hands and feet converge, also known as the meeting point of all yang energies. Yet, despite this, Empress Ma remained unresponsive. Li Qing furrowed his brow more deeply, contemplating before delivering a decisive needle to the Yongle acupoint on her foot. After a brief moment, Empress Ma stirred weakly. Li Qing, why have you come? She asked feebly. Smiling, it's good to see you. Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly approached, pushing Li Qing aside. Sister, how do you feel? Empress Ma exhaled slowly, her voice frail. I fear I am beyond recovery. Do not speak such nonsense. Everything will be fine. Zhu Yuanzhang forced a smile, his voice quivering. We have sent for all the eminent monks nearby to pray for you. They will ensure your safety. Rest assured, we have also invited Master Zhang from Hongwu Mountain. Everything will be all right. Li Qing lowered his gaze, turning his head slightly away. Zhu Yuanzhang wept, tears streaming down his weathered face, each drop accentuating his age. The eunuchs and palace maids knelt, their heads bowed, weeping softly. At your age, still crying? Empress Ma remarked with a smile. I am not crying. Zhu Yuanzhang attempted to maintain his dignity, but he could not contain his emotions, ultimately breaking into sobs. You cannot die. What shall I do if you leave me? Don't worry, I won't die, Empress Ma replied soothingly, as if to comfort a child. She attempted to lift her hand to wipe his tears, but it fell weakly back to her side. At that moment, Xiao Gizi approached, his voice choked with tears. Your Majesty, the Empress's medicine is ready. Zhu Yuanzhang helped Empress Ma lean against him and took the medicine. Sister, drink this. Do not fear its bitterness. Though she understood that the medicine might be futile, she still drank the entire bowl. Zhongba, stay with me a while longer. Of course, sister, what would you like to hear? Anything will do. After a quarter of an hour, Empress Ma fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Yuanzhang gently laid her down, tucking the covers securely around her, and gazed at her for a long while before slowly rising. Li Qing, accompany me to the study. I obey your command. Li Qing, leaning on his cane, followed behind. Upon arriving at the study, Zhu Yuanzhang instructed him to sit and dismissed all others before inquiring, how much longer does the Empress have? 3 to 5 days. Li Qing replied truthfully. You claimed she had a month left? Zhu Yuanzhang's anger flared. Do you know the penalty for deceiving the emperor? Li Qing remained silent. Speak. With a sigh, Li Qing responded, I have no words left to say. Zhu Yuanzhang, enraged, slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to rattle violently, his chest heaving with fury as he glared at Li Qing. Li Qing maintained a calm demeanor, unafraid. After a prolonged period, Zhu Yuanzhang retreated from the battlefield, his tone laced with desperation. Is there truly no other recourse? Even an extension of a few days would suffice. Li Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Your servant shall return and further investigate, seeking alternative solutions. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang assured. Should you manage to extend it by a day, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels. Li Qing had long since developed an immunity to Zhu's empty promises, even finding it tedious to feign enthusiasm. Your servant shall exert every effort. Zhu Yuanzhang continued his bluster. You have rendered service, and I shall ensure your future prominence. I am grateful, Your Majesty. Noticing that the allure of his promises had waned, Zhu Yuanzhang resorted to emotional appeals. How is your health? Is there any discomfort? What do you wish to eat? Li Qing, weary of the charade, feigned a deeply moved demeanor and swore to the heavens, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang feel reassured, adding with concern, take good care of your injuries. You may use my imperial carriage when entering and exiting the palace. Oh, take this as well. The osmanthus cake from the imperial kitchen is far superior to what you find outside. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing was indeed touched, not by Zhu's kindness, for he had long deciphered the man's temperament, but by the affection shared between the emperor and empress. Upon returning home, the night had deepened. Lianxiang and Hongxiu assisted him into the house, while Wanling presented a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. After consuming the medicine, Li Qing's stomach finally responded, prompting several visits to the lavatory, and his spirits began to lift. It is late, let us all retire, Li Qing said. The Jinyiwei are patrolling outside. There is no further danger. Seeing his complexion improve, the three women finally smiled and obediently agreed. Li Qing reclined in bed, picking up a medical book to continue his late-night studies. He turned the pages repeatedly, having replaced 2 candles, yet still failing to uncover the method to prolong life. Sighing, he extinguished the candle and gazed silently at the ceiling. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, just as he was on the brink of slumber when he sensed an approaching presence. Li Qing immediately tensed, remaining motionless, even refraining from opening his eyes. The moonlight illuminated the night, and with the Jinyiwei patrolling outside, the intruder entered with an air of confidence, revealing their exceptional martial prowess. In his weakened state, Li Qing understood that he must seize the element of surprise. He would strike decisively when the intruder was lax. Should he fail, it would mean his demise. Tension coursed through Li Qing's body, his palms slick with sweat, and he felt an irritable frustration. Was this an endless ordeal? Suddenly, the intruder exhaled, and despite his eyes being shut, Li Qing sensed the room brightening. With another breath, the sound of extinguishing a fire-starting tool reached his ears. Now was the moment. Li Qing sprang up, drawing the embroidered spring blade from beside his bed with a swift motion. Die! The sharp blade sliced through the air with a resonant hum. Such was the force of his strike that even if the intruder wore armor, Li Qing was confident he could cleave them in two. Yet, to his astonishment, the intruder effortlessly held the blade at bay with a single hand, rendering it motionless, as though it were caught in a freeze frame. What a young rascal! Even daring to strike at your master, huh? Chapter 58. Zhang Lata. As Li Qing focused his gaze, he recognized the scruffy old man before him, his master, the very figure he had drawn circles to curse. Over the span of a decade in this unfamiliar world, he had spent the majority of his time with this disheveled elder. Although it has only been a little over 2 months since our separation, the moment we meet again evokes a sensation as if we have traversed through time. A myriad of emotions surge within Li Qing, and he inexplicably feels an urge to weep. He yearns to articulate something, yet his throat feels constricted, and all his thoughts coalesce into a single utterance. Master, why do you look even more disheveled? You ungrateful disciple. Zhang Lata, who had been preparing for an affectionate embrace, found himself momentarily disarmed by this remark. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, You dare to criticize your master upon our first meeting? It seems your rebellious spirit is itching for a reprimand. Forgive me, Li Qing quickly apologized. Master, please have a seat. Are you hungry? Somewhat. Zhang Lata replied as he pulled out a chair and surveyed the room. Nodding, he remarked, "You seem to be doing well. Have you acquired a house? Are those 3 young ladies next door your wives?" "Not at all." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "They are merely my maids." "Just maids?" Zhang Lata raised an eyebrow. "Well, occasionally they may assist in other matters." Zhang Lata nodded gently. "The way of nature is to follow one's heart, but do not indulge excessively." "I shall heed your words," Li Qing affirmed. Zhang Lata's brow furrowed suddenly. "You do not look well." Without waiting for Li Qing's response, he continued, "You must be poisoned, right?" "Master, your insight is remarkable." Li Qing grimaced. "I was pierced by venomous arrows in my limbs. We nearly parted ways with this world. Why did you not arrive sooner?" Zhang Lata reached for Li Qing's wrist and, after a moment, calmly stated, "You will survive." Li Qing presented a sweet osmanthus cake bestowed upon him by Lao Zhu. "Master, please have something to eat. I have matters to discuss with you." Zhang Lata pinched a piece and tasted it, exclaiming, "This pastry is truly delightful." "Is it about Empress Ma?" he inquired. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Li Qing flattered. "Empress Ma is gravely ill. I cannot cure her. Do you possess a solution?" Cough. Cough. Tea. Zhang Lata choked, rolling his eyes. Amused, Li Qing offered him a cup of tea and gently patted his back. "Master, I genuinely have no other options. I have utilized all that you have taught me. Had you been diligent in your practice, you would not find yourself seeking my aid now," Zhang Lata chided, setting down his cup and brushing off the crumbs on his hands. "Very well. Today I shall teach you another technique." "Is there truly a technique?" Li Qing's eyes lit up as he feigned anger. "Master, you are indeed holding back on me. It is not that I withhold knowledge, but rather that you have yet to meet the prerequisites. Will you personally intervene then?" "Absolutely not," Zhang Lata chuckled. "You must handle the work you have taken on. I am accustomed to freedom and do not wish to be tethered here." Li Qing sighed. "The issue is that Empress Ma's life hangs by a thread. I have only a few days left to act." "You need not worry. It is quite simple," Zhang Lata replied with a smile. "Now, give me your hand." "Here." Li Qing extended his hand, initially feeling warmth in his palm, but soon a stream of pure vital energy flowed from Zhang Lata into his body. It coursed through his wrist, forearm, and shoulders, ultimately enveloping his entire being. The century-old vital energy was truly remarkable. In comparison, Li Qing's own cultivation seemed inadequate. "What a wonderful sensation, Master. You must truly be a celestial being." "Celestial being, my foot." Zhang Lata scoffed. "I can hardly outlive you." Li Qing, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled before regaining his composure. "Master, what do you think is happening to me?" Zhang Lata withdrew his hand and sighed, glancing at his wound. Li Qing quickly rolled up his sleeve and was taken aback to see that the arrow wound had completely healed, and his thigh was in the same condition. "The arrow that was removed in the afternoon is healed by night?" "Master, you're amazing. Don't flatter me. My true energy isn't that miraculous." "It primarily depends on your own constitution," Zhang Lata replied, sipping his tea. "At present, you are not on the correct path. Once you return to your original trajectory, things may normalize. However, perhaps you may never return to the right path, as you have already altered certain aspects of yourself. The more you change, the more it diverges, unless you distance yourself from the center of power. But are you willing to do so?" Li Qing shook his head slightly. "Master, I am not one to covet wealth and power." "I know that," Zhang Lata responded. "You can relinquish power, but can you truly let it go? When we were on the mountain, you were always watching. Wasn't that your focus?" "I am not as noble as you think, Master," Li Qing sighed. "If I can change, I will. If not, I shall not force it." Zhang Lata smiled and nodded. "I am reassured by your perspective." He sighed, reflecting on the hardships of their journey. "I cannot accompany you to the end, nor offer much in terms of advice." "Master, can you not attain immortality?" Zhang Lata chuckled bitterly, and after a moment's contemplation, imparted a piece of wisdom. "The tides of fate are irreversible. One must flow with them and avoid getting stuck in stubbornness." "I understand," Li Qing replied, feeling a wave of profound loneliness wash over him. "Master, are you in good health?" "Rest assured, living another 100 or 80 years is no problem," Zhang Lata replied with a grin. Li Qing was amused by the old man's demeanor, and his negative feelings dissipated. "We shall address future matters later. It is prudent to focus on the present." "Master, how long can true energy heal the Empress?" "That is hard to say," Zhang Lata said, taking a piece of osmanthus cake and continuing to eat. "It really depends on the circumstances." "Very well," Li Qing sighed again. "But my cultivation is insufficient to use true energy for healing. I will pass it on to you," Zhang Lata said with a smile. Li Qing was taken aback. What about you? Even if my true energy is depleted, I can recover it in a day or two of practice, Zhang Lata replied. Moreover, your capacity for my century of cultivation would be overwhelmed. Even 30% would suffice. That's true, Li Qing felt relieved. Master, please elaborate on the specifics of using true energy for healing. Very well. At 4 in the morning, Zhang Lata stood up. I must take my leave. I will return tomorrow night. Master, please stay, Li Qing urged, wanting to show filial piety. It's all right. I am not accustomed to it, Zhang Lata declined firmly. Seeing his insistence to leave, Li Qing took out a stack of Ming Dynasty banknotes. Master, please take this. Buy whatever you wish. This time, Zhang Lata did not refuse, acknowledging that even immortals need to eat, and going hungry is truly unpleasant. All right, I will remain in the capital for a while to assist in treating the Empress's illness. Rest assured. Good, Li Qing agreed with a smile. With a master present, his grounded demeanor instills a comforting sense of protection from life's storms. After the incense had burned, a knock echoed through the air. The door is unlatched. Please, come in. Moments later, Xiao Gizi and his companions entered, carrying the dragon's sedan chair. It is good to see you awake, my lord, Xiao Gizi said with a sycophantic smile. Please, ascend the dragon's sedan chair and proceed to the palace to attend to the Empress. Very well, Li Qing replied, stepping onto the sedan chair. Xiao Gizi, taken aback, murmured, just last night he appeared on the brink of death, and now he seems perfectly fine? Can we carry him away now? Ah, yes, indeed, Xiao Gizi cleared his throat. Let us return to the palace. At the palace entrance, the four brothers, King Qin Zhu Xiang, King Jin Zhu Jian, King Yan Zhu Di, and King Zhou Zhu Ling, arrived and exchanged a few pleasantries before entering the palace. Have you heard about Li Qing? Zhu Jian initiated the conversation as they walked the lengthy path to Qianqing Palace. Indeed, Zhu Di responded with admiration. I heard he was attacked last night and managed to kill 15 assailants, not letting a single one escape. Quite impressive. Impressive indeed. But what good is that if he has succumbed to severe poison? How many days can he endure? Zhu Xiang scoffed. Zhu Jian shook his head. Brother, your information is outdated. Li Qing awoke last night and was summoned by father into the palace. Third brother, do you have spies in the palace? Zhu Jian exclaimed, his face paling. Don't spread baseless rumors. If this reaches father, I shall be in trouble. Zhu Xiang, initially poised to tease, straightened up upon hearing the last remark. He then noticed the space ahead was empty, inciting his anger. Do you dare deceive me, third brother? Look behind you, Zhu Ling interjected. Zhu Xiang glanced back and, upon seeing their father's dragon sedan chair approaching, all arrogance evaporated, replaced by humility. The four princes lined up in formation, bowing respectfully to the sedan chair. As the dragon's sedan chair drew near, they lifted their sleeves and spoke in unison. Your sons, stop. Stop, your highness. Xiao Gizi yelped, startled. The sky was overcast, and he had not clearly seen which princes were present. As they neared, he realized they had begun to bow. In a fluster, Xiao Gizi stammered, kneel, kneel. The princes looked at one another in confusion. Should they kneel or not? After deliberation, they decided it was best to kneel. But you cannot, Xiao Gizi exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. Your highness, it is not the emperor, not the emperor. Xiao Gizi cried out. The four princes, already hesitating in their bow, were naturally slow to respond. Upon hearing that the person within the sedan chair was not their father, they quickly adjusted. Zhu Di, with a burst of energy, propelled himself off the ground to prevent his knees from touching the earth. As he leaned forward, he grasped Zhu Ling's shoulder, deftly countering his momentum and aiding Zhu Ling's posture. Zhu Jian was equally quick, using his hands to support himself and executing a graceful forward roll. King Qin Zhu Xiang, who had visited the brothel the previous night and was feeling unwell, nearly succumbed to the ground. In a moment of panic, he hastily imitated Zhu Jian's maneuver, attempting to perform a forward roll as well. However, last night, after enduring half the night doing push-ups, he found his body wholly inadequate to support such a challenging feat, resulting in a complete collapse. This moment was marked by a fleeting recognition, though not fully realized. Not only did he pay his respects, but it was also the most ceremonious of gestures. Ha ha. Zhu Yang turned away in indignation. The three brothers exchanged worried glances. Second brother, are you all right? I'm fine, Zhu Yang replied as he hurriedly rose from the ground. Ha ha. Zhu Yang turned back to see the concerned faces of his brothers. Did you hurt yourself? Not at all. Zhu Yang gritted his teeth, and stormed toward the dragon carriage. Ha ha! What is this? Are you all not finished yet? Zhu Yang shouted in frustration. He was deeply aggrieved, feeling humiliated in front of so many people. Yet, instead of seeing mockery on their faces, he found only deep concern, causing the anger he had been about to unleash to be stifled. Zhu Yang chose to ignore them, striding forward with determination, furiously lifting the curtain of the palanquin. Oh, it's the king of Qin. Li Qing smiled. I pay my respects. Though he spoke of courtesy, his posture suggested otherwise, reclining against the soft, bright yellow satin like a languid nobleman. Zhu Yang's anger flared. You dare to treat me with such disrespect upon our meeting? Li Qing paused momentarily, then lazily reclined further. Whimpering, Your Highness, I feel terribly uneasy. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Second brother, you've landed us in serious trouble, Zhu Dali interjected. Zhu Jin added, Second brother, Li Qing has been poisoned, and with mother in peril, he alone can provide the remedy. If anything were to happen to him, father would never forgive you. You've acted recklessly, Zhu Ling said, his brow furrowed in concern. Oh, you all saw it. I did not lay a finger on him, Zhu Yang insisted, his once arrogant demeanor evaporating, his voice trembling. Stop pretending to be dead, quickly gather your wits. Are you trying to frame me? Li Qing struggled to lift his head. Quickly, summon the physician. With that, his head drooped again. Ah, no, please. Zhu Yang's face turned pale. Don't frighten me. I didn't touch you at all. Xiao Gizi's face went white as well. He was well aware of the severity of Li Qing's injuries. If something were to happen to Li Qing, he would share in the misfortune. In that instant, he disregarded Zhu Yang's status, exclaiming, I must report the truth. Please, no? Zhu Yang seized him, forcing a smile. I wasn't here today. He then turned to Zhu Dali and the others. You didn't see me either. With that, he dashed away, too preoccupied to worry about saving face. Li Qing gasped for breath, his complexion slightly improving. I feel a bit better. Quickly, take me to Qinqing Palace. Yes, yes. Xiao Gizi nodded vigorously. What are you all waiting for? Hurry, let us go. The dragon carriage was once again lifted and hastened toward Qinqing Palace. Zhu Dali and the others exchanged glances, quickly quickening their pace to follow. In Qinqing Palace, Empress Ma lay with half-closed eyes, her breath faint. Zhu Yuanzhang sat beside her, speaking softly, while the royal princes stood nearby, their faces etched with sorrow, silent. Your Majesty, Li Qing has arrived, Xiao Gizi reported as he hurried forward. Quickly, let him in. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression brightened with joy as he reassured Empress Ma. There is nothing to worry about. Dear sister, hold on. Li Qing will surely think of a way to save you. After a short while, Li Qing, supported by two young eunuchs, entered the grand hall. The princes immediately stepped aside, creating a clear path. Li Qing, what has happened to you? Zhu Yuanzhang noticed that Li Qing's complexion was even worse than the previous night and inquired with concern, Are you still able to perform acupuncture? Li Qing gently shook his head. Little Gizi, sensing the emperor's displeasure directed at him, quickly explained, Your Majesty, Lord Li was fine until he was frightened by Prince Qin. Prince Qin? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Di and the others, asking, Where is he? We have not seen him, the second brother replied. And the third brothers echoed in unison. Zhu Yuanzhang paused for a moment, his teeth grinding together in anger. Very well. Li Qing, in a weak voice, said, Your Majesty, please do not be anxious. I have thought of another method to treat the empress. Really? Zhu Yuanzhang's anger transformed into joy. What is it? The process is complex and explaining it would be rather troublesome, Li Qing replied, struggling to maintain his composure. I had a misunderstanding with Prince Qin earlier, and at this moment, I am quite unsettled. I cannot afford any disturbances from the outside world. So I kindly ask Your Majesty and the princes to leave for the time being. All right, focus on your treatment. Zhu Yuanzhang comforted him. Do not worry about Prince Qin. I will take care of that. He rose and waved his hand, commanding, Everyone, withdraw. Anyone who dares to make a sound and disturb Li Qing shall face dire consequences. Afterward, he turned to Empress Ma and said, Sister, you take care of your health, and I shall return shortly. Moments later, the sleeping quarters were deserted. As everyone had exited, Empress Ma, in a frail voice, said, Li Qing, you should not make promises lightly. I am aware of my own condition. Your Majesty, rest assured. I truly have a solution. Li Qing reassured her. Please close your eyes. Empress Ma chuckled softly. I fear that if I close my eyes, I may not awaken. As long as I am here, even the messengers of death must retreat, Li Qing declared confidently. Amused, Empress Ma smiled and gradually closed her eyes. Approximately 15 minutes later, she fell into a deep slumber. Li Qing took a deep breath and commenced the treatment for Empress Ma, employing the energy healing techniques taught by his master. Half an hour later, Empress Ma awoke, her complexion no longer as pale, displaying a hint of color. "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Li Qing inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Empress Ma replied, "It seems there is a warm energy flowing through my veins, quite comfortable. I feel much better." "Is this the effect of acupuncture?" "Yes, one could say so." Empress Ma chuckled lightly. "Li Qing, thank you. You have once again pulled me back from the brink of death. Hee. I take great pleasure in competing with the King of Hell for souls." Li Qing responded with a grin. "You are something else," Empress Ma laughed, feeling the rejuvenating energy within her. She found herself able to sit up unaided. "I truly feel much better. I even believe I can take a stroll. Is that permissible?" Seeing the hopeful look on her face, Li Qing nodded in agreement. "However, it can only be for half an hour. I hope your Majesty can understand." "Very well, just half an hour." With a creak, the door opened, and as she gazed upon the vibrant orange sun, Empress Ma's face brightened with delight, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she greedily inhaled the fresh air. She whispered, "This is wonderful." The morning sunlight was warm and gentle, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, invigorating her spirit even further. Outside the palace, the maids and eunuchs were filled with both astonishment and joy upon discovering that the Empress had not only awakened, but was also able to rise and walk. They exclaimed, "The Empress is awake! The Empress is awake!" A perceptive eunuch immediately rushed to convey the good news to Zhu Yuanzhang. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly arrived, followed in quick succession by the imperial princes. Upon witnessing the rejuvenated Empress Ma, their faces were radiant with unexpected delight. Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly approached, grasping Empress Ma's hand, his voice brimming with excitement. "Sister, how do you feel?" "I am much better," Empress Ma replied with a gentle smile. "Come, walk with me." "Oh, certainly," Zhu Yuanzhang said, taking a deep breath, overwhelmed by a euphoric sense of relief that stirred emotions within him. He held her hand with one hand, while supporting her shoulder with the other as they strolled to the side. The princes paused momentarily before following behind them. A discerning eunuch stepped forward to assist Li Qing as he joined the procession, but he had not ventured far before being intercepted by Shao Gizi. With a sycophantic grin, Shao Gizi warned, "Be mindful of your steps, my lord." Li Qing nodded, but after just a couple of steps, he caught sight of Zhu Yan, whose visage was a pitiful sight. At that moment, Zhu Yan appeared utterly disheveled. His left eye was bruised, his right cheek swollen, and cotton balls stuffed in his nostrils were faintly stained with blood. He seemed to be the recipient of the most profound paternal affection from the elder Zhu. Moved to tears by the experience, seeing his woeful state, Li Qing offered a sympathetic smile, his gaze filled with goodwill. However, Zhu Yan misinterpreted this as provocation, furiously ejecting the cotton balls from his nose, wearing an expression that threatened retaliation. Noticing Zhu Yan's audacity to bare his teeth at him, Li Qing's face paled, and he stumbled, urging, "Eunuch, we must hurry. The Prince of Qin is closing in." Shao Gizi glanced back at Zhu Yan before quickening his pace. Meanwhile, Zhu Di, Zhu Qian, Zhu Lu, and several nearby princes looked on in astonishment at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, both enraged and frightened, repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, "No, no such thing. It's slander. He is slandering me." Zhu Qian patted his shoulder, saying, "Dear second brother, you clearly misunderstand." Zhu Di chuckled. "It seems our father's affection for you was somewhat lacking earlier." "Truly, it is not so." Zhu Yan was on the verge of tears. "Fourth brother, you know me well. I have always been generous to others. Don't go, you three." The more he pleaded, the faster the trio retreated, eager to avoid being entangled with the oblivious second brother. Even young Zhu Quan, the youngest at 17, understood to steer clear of him, while Zhu Yunwen preferred to remain with his fourth uncle rather than accompany Zhu Yan. As everyone distanced themselves, Zhu Yan felt utterly despondent. "Let us see if you dare to bare your teeth again in the future," Li Qing thought, turning his attention to admire the palace grounds. The palace was resplendent, with rows of red lacquered wood, the rooftops adorned with glazed tiles reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display of grandeur and authority. Yet there were also down-to-earth elements present, such as the vegetable garden. A vegetable garden within the palace? Li Qing initially doubted his own eyes, rubbing them before looking again, and indeed, it was a garden. Radishes and spinach flourished abundantly, while the cucumbers, slightly past their prime, bore yellowing leaves but still made an effort to bear fruit, with small cucumbers adorned with yellow blossoms, their surfaces covered in fine prickles, glistening with dew. As Li Qing gazed upon the vibrant garden, his appetite surged, and he felt an urge to pluck a fruit for a taste. At that moment, Empress Ma paused, a mixture of joy and regret washing over her. She feared she would no longer have the opportunity to tend to such delights in the future. There will be opportunities, Zhu Yuanzhang reassured her. Once you recover, we shall tend to them together. Noticing her slight fatigue, he suggested, let us rest a while before continuing. Very well, she replied. The young eunuch swiftly approached. Placing a chair before them, Zhu Yuanzhang assisted her into the seat, and, casting his gaze over the flourishing vegetable patch, smiled, go and gather some cucumbers. Zhu Yuanwen was the first to dash out, even more eager than the young eunuch. Observing his enthusiasm, the other children hurriedly followed suit, eager to pick cucumbers. Come back. 1 cucumber is sufficient for Yuanwen, Zhu Yuanzhang chided playfully, do not waste our harvest. The children, feeling a sense of lost opportunity, reluctantly returned. Before long, Zhu Yuanwen returned, his robe cradling the cucumbers. He took the most pristine one and rubbed it against his attire before presenting it to Empress Ma. Grandmother, this is for you. She accepted it, affectionately ruffling his hair, expressing her sorrow. What a good child. Alas, I shall not witness you grow up. Grandmother will surely recover, Zhu Yuanwen said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a pang of sorrow. He understood the limits of his sister's endurance and recognized the impossibility of a full recovery. With a sigh, he called out, Li Qing, your servant is here. Li Qing stepped forward, leaning on his cane. Can the empress eat cucumbers? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Yes. Li Qing affirmed, Her Majesty need not abstain, provided she does not overindulge. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart sank. He feared the doctor's advice to indulge rather than restrict. Although he had steeled himself for this outcome, hearing Li Qing's words still stung. With a gentle sigh, he instructed the young eunuch. Bring a chair for Li Qing as well. The young eunuch complied, swiftly providing a chair for him. Here, have a cucumber, Zhu Yuanwen offered. But you must ensure grandmother's health is restored. Li Qing, momentarily taken aback, accepted the cucumber and nodded earnestly. I shall exert all my efforts. Stealing a glance at the young boy, Li Qing noted his reddened eyes and sorrowful expression, unsure if his feelings were genuine or feigned. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, reminding himself that a 5-year-old could hardly possess such guile. Zhu Yuanwen distributed the remaining cucumbers among his brothers, Zhu Ji, Zhu Quan, Zhu Jian, and Zhu Ling, until he reached Zhu Di, to whom there were none left. Zhu Di smacked his lips, not out of greed for the cucumber, but feeling slighted by the young boy's apparent disregard for him. What is this? Is my fourth uncle being shunned? What are you doing? Zhu Di exclaimed. Fourth uncle, please do not be angry. I shall fetch some more. Zhu Yuanwen trembled in response. Zhu Yuanzhang shot a disapproving glance at Zhu Di. Look how you frightened Yuanwen. Father, I did not. Zhu Di protested, nearly in tears. In that moment, he shared a bond of empathy with Prince Qin, Zhu Xiang. After a brief interval, Empress Ma returned to her chambers. Li Qing took her pulse and prescribed a new medicine, offering his final instructions before departing the Grand Hall. Minister Li, the Emperor requests your presence, Xiao Gizi announced as he approached to assist him. Very well, let us proceed, Li Qing replied, heading towards the imperial study. Upon the entrance of Zhu Yuanzhang, he set aside the memorial in his hand and inquired, How do you fare now? Quite well, Li Qingxiang replied with a smile. It is merely that the toxins have not been entirely expelled, and my wounds are yet to fully heal. This does not hinder my ability to attend to Her Majesty. Observing Li Qing's condition, a rare flicker of concern crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Indeed, you have endured much hardship. After a brief pause, he added, Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Your Majesty's kindness is greatly appreciated. I have food and drink, lacking for nothing. Such a splendid opportunity to seek reward and recognition stirred Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, and his expression softened further. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Your humble dwelling is rather small. I shall bestow upon you a larger estate. Unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Li Qing hastily gestured to decline. The proximity to the Ministry of Rites, a mere 300 meters, was a prime location he was reluctant to relinquish. Moreover, he pondered the utility of a larger abode, which he would not fully occupy anyway. Nay, I must insist on rewarding you, Zhu Yuanzhang insisted. Speak, what do you desire? You shall not refuse. After a moment's deliberation, Li Qing responded. If your majesty insists on bestowing a gift, then perhaps some delicacies would suffice. The pastries from the imperial kitchen are indeed delightful. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. You rascal. Very well, little Gouet, ensure that from henceforth, meals, snacks, and fruits are delivered to Li Qing punctually. As you command, the servant girl replied. Zhu Yuanzhang then settled beside Li Qing and inquired, how much longer can the empress endure? I cannot say for certain, Li Qing replied, having learned to temper his words. I hope for your majesty's understanding. I shall exert my utmost effort for her majesty's well-being. Yet I cannot guarantee how long she can hold on. Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from anger this time, recognizing that Li Qing was indeed trying his utmost. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, has the investigation commenced? Indeed, Li Qing nodded, as this was a matter of state, and there was no need for concealment. He shared his plans with Zhu Yuanzhang. That is a commendable strategy. Sustained pressure will eventually cause someone to falter, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked with a cold smile. Currently, the official from the Ministry of Revenue and those closely associated with him have gone mad. I find it hard to believe they will all lose their sanity. Do they truly think that madness will absolve them of all troubles? After a brief pause, Zhu Yuanzhang continued, leave the investigation to the subordinates, as the provincial governor. Your role is to oversee the broader direction. Your primary focus must remain on treating the empress. I understand, Li Qing replied. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang added, conduct a thorough investigation, but refrain from immediate punitive actions. Simply gather the evidence for now and refrain from arrests. Li Qing expressed confusion. Your Majesty. This. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and sighed. She does not wish for us to be viewed as tyrants, nor do I want her to depart in unease. Li Qing nodded, I understand. After a considerable time, Zhu Yuanzhang regained his composure. Return and rest well. I take my leave, Li Qing replied. At noon, in the small courtyard, 8 dishes and 2 soups, prepared by the imperial kitchen, were served. The flavors were unparalleled, far surpassing even the renowned Zue Xianlu. Li Qing's appetite was hearty, and he dined with great joy. The 3 women, while savoring the meal, discreetly took notes, aspiring to replicate such exquisite dishes in the future. After the meal, Li Qing cleared his throat twice. That Hongxiu, please ask her to visit my chamber shortly. Chapter 61. This elixir was not conjured from your own hands, was it? As Li Qing entered the room, the 3 women took a moment to process the situation. Left momentarily speechless. Yesterday, I merely returned from the brink of death, and today, I must venture into the peach blossom spring. Am I able to endure such a challenge? Wanling cast a concerned glance at Hongxiu. Sister, is that not exhausting? Fear not, dear sister. I am well aware of my limits, Hongxiu replied. I may tire a little, but I would never allow my master to be burdened. Lianxiang admonished. Just ensure the master is comfortable. Do not overly concern yourself. Do you take me for such a person? Hongxiu shot her a glare. You all tend to your matters. I shall make my way there. In the room, Li Qing feigned engrossment in a book. Upon noticing Hongxiu's entrance, he turned a page and remarked nonchalantly, please close the door. With a creak, Hongxiu shut the door and approached with measured steps. Master, your health has not yet fully recovered. It would be prudent to refrain from exertion. A new idea has occurred to the maid, one that neither burdens the master nor diminishes the experience. A new idea? Li Qing set aside his medical tome, intrigued. Without a word, Hongxiu produced a red pomegranate from behind her, deftly splitting it open and extracting the juicy seeds. She popped a small handful into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed adorably as she gazed at Li Qing. Recognition dawned on Li Qing, his expression turning solemn. Then let us proceed as you suggest. A quarter of an hour later, Hongxiu spat out the mushy pomegranate flesh, gasping for breath. Master, take good care of yourself. Once you are well, I am at your service, but for now, it is unfeasible. After a brief pause, she added, Lianxiang would not approve either. Very well, we shall wait a few days. Li Qing responded with a smile. In truth, he had already recovered to a significant extent, but the novelty of this approach was tempting, and he yearned for more experiences. Then I shall leave you to rest. I will not intrude further. Indeed, return to summon me in an hour. Li Qing adjusted his pillow. I have official matters to attend to this afternoon. Understood, master. Hongxiu exited the room, closing the door behind her. These past few days had been arduous for Li Qing. As soon as he closed his eyes, slumber overtook him. Upon opening them again, an hour had swiftly passed. Stretching, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and a contented sigh escaped Li Qing's lips. He made his way to the courtyard to wash his face and called out, "Is someone there?" Shortly after, several guards in fine attire arrived. Bowing, "We greet you, Lord Protector." The courtyard was well guarded, with 100 elite guards patrolling at all hours. "Summon Lu Chang and Li Yu," he instructed. "Yes, sir." Recognizing their master's impending official duties, the three ladies arranged a table and set out tea before retreating indoors. After a brief interval, Lu Chang and Li Yu hurriedly arrived. "We greet you, sir. Please, take a seat." Li Qing gestured toward the chairs. "Have you uncovered the mastermind behind this?" The two exchanged awkward glances before Lu Chang replied, "Not yet, sir." He elaborated. "We can ascertain that these individuals are not locals of the capital, but we require further investigation to determine their origins." After a moment's pause, Lu Chang added, "I do have a straightforward approach in mind, but—" "Speak without reservation," Li Qing urged, pouring 2 cups of tea and gently pushing them forward. The two eagerly accepted the cups. Lu Chang took a hearty sip and suggested, "We could start with the city's defending general. Those individuals cannot be without wings. And surely the soldiers stationed here have seen them. Are you proposing we interrogate the soldiers on duty?" "Indeed, I have already inquired among the soldiers, but they all claim not to have seen them." Lu Chang chuckled coldly. "If my deductions are accurate, they must have received benefits from the mastermind behind the scenes." Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, let us apprehend them and swiftly unveil this hidden figure." After a pause, he added, "Surely the mastermind would not bribe the foot soldiers. We need not create a commotion. Capturing a few high-ranking officers responsible for defending the city will suffice." "I shall obey," the subordinate responded, bowing respectfully. Li Qing sipped his tea and inquired about the corruption case. "Have any individuals from the 6 ministries or the censorate lost their composure and voluntarily come forward to confess?" "Not yet." Li Yu shook his head, then smiled. "But the atmosphere is tense." Lu Chang interjected, "My lord, if you wish to see swift results, we must take the initiative and arrest a group of them first. The rest will surely be paralyzed with fear." "No," Li Qing countered, "we must not show mercy to that group. There is an edict. We shall only investigate the case without making arrests, merely gathering evidence of their crimes," Li Qing declared. Both men looked perplexed. "If that is the case, gathering evidence will not be so easy. Moreover, what use is it to gather evidence without making arrests?" Li Qing drained his cup of tea and stated, "Such is the will of the emperor. We must comply." The two men exchanged wry smiles and bowed. "Yes, my lord." After concluding their official business, they engaged in casual conversation before taking their leave. In the evening, the imperial feast arrived as scheduled. Li Qing selected a couple of sumptuous meat dishes to set aside for his master before inviting the 3 ladies to dine. "Retire early tonight. If you hear unfamiliar voices, do not be alarmed," Li Qing advised the 3 women, who nodded in understanding. After their meal, Hongxiu played the qin while Wanling danced, providing a moment of light-hearted entertainment for Li Qing before he returned to his chamber to study the Great Ming Code. After more than an hour of reading, he finally closed the book. The Great Ming Code, established by Zhu Yuanzhang, contained regulations not solely authored by him. A significant portion was derived from the laws of previous dynasties. Having finished, Li Qing set the book aside, stretched, and lay on his bed awaiting his master. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhang Lata arrived, tardy as usual. Li Qing promptly stood and invited him to sit, chuckling, "Master, do tidy yourself up a bit. We are in a position of wealth now. A rogue must maintain the appearance of a rogue." Zhang Lata, unashamed, retorted, "Having been a rogue for over a century, I cannot forsake the basic qualities of one." Li Qing listened to this absurdity, bemused. "Very well, if it pleases you." He gestured toward the dishes on the table. "Here is the imperial feast, do take a taste." "Had I known there were delicacies, I would have saved room," Zhang Lata complained, advancing to seize a roast duck and devouring it. "Master, do be careful not to overindulge." "What nonsense! My appetite is robust," Zhang Lata proclaimed, relishing the meal. Li Qing observed his master's enjoyment and felt pleased. "There will be more tomorrow. What would you like, master? I can request the kitchen to prepare it." "Do you possess such influence?" Zhang Lata asked, astonished, before reflecting, "Perhaps a roasted leg of lamb." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Will you be able to finish it?" "If I cannot, I shall take it with me." 15 minutes later, Zhang Lata, having feasted well, rummaged through his tattered collar, and presented something to Li Qing. "What is this?" Li Qing asked, bewildered as he accepted the small gray-brown elixir the size of a marble. "Master, you didn't conjure this from your own body, did you? Don't be absurd. This was a wager I won against Niu Bizi at Hongwu Mountain years ago," Zhang Lata replied. "You are in a weak state. This will be beneficial for you." "Is that for real?" Li Qing questioned skeptically. "If you refuse to eat it, then I shall take it back." "No way." Li Qing hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "How can you take back a gift? You are so stingy even with your own disciple. How cruel. Master, when did you acquire this? Seems like it was over 20 years ago. Goodness, it's expired. And you still want me to consume it? Don't spit it out." Zhang Lata cautioned, covering Li Qing's mouth. Even if time has passed, Niu Bizi's alchemy remains potent. With a moment's inattention, Li Qing swallowed it, lamenting, "Now my stomach is going to be a mess." "You are reaping the benefits, yet still complaining," Zhang Lata retorted. "This is genuinely a remarkable elixir. How do you feel now?" Li Qing shook his head. "After 20 years, what could I possibly feel? My stomach is burning hot." "Oh no, master, I can't hold on. It feels like my insides are on fire. Is this poison?" "Poison? Nonsense." Zhang Lata smacked his back, instructing, "Embrace unity. Allow me to guide your vital energy." "Yes, master. Please hurry." Li Qing's face contorted in pain. "I can barely endure this." "Enough of your chatter. Endure the discomfort." A short while later, Li Qing gasped for air, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Zhang Lata retracted his hand and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "Uncomfortable. I meant your current state." Zhang Lata glared at him. "Find joy in the process. Circulate your vital energy and perceive it." Li Qing complied, and after a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The flow of vital energy is as smooth as flowing water, devoid of any stagnation. "I'm moving at a pace 30% faster than before. This is astonishing." Li Qing chuckled foolishly. "Master, do you have any more of this? Do you think it's candy?" Zhang Lata rolled his eyes. "When I next encounter the celestial master at Hongwu Mountain, I may ask him for another, but the next one will not be as effective. Then I must express my gratitude to you, master." Pausing, Li Qing pondered the elixir's extraordinary nature and its likely value, worrying. What if the other party refuses to give it? Zhang Lata smiled. "A good beating will ensure they comply." Chapter 62. Daoyan in the Qianqing Palace. Li Qing spotted a group of monks from afar, seated in meditation in the square before the grand hall. Each one had a round face and a shiny bald head, creating a rather striking sight. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoed as dozens of solemn monks sat on their mats, their lips moving in silent prayer, though their words were indistinct. Curiously, Li Qing asked, "What are these monks doing?" "Praying for the Empress," Xiao Gizi explained. "These are renowned monks from the capital. Soon, the national master will also arrive." "The national master?" Li Qing exclaimed. "Does our Ming Dynasty have a national master?" Xiao Gizi nodded. "Indeed." "Who is it?" "The Grand Master of the Jingyi sect, the protector of the nation." Xiao Gizi remarked that the current celestial master was appointed in the 5th year of the Hongwu era, and the emperor had even established the Grand Master's residence. "Taoism is the authentic sect, far surpassing Buddhism." "I see," Li Qing nodded, realizing that although Zhu Yuanzhang was a Buddhist and had once been a monk, he adhered to the traditions of Han culture regarding the state religion. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that Zhang Tianshi is also coming?" "Yes." "Incredible." Li Qing secretly chuckled. "It seems that thoughts manifest into reality. But when will the celestial master arrive?" Xiao Gizi pondered, noting that the journey from the capital to Hongwu Mountain exceeds 1,000 miles. Even with an expedited journey of 800 miles, it would take nearly 2 days. Round trip, it would certainly take 5 days. Li Qing nodded, leaning on Xiao Gizi as they entered the main hall. Upon arriving at Empress Ma's chamber, everyone immediately parted to create a path. Even Prince Zhu Xian refrained from showing his presence, blending into the crowd like a phantom. Li Qing stepped forward, addressing Zhu Yuanzhang. "Your Majesty, I must attend to the Empress. I ask you all to step aside." "Are we not allowed to witness?" "Not exactly," Li Qing replied with a dry smile. "But with your Majesty present, I might feel somewhat anxious. For prudence's sake, it is better this way." "Very well." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently, gesturing for everyone to exit. Pausing for a moment, he turned back and inquired, "Will the chanting of the high monks and the sound of the wooden fish disturb you? It would be best to have some quiet." Li Qing laughed, saying, "It's hardly a matter of concern for just a moment, is it?" Shortly thereafter, the hall fell silent, and soon the chanting outside ceased as well. "Empress, please take a rest." Empress Ma glanced at him and said, "Even I must be kept in the dark?" "Certainly not." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "Treatment during sleep yields better results." "Very well." Empress Ma spoke no further, slowly closing her eyes and quickly drifting into slumber. Half an hour later, Li Qing exited the chamber. In the square outside, Zhu Yuanzhang was engaged in ideological education with several princes, though it was unclear what he had said. As the four nodded repeatedly, at that moment, upon seeing Li Qing emerge, Zhu Di hurriedly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Begin the drumming and chanting." A group of monks immediately picked up small wooden mallets, striking the wooden fish rhythmically while reciting incantations. Upon noticing Li Qing's presence, Zhu Yuanzhang disregarded his ideological lesson with his sons and approached him. "Why hasn't the empress come out?" "She is still resting," Li Qing replied, clasping his hands. "Once she awakens, your majesty can accompany her for some light activity." "That is good to hear." Zhu Yuanzhang's tense expression gradually relaxed. He had feared that Li Qing's new method would yield only a single result. He then turned to Zhu Di and the others, instructing them to remain seated and listen to the scriptures without wandering off. After this, he turned back to Li Qing. "Come, accompany me for a walk." "I shall obey." Li Qing responded, casting a glance at the group of monks, the morning sunlight shining upon their heads, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to glowing bulbs. Suddenly, he recalled something and hesitated slightly, feigning casualness. "Do the princes wish to study Buddhism? What is there to learn from that?" Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "We aim for them to cultivate their character. Aside from the gentle nature of Prince Zhou, the others are increasingly irritable, especially the second." Li Qing's heart stirred, as he silently speculated. Could Yao Guangxiao be among that group? Regarding this character, some have heard of him. He is one of the principal architects behind Zhu Di's usurpation and a contributor to the compendium known as the Yongle. There are even those who contend that, without his insidious persuasion, Zhu Di might not have dared to rebel. Li Qing does not harbor disdain for Zhu Di. On the contrary, he believes that, in terms of governance, Zhu Di surpasses Zhu Yuanzhang. However, he is averse to witnessing the resurgence of strife within the Ming Dynasty. For this is not merely a passage in historical texts, but a reality that affects living souls. Should war erupt, countless lives would be lost. Can I intervene? Li Qing fell into contemplation, recalling his master's adage. The momentum of history is irreversible. One must flow with its currents. What am I pondering? Oh. Li Qing regained his composure and clasped his hands in homage, saying, "Your Majesty, I am a practitioner of Taoism and hold a keen interest in Buddhist teachings. May I be granted permission to engage in discourse with the monks?" "What of it? Go ahead." Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a chuckle, yet added, "Your resolve in Taoism seems rather tenuous. It is said that Buddhism and Taoism cannot coexist. It is rather peculiar for one who studies Tao to express interest in Buddhism." After a brief pause, he continued, "In a few days, Master Zhang will arrive. You may converse with him." Li Qing chuckled in agreement, affirming that he would indeed engage in such exchanges. "By the way, Your Majesty, I have apprehended the general guarding the city. Is this regarding the assassination attempt against you?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. "Indeed, Your Majesty, you possess keen insight." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in acknowledgement, stating that apprehending him was well within reason. He appreciated Li Qing's vengeful disposition. Li Qing offered an awkward smile, uncertain whether Zhu was praising or ridiculing him. As they continued their walk, they discussed state affairs and the health of Empress Ma until a young eunuch approached to report that the empress had awakened, thereby concluding their conversation. "I shall accompany my sister now," Zhu Yuanzhang said, stretching languidly. "Take care of your health. It is not good for one so young to appear so listless." Li Qing smiled and nodded, watching as the emperor departed. He returned to the front square of the Qinqing Palace, hoping to find Yao Guangxiao among the crowd. "Pray tell, esteemed monk, what is your name?" Li Qing adopted the most straightforward approach, directly inquiring. The monk, noticing Li Qing's attire and recalling his recent jovial interaction with the emperor, did not dare to exhibit any indifference. He quickly joined his hands in reverence, uttering a Buddhist chant. "I am known as Jiyin." Li Qing chuckled, responding, "I was inquiring about your secular name." The monk replied, "I have been ordained since childhood and possess no worldly name." This left Li Qing astonished. What is Yao Guangxiao's Dharma name, he wondered. Or is Yao Guangxiao a name conferred upon him after he returned to secular life? Perhaps it was a name bestowed after Zhu Di's successful usurpation? He felt somewhat overwhelmed. He was not an expert in Ming history. Aside from the 16 emperors, his knowledge was primarily limited to the eunuchs, such as Zheng He, Wang Zhun, Chao Jixiang, Wang Ji, Lu Jin, and Wei Zhongxian. There was little to be done. The eunuchs of the Ming Dynasty were notoriously prominent. In historical dramas, they often eclipsed even the emperors in fame. The line from Flying Swords of Dragon Gate, wherein Yu Huadian proclaims, "I shall oversee what the Eastern Depot manages, and I shall also oversee what the Eastern Depot cannot manage," is indeed strikingly bold. Reminiscent of Wang Ji during the Chenghua era, Li Qing did not possess an in-depth understanding of official history. During his university days, out of boredom, he had attempted to study it, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor. The chaos surrounding the history of the Ming Dynasty is evident, as there exists no unified narrative. Even among official accounts, numerous contradictions arise. The compilation of the Ming history took nearly a century during the Qing dynasty, casting doubt on its authenticity. Li Qing took a breath and inquired of another individual, "What is the name of the esteemed monk?" The monk replied, "My humble name is Jining." "Do you have a secular name?" The portly monk blushed slightly and stammered, "Li Ergu." Several princes observed Li Qing's inquisitive nature towards the monks' names with peculiar expressions, and those unable to concentrate on the Buddhist scriptures turned their attention to him with keen interest. After querying more than a dozen monks without gaining substantial insight, Li Qing felt a twinge of frustration. The Yin Wang approached and asked, "Li Qing, what purpose does your inquiry serve?" Li Qing responded, "They frequently enter the imperial palace. I am merely compiling a record for better management." Zhu Di nodded in understanding without further comment. Li Qing continued his questioning until he reached a middle-aged monk. "What is your esteemed name?" The monk replied, "My humble name is Daoyan." Daoyan? Chapter 63. Is there anyone who conducts inquiries like you do? Li Qing regarded him with curiosity, pondering why wisdom seemed to have eluded this monk. "Do you possess a secular name?" "Indeed," Daoyan affirmed, "my surname is Yao, and my given name is Walala." As he spoke, his string of prayer beads unexpectedly broke, scattering the beads across the stone floor. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, while Daoyan's countenance twitched. "What is your full name?" Li Qing's heart raced. This was the only individual with the surname Yao. He stated solemnly, "Speak truthfully. Do you harbor intentions of harm towards me?" Daoyan did not answer directly, but regarded him with intrigue. "If my memory serves me correctly, this is our first encounter." "That is not the case." Li Qing steadied himself, replying coolly, "I ask for your cooperation in this matter." Daoyan nodded gently, responding with composure. "In my youth, I was named Tianxi, with my Buddhist name being Daoyan, courtesy name Sadeo, and I am also known as the elder of Duanan and Tiaoxiu. I wonder which name you prefer." Seeing his forthright demeanor, Li Qing decided to forego any pretense and asked directly, "Have you ever utilized the name Yao Guangxiao?" "No." Daoyan replied succinctly. "It would not be difficult for you to investigate further, given your position in the Jinyiwei," he added. Li Qing laughed heartily and reassured him, "I am merely conducting a routine inquiry. Do not be alarmed. Please, continue your activities." He then bowed to Zhu Di and others before turning to retreat to his dragon carriage. Zhu Di watched the direction in which the dragon carriage departed, mumbling, "Yao Guangxiao? Why does that name evoke a sense of familiarity? Do you know him, fourth brother?" Zhu Yin queried, casting a sidelong glance. "I do not," Zhu Di replied. "But I cannot shake this sense of déjà vu. It is rather strange." Zhu Jin chuckled. Buddhism and Taoism do not coexist harmoniously. Perhaps this Li Qing was deceived in his youth by someone named Yao Guangxiao. "How do you know Li Qing's background in Taoism?" Zhu Yin retorted, "Brother, you truly have your spies in the palace." "Brother, having you as my sibling is indeed a blessing," Zhu Jin remarked, his expression darkening. "This is not surprising." Zhu Di interjected, "These monks, each with their rotund figures and prosperous lifestyles, are clearly not mere pious souls. They have undoubtedly engaged in their fair share of deception and trickery, or where would their incense money come from? Their lives are undoubtedly more comfortable than those of Taoists." "That is indeed a valid point." Zhu Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "His Majesty has also mentioned that they indulge in both meat and marriage. Truly, what can we learn from such a crowd?" Zhu Jian interjected, "Why do you not dare to voice this to His Majesty?" Zhu Lu replied, "Lower your voices. They are currently offering prayers for the Empress." The monks remarked, "Let us consider ourselves deceased." Li Qing returned home, lost in thought in the small courtyard, only to soon find solace. There was no need to exert himself in vain. As long as he kept a watchful eye on Zhu Di, all would be well. Moreover, as long as Zhu Biao remained alive, Zhu Di would not rebel. There was no need to fixate on one individual, Yao Guangxiao. He planned to check on Zhu Biao's health, taking precautions against unforeseen events. In the afternoon, Lu Chang and Li Yu approached with smiles, reporting, "Sir, we have uncovered the mastermind behind the schemes." Oh, Li Qing's interest was piqued. "Who is it?" "The steward of Minister Lu Hua has been bribed to maintain secrecy." Lu Hua? Li Qing had little recollection of this individual, but since the matter was established, there was nothing more to deliberate. Arrest him. Once a life was at stake, he would not hold back. Using him as a starting point, they would unearth the entire nest of miscreants. "Then we shall arrest them?" Lu Chang interjected eagerly. "Then hand over the intelligence to me," Li Qing retorted with a glare. "Did I not mention? We will not engage in rampant arrests, nor will we resort to execution. Have you not seen how those guilty of capital offenses, upon being escorted to the capital, were directly imprisoned without execution?" "Very well." Lu Chang chuckled awkwardly. "I shall take note of that." Li Qing instructed, "Wait until nightfall to make the arrests, and keep the noise to a minimum. Once we have gathered evidence, do not reveal it." "Understood, sir." Additionally, find some individuals to inquire about the temples near the capital, specifically for any monks named Yao Guangxiao. Inquiring about monks? The two exchanged puzzled glances, but both complied. "We shall obey." Li Qing nodded. "That will suffice for now. You may return to your duties." After their departure, at the Ministry of Revenue, Lu Hua appeared distraught. "Sir, the commanding officer guarding the city has been imprisoned in the Zhao prison. What shall we do? Were you not the one who assured me everything was arranged?" Guo Huan replied with displeasure. "Did you not say that Li Qing was doomed? Look at the mess you have created." Lu Hua's face was a mask of despair. "I did not anticipate that the Jinyiwei would be so formidable, targeting the city's general. Sir, you must assist me. When did this happen?" "Yesterday." Guo Huan's fury escalated. "You only inform me of this now? I just learned of it myself." Lu Hua protested helplessly. "I cannot have someone stationed at the city gate indefinitely, can I? Will he implicate you?" Lu Hua sighed. "It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. They are not our people. How could they keep secrets?" Guo Huan decisively stated, "Old Lu, you must return at once and feign madness." "Huh." Lu Hua felt a chill run down his spine, despairingly saying, "Are you abandoning me?" "Feigning madness is the only way to escape this predicament." Guo Huan cast a meaningful glance. "You know the methods of the Jinyiwei. If you do not act, can you endure the torments of Zhao prison?" "Rest assured, Li Qing will not remain arrogant for long. The Empress's condition is worsening. I estimate she has but 10 days to a month left." Guo Huan sneered. "When that time comes, it will be our moment to strike back. The mere act of causing the demise of Her Majesty the Queen is sufficient to condemn him to death. At that point, I shall devise a means to extricate you." After a brief pause, he added, "Feigning madness may offer a path to survival, while refusing to do so would lead us both to ruin. Which do you prefer?" Lu Hua gritted his teeth and nodded, declaring, "Very well, I shall throw caution to the wind." "That's the spirit," Guo Huan replied with a smile. "Rest assured, once the storm has passed, I will find a way to secure you a position." "Then I thank you, my lord." Despite Lu Hua's reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he expressed his concern, asking what would happen if the adversary insisted on capturing him and resorted to severe torture. After all, that individual was known for his vengeful nature. Guo Huan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before decisively stating, "If it truly comes to that, and you cannot endure, then implicate a few inconsequential figures. Once the punishment is administered, continue to feign madness." "Understood, my lord," Lu Hua replied, steeling himself with a promise that he hoped the Lord would uphold. Upon returning, Lu Hua commenced his act of madness, claiming to be a fish unwilling to leave the confines of a water tank. When Li Yu and his companion visited that night, Lu had already soaked himself to the point of turning pale, his skin wrinkled. "Ah, here we go again," Lu Chang scoffed, mocking. "I say, my dear relative, this is rather pathetic. Can you not conjure up some fresh tactics?" Lu Hua responded with a silly laugh and continued to play in the water, completely ignoring him. Li Yu, weary of conversing with such a fool, bluntly stated, "According to the testimony of the city guard general, the assassins targeting the inspector of the town hail from your hometown, and you even bribed someone to help conceal their identities. What do you have to say for yourself?" Lu Hua merely chuckled, oblivious to the group of Jinyiwei surrounding him. A family member pleaded, "My lord, my master has lost his wits." Perhaps we should wait until he recovers? Li Yu replied coolly, madness is no shield against punishment. As he spoke, a cold smile graced his lips. Rest assured, we Jinyiwei possess ample methods to treat madness. Once he is in our hands, he will surely be cured. Bring forth the Ministry of Revenue's Lu Hua and bind him. Please, do not drag me out. Lu Hua cried, feigning insanity. I shall perish of thirst. He gasped dramatically, as though struggling to breathe, a performance that, had it occurred centuries earlier, would undoubtedly have earned him accolades as a leading actor. In the prison, Li Qing sat at the door, observing the tightly bound Lu Hua, and chuckled. Let us begin with an appetizer for Dr. Lu. Yes, my lord, Li Yu replied respectfully, taking the rod from his subordinate and stepping inside, causing Lu Hua to retreat in fear. I am the emperor's appointed minister of revenue. Do you dare to execute me? But this is quite normal. Li Qing remarked with amusement. Are you not aware that we Jinyiwei possess the privilege of interrogation? He added, his gaze turning icy. Strike him. The sound of the rod echoed as Li Yu, an experienced hand, expertly wielded it, striking with just the right amount of force, sufficient to inflict pain without causing death. Pause. Li Qing instructed. Let us change tactics. Apply the bamboo clamp. Soon, Lu Hua's fingers and toes were pinched tightly between bamboo rods. As Lu Chang and Li Yu exerted pressure, he cried out in agony, lamenting for his father and mother. Li Qing reclined comfortably, watching with satisfaction, before eventually saying, Now, bring forth a substantial dish for Dr. Lu. Li Yu withdrew the scorching hot iron, grinning malevolently as he approached. Lu Hua's face turned pale, gripped by terror and fury. Aren't you supposed to be asking questions? He protested. What do you mean by just beating me? Is this how you conduct an investigation? In a fit of indignation, Lu Hua shouted, Then go ahead and ask. Am I not asking? Li Yu responded awkwardly, glancing back. It seems you indeed have not asked, my lord. Very well. Li Qing cleared his throat and inquired. Was it you who attempted to assassinate me, or someone behind you? Neither me nor anyone behind me, Lu Hua hastily denied. Fearing the repercussions of admitting to such a grave crime as attempting to kill an official, which could warrant the extermination of his entire family. You've apprehended the wrong person. It was my steward who bribed the city general, not me. Li Qing sneered. So, you have some insight into your steward's corruption? What? Lu Hua realized he had misspoken and quickly attempted to recover. I overheard it by chance and was about to report it. Li Yu, he called. At your service? Li Yu replied. Proceed, Li Qing commanded. Li Yu chuckled sinisterly as he thrust the red-hot iron forward. A plume of white smoke billowed from the prison, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh, as Li Qing gestured dismissively. Will you speak now? Truly, it was not me, Lu Hua lamented, realizing that the methods employed by the inspector were far beyond his endurance. I say, my dear fellow, Lu Chang interjected menacingly, are you mad? How can you not be mad? I am but a fish, Lu Hua whimpered. Stop. Please, I am not mad, he pleaded, unable to withstand the torturous treatment he had grown unaccustomed to. I will confess. I wish to report. Li Qing waved his hand, urging him to continue. The governors of Huizhou, Bazhou, and Hongzhou, along with the local censors, are colluding, embezzling grain taxes, with the total amount of graft reaching upwards of 1 million taels. Initially, Lu Hua had intended to implicate lower-ranking officials to avoid severe punishment, but Li Qing's brutal tactics left him no choice. If he did not satisfy the inspector's demands, he would face dire consequences himself. Thus, he hastily changed his strategy, revealing the names of more prominent officials. Excellent, Li Qing noted as he recorded the information. Now, continue. What more should I say? Lu Hua questioned, bewildered. I just praised you, and now you seem confused. Li Qing's expression hardened. Li Yu, deliver Lu Longzhong some more substantial punishment. No, 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 Lu Hua cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Please, my lord, clarify what you wish to know. Very well, Li Qing replied with a satisfied smile. Aside from those officials previously mentioned, are there any others involved in corruption and bribery? Lu Hua's eyes darted as he forced a hollow laugh. I am merely a physician. I truly do not know of anyone else. Li Qing nodded, smirking. Prepare for a scrubbing. A scrubbing? Lu Hua felt a slight relief at the mention of the term. No need for that. He chuckled nervously. I just soaked in a water vat for quite a while. I am already clean. Lu Chang burst into laughter. My dear fellow, do you think this is a bath for you? Isn't it for scrubbing? Lu Hua's face blanched in fear. Li Yu interjected, enough of this chatter. Choose a part to scrub, your arm or your leg. Are you going to pour salt water into my wounds? Lu Hua pondered deeply, then kicked his least injured leg. Let's go with this one. Very well, you have spirit. Lu Chang nodded, then turned and approached the prison door. He picked up the steaming teapot from the charcoal stove, while Li Yu retrieved a metal brush filled with small iron rods. Subsequently, Lu Chang poured scalding hot water, and Li Yu began to scrub the flesh vigorously. Such torturous methods could break even the strongest of men, let alone the pampered Lu Hua. After only a brief moment, he surrendered, exclaiming, I will confess. I will confess everything. Li Qing gestured for them to halt, his demeanor calm and gentle. Why must it come to this? Wouldn't it be better if we remained composed? He urged, speak. Gasping for breath, Lu Hua divulged information about the corrupt practices of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, the Deputy Minister of Rights, the Chief of the Ministry of Justice, and the Rights Censor of the Grand Council, all of whom were involved in egregious acts of embezzlement. How much exactly? Li Qing inquired. I truly do not know, but there is definitely over 2 million taels involved. Li Qing nodded, recording the confession. What about the Deputy Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Revenue? With so many people involved in corruption, surely the ones managing the finances must be implicated as well? Lu Hua's expression darkened as he quickly replied, I am merely a lowly officer. I have no authority to know whether the Deputy Minister or the Minister has engaged in wrongdoing. Do not feign ignorance. They attend court daily and oversee the affairs of the department, leaving the corruption to underlings like you. Li Qing retorted, unwilling to waste further words with him, and resumed the punishment. Lu Hua's panic intensified. Guohuan was his last card to play. If he revealed him, who would come to his aid in the future? Yet, if he remained silent, he wouldn't survive this ordeal. The boiling water seared his legs, and as the iron brush scraped away flesh, the agony felt worse than death itself. How could he endure such torment? Li Qing, do not revel in your victory, Lu Hua shouted, breaking down. The day my mother passes, it will be your head that rolls. Li Qing chuckled, whether I live or die is yet to be seen. But your fate is sealed. It is a capital offense that could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. Curse you. Lu Hua spat. Calm your temper. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, consider yourself fortunate to be in Zhao prison. I wish to offer you an opportunity to atone for your sins. Will you accept it? You? Offer me an opportunity? Lu Hua exclaimed incredulously. Are you not going to hold my assassination attempt against you? I am known for holding grudges. It is impossible for me to overlook such matters, Li Qing noted while jotting down Lu Hua's admission of sending someone to assassinate Li Zhan. Curse you. Li Yu interjected. If you don't clean up your act, I will make sure to scrub your bones bare. Lu Hua's face turned ashen, beads of sweat covering him as pain threatened to overwhelm him. He gasped, then tell me, how do you intend to grant me this opportunity? I cannot save your life. Nor do I wish to, Li Qing smiled. However, if you perform well enough, perhaps the lives of your entire clan could be spared. Why should I trust you? You are free to choose not to, Li Qing shrugged, holding up the evidence. Can you endure this? Can they endure it? If not, you will lose even the chance to atone. Li Qing continued, whether I live or die is uncertain, but I assure you, those like you will perish before me. Think carefully about what matters more to you, your colleagues or your family. Indeed, Lu Chang chimed in, we are all in this together. They are equally corrupt. Why should you bear the brunt of it all? Li Yu echoed, if it all comes crashing down, did they ever share their ill-gotten gains with you? Lu Hua paused for a moment, as if grasping a profound realization, and slowly shook his head. No, he exclaimed loudly. Li Qing interjected. Did they offer you any benefits for taking the blame? No, Lu Hua shouted. An overwhelming sense of injustice surged within him, causing his defenses to collapse entirely as he cursed vehemently. Damn it! Why should my entire family face the guillotine while you all remain unscathed? I will confess everything. Guohuan, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, is the mastermind. He compelled me to feign madness. Li Qing smiled faintly, leaned back in his chair, and said with a grin, take your time. Li Yu, pour a cup of tea for Dr. Lu. Half an hour later, Li Qing gradually set down his pen, astounded by the staggering number of embezzlement cases and the immense sums involved. Guohuan, along with various departmental officials and tax collectors from different regions, formed a nest of corruption, employing tactics of overcollection and misrepresentation, embezzling state treasury assets amounting to over 15 million. Officials from every province, prefecture, state, and county were implicated. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Surely, you are not fabricating these accusations? If you doubt me, you may investigate, Lu Hua replied with a cold smirk. With such meager salaries, How many officials remain untainted by greed? Do you wish to continue? I have more to share. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing urged him to proceed. Another quarter of an hour passed before Lu Hua finally ceased his incessant revelations, sighing, "This is all I know about the corrupt officials. At this point, I have no reason to jeopardize my family just to deceive you." Li Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, Lu Hua had little to gain from such risks. However, the sheer number of individuals involved and the amounts embezzled were undeniably excessive. "This is merely what I am aware of. There remain many I do not know of." Lu Hua chuckled. If a thorough investigation were conducted, the number of corrupt officials and the sums embezzled would surely be even greater. He laughed heartily, as though envisioning many faces accompanying him in his downfall. Li Qing collected the confession and instructed, "Do not speak of tonight's matters to anyone. Rest assured, if they are guilty of embezzlement, justice will be served. As long as your claims hold truth, your family will remain safe." "Very well, I shall trust you this once." With no other options, Lu Hua placed his faith in Li Qing. Li Qing nodded in satisfaction, tossing a bottle of wound ointment to Li Yu, instructing him to apply it and ensure Lu Hua did not perish. "Moreover, keep tonight's events to yourself." The two bowed in acknowledgement. "We understand, sir." Li Qing secured the confession and exited the prison. In the early morning, having spent a restless night, Huan finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The Imperial Guard had not come to arrest him, and he realized that Lu Hua had held firm. Reflecting on the sacrifices made by his subordinate, he felt a surge of gratitude. Old Lu is truly a steadfast man. Chapter 65. Ancient marriages occurred early in the Qianxing Palace. Li Qing routinely treated Empress Ma. Once finished, he ventured to the front courtyard to observe the monks chanting scriptures. The sight of their bald heads glistening in the morning sun was quite captivating. Zhu Yin and Zhu Chang were absent, leaving only Zhu Di and Zhu Ji, who bore the ordeal of the sermon with evident discomfort. Li Qing approached to greet them, sat down, and listened for a while, finding it rather tedious. Glancing up at Dao Yan, he noted his proper demeanor, which was quite distant from Zhu Di, thus dispelling his doubts. In the imperial study, Zhu Biao was reviewing memorials when he heard the eunuch report that Li Qing sought an audience. He promptly commanded, "Admit him." "Your Majesty, I, Li Qing, pay my respects." "You need not bow, as your health has yet to be restored." Zhu Biao waved his hand dismissively and said, "Please, take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Qing sat down, observing Zhu Biao's bloodshot eyes and haggard visage, silently lamenting the immense pressure the crown prince bore. Recently, Zhu Yuanzhang merely went through the motions during morning court, while the weight of state affairs fell almost entirely upon Zhu Biao. In principle, managing a nation should not be overly burdensome, but without a chancellor or a cabinet to share the load, the burden became exceedingly heavy. Zhu Yuanzhang was a workaholic, akin to an Iron Man, yet it was evident that Zhu Biao lacked his fortitude and resilience. "How is the Empress's health?" Zhu Biao set down the memorial. Reclining in his chair, fatigue etched upon his face. "The Empress is well." "Ah, that is good to hear." Zhu Biao nodded gently, his eyes gradually closing, as he pinched the bridge of his nose. After a long pause, he reopened his eyes and resumed reviewing another memorial. "What brings you here?" Zhu Biao was multitasking. "Your Highness, you do not appear well. May I take your pulse?" "I am not unwell, merely fatigued." Zhu Biao chuckled lightly. "Is that truly your reason for coming?" Li Qing nodded, smiling. "One must be prudent." "Very well." Zhu Biao extended his arm. Li Qing stepped forward, placing his hand on Zhu Biao's wrist, concentrating on the rhythm of his pulse. "I am not ill, am I?" Zhu Biao observed Li Qing's furrowed brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "I am able to eat and drink. I am simply worn out. Nothing more," he reassured. Li Qing withdrew his hand and nodded. "Your Highness is in good health, with no ailments." "If I am well, why the frown?" "You startled me." Zhu Biao shot him an irritated glance. "I have official duties to attend to. If there is nothing else, you may leave." "I take my leave." Upon returning home, Li Qing lay in bed, troubled. Zhu Biao was indeed healthy, with bodily indicators aligning with his age. However, given the workload and stress he had borne lately, exhaustion would inevitably lead to illness. Yet, he could not voice his concerns. Zhu Biao was the crown prince, his position unassailable, and Zhu Yuanzhang had high hopes for him to assume governance. What could a mere Jin-Yi town pacifier say? Alas, this is challenging. Li Qing sighed in resignation, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly impossible to effect change? If only I could safeguard Zhu Biao." Though Zhu Biao was destined to be a scholarly emperor, his achievements would likely pale in comparison to those of Yongle. However, as long as he lived, Zhu Yuanzhang would not initiate a thorough purge, nor would the prolonged conflict of Jingnan ensue. Li Qing admired the Yongle emperor. Yet the lineage had produced far too many peculiar sovereigns. The playful Emperor Zhu Qizhan, the frivolous Emperor Zhu Hozhao, the ascetic Emperor Zhu Hoxuan, the reclusive Emperor Zhu Yijuan, and the carpenter Emperor Zhu Youjiao, culminating in the tragic demise of Emperor Chongzhen. Sir, the voice of Renxuan outside the door drew Li Qing back to reality. Come in. Renxuan entered, securing the door behind her. Sir, are you feeling better? Well enough. A trial will reveal the truth, Li Qing replied, patting his thigh. Come sit. Renxuan's cheeks flushed as she daintily settled onto his lap, cautious not to press too heavily. Only a small portion of her seated upon him. In the warmth of jade, Li Qing, unlike Lu Xiaohui, naturally had certain matters to attend to. When Renxuan realized he was serious, she hurriedly said, Sir, you have yet to recover. Might I suggest an alternative approach? Li Qing, having long refrained from exploring deeper intimacies, still desired a home run, yet he found no harm in starting with an appetizer. Very well, he conceded. As the dragon green adorned the phoenix, it accentuated the lotus-like beauty of the twin jade valleys, traversing the flower-laden path to the small loft. The jade butterflies fluttered, unraveling the heart's sorrows. Renxuan, with her hairpin askew and lips pouting, remarked, if Hong Xiujie were to find out, she would surely scold me. Am I not well? Haven't you already disowned that? Li Qing stretched lazily. I think I shall take a nap. Would you care to join me? Not at all. Renxuan, fearing he might lose control, hastily donned her garments and fled. Upon reaching the door, she hesitated and turned back, as if to speak, but faltered. What is it? Sir, I have a word that I am uncertain whether to share. Speak freely. Li Qing encouraged, smiling at her. Renxuan bit her lip, tentatively inquiring, why do you not allow Wanling to serve you? She is still quite young. Still young? Renxuan queried, perplexed. She is nearly 16. Li Qing chuckled. And being nearly 16 makes one an adult? Indeed, Renxuan insisted. A girl receives her coming of age at 14. By the time she has her first menstruation, she can be wed. Affluent families may delay their daughters' marriages slightly, but generally, they do not exceed 16. Even princesses select their consorts at this age. Renxuan urged, Wanling is truly not a child any longer. You have left her in limbo. It weighs heavily on her mind. Li Qing, recognizing the seriousness in Renxuan's tone, reflected for a moment before replying, I understand. I shall speak with her after lunch. Very well. Renxuan exhaled in relief. Then, sir, please rest. As she spoke, she gently closed the door behind her. Li Qing chuckled to himself. Indeed, ancient customs married off daughters quite early. After slumbering for a considerable time, Li Qing awoke invigorated. He had not enjoyed a good night's rest in days. His master had imparted vital energy to him at midnight. An early morning saw him transferring that energy to Empress Ma, resulting in a significant reduction of his sleep. Despite this, he sensed that Empress Ma's health was deteriorating day by day, and her endurance was waning. Sighing, Li Qing dressed and washed his face in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the royal meal arrived punctually: steamed fish, braised pigeon, roasted duck, and succulent chicken, a veritable feast. Li Qing savored his meal, his lips glistening with grease. After dining, he settled into a chair beneath the fruit trees, book in hand, sipping tea leisurely. Renxuan and Hong Xiu tidied up before returning to the room, while Wanling approached from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. What are you reading, sir? The Great Ming Code, Li Qing replied casually. Suddenly reminded of an important matter yet to be addressed, he lightly patted her small hand. No need to massage now. Bring me a chair. I have something to discuss. Certainly. Wanling's heart leaped with joy as she quickly fetched a chair and sat before Li Qing. Please, sir, go on. Renxuan has shared with me that you may be overthinking things, Li Qing remarked. The reason I have not engaged with you is not due to any fault of yours, but rather because you are different from the others. Wanling lowered her gaze. Feeling a twinge of inferiority, she indeed recognized the distinction. They are courtesans, while you are a maiden, and you are still quite young. Li Qing pondered and said, your body is pure, having shed your former disgrace. In a new place, you could easily marry like an ordinary woman. My restraint towards you is partly due to this consideration. Wanling, however, expressed her desire not to marry, wishing only to serve her master for a lifetime. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, Please do not send me away, master. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then gently nodded. I merely wish to offer you another choice. I do not intend to drive you away. After a pause, he added with a smile. Isn't it rather early to be considered grown at not yet 16? In my view, Lianxiang and Hongxiu are not so mature either. They have only just crossed 20. Indeed. Master speaks the truth, Wanling replied, unsure of his intent, and thus acquiescing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing offered a promise. Let us wait until after the new year. Once the new year passed, Wanling grasped the underlying meaning, feeling both shy and delighted, her voice barely above a whisper. This servant will heed Master's wishes. Very well, you all have your afternoon nap habits. Go and rest, he replied. Yes, master. Wanling performed a graceful bow and returned to her quarters with a light step. Li Qing let out a soft sigh, reflecting on Lianxiang and Hongxiu. He felt no burden regarding them, as they were courtesans by nature, and even if they were to part from him, their lives would continue uninterrupted. Moreover, at least under his care, they would not be traded around. However, Wanling was different. He felt a slight psychological burden regarding her. Soon after, he chastised himself for being overly sentimental. After all, the young lady was willing, so why should a grown man like him linger on such matters? Wanling was truly charming. The thought of letting her go made him feel a twinge of reluctance. Chapter 66. The Celestial Master enters the palace in the following days. Li Qing tended to Empress Ma's ailments each morning before returning to catch up on sleep, maintaining a disciplined routine. On Guohuan's side, there were no disturbances. Aside from the deranged Wang Yangming and a few minor issues, everything remained normal. Li Qing instructed the Jinyiwei to reduce their patrols significantly, focusing primarily on training new recruits. As they had already obtained the necessary intelligence and no longer needed to expend energy unnecessarily, Empress Ma's health had deteriorated further after expending her vital energy. She could only manage to walk for a few moments before losing her strength. In the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and asked, Is there truly no other way? Li Qing lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Think again, the emperor urged. I shall obey, Li Qing replied helplessly. In truth, he had exhausted all options. Had it not been for his master's arrival, Empress Ma might have already been lost. Yet, even with his master, one cannot expect a mortal to resurrect the dead. At that moment, Shao Gizi entered to report, Your Majesty, Celestial Master Zhang has arrived. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes brightened. Quickly, summon him in. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Shao Gizi replied, exiting the hall. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he returned with a man clad in a Taoist robe, appearing to be in his 30s. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Taoism is a native sect, and Longhu Mountain is its birthplace, thus wielding significant influence. Even in the previous dynasty, its celestial master was regarded as the national master, and Zhu Yuanzhang was no exception. However, he had always adopted a strategy of suppression towards both Buddhism and Taoism, having nearly rescinded all privileges previously enjoyed by the two sections. As for the present celestial master, aside from holding the nominal title of national master, he possessed no substantial power whatsoever. Please dispense with the formalities, Zhu Yuanzhang said. Provide a seat for the celestial master. Thank you, your majesty. As he took his seat, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke. The empress is unwell. I implore the celestial master to pray to the heavens for her continued life. I shall exert every effort. These words had become familiar to all. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing and scoffed. Just tell me if it can be done. Master Zhang, steeling himself, replied, Your Majesty, may I be permitted to examine the empress's condition? Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang responded, rising. Follow me. Li Qing lingered briefly before also proceeding. Eager to discern the capabilities of this celestial master and to facilitate his master's actions. In the palace of heavenly purity, Master Zhang took the empress's pulse, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to which physician has been treating the empress? Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback and retorted. Are you suggesting there has been an error in the treatment? Not at all. Master Zhang hastily shook his head, but then realized it was impolite and quickly added. The physician tending to the empress possesses remarkable skills. I wish to discuss this with him. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and glanced at Li Qing. It was indeed he. Li Qing clasped his hands in respect, saying, I have met Master Zhang. Although Master Zhang held no real power, his title as national master commanded respect. Even the likes of Mao Chang would show deference. Your Excellency is too courteous, Master Zhang noted. recognizing Li Qing's embroidered robes and not daring to overstep. After a moment, he turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, the Empress is resting. I would like to find a secluded place to better understand her ailment from this esteemed gentleman. Very well. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. Xiao Gui, show them to a quiet place. The door creaked shut behind them, and Master Zhang clasped his hands, introducing himself. I am Zhang Zhengchang, the 42nd Celestial Master. May I ask how to address you, sir? I am Li Qing, came the reply. Li Daren, Master Zhang nodded. May I be so bold as to inquire about your master? Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. What my master is has little to do with the Empress's condition, does it? It does, Master Zhang insisted. Your master possesses profound qi. If he were to treat the Empress personally, the results might be even more favorable. Li Qing regarded him with surprise, questioning, how does the Celestial Master know that my master possesses such formidable qi? Ha ha, Master Zhang laughed. I observe that you, Li Daren, are still in your youth and cannot possibly possess such substantial qi. I kindly ask for your honesty. Li Qing inwardly admired him. Truly, the Celestial Master is astute. He can discern so much merely through pulse diagnosis. Sighing, he replied, my master does indeed possess strong qi. But the Empress's condition cannot withstand it. The current treatment is the most suitable. He then turned the conversation, as the national master, do you not have any solutions? Master Zhang faltered and turned his head. Naturally, there are methods. He sensed that this Li Daren was a close minister to the emperor, and if he claimed to be without options, he would likely face dire consequences. Master Zhang felt overwhelmed. He could tell that Li Qing's master was more skilled than he. Yet the latter was unyielding, leaving him at a loss. While he was indeed the national master, he did not dare to impose upon a minister of the emperor. In truth, after taking the Empress's pulse, he had already concluded that he could not cure her. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qing spoke the truth. Even the strongest qi was futile if the patient could not endure it. Since the Celestial Master has a solution, I shall rest easy. Li Qing clasped his hands and remarked, the Empress's ailment rests entirely upon the national master. Upon witnessing his intent to abandon the task, Zhang Zhengchang, unwilling to concede, promptly replied, this Celestial Master shall beseech the heavens for the Empress's longevity, yet this endeavor requires time. I must trouble Lord Li to continue tending to her condition. With an additional ally to share the burden, the danger diminishes, a principle that Zhang was astutely aware of. Li Qing, suppressing a bitter smile, discerned that this Zhang Celestial Master was at a loss. After some contemplation, he spoke, as I am preoccupied with official duties alongside the Empress's treatment, I find myself utterly exhausted. It is said that a singular elixir from the Celestial Master can revive the deceased. I wonder, faced with such audacity, Zhang Zhengchang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Nevertheless, he reluctantly retrieved a brocade box and painfully procured a single pill. This elixir was known to strengthen the foundation and nourish vital energy, offering immense benefits for cultivating true qi. Thank you, National Master. Li Qing accepted the pill. His gaze fixated on the brocade box. Zhang Zhengchang, with no other option, extracted another pill and, with a scowl, stated, 2 pills suffice. Excess consumption bears no benefit. No rush, after all, it will eventually be mine, Li Qing replied with a smile as he accepted the offering. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding Empress Ma's condition. Despite Zhang's repeated assertions of praying for divine intervention to extend her life, his focus remained on medical treatment, indicating a lack of confidence in his own methods. After an extensive conversation, the two exited the imperial palace together. Li Qing personally escorted Zhang Zhengchang back to his residence, a gesture that touched the latter's heart. Feeling somewhat remorseful for his previous stinginess, Zhang produced another elixir to express his gratitude. However, this time, Li Qing graciously declined. Zhang Zhengchang, believing he had underestimated Li Qing's intentions, thought that the request for the elixir stemmed from a desire to better treat Empress Ma's illness rather than personal gain. Realizing they were now allies in this endeavor, he resolved not to be overly stingy. Thus, with a firm resolve, he extracted 2 more pills. Li Qing refused, but Zhang insisted. After several rounds of polite refusals, Li Qing reluctantly accepted. On the return journey, a sense of guilt washed over Li Qing. He felt somewhat disloyal for allowing his master to take the elixirs. Perhaps I should ask my master to be gentle, he murmured. Just take the elixirs, after all. It is not easy for him either. I, old Li, am a man of integrity. That evening, Li Qing awaited the arrival of his master with a leg of lamb in hand. He waited until midnight, when Zhang Lata finally appeared. Master, why have you arrived so late? Li Qing inquired. The lamb has grown cold. Not a concern. Cold meat still possesses flavor, Zhang Lata replied, accepting the lamb with gusto. Remarking on the palace's exquisite cuisine, Li Qing suggested, Master, why not stay here? We shall no longer indulge in mischief. Zhang Lata shook his head in refusal, stating, I am unaccustomed to remaining in one place for too long. I shall depart once you are safe and sound. Safe and sound. Li Qing paused, then comprehended. Feeling profoundly moved. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, and he softly cautioned, if it comes to that, Master, please do not act impulsively. The execution grounds are not easily breached. Zhang Lata chuckled. After over a century of practice, if I cannot even rob a courtroom, I might as well dash my head against a wall and end it all. He raised his greasy hand and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, reassuring him. Do not fear. Should the sky fall, I shall bear the weight. Li Qing, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, felt embarrassed as a grown man and quickly shifted the topic. The Celestial Master has arrived. Chapter 67. The Calamity of Bloodshed. Where? Zhang Lata's eyes sparkled with mischief. Having not had the opportunity to practice against the Celestial Master for quite some time, he is temporarily residing at the inn for foreign envoys. Approximately 5 miles west of the Imperial Palace, Li Qing explained. Master, just collect the elixir and refrain from causing any trouble. It all depends on whether he possesses the wit to appreciate the situation, Zhang Lata replied with a grin. I am not a brutish man. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, thinking that he could simply take it when the moment presented itself, regardless of the other's understanding. To seize it unawares? That is not seizing, that is thievery. Zhang Lata retorted, annoyed. I have told you countless times that one must not abuse their skills for selfish gain. I may be a rogue, but I am no thief. The nature of robbery is even more severe than that of theft. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If you do not believe me, consult the laws of the Ming Dynasty. Who says I robbed him? Zhang Lata replied, exasperated. My master has always relied on virtue to win people over. Observing Zhang Lata's eager demeanor, Li Qing was rendered speechless. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. Zhang Lata placed a leg of lamb on the table and settled down. Hurry and channel your true energy to me. I can hardly contain my excitement. 15 minutes later, Zhang Lata left with a mischievous grin. Zhang Zhengchang lay restlessly in bed, unable to find sleep. He was acutely aware that the life of Empress Ma was beyond salvation, and once the Empress passed, he would inevitably face repercussions. At best, the Celestial Master's residence would be reprimanded and his reputation tarnished. At worst, he could lose his head. Zhang Zhengchang steeled himself, retrieved the tortoise shell and stones for divination, purified his hands, and took a deep breath to prepare for a reading. May the Celestial Masters of all ages protect me and help Hongwu Mountain overcome this tribulation, he muttered. With a clattering sound, the stones fell onto the tortoise shell and then dropped freely. Zhang Zhengchang held his breath and concentrated as he began to interpret the reading. A quarter of an hour later, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. A calamity of bloodshed. What is worse, it is to occur today? Surely not. Zhang Zhengchang's expression darkened. Based on the Empress's pulse and appearance, she should have days left to live. Her death could not possibly be imminent. Even if she were to pass, it had no bearing on him. He had just entered the palace and had yet to even offer a prayer. Besides, as the national master, even if the emperor were to vent his anger, it should not lead to his execution. Zhang Zhengchang muttered to himself, ultimately concluding, this reading cannot be accurate. Phew, I shall attempt another. Another reading, you say? A voice suddenly interrupted, startling Zhang Zhengchang. Who is there? Speak quietly. It is late, and we must not disturb others. Upon seeing a disheveled old man, Zhang Zhengchang paused slightly. Who might you be? That is of no concern to you. Shall we make a wager? A wager? Zhang Zhengchang chuckled, lowering his guard. If he could not manage an old man, he had no business being a celestial master. You must be trying to take advantage of me. Nonsense. I just finished a royal meal. Come now, can we refrain from boasting? Zhang Zhengchang wore an amused expression. I've already had my fill. You should just let it go. He retrieved a 500-yuan banknote from his pocket and suggested, why not buy something to eat? Zhang Lata, irritated, retorted, are you sending me off like a beggar? Though I may be a rogue, I am no vagrant. I have always relied on my own strength. During my travels, I either assisted in repairs or healed the sick, never partaking in free meals. Zhang Zhengchang, already in a foul mood, found his irritation escalating upon encountering Lata's relentless persistence. If you don't leave, I won't hold back. Zhang Lata shook his head, exclaiming, the lineage of the celestial masters truly declines with each generation. Zhang Zhengchang, incensed and on the verge of losing his temper, suddenly realized that the other party's ability to enter his room undetected was not that of an ordinary person. How can the celestial master's lineage be said to decline? He calmed himself, preparing to engage the elderly man in conversation. Zhang Lata pulled up a chair and scoffed. I've encountered many celestial masters, but this is the first time I've seen one cast 2 divinations in a single day. A flush crept across Zhang Zhengchang's face as he grasped the pivotal information, scrutinizing Lata anew. Are you the real Zhang Lata in person? When did this moniker come into use? Lata appeared somewhat vexed, but did not deny it. Are we wagering or not? He inquired. What are we betting on? Let us have a fight. Zhang Lata declared. If I win, you will give me all the pills you possess, and later, you will concoct a celestial master pill for me. I refuse to wager, Zhang Zhengchang replied resolutely. His grandfather had previously been bested by Zhang Lata, who was quite a mischievous old man. Ah, so you look down upon me, do you? Lata retorted. Prepare yourself. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Zhengchang emerged with a bruised face, a look of despair etched upon him. He had come to understand the source of his misfortune. You have taken advantage of my youth, master. This is for you, Zhang Lata said, producing a scripture from his pocket. This is the essence of my cultivation. While your celestial estate may not lack scriptures, studying this one will undoubtedly yield valuable insights. In any case, it is certainly worth more than your pills. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhengchang brightened, eagerly accepting the scripture and examining it. Ah, you should have mentioned this sooner. We could have simply exchanged. An old man like me hasn't had a chance to stretch my limbs in ages. Is it not permissible for me to practice with you? Zhang Zhengchang had little choice. If even his grandfather could not contend with Lata, he had to concede defeat. After a pause, he added, the materials for the celestial master pill are exceedingly rare. It may take a year or more to procure them, so I hope you can understand. Zhang Zhengchang tucked the scripture close, fearing Lata might demand it back. Very well, but I require 2 pills, and I will come to collect them in a year. Zhang Zhengchang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As you wish, disciple. Take your time with these pills, but the celestial master pill will have to wait until next year. No hurry, Li Qing said cheerfully, accepting the silk box and opening it to reveal over 30 pills, delighting him further. Thank you, master. You should try one as well. I have no need for such things. Zhang Lata waved his hand dismissively, picking up a leftover lamb leg. I'm off now. Early morning, in front of the Qianqing Palace. Upon arrival, Li Qing was greeted by the sight of a brawl unfolding, all participants being Taoist priests, with the leader being none other than Zhang Zhengchang. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhengchang appeared somewhat abnormal, his face bruised, with one eye swollen significantly larger than the other, clearly the result of a severe beating. Li Qing felt a deep sense of shame. Indeed, his master had laid hands on someone. With a twinge of anxiety, he feigned an air of urgency as he entered the Qianqing Palace. Inside the chambers, Empress Ma was awake, engaged in conversation with Zhu Yuanzhang, while the princes listened quietly, exhibiting remarkable decorum. Li Qing has arrived, Empress Ma observed, noting that he no longer required assistance. She smiled lightly, inquiring, how is your recovery? Thanks to the Empress's grace. I am no longer in serious distress, he replied. That is good to hear, she nodded gently. Zhongba, you may step outside for now. Li Qing requires solitude during his acupuncture. Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged her, patting Li Qing on the shoulder before exiting the grand hall. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the chamber. Having spoken with His Majesty for quite some time, you must be weary, perhaps you should rest for a while, Li Qing suggested. Empress Ma sighed. I have a question for you. Please, Your Highness, speak. Is there any way for me to regain a semblance of normalcy for a day? She asked. I understand this may be asking too much, but I do not have many days left. Can you accomplish this? After a brief pause, she added, rest assured. I will not allow you to bear any consequences. Li Qing appeared conflicted. Your Highness, that may only grant you a single day, perhaps not even until nightfall. A day is a day, she insisted. You must perceive that I have at most 3 to 5 days remaining. To languish in a stupor, with barely an hour of consciousness, is less desirable than to savor my final day. I implore you. Li Qing grimaced. Your Highness, you place me in a difficult position. This is my final wish, Empress Ma assured him. I will ensure you are not implicated. After much internal struggle, Li Qing finally nodded. However, today is not feasible. I must return to prepare adequately. You should rest for now. Empress Ma shot him an incredulous glance. I am on the brink of death, and you hesitate? Very well. Li Qing conceded, taking hold of her wrist to channel his vital energy. Empress Ma quietly absorbed the sensation, her expression one of astonishment. Is this your method of healing me? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed, though it may not be extraordinary. True cultivators possess some degree of this skill. However, I ask you to keep it confidential. Are you concerned about inciting the emperor's suspicion? Empress Ma inquired, to which Li Qing nodded. Indeed, Zhongba is somewhat overly cautious. Rest assured, he has acknowledged your potential. I will certainly protect you, she promised. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Chapter 68. The final move after Empress Ma had received his vital energy, she fell into a deep slumber from which she would not awaken. In the evening, Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer contain his anxiety and urgently summoned Li Qing back to the palace. My sister has been in a deep sleep all day. You must discover the cause, Zhu Yuanzhang implored, his worry palpable. Li Qing's heart sank as he swiftly took hold of Empress Ma's wrist, concentrating to feel her pulse. After a moment, he gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, though his countenance bore an unprecedented seriousness. Your Majesty, she has already, Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted forcefully. If you cannot revive her, you shall face the consequences. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before responding. I shall return to devise a plan and provide you with an answer by tomorrow. Can my sister last until then? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed. She can endure, Li Qing replied. Before adding with a bittersweet tone, Your Majesty, you must grant me some time. Zhu Yuanzhang paced back and forth, gritting his teeth and declaring, very well. Should you fail to devise a solution by tomorrow, do not blame me for turning hostile. The minister, Li Qing, remained unfazed by the old emperor's threats and empty promises. He had long since developed an immunity to such tactics. He understood that Zhu's behavior was neither a prelude to his execution nor a gesture of reward, but rather an attempt to compel him to find a remedy for Empress Ma's ailment. In truth, the empress's prolonged slumber was not due to an inability to awaken, but rather a conscious choice to remain in this state. Her actions were intended to shield Li Qing from any repercussions. The impact of saving someone on the brink of death was far greater than merely extending the life of one who could endure a few more days. The psychological disparity would render Li Qing's contributions all the more significant, thereby diminishing the likelihood of him facing any consequences. Li Qing comprehended the empress's noble intentions, which only strengthened his resolve to assist her. After dinner, he consumed 5 elixirs pilfered from Master Zhang, his vitality surging to unprecedented heights. That evening, he prepared to absorb as much of his master's vital energy as possible. Having spent considerable time together, he had developed a fondness for the benevolent empress, and this would be their final opportunity. He was determined to do everything in his power to prolong her life, even if only for a brief moment. At midnight, the disheveled Master Zhang arrived as promised. Upon observing Li Qing's condition, the elder's brow furrowed. You foolish boy, do you treat the elixirs I painstakingly acquired as mere candies? Do you not understand the importance of moderation? Master, the empress is in dire straits, Li Qing replied. This is the final transmission of vital energy. I wish for no regrets to linger. With a disgruntled tone, Zhang retorted, her fate is beyond my concern, but your well-being is paramount. You cannot consume elixirs in such a reckless manner. I assure you, just this once, Li Qing responded. Besides, my unique constitution allows me to recover swiftly even from grievous wounds. What harm could a few more elixirs cause? With a sigh, Zhang conceded. You wish for her to regain her strength for just one more day, do you not? Indeed, Li Qing nodded. Master, do you possess a means to extend her time? Zhang pondered briefly. She hovers on the brink of death, yet may have a few days left. With effort, she could linger for several more days. Under ideal conditions, she might survive for 6 hours. Li Qing nodded eagerly. Let us commence. Sit cross-legged and cultivate your essence, Zhang instructed solemnly. Do not overexert yourself. I understand, Master. Li Qing settled into position, focusing his breath and mind. Master, let me witness your full prowess. With a dismissive scoff, Zhang placed his hands on Li Qing's back, unleashing a torrent of vital energy. In just a quarter of an hour, they reached the level of energy transmission they had previously achieved. Continue, Master. Zhang's hands pressed firmly, channeling a powerful flow of energy. Li Qing felt an unparalleled strength coursing through his body, a sensation akin to the ability to shatter boulders with a mere punch. As another quarter of an hour passed, Li Qing's meridians approached saturation, accompanied by an increasing sense of discomfort. Master, how far have we progressed? We are nearing 4.5 portions, Zhang replied, his energy far more robust than Li Qing had anticipated. Nearly halfway through, Li Qing struggled to maintain his composure. With determination, he gritted his teeth and urged, "One more time, Master. I can endure." Zhang Lata was unceremonious, continuously channeling his abundant vital energy into Li Qing's body, albeit at a gentler pace. What percentage is it now? 55%. And now? 60%. Once more? No more. Zhang Lata withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "If we continue, your meridians will burst." Li Qing slowly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, and offered a wry smile. "Master, your vital energy is truly immense. A century of cultivation is beyond your imagination," Zhang Lata retorted. "All right, I'm leaving." He paused, adding, "If you haven't ascended the guillotine in a couple of days, I will depart." "You can't leave," Li Qing protested. "I will take care of you. I am capable of fending for myself, with strong limbs and health intact." "I do not require your care," Zhang Lata replied. "Once I tire of wandering, I shall return to see you." Li Qing lamented, "You have a perfectly good life here, yet you choose to roam. I truly do not understand your thoughts." "Ah, you do not comprehend. Wandering is also a form of cultivation," Zhang Lata laughed heartily, hoisting a leg of lamb and departing. In the early hours of the morning, Li Qing finally calmed the turbulence of his internal vital energy, rising to the small courtyard to admire the night scenery. Autumn was drawing to a close, with temperatures gradually declining. The wind, slightly chilly, invigorated him. After a while, a young eunuch approached, carrying the dragon palanquin, and Li Qing rose to board it. At the Qianxing Palace, an unusually large number of visitors gathered that day, including not only princes and grandsons, but also numerous consorts, to the extent that there was hardly any space to stand in the vast sleeping quarters. Zhu Yuanzhang had not slept all night, vigilantly watching over Empress Ma, appearing even more aged. "Your Majesty, Li Qing has arrived," the young eunuch whispered. Zhu Yuanzhang's dim eyes regained a spark of light. "Announce him." After a while, Li Qing squeezed through the crowd and approached the bed of Empress Ma. "Li Qing, you have devised a plan, haven't you?" Zhu Yuanzhang stared at him intently, fearful of hearing a negative response. "Indeed," Li Qing nodded, "but this is my final move." He felt compelled to speak candidly. "Your Majesty, the Empress's life hangs by a thread. I can only revive her last flicker of vitality. In other words, her time is limited to today." "Only today?" Zhu Yuanzhang murmured, suddenly filled with rage. "Is this the plan you propose?" Li Qing lowered his gaze, choosing silence. "Speak," Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed, his voice echoing in the grand hall, teetering on the brink of madness. The princes, grandsons, princesses, and consorts all knelt, scarcely daring to breathe. What more could Li Qing say? This truly was his last resort. To act rashly now would lead to certain demise. "Your Majesty, please calm your fury," Zhu Yuanwen ventured, summoning his courage to remind him, "The Empress cannot withstand agitation." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger subsided slightly, yet his face remained etched with dissatisfaction. "Li Qing, is there truly no other way?" "Your Majesty, if we delay any further, I shall be powerless," Li Qing responded, lowering the Emperor's expectations once more. "Moreover, I cannot guarantee that I can awaken the Empress." Zhu Yuanzhang trembled, realizing that his sister could depart this world at any moment, and thus, he dared not hesitate any longer. "You have just mentioned that we can grant our sister another day of life. If that cannot be achieved, it would indeed be a grave offense." "I understand." Li Qing, feeling disinclined to engage in further debate, recognized the urgency of the situation and required an utterly tranquil environment. Zhu Yuanzhang, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation, felt that his previous words may have been too harsh, potentially unsettling him and hindering his performance. Thus, he softened his tone, saying, "Do not be anxious. Should you successfully awaken the Empress, we shall reward you handsomely. Do not make empty promises. When have you ever fulfilled your word?" Li Qing was exasperated. "Your Majesty, we cannot afford any further delay." "Very well, I shall leave at once." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, instructing everyone to exit. Moments later, the chamber fell silent. Li Qing retrieved his needle box and immediately began with the reverse life-affirming 9 needles. After completing the 9 needles, he proceeded to administer acupuncture to other vital points capable of revitalization, employing all his skills. Previously, he had been cautious, aiming for longevity in treatment. However, this final attempt left no room for restraint. After all, there would be no tomorrow after today. A quarter of an hour later, Empress Ma stirred awake, her expression brightening upon seeing him. "Thank you. Your Highness, please refrain from speaking for the moment," Li Qing instructed. "It is time to channel your vital energy." He then produced a pill, saying, "Please hold this in your mouth and swallow it when you can no longer endure." Very well. Chapter 69. The demise of Empress Ma. Zhu Yuanzhang had not ventured far. He and the princes were waiting anxiously in the front hall of Qingqing Palace. Tension filled the air as time ticked away. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart sank with each passing moment. Typically, Li Qing would require merely half an hour for diagnosis. Yet now an entire hour had elapsed without any sign of his return. Some concubines, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly grasped the ginger hidden in their sleeves, preparing for sorrowful lamentations. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Li Qing emerged, visibly fatigued. Zhu Yuanzhang rushed forward, grasping his hand, and asked in a trembling voice, "What news?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Empress has awakened," Li Qing replied wearily. "You may proceed alone." "Very well." Zhu Yuanzhang released his hand and entered the chamber. The others hesitated to follow and turned their gazes toward Li Qing. Having been present for such a duration, the princes still struggled to recognize him fully, let alone the concubines, who could only bow in respect. Zhu Yuanwen rose to fetch a chair for him, timidly suggesting, "Please, sit and take a moment to rest." Li Qing truly felt exhausted. He expressed his gratitude and sat down to recuperate his vital energy. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma emerged together, leaving the princes astounded and the concubines with complex expressions. Empress Ma appeared rosy-cheeked and walked with steadiness, presenting herself as a perfectly healthy individual, devoid of any signs of illness. In that instant, the gazes of those present towards Li Qing shifted entirely. Li Qing chose to ignore their scrutinizing stares, slowly rising from his chair to bow in unison with the others. "There is no need for formalities," Empress Ma said cheerfully. "You need not linger here. Go about your duties." The group gradually rose, looking towards Zhu Yuanzhang. "Everyone may return," he declared. Zhang, Jian, Yunwen, and Yuntong remain. The others respectfully took their leave. Li Qing, noticing that everyone had departed, rubbed his nose and said, "I shall take my leave as well." "You are to stay." "I comply with your command." Empress Ma then said, "Zhong Ba, summon Biaoer, Chong Ning, and Chong'an as well." "Understood." Zhu Yuanzhang, with an understanding glance cast upon the young Gizi, elicited an immediate acknowledgement from the latter, who bowed and withdrew. The palace maids presented an array of fruits and delicacies. As the family gathered around the table, with Li Qing feeling distinctly out of place. After a while, Zhu Biao hurriedly arrived, followed by Princess Ningguo and Princess Anqing, further intensifying Li Qing's discomfort. The widow's gaze upon him was one of palpable animosity, as if she longed to devour him whole. Wasn't she stripped of her title and reduced to commoner status? Li Qing pondered helplessly. It had been quite some time since they had shared such a gathering. Empress Ma, in high spirits, noticed his awkward demeanor and cheerfully encouraged, "Do not stand on ceremony. Eat whatever you desire." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Li Qing nodded, reaching for an orange, peeling it while deliberately disregarding the resentful woman. Zhu Yang and Zhu Jian were not particularly loquacious, and Anqing's attention remained fixated on Li Qing, leaving the lively banter to Zhu Biao, the eldest son, and Zhu Ning, the eldest daughter, observing the lackluster expressions on their faces. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of indignation and slammed the table, exclaiming, "Have you all lost your voices? What are you doing?" Empress Ma shot him a disapproving glance. "We rarely gather like this, and you choose to lose your temper." Zhu Yuanzhang managed a bitter smile, softening his tone. "Very well, I shall refrain from anger." He then turned to the others, sighing, "Your mother's time is limited to but a day." "What?" Zhu Biao gasped, and the others, equally taken aback, turned incredulous gazes towards Empress Ma, who appeared unfazed. "Behold, I have lived long enough. I am content." "Mother, you appear to be in good health. How can this be?" Zhu Biao queried, glancing at Li Qing, who was equally bewildered. "Zhu Biao," Empress Ma replied, "were it not for him, I would have departed this world long ago. He has exerted all efforts on my behalf." "Mother, grandmother, I do not wish for your demise," Zhu Yuanwen cried, his tears cascading down. His weeping cast a pall over the atmosphere, even affecting the typically proud Zhu Yang, whose eyes glistened, while the two princesses wept openly. Empress Ma shot Zhu Yuanzhang an irritable glare. This is your doing. Why must you speak such words? Zhu Yuanzhang felt the urge to cry, yet he held it back. Muttering, what is there to cry about? It is vexatious. Enough of the tears, Empress Ma jested. I am still alive. Save your tears for when I am gone. Gradually, the two princesses ceased their weeping, though Zhu Yuanwen continued to cry silently. This child, Empress Ma said as she lifted him onto her lap, pinching his nose playfully. Stop crying and give your grandmother a smile. Li Qing, munching on the orange, continued to savor his treat. At noon, the imperial banquet was particularly lavish. With an abundance of dishes, totaling over 100, catering to 10 guests, including 2 children. Though Li Qing possessed an impressive appetite, he could hardly consume even a third of the feast. Empress Ma lamented, there is simply too much. It is impossible to finish. We are the emperor, surely. Indulging on occasion is permissible? Zhu Yuanzhang feigned displeasure. Look at your audacity, Empress Ma retorted, dismissing the excess to the servants. Do not let it go to waste. Very well, as you wish, he replied. After dining, Empress Ma suggested, let us take a stroll this afternoon, without attracting attention. Just don ordinary attire and wander about. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. On the streets of the capital, the imperial guards donned commoners' clothing, concealing their weapons and mingling with the crowd, discreetly safeguarding the Zhu family. Empress Ma purchased numerous gifts for her son, daughter, and grandchildren, even obtaining a talisman for Li Qing. Though these were mere trinkets from street vendors, they held profound significance. Sister, will you not buy something for us? Why the haste? I must contemplate my choices. All right, we will take our time, Zhu Yuanzhang replied gently. After much deliberation, Empress Ma selected a simple wooden back-scratcher, quite inexpensive at 21. The least costly among the gifts, yet it brought immense joy to Zhu Yuanzhang. They wandered for nearly 2 hours before returning, their spirits high. Upon arriving at the palace, Empress Ma's vitality noticeably waned, causing Zhu Yuanzhang to feel a pang of anxiety. Sister, you should lie down and rest for a while. No, I still have much to say, Empress Ma replied, calling for Zhu Biao. Here I am. Zhu Biao stepped forward and knelt before her. Empress Ma stroked his head, smiling. You have lost weight these days. You must learn to balance work and rest, lest you exhaust your health. Your father is rather harsh. You need not adhere to his every command, but stand firm when necessary. Zhu Biao nodded gently. I understand. Zhu Yang, she continued. You have always been mischievous. Temper your nature and do not cause trouble for your father and elder brother. I will remember, Zhu Yang assured her. One by one, Empress Ma addressed each child, fully aware of their temperaments and personalities, offering tailored counsel. Li Qing observed this with a heavy heart, though it may not yield results. Empress Ma had extended her utmost kindness. As she spoke, her complexion worsened, her energy nearly depleted, her voice trembling with fatigue. Sister, please do not exert yourself. Zhu Yuanzhang urged, supporting her. Rest your head upon my shoulder. Empress Ma slowly shook her head. I will soon find sleep, but I wish to converse a little longer. Speak, we are listening. Zhu Yuanzhang held her hand, tears streaming uncontrollably. I wish to request one thing from the emperor. Empress Ma's tone turned formal in her final moments. I shall comply with all your desires. Indeed, she replied, a flicker of relief crossing her features. I beg you to temper your heart for slaughter, to exercise leniency, to kill less, and to act with caution. With her last breath, Empress Ma continued, I hope you seek the wise and heed counsel, remaining steadfast from beginning to end. May the descendants of our Ming Dynasty be virtuous, and though I may perish, my spirit shall endure. Her hand fell weakly, her eyes dimming, losing all spark. The most benevolent and sagacious empress in history succumbed to eternal slumber. Despite Li Qing's desperate efforts, she could not survive the 15th year of Hongwu. Chapter 70, Mourning Mother. Zhu Biao cried out in anguish, while Chongning and Chang'an wept inconsolably, Zhu Yang and Zhu Chang shedding tears of sorrow. What is all this commotion? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was weary yet calm. Your mother is merely fatigued. She needs to rest for a spell. He took the hand of Empress Ma once more, murmuring to himself, they say to let you rest before speaking, and now look, you have fallen asleep mid-sentence, frightening the children. Li Qing. Yes, your majesty. Prepare medicine for our sister. Li Qing looked towards Zhu Biao, who was engulfed in sorrow, hardly aware of him. Your majesty, the empress has. He paused. Speaking softly, the empress has passed away. Nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in fury. Our sister's hand is still warm. Quickly, prepare the medicine, or I shall have your head. Li Qing fell silent. Old Zhu was unwilling to confront reality, and what could he do? Zhu Biao cried out, "Father, mother has already departed." Meeting Zhu Yuanzhang's icy gaze, he swallowed the remaining words, tears streaming silently down his face. Our sister is not dead. Her hand is still warm, Zhu Yuanzhang insisted fervently. Biao, touch her. Your mother's hand is still warm. Father. Zhu Biao could no longer contain himself, wailing, "Mother has already passed." Zhang Ning, Zhang En, Zhu Xiang, and Zhu Jian joined in the lamentation. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at them blankly for a long while, before suddenly rising and striding towards Li Qing. Li Qing, I command you to awaken the Empress immediately. Li Qing's eyes fell, rendered speechless. Li Qing, heed my command. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. Upon hearing the phrase restrain your grief, it felt as if thunder had struck him, and he could barely stand. Li Qing rushed to support him, but he flung him away. Zhu Yuanzhang strode back to the bed, commanding, Empress, I command you to awaken at once. Father, mother has already departed. Do not disturb her peace, Zhu Biao pleaded, gripping his arm in tears. Get away. Zhu Yuanzhang shoved him aside, charging furiously towards the exit. Zhu Biao hurried to follow, while Li Qing, witnessing old Zhu's madness, quickly pursued them. Monk, heed my command. Notify the Buddha and bid our sister to awaken. Taoist, heed my command. Tell the deities above. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could finish his words, his face flushed suddenly, and he collapsed straight down. Fortunately, Li Qing was quick enough to catch him. Outside the Qinqing Palace, monks and Taoists, seeing the commotion, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. In an instant, both believers in the Tao and the Buddha knelt to the ground, their expressions filled with sorrow. Li Qing supported Zhu Yuanzhang with one hand, but noticed Zhu Biao also seemed faint, hurriedly saying, Your Highness, you must not falter now. The Empress's death, coupled with the Emperor's grief-induced fainting and the strain of recent days, proved too much for Zhu Biao. Yet he knew he could not collapse at this moment. He steeled himself to endure. I am fine. Zhu Biao waved his hand. Li Qing, hasten to treat father. I shall attend to other matters. With that, he staggered back towards the Qinqing Palace. By evening, the news of Empress Ma's passing spread throughout the palace, and the sound of mourning echoed incessantly. The passing of the Empress signified national mourning, and all subjects were required to mourn her loss, making it impossible to conceal the news. It quickly radiated throughout the capital, continuing to spread. Taverns and restaurants hastened to drape white cloths, and even brothels ceased their operations entirely. Officials from the 6 ministries, the censorate, and the Hanlin Academy were all taken aback upon hearing of the Empress's demise. In the Qinqing Palace, the side halls, Li Qing administered acupuncture to Zhu Yuanzhang and infused him with a measure of vital energy, successfully alleviating the oppressive gloom within his chest. However, Li Qing hesitated to awaken him, as he was reluctant to confront the elder Zhu alone. Therefore, he summoned Zhu Biao to his side. Is father all right? Zhu Biao hurriedly arrived, his face etched with concern. The emperor is now safe, Li Qing assured him. Your Highness, shall we awaken the emperor at once? After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Biao slowly nodded. He understood that he would eventually have to face the situation, and he could not manage it alone. Let father wake. Without further hesitation, Li Qing grasped a silver needle and gently pricked the sole of Zhu Yuanzhang's foot. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang stirred awake. Father. Zhu Biao rushed forward, his expression one of deep sorrow. It is you, Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang sat up, grasping Zhu Biao's hand, his heart still racing as he murmured, I just had a terrible dream, one in which your mother passed away. It frightened me terribly. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhu Biao choked out, Mother has indeed departed this world. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly flung aside the covers and dashed barefoot out the door. Zhu Biao stood momentarily stunned before hastily following. Li Qing sighed softly, retracting his silver needle and exiting the side hall. He then heard Zhu Yuanzhang's anguished cries. He refrained from re-entering, remaining outside the hall until dusk. When Zhu Biao finally emerged, return to your quarters, he wearily suggested. Your servant takes his leave. Upon his return, the 3 maidens rushed forward, their faces reflecting a sense of relief. Sir, you have finally returned, one exclaimed. Wang Ling voiced her concern. Sir, with the Empress's passing, the Emperor will not direct his ire towards you, will he? That is unlikely, Li Qing replied, somewhat astonished. You are already aware? Indeed, Hong Xiu explained. The maid has just returned from the streets. The entire capital is already informed. As she spoke, she retrieved a mourning ribbon from within, saying, the maid purchased this. Please wear it, sir. Only then did Li Qing notice that all three maidens had white cloth tied around their waists. The nation was in mourning for the empress. And considering he had partaken of the Zhu family's hospitality, Li Qing accepted the mourning ribbon and retreated to his room. Sir, will you not dine? Wang Ling followed him inside. Li Qing turned over, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. I am too weary today. You may eat without me. I require a good night's sleep. Oh. Observing his tired demeanor, Wang Ling nodded obediently. If you feel hungry in the middle of the night, just call for a maid. Very well, go now. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively and fell into a deep, restful slumber, awakening only when Wang Ling called for him. Dawn had already broken, and Li Qing, mindful not to delay, hastily consumed a few bites of food, donned the mourning ribbon, and rushed outside. Sir, wait a moment, take this. Wang Ling kindly offered him a piece of ginger. Li Qing looked perplexed. What is this for? In case you find yourself unable to cry, a touch will surely bring forth the tears. After a brief contemplation, Li Qing accepted the ginger and hurried toward the palace. The palace was draped in white, and from a distance, the sounds of weeping resonated from the direction of the Qianqing palace. Am I late? A jolt of panic surged through Li Qing, prompting him to quicken his pace. Though he had indeed arrived later than intended, it was not excessively so. Civil and military officials knelt in 2 rows before the palace, their mournful cries rising and falling in rhythm under Xiao Gizi's guidance. He quietly found a place among the crowd, blending in to bear witness to the somber occasion. The passing of Empress Ma weighed heavily on his heart, though he found himself unable to weep uncontrollably. The civil officials, however, were utterly devastated, their grief palpable as tears streamed down their faces. A few of them wept so violently that they gasped for breath, fainting momentarily before being revived by their colleagues, only to continue their lamentations. Li Qing was left astonished. To call these individuals hypocritical would be unjust, for their tears were undeniably genuine. Yet, when the time came to halt their mourning, they could do so with alarming ease. Cry. At the flick of Xiao Gizi's wand, the volume of their wailing surged, cascading like a torrential storm. It was not only the civil and military officials outside the hall. The royal relatives within were equally affected. Li Qing was perplexed by the intricacies of this mourning ritual. Stop. The cacophony of grief ceased abruptly, replaced by soft sobs, akin to a gentle breeze and light rain. After a brief pause, Xiao Gizi again commanded, cry. Li Qing followed suit, pondering whether this was a method to maintain the rhythm of their lamentations. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Startled, he looked up to find Guohuan staring at him with a face awash in tears. Guohuan quickly turned away, resuming his mournful performance. But in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Li Qing gleaned a wealth of information. The civil officials were preparing to turn against him. More specifically, it was not just the literati but all officials embroiled in corruption. Li Qing had anticipated this since the birthday banquet of the late Emperor Zhu. Thus, he was not particularly surprised. At such a critical juncture, this was indeed a strategic move. As the Empress's chief physician, with her untimely demise, he bore an undeniable burden of responsibility. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations, and the officials, emboldened, might even go so far as to openly petition for his condemnation or, more grievously, seek imperial orders for his execution. It was a long-standing, albeit unspoken, rule that upon the death of a figure of the Empress's stature, a number of court physicians would inevitably face dire consequences. Curse it. These wretched souls truly know how to choose their moments. Li Qing muttered under his breath. Yet, he was not overly anxious, while Zhu was indeed ruthless. He was also astute. Moreover, Zhu sought to eradicate corruption and punish the venal. He would not readily discard a sharp blade like Li Qing's, at least not for the time being. Li Qing understood that Zhu Yuanzhang was deliberately maneuvering to position him against the court, isolating him and rendering him vulnerable. The emperor's intent was straightforward. With everyone as his adversary, the only path left for Li Qing was unwavering loyalty to Zhu. A sardonic smile crept across Li Qing's lips, for the fates of these players were yet to be determined. Cry. Xiao Gizi's sharp, plaintive voice rang out once more. Your Majesty, the officials lamented. their cries echoing like the mournful call of a cuckoo. Their hearts shattered as tears flowed freely, evoking sorrow in all who heard. While many things could be feigned, the tears were undeniably real. Li Qing observed keenly. These individuals were not employing any props. They were genuinely grieving. Little did he know, in this era where filial piety reigned supreme, the empress's death mandated an expression of profound sorrow. To refrain from mourning would be considered an egregious act of disrespect, and any perceived lack of grief could be seized upon by political adversaries as a weapon against him, with the certainty of retribution. The emperor is the sovereign father, and the empress is the mother of the nation. Filial piety is paramount. If one is unperturbed by the death of their mother, it reflects poorly on their character. Li Qing, influenced by this sentiment, felt his eyes gradually moisten, though he could not weep like the other ministers, whose tears flowed like a deluge. In an effort to blend in, he discreetly retrieved the ginger Wang Ling had given him, concealing his face within his wide sleeves. He took the opportunity to dab at his eyes, and soon his own eyes were reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks. As noon approached, the mourning subsided. Under the organization of Shao Gizi, the ministers rose in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, the dragon sons of the court emerged, clad in mourning attire, sobbing softly. Zhu Di, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Zi had red-rimmed eyes, crying as they walked, while the young 17 trailed behind in his mourning garb, resembling a good omen. Zhu Biao, Zhu Xiang, and others remained at the altar, steadfast in their vigil. 15 minutes later, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged, looking lost and despondent. Upon seeing him, the ministers immediately knelt and wept. Zhu Yuanzhang, staring blankly for a while, finally spoke. "You may disperse now, return to your duties, and tomorrow's court assembly will proceed as usual." With that, he turned and re-entered the hall. The ministers wept a little longer before wiping their tears and reluctantly making their way out of the palace. Not seeing anyone urging him to stay, Li Qing exited alongside them. As they walked, he felt piercing gazes behind him, yet he maintained an air of indifference, as if he had not noticed. On the streets, every citizen wore a strip of mourning cloth. Taverns and restaurants operated at half capacity, and the usual shouts of waitstaff had quieted, with many stalls noticeably absent. The capital was steeped in desolation. Upon returning home and inhaling the familiar aroma of food, Li Qing's mood lightened somewhat. "Sir, please sit and rest," Wang Ling offered, presenting him with a cup of tea. "Dinner will be ready shortly." Li Qing accepted the tea, taking a sip before leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts on the challenges ahead. At the Ministry of Revenue, Hua Huan, brimming with vigor and a smile, gazed at Minister Zheng Tai. "Minister, it is certain that Li Qing will perish. Last night, I informed the Vice Minister of Rights, the Chief of the Ministry of Justice, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, and other influential officials. Tomorrow's court assembly will be our moment to launch a full-scale offensive." "Indeed, good," the Minister of Revenue nodded. "You may proceed with your plans." However, Hua Huan's smile faltered, and he replied, "I hope that you, Minister, will personally lead the petition." "Hua, do you think it necessary for me to personally petition over a mere genie guard?" Zheng Tai retorted, visibly displeased. Hua Huan chuckled sarcastically. Is Minister Zheng attempting to distance himself from this matter? The 100,000 taels I mentioned. Zheng Tai's expression shifted, quickly adopting a congenial demeanor. "You misunderstand. I am not the sort to let my subordinates bear the brunt while I remain inactive. However, this situation requires careful deliberation. Li Qing is not easily dealt with. One must remember that even the Prince Ouyang Lun fell victim to him, and even Duke Chao suffered under his hand. The emperor is astute and holds him in high regard. Even if I were to petition, it may yield no results. It would be wiser to allow a few inconsequential figures to test the waters before we act. There is no time to waste." Hua Huan shook his head resolutely. With the empress's passing, the emperor would have no qualms about taking lives. If we do not seize this opportunity to eliminate Li Qing once and for all, we shall find ourselves at his mercy. What about the charges? Zheng Tai furrowed his brow and remarked, "You cannot genuinely believe that, as the empress's physician, he can shoulder all the blame for her demise, can you?" "Why not?" Hua Huan countered. "Given the emperor's affection for the empress, as long as we fan the flames of suspicion and weave a web of deceit, eliminating him would be a mere trifle." Zheng Tai glared at this money-hungry subordinate, whose political acumen was woefully inadequate, and felt a surge of frustration. Yet, knowing his own hands were stained and now entangled in this treacherous plot, he could not simply withdraw. He grit his teeth and replied, if he were an ordinary court physician, it would indeed be effortless. However, Li Qing is not just any physician. He is a member of the Jinyiwei. The emperor promoted Li Qing precisely because of his audaciousness. He will spare no effort in his pursuit of corruption. What enabled Li Qing to ensnare Yangluan and bring the Duke of Chao to his knees? It is the emperor's backing. Zhang Tai shot Guohuan a look of exasperation and sighed. Do you truly believe the emperor can be so easily deceived? With a chuckle, Guohuan retorted, what if I possess evidence of his corruption? Oh, Zhang Tai's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, is that true? What is the amount? Indeed, it is true, Guohuan sneered. During the Yangluan case, Li Qing sealed off the Zhuanzhang, keeping 2 courtesans for himself, one of whom was the famed Wan Ling mentioned in the phrasing Wan Ling. Guohuan continued. Wan Ling is the foremost courtesan at Zhuanzhang, and her ransom would be no less than 10,000 taels. Is that so? Zhang Tai, who had also indulged in such pleasures, remarked. The head of the teaching court does not cost that much. Guohuan produced the evidence he had meticulously prepared, the ransom prices for 3 courtesans from Zhuanzhang, with an average of 4,000 taels. As the leading courtesan, Wan Ling's price would certainly be doubled. Adding in the 2 courtesans, the total would undoubtedly exceed 10,000 taels. Upon examining the evidence, Zhang Tai's expression brightened. Excellent. If the emperor discovers that his trusted anti-corruption advocate is, in fact, a major embezzler, it would be only natural for him to strip away his skin. Pausing, he expressed his doubts. You haven't fabricated this, have you? Guohuan laughed. This was compiled when those redeeming the courtesans came to alter their household registrations. I kept a copy. It is utterly authentic. That is reassuring. Zhang Tai's anxiety dissipated. With this information, Li Qing was indeed doomed. My lord, I shall present this alongside you tomorrow. Guohuan smiled with satisfaction. That would be most splendid. After their meal, Li Qing made his way to the Zhao prison without delay. Lu Hua. Hearing his name, Lu Hua slowly looked up, astonished to see Li Qing. You truly have no issues? Indeed, Li Qing replied with a smile. Have you healed somewhat? Lu Hua ignored the question and asked. When do you plan to make your move? Tomorrow at the morning court, Li Qing stated. At that time, I will present all the information you provided, asserting that you disclosed it willingly to absolve your family. Lu Hua nodded gently and performed a deep bow to Li Qing. Li Qing had indeed suffered immensely. He remarked softly, upon hearing this, the emperor will undoubtedly pay a visit. Should you betray us, both you and your entire clan shall face dire consequences. Rest assured, I am not so foolish, Lu Hua retorted with a cold smile, asserting that none of them could expect to escape unscathed. Li Qing smiled slightly and turned to Li Yu, instructing, you shall personally stand guard here tonight. Given that the situation had escalated to one of life and death, it was now a matter of survival. Either I live, or you perish, he thought, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Upon returning home, he meticulously reorganized the accusations against him and began to recover from the residual effects of excessive energy absorption from the previous day. Chapter 72. Is there no death? The following day, in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to his throne, and the ministers shouted their long-live wishes. All rise, commanded Zhu Yuanzhang, as he took his seat on the dragon throne, casting a detached gaze upon his ministers. Shao Gizi, sensing the emperor's displeasure, waved his feather duster, signaling the officials to present their petitions or leave if they had none. I have a petition. The head of the Ministry of Revenue was the first to step forward. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him with indifference, granting permission to proceed. Your Majesty, the Empress has always enjoyed good health. Her sudden demise must be attributed to the negligence of the imperial physician responsible for her care, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. He did not name anyone, yet all present understood whom he referred to. Instantly, every gaze turned towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Though his expression betrayed little anger, a slight furrow formed on his brow. Guohuan noted this with delight, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Tai, who remained unperturbed, recognizing that it was too early to speak, needing to observe further. Occupying high office necessitated an understanding of the emperor's disposition. Even when an adversary committed an unforgivable crime, one must carefully choose the moment to speak, lest they provoke the emperor's ire. With the empress just having passed, it remained uncertain whether the emperor would be inclined to execute someone immediately. Therefore, he refrained from voicing his thoughts while the emperor's intent was still ambiguous. I concur, Zhang Tai maintained his composure, yet someone else could not contain their impatience. The deputy minister of rights stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, the Empress was merely 50 years old. If it were not for the misdiagnosis by an incompetent physician, how could I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation?" "A thorough investigation?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied slowly. "Investigate whom?" "The individual who treated the Empress." The deputy minister of rights responded tearfully. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, acknowledging, "The one who treated the Empress is Li Qing. Are you suggesting we investigate him?" The deputy minister hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." A peculiar smile crept across Zhu Yuanzhang's lips just as the guard commander hastily entered to report, "Your Majesty, the Jinyi town protector, Li Qing, claims to have a matter of utmost urgency to present." Gua Huan was taken aback. Li Qing dared to approach at such a critical juncture, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Li Qing, how audacious of you to appear now. It is truly a wonder you wish to avoid death." One by one, the courtiers grew restless. Zhu Yuanzhang subtly shook his head, instructing that Li Qing should wait. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the guard commander, bowing respectfully as he retreated. Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed his ministers and declared, "Those who believe Li Qing is guilty, step forward." The ministers were taken aback, but the head of the Ministry of Revenue and the Deputy Minister of Rights were the first to respond, quickly stepping forward, followed by others. Zhu Yuanzhang counted, and over 20 individuals advanced, including a secretary, which took him by surprise. It stands to reason that someone of this rank should not be so reckless. "Zheng Tai, do you also believe that Li Qing is guilty?" "Your Majesty," Zheng Tai replied, "Li Qing has abused his power for personal gain, embezzling over 10,000 taels of silver. I possess irrefutable evidence of his crimes." "Embezzlement?" Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze sharpened. "Over 10,000 taels, and the evidence is conclusive?" "Indeed," Zheng Tai asserted with righteous indignation. "Should I falsely accuse him, I would willingly accept the consequences. I can testify for Minister Zhang," Gua Huan interjected, "should my words prove untrue. I am prepared to share in Minister Zhang's fate." With both a minister and a deputy minister firmly asserting that Li Qing has exploited his position for personal gain and embezzled over 10,000 taels, Zhu Yuanzhang's suspicions began to mount. Could it be that I have misjudged Li Qing? The emperor's expression darkened further as he commanded, "Bring that scoundrel."